Chapter 1. That year, Beijing had more rain than usual, even more than the south, which Shang Zhitao had just left. The rain fell steadily, with wisps of cloud visible above the cloud layer, making it hard to tell whether the scene was picturesque or simply cold. Shang Zhitao struggled with her two large suitcases. One was filled with books, while the other held clothes and shoes. Nothing else. At 22, traveling from Nanjing to Beijing marked the first independent move of her life. Fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead and cheeks, and her face flushed pink from the heat. Shang Zhitao felt as though she were about to melt. She made a mental note to buy a fan the next day. The small, partitioned room became even more cramped with the two suitcases inside. She heard the girl in the next room talking on the phone. "I'll come to your place this weekend. Someone moved into the room next to me, and the soundproofing is poor." It took Shang Zhitao a moment to understand what she meant. She put on her headphones, played some music, and continued unpacking, though her movements were gentler now. Before she left, her senior Yao Bei had told her that living in this city required more understanding, because there were struggling people everywhere. Shang Zhitao was beginning to vaguely understand what her senior had meant by suffering. She had originally planned to stay in the south after graduation, but that would have put her too far away from her parents. After much consideration, she sent all her resumes to companies in Beijing. As a graduate of a not-so-famous university, receiving this special offer from the company had been genuinely exciting. Shang Zhitao even felt incredibly lucky. After arranging everything neatly, she looked around the tiny room and realized just how shabby it was. When she had viewed the place online, the agent had emailed her a few photos, and she had thought it looked fine. But now that she was standing in the bare room, apart from the bed with its floral-patterned cover, she couldn't find anything satisfactory. She leaned against the headboard, propped up her legs, and took out a notebook to carefully write down everything she needed to buy the next day. She would have to cook eventually, but all she had was the small electric pot she had brought from school and a bowl printed with a nighttime scene of the Qinhuai River. She also needed to wash her clothes, but she didn't dare use the communal washing machine in the rental. All the concerns she had never needed to think about during her school days came rushing back to her today. Once she started worrying, she realized just how fragmented everyday life could be. She filled 3 pages of her notebook, and in Shang Zhitao's eyes, every word on those 3 pages transformed into a single word. Money. Everything cost money. She did have some savings. She had earned money through work-study programs while she was in school, and a few days earlier, old Shang, worried that she might struggle on her own, had sent her 10,000 yuan through the bank. Shang Zhitao was reluctant to spend it. She went through the list again from the first line, considering which things were urgent and which could wait. Then she added another column at the end, noting what she needed to buy soon, what she could buy after receiving her first paycheck, and what could wait until after her second. As she wrote, she suddenly felt a little ridiculous and awkward. She tossed the notebook aside, flopped onto the bed, and burst into giggles. She hadn't yet shed her innocence. Her actions were still impulsive, and she knew nothing about the life awaiting her. Whatever. She felt brave, though that courage gradually faded as the night deepened. She jumped off the bed, pushed her suitcases against the door, and stacked one on top of the other, completely blocking the entrance. Slowly, she began to feel the urge to urinate, but she refused to go out to the bathroom. Instead, she squeezed her eyes shut and counted sheep. Her need to use the bathroom battled with her fear and drowsiness, while courage and cowardice drummed against each other inside her. Her first night alone in an unfamiliar place, a stranger in a strange city, was unbearably long. It was still raining the next day. When she opened her eyes, she remembered there was a farmer's market near her rental. She had seen it while riding the bus the day before and decided to go there to buy some small necessities. She put on her raincoat, moved the suitcases aside, and opened the door. A girl was standing in the bathroom, washing clothes. She looked delicate, somewhat like a girl from the south. Shang Zhitao smiled at her. "Hello, I'm Shang Zhitao." The girl smiled back. "Hello, I'm Sun Yu." Her voice wasn't unfamiliar. She was the girl living next door to Shang Zhitao. "It's still raining outside. Where are you going?" "I want to go to the farmer's market to buy some things. There are a lot of pickpockets there." "You just came to Beijing, right? It won't be convenient for you to go alone. Let me come with you." Sun Yu dried her hands and ran back to her room to get an umbrella. "Don't you have work today?" "I quit my job." Sun Yu's expression darkened for a moment. Then she walked ahead of Shang Zhitao to show her the way. The building they lived in was very old. All kinds of things had been left in the corridor, making it dark and crowded. Shang Zhitao took out a small flashlight and switched it on. Be careful not to trip. They finally made it outside, where the light rain made a soft rustling sound as it fell against Shang Zhitao's raincoat. Where are you from? Sun Yu asked. I'm from my city. What about you? I'm from Guizhou. Wow, Guizhou? That's far. Shang Zhitao exclaimed in surprise. Born in I City, she had only visited a few places near Nanjing during her studies. To her, Guizhou seemed as though it were at the edge of the world. Hearing her exclamation and seeing Shang Jitao's wide eyes, Sun Yu couldn't help laughing. You're so cute. Shang Zhitao unexpectedly blushed at the compliment and chuckled. The path to the market was muddy, and both of them ended up with mud splattered over their pant legs before they finally reached the market. The place sold just about everything. Shang Zhitao bought bowls, chopsticks, cookware, for water basins of various sizes, a flower stand, some plants, and a chamber pot. Sun Yu watched as Shang Zhitao, her face reddening, slipped the chamber pot into a black plastic bag. I bought one too when I first came here. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. The agent said the other 2 rooms are occupied by 2 men who just started working, but I haven't seen them yet, so I'm a little scared, Shang Zhitao explained. It's good to be cautious and protect yourself. Sun Yu spoke standard Mandarin with a Guizhou accent. Her voice was soft yet firm and rather pleasant to listen to. The 2 of them made 3 trips back and forth before they finally finished their shopping. There was a beef noodle shop in the market, and the rich aroma of broth drifted through the rainy air. They were both a little hungry, so Shang Zhitao treated Sun Yu to a bowl of noodles to thank her for showing her around. And just like that, on only her second day after moving to the city, Shang Zhitao made a friend. Sun Yu had just quit her job, and her boyfriend lived far away, on the other side of the city. She volunteered to help Shang Zhitao decorate her room. The once shabby room was completely transformed, suddenly taking on an artistic atmosphere. Sun Yu marveled at it from beside her. Did you study art? No, I didn't. Shang Zhitao sat cross-legged on the bed, admiring her handiwork. Then she nodded approvingly at herself. Not bad at all. Sun Yu was amused by her innocent manner and sat down beside her. Shang Zhitao carried a faint fragrance, fresh and clean, like a blank sheet of paper that had yet to be written on. Sun Yu felt as though it had been a long time since she'd seen a girl who seemed so clean and well-behaved. How old are you? She asked Shang Zhitao softly. I'm 22. What about you? I'm 25. So why did you come to Beijing? I was recruited by a company during campus recruitment, and I'll officially report for work next Monday. As Shang Zhitao spoke, a smile appeared on her face, curving her eyes into crescents. She was truly beautiful. Sun Yu nodded. Is the company close to here? I haven't been there yet, but my senior said it takes about 80 minutes to get there. That's very fortunate. It's not too far. For people working in Beijing, an 80-minute commute was about average and wasn't considered particularly far. After all, the city was enormous. Shang Zhitao didn't think it was far either. During her school days, she had gone to Purple Mountain every week, which meant a 4-hour round trip. She often read books or listened to music on the bus, and the time passed quickly. It hadn't felt difficult at all. She was filled with anticipation for her upcoming job, her new life, and the city itself. Under her pillow was a journal. She had filled a page before going to bed the previous night. On that page, she had pasted 3 small, nearly transparent bus tickets from the rides she'd taken from the train station to her new home. Above them, she had written, July 10th, Hello Beijing. That night, as she lay in bed listening to the rain outside, she felt as though she were back in the South. She still felt that graduation had come too quickly. Those days of frantically jumping out of bed and rushing to class were gone forever. Shang Zhitao felt a little lonely. She stared blankly at the dim little lamp beside her bed. Everything around her was quiet except for the pitter-patter of the rain. She still couldn't sleep. She lay there with her eyes open in the half-light, listening to the sounds outside. She missed home a little. She missed her school and her classmates a little. Shang Jitao's nose stung with emotion. Author's note. In the first chapter, I want to clarify a few things. This story won't be short. Because I've been very busy with work lately, I can only guarantee 2 to 3 updates per week, so please be cautious about getting invested. Neither the male nor female lead is a virgin. The male lead has dated before, and the female lead had a very nice relationship during college. So those concerned with purity should stay away. This isn't a romance story. I simply want to write about the journeys of several ordinary girls as they grow and find their way in this enormous city. There will be many workplace scenes, so readers looking for sweet stories or heavy romance should also be cautious. I'll add more notes later as I think of them. Chapter 2. Shang Zhitao boarded the bus early. The city was just beginning to wake, and the bus traveled through a thin layer of fog. She wore earbuds as she gazed out at the streets. The people living here were truly industrious. It was still so early, yet the streets were already filled with people hurrying along. She, too, was one of them. Today, she wore a white shirt dress with a thin, light brown belt, and her hair was tied high. Though she wore no makeup, she radiated youthful vitality. She sat there quietly and properly, like the obedient girl next door people often talked about. Outstanding, yet not too outstanding. Shang Zhitao had always been this kind of person. Her academic performance was only above average, and so was her appearance. Because she was so close to ordinary, even though she was humble and studious, all she could manage was to keep herself from falling behind. So, from a young age, Shang Zhitao had learned to comfort herself. I'm just an extra, an inconspicuous member of the crowd. I can't fly into the sky or dive beneath the earth. I just need to be accountable to myself. Over time, she developed a very, very good personality. In her teacher's words, Shang Zhitao has such a good personality. She's so positive, and she has an upright character. They couldn't find any other words to praise her. So when she submitted her resume to this international top-tier advertising company, she hadn't thought she stood a chance. Somehow, she muddled her way through the first and second rounds. By the third round of remote interviews, she was competing against candidates from Columbia University, the Chinese University of Hong Kong, Tsinghua, Peking University, and Renmin University. By the time it was her turn, the interviewer, Nian, was already exhausted. He frowned when he saw the university listed on her resume, then frowned even more deeply when he looked at her experience. Other people's resumes listed positions and achievements such as student council president, outstanding student representative, international math Olympiad gold medalist, and special admission candidate for prestigious universities. Hers listed, director of the life department. The HR representative beside him shrugged. You know, it's to keep people from saying our company discriminates against certain schools. Did you randomly download this resume from a recruitment website? At the time, Nian was the company's creative consultant and oversaw the planning department. He was supposed to conduct only the final interview, but a temporary adjustment to his schedule had placed him in an earlier round of phone interviews as well. The recruitment HR, Liang Xin, had long since grown accustomed to Nian's manner. Just see how the interview goes. Liang Xin had worked in HR for 15 years and had met countless people. For Shang Zhitao to have made it to the third round, she must have had her strengths. Whatever. When the call connected, Nian heard a voice carrying a hint of a smile. Hello, Shang Zhitao, I'm Tracy. Today's main interviewer is Luan. Shall we begin? Yes. Even over the phone, they could almost sense that she was sitting perfectly straight. Her voice trembled slightly. Nian had already mentally rejected her. Liang Xin saw Nian looking down at his phone and knew Shang Zhitao was finished. She had been rejected the moment that slightly nervous hello left her mouth. Nian was formidable. He didn't keep weak people around him. Even when recruiting directly from universities, he chose only the best. Shang Zhitao wasn't the best. Liang Xin no longer expected Nian to speak, so she asked Shang Zhitao another question. Have you done any internships recently? Yes. I've been working with some classmates on exhibition design and reception for an art show. Exhibition design? What does that include? The main visual design, venue setup, event procedures, and so on. My classmate is handling the main visual, and I'm leading the rest. Shang Zhitao sounded less nervous now, and there seemed to be a shy smile in her voice. This is our first time doing such a big project, and there's a lot I don't know how to do. And you still dared to take it on? Well, the art exhibition didn't have much money, and we were interested so. Shang Zhitao was simply being honest. There was no need to lie. Her career guidance teacher had told her that finding a job was a two-way selection process, and that excessive self-packaging wasn't a good thing. Liang Xian burst out laughing. What a naive girl. Beside her, Luan Nian had already stood up. Clearly, he felt the interview was a waste of time. Liang Xian sighed inwardly as she watched Luan Nian leave, then continued the interview. Remote interviews were recorded. She chatted with Shang Zhitao for half an hour, listening as she described her experience with the project. It was a genuine but modest experience, something that might seem clumsy and insignificant in a company like theirs. But it represented something a student had learned through her own efforts, and that was worth noting. Diligent, hardworking, easygoing. Those were the labels Liang Xian attached to Shang Zhitao. After the interview, Liang Xian sent the audio recording to Zhang Ling from the marketing department. Didn't you want to recruit someone down to earth? Listen to this one and see if she meets your requirements. If she does, I'll schedule an in-person interview. Zhang Ling looked at the online recruitment process and spoke to Liang Xian with some hesitation. Doesn't this violate procedure? Luke has already rejected her. Don't worry about Luke. Just listen for yourself. All right. Liang Xian called Luan Nian. Human resources emphasizes diversity in hiring. Our company has too many elites. Everyone's floating in the air, and no one's willing to come down for even a sip of dew. If this continues, the team will have problems. For this round of campus recruitment, I want to hire a few young people who are grounded, hardworking, and not quite so dazzling. Please let that Shang Zhitao through. Is she your relative? Luan Nian asked casually. Is someone that mediocre really worth the trouble? I didn't start out as an HRBP either. Everyone needs time to learn. Then I'll do you this favor. Luan Nian hung up and casually changed Shang Zhitao's interview result. Shang Zhitao knew nothing about any of this. As she sat on the early morning bus, dreaming about her new job, she was still puzzled by what could possibly have made her good enough to beat candidates from Columbia University, Harvard University, and China's top universities. How had she been good enough to receive the same offer as them? She wasn't blindly confident. She simply attributed it to luck. After the rain, Beijing's early morning was shrouded in mist. She arrived too early, and the company's large office building was still empty. A security guard directed her to a waiting area with enormous floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking a tall ginkgo tree outside. Since it was still early, she placed her backpack beside her and sat upright, looking at the scenery outside. Her earphones were in her ears, and her hands rested neatly on her knees. This was 2010, and in Beijing in 2010, few girls still sat like this. Most girls would sit in an extremely relaxed manner, as though they owned the world. She caught the scent of coffee and turned her head. An attractive man with a strong build and broad shoulders walked past her. His face was expressionless, his eyes fixed straight ahead as he strode toward the access-controlled door. He swiped his card with a beep and disappeared into the elevator. Shang Zhitao felt a little excited. Yao Bei had told her that the most stylish men in Beijing could all be found at Lingmei. When Shang Zhitao had asked what stylish meant, Yao Bei had teased her and told her to figure it out herself. On the first morning of her first job, Shang Zhitao suddenly understood what stylish really meant. Style was probably embodied by the man who had just walked past her. Luan Nian certainly had no idea that he had just been defined as stylish. They had a big case today, and he needed to arrive early to go through it once more. He hadn't even noticed Shang Zhitao as he passed her. He went upstairs, placed his coffee on his desk, and heard his phone ring. He answered casually. A woman was crying on the other end. I regret it. I don't want to break up. Can we start over? I'm sorry, but I don't eat leftovers. He hung up and immediately blocked the caller. His movements were quick, cold, and practiced. Then he picked up his laptop and headed for the meeting room. Many people in the company were afraid of Luan Nian. He had never been an easygoing person, yet people were still willing to follow him. At only 28 years old, he had already reached his current position. He had talent, ability, diligence, and, of course, the right background. His future was certain to be limitless. Chapter 3. Shang Zhitao sat with more than 20 other newly recruited colleagues. In front of them was a thick stack of contracts. While everyone else carefully read through theirs, she flipped straight to the last page and signed her name. She did it so quickly that she seemed almost thoughtless. What was there to read? It was already amazing just to be here. Shang Zhitao was simply that grateful to Lingmei. A world-class advertising company was willing to give her this opportunity. That alone was incredibly cool. Liang Xian saw her put down her pen after signing and thought the girl's loyalty to the company was remarkably high. But she remained expressionless, sitting there typing on her computer while her assistant patiently answered everyone else's questions about the contracts. After an hour, everything was finally settled. Ling Mei had a rotation system for new recruits, with 3 months spent in each position. If someone was confirmed for a permanent position in a particular department during the rotation period, their rotation would end early. Shang Zhitao's first stop was the marketing department. The girl who came to pick her up from marketing was called Lumi. She had long legs and a slim waist, and was quite alluring. Shang Zhitao followed behind her, catching the fragrance drifting from her. "Where do you live?" Lumi asked casually, her eyes sweeping over Shang Zhitao's legs. They were so pale they practically glowed. Were there really still people this pale? "I live near the North 5th Ring Road." "Wow, that's far." The marketing department was located at the edge of the 15th floor, right next to the planning department. Lumi took Shang Zhitao to report to Zhongling. The moment the door opened, Shang Zhitao saw the stylish man she'd noticed early that morning sitting on the sofa. The man glanced up at her briefly, then lowered his head again. "Alex, Shang Zhitao is here." Zhongling stood up from behind his desk to welcome her and extended his hand. "Welcome, Shang Zhitao." His enthusiasm left Shang Zhitao a little flustered. Lumi laughed beside her. "Not used to it on your first day? Our boss Alex is just that enthusiastic." "Hello, sir." "No, sir. Our company culture is to use everyone's English names." Zhongling pointed toward Luan. "This is Luke, head of the planning department." "Hello, Luke." Shang Zhitao turned toward Luan with a smile. Luan looked up at her again, then casually asked Zhongling, "The one Tracy gave the green light to?" Zhongling nodded without explaining anything to Shang Zhitao. Then he pointed toward Lumi. "This is your mentor. She'll assign your work. If you encounter any problems at work, feel free to ask her or me. We're also having a department welcome lunch today, so you can meet your colleagues." "Thank you, Alex." Luan closed his laptop and stood up from the sofa. "Let's do it that way then. Call me when you're looking at the venue." He walked around the sofa, and Shang Zhitao hurriedly stepped back to make way for him. She couldn't quite explain why, but she was a little afraid of him. Luan passed by her, his shadow briefly falling over her before disappearing in an instant. Lumi noticed Shang Zhitao's nervousness and whispered, "Don't worry. I've been here for 2 years, and I'm still afraid of him. Come on, let's start your first day in the workplace." Shang Zhitao followed Lumi on a tour of the company. It was very different from what she had imagined. Ling Mei's entire office environment was highly artistic. There was a reading room, capsule rest areas, a gym, freshly ground coffee in the break room, and even an employee cafeteria. Ling Mei's corporate culture is very open, with flexible working hours. As long as you finish your work, no one cares even if you stay home in bed. Lumi paused and lightly cleared her throat. "That's the mentor script. In reality, we fucking work overtime every day. Getting off work at 7 or 8 is considered early." Shang Zhitao burst out laughing. When she laughed, she looked like a little cat, especially cute. Lumi clicked her tongue. "I hope you can still laugh like that in a couple of days." After touring the company, the two of them headed toward the office area. Lumi pointed to a row of transparent offices. "Those over there are all the boss's offices. You'd better steer clear of the one at the far end. That's Luke's office. Creative people all have weird tempers." "Creative?" Shang Zhitao finally managed to get a word in. "Come on, we're a world-class advertising company. Of course we need creative people. Those viral campaigns from our company that you've seen around the country over the past few years, they were all done by his team." "Oh." Shang Zhitao followed Lumi to her workstation. Her workspace was large, and all the colleagues nearby were absent. Lumi explained that they had a launch event coming up in a few days, so everyone was at the venue. Her office computers had already been delivered to her workstation, a desktop and a laptop for mobile work. She stood up to make room for IT to set up the computers and took the opportunity to survey the office. Her gaze swept over Luan's office. She saw him standing by the window, talking on the phone. His posture was straight, and his polo shirt lay neatly against his body. Even from behind, he looked extremely stylish. His back seemed much more approachable than his face. Luan seemed to sense someone watching him. He suddenly turned around, catching Shang Zhitao staring through the transparent glass of his office before she had time to look away. Shang Zhitao's face immediately turned bright red, though she couldn't explain why. She quickly lowered her head and pretended she hadn't been sneaking a look at him. Then she softly asked the IT employee, "Excuse me, is my computer set up?" "All set. Give it a try." Shang Zhitao hurriedly sat down and practically curled herself into her workstation. She hadn't meant to stare at him. It was her first day, and she was curious about everything. She had only let her gaze linger on his back for a few seconds. She wasn't sure whether that counted as impolite, so she sank lower in her chair and began logging into the system to register her employment information, review the company's network security guidelines, and complete the 2 mandatory online courses that had to be finished that day. Nian was accustomed to women watching him, so he didn't find Shang Zhitao's glance particularly strange. But the guilty way she behaved afterward made him wonder if she'd been ogling him. "What is it?" the person on the other end of the phone was asking him. "Nothing." Nian continued. "Where's the department welcome meeting being held? Give me the address." "Okay." Nian generally didn't attend department dinners, except for welcome gatherings. It wasn't because he wanted to attend those either, but because the company required it. Tracy had said it was part of the corporate culture, and managers had to respect corporate culture. After finishing his work, Nian picked up his car keys and left his office, only to come face to face with the new recruit following behind Lumi. "Hello, Luke." "Hello." Nian nodded, glancing at Shang Zhitao behind Lumi. Remembering her earlier embarrassment, Shang Zhitao blushed again. A young recruit who loved to blush. Nian suddenly felt a little disappointed in the company. If this continued, would they eventually have to go to the labor market and buy employees wholesale? Those were merely his thoughts as he walked with them to the elevator and stepped inside. The elevator was spacious, and the mirrored walls reflected all 3 of them. Lumi, wanting to display some of her mentor's social finesse, decided to break the awkward silence. "Where are you headed?" As a Beijing girl, her accent carried the distinctive flavor of the Hutongs, which Shang Zhitao found rather amusing. She pressed her lips together to keep herself from laughing aloud. "Qingyan. What a coincidence. We're going there too." Lumi smiled at Nian through the elevator mirror. But Nian hated pointless social niceties. He fell silent and didn't engage with her. Lumi's attempt to look impressive in front of her mentee was instantly shattered, and she secretly glared at Nian. After leaving the elevator, they each went to find their cars. Once inside the car, Lumi said to Shang Zhitao, "He's always like that. Everyone's afraid of him." "I can see that." Shang Zhitao held out her palms for Lumi to see. "He scared me so much my hands are sweating. I just remembered that I've dealt with him before. He was the interviewer for my 3rd round, but he didn't say a single word." "Damn, then what the hell was he interviewing you for?" Shang Zhitao shook her head. "I have no idea." As they spoke, a car sped past in front of them, its driver flashing briefly into view. Lumi shrugged. "Even though that guy is as expressionless as a stone, he's fucking impressive." Shang Zhitao finally couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. Chapter 4. By the time they arrived, all their colleagues were already there. "Here's our new colleague, Shang Zhitao. Her English name is Flora." Zhang Ling stood up to introduce her. "She'll be learning from Lumi. Everyone, please take care of her." Shang Zhitao bowed to everyone. "I'm in your care, seniors." The men and women in the marketing department were all so good-looking. Shang Zhitao thought, this must be Ling Mei's hiring standard. "I'm so lucky." She sat beside Lumi and carefully memorized everyone's names as they introduced themselves. The marketing department's employees were frequent flyers, so it wasn't easy to get everyone together. People in marketing also tended to be extroverted, making the atmosphere particularly lively. When it was Shang Zhitao's turn, she thought for a moment before saying, "I'll work hard." She couldn't come up with anything impressive to say. She was simply that straightforward. Everyone was accustomed to people who could speak eloquently, so suddenly meeting someone like her felt somewhat refreshing. Zhang Ling didn't put on any airs either and joined his colleagues in telling jokes. He said to Shang Zhitao, "Once you enter advertising, it's as deep as the sea. Think carefully about what you've gotten yourself into." A girl named Qin Xiaoxiao said, "The other day, I took a taxi after work, and the driver asked me, 'You work in advertising, right?' I asked him, 'How did you know?' He said, 'There are 3 kinds of people taking taxis late at night: prostitutes, Johns, and advertising people." Everyone burst into laughter. Zhang Ling said to Shang Zhitao, If you have a boyfriend, cherish him. If you don't have one, it'll be hard to find one. Look at everyone around this table. None of us are proper people. Shang Zhitao hurriedly replied. I think everyone seems quite proper. She radiated the simplicity and innocence of someone who had only just entered society. By the end of the meal, Shang Zhitao had silently memorized the names of all her colleagues. She was like a frightened little sparrow that had accidentally fallen to the ground and couldn't fly back up, unfamiliar with and wary of everything around her. A strange city, strange people. She was fighting alone, carrying a kind of tragic heroism in her solitary courage. Lumi, who appeared carefree, noticed Shang Zhitao's cautiousness. On the way back to the company, she said, Let me tell you something. Don't be too humble. This company is full of jerks who pick on easy targets. The more humble you are, the more they'll bully you. Eventually, all the dirty and exhausting work will get dumped on you, and you'll be the one who suffers. Okay, then, Lumi interrupted her. No matter who tries to assign you work, tell them to talk to me first. I'm your mentor. I decide what you do. Okay. Thank you, Lumi. No need to thank me. Lumi was brisk and efficient. Once they returned to the company, she sent Shang Zhitao a compressed file. Here, take a look. These are the projects we'll be managing for the rest of the year. First, you need to understand each project clearly. Otherwise, we won't be able to manage the budgets properly. Lumi paused and handed Shang Zhitao a form. Here, while you're talking to these big shots about the projects, take the opportunity to complete your big shot interviews. The big shot interviews were assignments given to new employees. They were required to interview several company executives or senior employees to understand the corporate culture and departmental structure and to help them fully integrate into the company. Are all of these projects from the planning department? Shang Zhitao flipped through the files and saw that the initiating department listed on every one of them was the planning department. Of course, the planning department is difficult to deal with, so they gave it to me because I have thick skin. Do I need to talk to Luke? Go give it a try? You'll have to deal with him in the future anyway. Remembering Luan Yan's face, Shang Zhitao felt a little intimidated. Lumi tapped her on the head. What are you afraid of? He can't eat you, can he? Go find him now. He's very serious when it comes to work, so he probably won't give you a hard time. Oh, Shang Zhitao carried the files to Luan Yan's office. She stood outside the door, took a deep breath, and slowly knocked. Come in. Shang Zhitao pushed open the door and stood in the doorway, illuminated by the afternoon sunlight like a small flower on the verge of blooming. Luan Yan looked up at her. Something? Hello? We met earlier today. I'm Shang Zhitao, the new employee in the marketing department. Lumi just sent me some project materials from your department, and I have a few questions I need to ask you. Shang Zhitao had rehearsed the entire speech before coming in. She delivered it all in one breath, then stood there waiting for Luan Yan's response. Luan Yan studied her carefully and finally discovered one distinctive quality in this girl. She seemed extremely humble. Ling Mei rarely had people this humble. Is it urgent? Not particularly urgent. Shang Zhitao made a mistake. In the workplace, your own tasks were always the most urgent. People from Luan Yan's department, no matter where they went, always made sure to seize the initiative. Was it urgent? Very urgent. If it was delayed, it would affect progress, seriously impact the company, and absolutely had to be resolved right away. Luan Yan nodded and pointed toward the long sofa in his office. Since it's not urgent, can you wait for me for a while? Okay. Shang Zhitao sat properly on the sofa and waited for Luan Yan. She assumed waiting 3 to 5 minutes would be enough, so she simply waited. 3 minutes passed. 5 minutes passed. 15 minutes passed. Luan Yan showed no sign of looking up from his computer. Several times, Shang Zhitao wanted to speak, but each time the words reached her lips, she swallowed them again. She felt it would be impolite. Shang Zhitao wasn't in a hurry, so naturally, Luan Yan wasn't either. He calmly continued working while also waiting to see when Shang Zhitao would finally speak up. He wasn't deliberately trying to make things difficult for her. He simply wanted to see exactly how not urgent her matter was and how she judged the importance of her own work. So Shang Zhitao remained unhurried as well. Her assignment that afternoon was to understand these projects anyway. She simply opened her computer and began carefully reading through the materials. After finishing them once, she checked the time on her wrist. 40 minutes had passed. That was somewhat beyond her expectations. She looked up at him, but he still showed no sign of finishing. She wanted to interrupt him, but she couldn't bring herself to speak. Finally, when he looked up again, he caught the hesitant expression on Shang Zhitao's face. He pretended not to notice and lowered his head again. Seeing his behavior, Shang Zhitao assumed his work must be extremely important. So she continued waiting quietly for a long time. Eventually, Nian finished his work and picked up his phone to reply to some messages. He glanced at her again. She was looking directly at him, her eyes full of sincerity. The moment he glanced over, she quickly spoke. "Are you finished?" Who knew how long Shang Zhitao had been waiting for an opportunity to speak? This time, she finally didn't miss it. Nian stood up and sat down opposite her. "What is it?" This was the first time Shang Zhitao had been so close to Nian. Nian was very serious, and his movements were extraordinarily quick. Even the few steps from his desk to the sofa revealed his efficiency. Shang Zhitao saw his eyes clearly. They were different from the eyes of a 20-year-old youth. His gaze carried extraordinary confidence and sharpness, as though the entire world rested in his hands. He asked what she wanted as though he had completely forgotten what Shang Zhitao had said when she first entered. She hesitated, then repeated her reason for coming. Nian suddenly smiled. When he smiled, his eyes narrowed slightly, making him look like a fox. "Is it urgent now?" "What? Wasn't your matter not urgent?" Nian reminded her. Shang Zhitao's face reddened slightly. She didn't know how to answer. If she said it was urgent, Nian would ask why she had initially said it wasn't. If she said it still wasn't urgent, there was a very real possibility that Nian would stand up, return to his desk, and continue working. She suddenly realized, although perhaps she was overthinking it, that Nian might be teaching her a lesson. She cleared her throat and said seriously, "Look, I understand now. Next time I have something to discuss, I'll say it directly. Whether it's urgent or not, I'll explain it clearly. Thank you for teaching me." Nian raised his eyebrows. His expression practically said, "Me? Teaching you? Are you okay?" But Shang Zhitao nodded. "Yes. Thank you. I've learned." Chapter 5. Nian didn't want to waste words with Shang Zhitao. Let's get straight to the point. He was that kind of person, concise, swift, efficient, unwilling to waste time, and never one to drag things out. Shang Zhitao nodded. "I'm learning about the planning department's projects, and there are some parts one don't understand, so I wanted to ask you about them. And also, I'd like to ask if you could be the subject of my employee interview." She sat up straight like a student listening attentively in class. Even her posture revealed a kind of humility that was rarely seen. "What don't you understand?" Lumi had been right. When it came to work, Nian didn't deliberately make things difficult for people. He was extremely serious. There were many things Shang Zhitao didn't understand, so she simply opened her notebook. "May I ask you about the projects one by one?" "Sure." Nian leaned forward to listen to her and discovered that this girl was rather amusing. She didn't try to hide her limitations at all. That slight dullness was written plainly across her face. She didn't look particularly clever. So what connection did she have with Tracy? "It's like this. For this project, there are expenses related to demo production. I wanted to ask what exactly those include." Shang Zhitao turned the notebook screen toward Nian and pointed to a particular spot. The light from the screen shone through her translucent fingertips, tinting them faintly pink. She looked up at Nian and noticed his handsome features. "The demo list will be provided tomorrow." Nian kept his gaze on the screen, studying the other notes Shang Zhitao had made. She wasn't entirely useless. At least her notes were focused on the right things. "Oh, thank you." She turned to the next page. "And for this project, why is an advance payment required?" "The supplier won't advance the funds. But the company's payment process doesn't work that way." Nian took her computer, flipped to another page, and tapped the screen with one clean finger. Shang Zhitao saw the line written there. "In special circumstances, a special payment process can be applied for." Her face reddened. "I'm sorry. I didn't notice that just now." "It's fine. Just look more carefully next time." Lumi had said that Nian was very serious when discussing work, and she hadn't lied. At least so far, everything was going smoothly. Nian's phone rang. He answered it. The volume wasn't low, and Shang Zhitao heard a woman crying on the other end. The woman seemed to be saying something about not wanting to break up. Wow, crying like that. This breakup really wasn't graceful. Every thought Shang Zhitao had showed plainly on her face. Then she suddenly realized something. No, this was her boss's private life. She immediately became embarrassed. Luan Nian watched her face cycle through an unusually rich series of expressions and frowned. Don't call me again from different numbers. He hung up the phone and looked at Shang Zhitao, who was sitting there without knowing where to put her eyes. She hadn't meant to pry into his private life. Some things simply happened by coincidence. Do you have any other questions? Luan Nian ignored her awkwardness. It had nothing to do with him. He had no obligation to help ease her discomfort, even if he was the cause of it. I'd like to see the detailed introductions for these projects. Not because I need to verify anything, but simply because I don't understand much yet. I'll have my secretary send them to you later. Then I'd also like to do the employee interview. Shang Zhitao was clumsy, but she had her strengths as well. One of them was perseverance. For her, many things frightened her before she began. But once she started, she didn't want to give up. Go ahead. Luan Nian maintained his posture, leaning forward with his legs apart, elbows resting on his knees, and hands clasped together. He looked as though he were deeply interested in his conversation with Shang Zhitao. At the time, Shang Zhitao didn't understand that this was merely a workplace posture, one commonly used by managers to appear friendly and approachable. In reality, Luan Nian was already cursing how boring she was in his head. Why did you come to this company? My father pulled strings to get me in. Luan Nian was a serious person. Everything he said sounded genuine, including that statement. The answer completely surprised Shang Zhitao. She carefully studied Luan Nian's expression, trying to determine whether he was joking or serious. She couldn't tell. What qualities of Ling Mei do you think are good? They pay well. That's true. Ling Mei is more generous than other companies. Shang Zhitao nodded, strongly agreeing with him. Otherwise, with her qualifications, she wouldn't have received compensation like this. Do you like this job? No. Shang Zhitao froze. Again, she wanted to know whether Luan Nian was teasing her or being serious. But Luan Nian was Luan Nian. Even when he was serious, his face remained completely expressionless, trying to tell truth from falsehood by studying a deadpan face. Dream on. By this point, Shang Zhitao had no idea how to continue the interview. Luan Nian didn't rush her. He merely glanced at his watch. He was hurrying her along. This time, Shang Zhitao understood. She quickly asked, "If you don't like it, why do you work at this company?" "To make money so I can spend it. Can you give me some advice?" "Are you sure you want my advice?" Luan Nian raised his eyebrows as he asked. "I'm sure." Shang Zhitao nodded. "Find another job as soon as possible. Ling Mei isn't suitable for you." Luan Nian paused, then added with complete seriousness. "That's my advice to you." Shang Zhitao didn't know what kinds of answers other new employees received during their interviews with senior staff, but the answer she received made her uncomfortable. She couldn't say, "I can do well," either, because the truth was, she didn't even know whether she could. At that moment, the situation became painfully awkward. She pressed her lips tightly together, her eyes beginning to redden. Her lips remained firmly pressed together because she was afraid she might cry. It wasn't until several years later that Shang Zhitao finally realized that perhaps she and Luan Nian had been destined from the very beginning. He stood high above, indifferent to everything. She followed him step by step, constantly learning from him, giving and receiving, teaching and learning. They had always been unequal. Luan Nian wasn't surprised by her reaction. During her remote interview, he had decided to reject her after she had spoken only a single hello. It wasn't because he was arbitrary. It was because the advertising industry needed people who were worldly and daring. "Any more questions?" Luan Nian asked again. "Yes." "Ask. Why do you think I'm not suitable for this place?" "Probably because you're still asking for a reason at this point." Luan Nian stood up. "The demo list I mentioned earlier will be sent to you tomorrow." Shang Zhitao gathered her materials and computer. She could feel Luan Nian's gaze on her. She straightened her back, her posture carrying a hint of stubbornness. But she remained very polite. "Okay, thank you." Shang Zhitao didn't dare look at him. She felt as though Luan Nian's eyes were filled with the words, "You're not capable." If he so much as blinked, those words might leap out of his eyes and hang conspicuously above her head. She feigned composure as she walked out of his office and returned to her workstation. Lumi had already left. There was a note waiting on Shang Zhitao's desk. "Go home early. There will be plenty of overtime later." Shang Zhitao had no intention of going home. She opened her computer and began writing her interview feedback. She wrote honestly, without a single lie. Especially this sentence. Luke advised me to find another job as soon as possible, saying that I'm not suitable here. After finishing, she clicked confirm. She wasn't challenging authority. She didn't even know that, besides HR and her mentor, the interview record would also be sent to her direct supervisor and the person she had interviewed. She simply wanted to be honest. This was her first day at Ling Mei, and she couldn't fabricate a fake interview record that sounded logical and harmonious from beginning to end. Luan Nian was about to pack up and leave when a system notification popped up. He opened it and saw what Shang Zhitao had written. She really had no brains. Tracy called almost immediately. You told the new employee that you work to make money so you can spend it? What else? You advised the new employee to resign? Silence. Tracy knew exactly what Luan Nian was like. She sighed. Do you know your appointment is about to be announced? Does whether my appointment is announced or not have anything to do with me accepting an interview? There's no direct relationship, but you should respect the diversity of our hiring. Does my respect for hiring diversity have anything to do with me thinking she's incapable? The conversation was going nowhere. Tracy was left speechless by Luan Nian. After 2 seconds of silence, she said, If you weren't my junior from school, I'd report you to the board of directors and have you fired. Please do. Luan Nian hung up the phone and looked again at the feedback Shang Zhitao had written. He found her amusing. Chapter 6. The first day of work had gone almost entirely smoothly, except for Luan Nian advising her to find another job. But who was Shang Zhitao? She was someone who had cultivated a positive mindset since childhood. Her gloomy mood quickly faded, though she silently labeled Luan Nian as difficult, strange, and somewhat annoying. She secretly thought, I'm not resigning. It was nearly midnight when Shang Zhitao returned home. The residential complex was shrouded in darkness. Behind her came the sound of suitcase wheels rolling across the ground, following her continuously. It was somewhat reminiscent of a horror movie. She broke into a run, dashed into the dark stairwell, rushed up the stairs in one breath, burst into her room, and locked the door behind her. She had just taken off her dress and changed into her pajamas when she heard a click at the door that startled her. Then came the faint sound of suitcase wheels rolling inside the apartment, followed by silence. It must be one of the roommates she had never met. Shang Zhitao waited for a while. After confirming that whoever had arrived wasn't going to use the bathroom, she put on an oversized t-shirt and went in. She showered so quickly that even she was amazed by her speed. By the time she was lying in bed, the door to the room outside opened, and she heard someone enter the bathroom. Early the next morning, Shang Zhitao opened her eyes, grabbed her small basin, and opened the door. The door diagonally opposite hers was open as well. A tall, thin young man stood there. Shang Zhitao wasn't wearing her contact lenses, so she couldn't make out his features clearly. Even so, she politely smiled at him. You go ahead and use the bathroom. I'll go to the kitchen, the young man said softly. He turned toward the kitchen and left the bathroom to Shang Zhitao without even waiting for her thanks. When Shang Zhitao finished getting ready, slung her bag over her shoulder, and headed out, she ran into him again. This time, she could finally see him clearly. He was a scholarly-looking young man who seemed much more approachable than Luke. Luke? Shang Zhitao was startled by her own thoughts. Why was she thinking about that troublemaker so early in the morning? Heading to work? The young man asked with a smile, taking the initiative to start a conversation. Yes. Are you leaving this early too? Yeah. I want to go for a run at the company. Shang Zhitao glanced at the young man's backpack, which bore the logo of his company. Wow. That was truly a good company. The young man noticed her gaze and smiled shyly. Our company isn't that great. We often work overtime and travel for business. It's pretty demanding. What about you? Where do you work? Ling Mei. Ling Mei? A lot of our company's advertisements are created by Ling Mei. Shang Zhitao felt a little shy as well. But I'm not the one who created them. It was that troublemaker Luke who did. Her expression was sincere and straightforward, prompting the young man to sneak a glance at her. Silence suddenly fell between them. They walked to the bus stop and stood in the light morning rain, waiting for the bus. My name is Sun Yuanju. What's yours? Yuanju, as in fierce ambition spans the 4 seas, strong wings soar far and high. Shang Zhitao asked with a smile. You know that? My father taught me to recite it. I'm Shang Zhitao." After introducing herself, Shang Zhitao hopped onto the bus, found a seat by the window, and waved goodbye to Sun Yuanju. When Shang Zhitao was little, old Shang had put quite a bit of effort into trying to cultivate his daughter into a literary giant. He taught her to recite poetry and read to her every day. Shang Zhitao obediently memorized the poems and read the books. But as she grew older, she gradually became like the young Lord Adu, someone who could only be propped up halfway. No talent. Old Shang had secretly said that to Dezhai. Once again sitting on the swaying bus, Shang Zhitao took out a book to read. Young people were full of energy. Even after getting only 5 hours of sleep, she still looked fresh that morning. She was reading a thin business English book. The day before, while signing the contracts, she had heard the other recruits mixing English words into their conversations. Some of those words had taken her quite a while to remember the meanings of. Suddenly, she had felt that the gap between herself and them was enormous. So when she got home, she had dug out her reference books. Some things were truly strange. During her school days, within that limited environment, she had always ranked somewhere in the upper middle range and had never felt any real sense of crisis. But after only one day at work, a sense of crisis had come knocking at her door. Shang Zhitao couldn't explain why. Perhaps Luan Yin's words, "I advise you to find another job," had hit her too hard. Her reading efficiency on the bus was surprisingly high. She reviewed more than 30 vocabulary words and read an English poem, finishing just as the bus reached her stop. The long ride wasn't boring at all. It was even productive. She stuffed the book back into her backpack and jumped off the bus. Her apricot-colored dress fluttered slightly with the movement, suddenly giving her a youthful, graceful air. She walked briskly toward the company and nimbly slipped into the elevator just as the doors were closing. When she looked up, she saw Luan Yin. He didn't seem surprised to see her. Clumsy birds needed to start flying earlier. And if you were clumsy and unwilling to work hard, then you really wouldn't make it through the probation period. A false smile appeared on Luan Yin's face as he teased her. HR hasn't arrived yet. Huh. His words stopped her morning greeting before she could say it. Her eyes seemed filled with question marks of every size. You don't need to come this early to submit your resignation letter, Luan Yin added, apparently assuming she wouldn't understand. The elevator opened with a ding. With his long legs, he stepped around Shang Zhitao and walked toward the office. There was still a faint smile on his lips. Whether he was joking or mocking her was hard to tell, but either way, it felt oppressive. Damn. Shang Zhitao cursed inwardly in the style of a Taiwanese movie. All the energy she had given herself after waking up that morning was completely drained by Luan Yin's 2 sentences. She suddenly felt dejected. She silently followed behind him, then quietly turned toward her own workstation. Did other new recruits get encouraged to quit by executives 2 days in a row? She looked around. The office was silent. She had arrived before 8, at a time when most people in the company were probably still asleep. She took out the assignment for the second day and began reviewing it. It was an industry manual explaining various professional terms. The terminology was obscure and difficult to understand. Shang Zhitao had to look things up while reading, struggling just to grasp the basics. By the time she had made it through half the manual, her colleagues gradually began arriving. Kitty, who belonged to the same batch of new recruits, seemed surprised to see Shang Zhitao. "You're so early. I found today's materials a little difficult to understand, so I came in earlier." Shang Zhitao pointed toward the materials in her hand. "Today's industry basics?" Kitty asked. "Yes." After answering, Shang Zhitao noticed the strange expression on Kitty's face and suddenly realized something. For people like them, these things were probably already familiar. But Shang Zhitao was straightforward. There was nothing shameful about admitting she didn't understand something, although her face still reddened slightly. Kitty's sense of superiority grew stronger. The workplace was not a simple place. Some people could figure out the company's entire web of interpersonal relationships on their very first day. Naturally, they also knew that recruits assigned to the planning department had better prospects. Although the marketing department managed budgets that applied to only a small number of people, most of them still had to run events and handle execution. In Kitty's mentor's words, they were at the bottom of the food chain. Shang Zhitao had no idea that Kitty was looking down on her. She was entirely focused on the manual, wanting to understand everything as quickly as possible. She didn't even notice when Lumi arrived. Lumi placed a cup of coffee on her desk and said casually, "Your coffee, ma'am." Shang Zhitao was startled and hurriedly stood up, only for Lumi to push her back into her chair. "You're the first apprentice to have her mentor bring her coffee on her second day." The Beijing girl had a loud voice and spoke in exaggerated tones, making the remark particularly funny. Everyone nearby stood up laughing and looked over at them. Lumi didn't mind. "Keep it up. Let's change the company culture. Although I'd love to taste the coffee made by my little apprentice, I'm happy we're not following convention." Lumi was teasing her. She didn't have that many rules. Other mentors drank coffee brought by their apprentices while criticizing them behind their backs, but she couldn't do that. She quite liked her silly little apprentice. There was something foolishly endearing about her that made people happy just by looking at her. Shang Zhitao chuckled. "Thank you, Lumi." But inwardly, she learned something. In the company culture, mentors were supposed to be respected. It was a little like apprenticeships in ancient times, where one burned incense, served tea, and kowtowed. A teacher for a day was a father for life. Something like that. Chapter 7. Shang Zhitao remembered the coffee incident. So early the next morning, after getting off the bus, she went straight to the coffee shop. She had never been in the habit of drinking coffee. During her student days, she had only drunk a few packets of instant coffee to stay awake while cramming for exams. Her thinking was simple. She wanted her mentor to drink coffee she had bought, so she could finally hold her head high in front of everyone. She had just paid and was standing there waiting, her posture ramrod straight, adding a touch of formality to the relaxed atmosphere around her. The barista called out, "Your coffee is ready." "Thank you." She turned to pick up the coffee and saw Luan Nian standing at the register. She immediately became a little flustered. "Good morning, Luke." It didn't even occur to her to offer to buy her boss a cup of coffee. "Morning," Luan Nian replied, but said nothing more. Shang Zhitao felt a little awkward and somewhat intimidated, so she quickly said, "Goodbye, Luke." Then she ran off. She didn't even have enough social awareness to offer Luan Nian a cup of coffee. She was truly hopeless. Today was training day for the new recruits. Shang Zhitao sat in the training room watching the orientation video. She had expected to see an inspirational account of the company's history, but she had forgotten that she worked at Ling Mei. Ling Mei never stooped to inspirational tactics. They preferred to present the stark reality. In the final segment of Ling Mei's orientation video, the elimination rates of new recruits over the past decade were displayed. The numbers were shocking. At the very end, a line appeared. "If you feel you're not up to it, there's no shame in that. Stand up, walk out of the training room, and you'll still receive 2 months' salary as compensation." Shang Zhitao remembered Luan Nian encouraging her to resign, and suddenly felt that perhaps he had actually been thinking of her best interests. When the video ended, the training room fell completely silent. Tracy smiled at everyone. "There's no need to look so somber. For today's second session, we're fortunate to have the company's creative consultant and head of the planning department, Luke. Although Luke is only 28, he won an international advertising award at 22 and is regarded as a creative genius in the industry. Now, let's welcome Luke with a round of applause." What kind of bullshit introduction was that? Luan Nian's furrowed brow clearly expressed his dissatisfaction with Tracy's cliched introduction. He truly wasn't someone with a good temper. Shang Zhitao sat in the last row watching him. Lumi was right. It would probably be better to keep her distance from him in the future. But the content of his presentation was genuinely excellent. He explained Ling Mei's creative principles: simplicity, sophistication, warmth, and aesthetics. Even his PowerPoint slides deeply embodied those principles. Every page was exquisite. Listening to him was an absolute pleasure. He was also direct and efficient. Throughout the entire 40-minute presentation, he didn't waste a single word. After he finished, Tracy kept him at the front to answer questions. Kitty's hand shot up first. "Is Luke single?" Everyone laughed. Luan Nian acted as though he hadn't heard. With an expressionless face, he said, "Next question." He hated inappropriate jokes in settings like this more than anything. They wasted everyone's time, which, in his eyes, was equivalent to robbery and murder. Another colleague asked, "Then may I ask whether the company allows colleagues to date?" The company doesn't prohibit relationships between employees, but there are 2 principles. Not between superiors and subordinates, and not between departments with interconnected interests, Tracy answered. Then she prompted everyone. "Don't any of you have professional questions for Luke?" This is a rare opportunity. Everyone fell silent. Shang Zhitao had many questions, but she didn't dare ask Luan Nian. She was afraid he would publicly advise her to resign again. That would be far too embarrassing. So she lowered her head and marked the questions in her notebook, planning to ask Lumi later. Luan Nian looked at the people sitting below him and suddenly felt a little disappointed in this batch of recruits. Not a single one showed any spark, and the most timid one had almost buried her head between her knees. He shrugged at Tracy and walked out of the training room. At the time, Shang Zhitao didn't realize that this was often how work went. If you missed the best opportunity to ask a question, it could be difficult to get another chance. By the time training ended and she returned to her workstation, Lumi had already gone to the event venue. Shang Zhitao sat down and continued working through the industry fundamentals she hadn't finished that morning. The paper beside her was densely covered in notes. Shang Zhitao did have one particular strength. Her handwriting was beautiful. When she was in elementary school, her city had been swept up in a craze for learning calligraphy. After school, children would line up with their backpacks to attend calligraphy classes, learning both brush calligraphy and hardpen calligraphy. The only extracurricular class Shang Zhitao had ever taken was calligraphy, but she had shown more perseverance than the others. By the time she reached middle school, the calligraphy craze had faded, and everyone else had stopped learning. Shang Zhitao, however, still went to her teacher's home after school to practice. So her handwriting was genuinely outstanding. Every stroke had flair. Even casual scribbles on a piece of paper carried a certain beauty. She used that beautiful handwriting to take meticulous notes on industry fundamentals and became so absorbed that she even forgot to eat. When she finally finished going through the material once and looked up, the moon was already high in the western sky. She glanced at her wrist. 10:30 at night. If she hurried, she could still catch the last bus. She sprang to her feet, slung her backpack over her shoulder, and ran out, disappearing from the office like a gust of wind. Even on the bus, her mind was still filled with all those obscure, difficult terms. ATL, BTL, AE, brief, PR. She had seen many of the words in books and heard them from her teachers before, but applying them to actual work was an entirely different matter. Shang Zhitao thought of Kitty. Kitty seemed to understand everything. She shone like the sun. During her first week at work, Shang Zhitao's mind was crammed full of knowledge. This kind of high-frequency learning was far more efficient than studying at school. She felt that everything was going fine. Everything except Luan Nian. Lumi dumped the task of coordinating with Luan Nian onto her. Shang Zhitao tried to refuse. I don't think I'm capable of. Lumi immediately interrupted her. You absolutely cannot say you're not capable, especially in front of Luke. Be careful. If he hears you say that, he might have HR process your resignation that very day. Then Lumi continued. Besides, think about it this way. If you can handle a boss like Luke, what other monsters won't you be able to handle in the future? Right. Lumi was brainwashing Shang Zhitao. As someone from a second-generation demolition family who roamed freely through Beijing, work was merely something to keep Lumi occupied. If she could avoid seeing Luan Nian's sour face, that would be perfect. So how did you handle Luke? Shang Zhitao asked sincerely, hoping for guidance. Lumi burst out laughing. I didn't handle him, so now it's your turn. Wait a moment. I'll have the department head talk to him first, then you can approach him. Silence. Nervously, Shang Zhitao sent Luan Nian a message through the company's internal chat software. Shang Zhitao's message. Hello, Luke. My mentor Lumi is currently working on the project connecting Guangzhou and Shenzhen, so she asked me to take over the final stages of those nearly completed projects in the planning department. Please guide me. She raised her head and secretly glanced toward Luan Nian's office. He was sitting in front of his computer. Shang Zhitao's palms began to sweat. After a long while, Luan Nian's avatar finally lit up. Luan Nian's message. Replace person. Only 2 words. It wasn't unexpected. On Friday evening of her first week at work, Shang Zhitao encountered a difficult problem. How was she supposed to continue after he had asked for someone else? She called Lumi, but Lumi was already at a nightclub, shouting over the phone. Hey sister, I'm enjoying my weekend. Even if the sky falls, let's talk about it on Monday. But that's signature. Before Shang Zhitao could finish speaking, Lumi had already hung up. The document still needed to be signed, and finance was pressing for it. Shang Zhitao finished the sentence to herself and let out a wail as she slumped over her desk. After a long while, she finally mustered the courage to stand. She picked up the folder and went to find Luan. His secretary had already left, so Shang Zhitao couldn't ask her to relay a message. She had no choice but to face him directly. If he refuses to sign, I'll just put the folder on his desk and say I don't care anymore. If he tells me to resign again, I'll say you're not my boss. The naive Shang Zhitao mentally rehearsed every possible confrontation with Luan. Then, with the determination of someone marching to her death, she knocked on his office door. His low voice came from inside. Come in. Chapter 8. Shang Zhitao pushed open the door, convinced that her entrance carried a certain forceful presence. But once inside, she saw Luan smiling cheerfully as he talked on the phone. When he noticed the folder in her hands, he pointed toward his desk, indicating that she should put it down. Her momentum instantly deflated. Still, the war drum inside her kept beating, ready to sound the charge if he attacked. Every thought she had was written plainly across her face, which, in Luan's eyes, made her look like an idiot. But he smiled at Shang Zhitao, a casual, non-committal smile, then raised one finger to his lips in a shushing gesture. Shang Zhitao felt confused. She walked over and placed the folder on his desk. Then she heard him say softly, "Then do me the honor of having dinner with me this weekend. About that concert you said you wanted to see last time, I got 2 tickets through someone." He held the phone in one hand and opened the folder with the other, starting from the first page. A crisp, pleasant female laugh came through the phone. "Am I getting special treatment from you? It would be my honor." Luan continued reading through the document as he spoke, completely ignoring Shang Zhitao standing there. Shang Zhitao felt awkward. Last time, it had been a breakup. This time, it was a date. Well, when it rained, it poured. He had only just told her to find someone else, and now she had walked straight into this. She felt as though she had accidentally overheard far too many of Luan's secrets. If this continued, he was definitely going to stop tolerating her. So she waved a hand in front of him, then pointed toward the door. "Should I leave?" Luan gave her a meaningful look, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. With no other choice, Shang Zhitao stayed where she was and listened to the rest of his phone call. His damn fingers turned the pages so slowly that Shang Zhitao felt as though time itself had slowed down. She looked out the window. Half the lights in the office building across the street had already gone dark. She secretly checked her watch. The last bus was gone. So tonight, she would finally get to enjoy the company's taxi benefit. "Then I'll pick you up tomorrow evening. I've already booked a restaurant. We'll have dinner first." Luan finally hung up the phone and began seriously reviewing the project documents. He read without speaking. Shang Zhitao felt increasingly uncomfortable. But the most uncomfortable part wasn't the silence. It was the fact that Luan was taking forever to sign, as though he were seeing the document for the very first time. At last, he reached the signature line on the final page. Shang Zhitao felt a flutter of excitement. Then she heard him ask, "What's the total expenditure for this project?" 740,000. Be precise to 2 decimal places. Shang Zhitao hesitated. She didn't know the figure to 2 decimal places. She had only come to help Lumi get Luan's signature. She had looked through the document and checked the amount before coming in, but she hadn't paid close attention to the exact decimal places. 741,300 yuan. Luan sat back in his chair. "Next time, before you communicate with someone about work, especially me, make sure you've checked every detail clearly. Otherwise, you'll be replaced." Next time? So he wasn't replacing her this time. Shang Zhitao suddenly felt that this man's personality was truly strange. Wasn't he the one who had typed "replace person" in the internal chat? Had someone else been controlling his computer? Every thought passed directly across Shang Zhitao's face, and Luan could read them at a glance. Hopelessly stupid. Were Zhang Ling and Tracy insane? Were they afraid the team was moving too quickly, so they had deliberately recruited a burden to slow everyone down? He signed his name and handed the folder to Shang Zhitao. She took it and said earnestly, "Then I'll be troubling you." "Troubling me for what?" "For your guidance on the final stages of these projects." Silence. Luan wasn't surprised to hear her say that. This was someone who could write "Luke advised me to change jobs" in an official interview record. Was there anything she wouldn't do? "I saved your number from the internal directory. My number isn't in the system yet, so I'll call you now. Please save it. If there's an emergency, I'll call you. Shang Zhitao said the entire thing in one breath and took out her phone to call Luan. She had already made up her mind. She wasn't going to be afraid of him anymore. Things had started badly enough already. The worst possible outcome was that she would get fired. What was there to fear? She could always start over. She dialed his number and waited for Luan to mock her. But strangely enough, he picked up the phone and asked, "How do you write your name?" The Shang from noble, the Ji from Ji Hu Ji, and the Tao from Tao Yao. English name: Flora. Luan saved Shang Zhitao's number, then placed his phone on the desk. "Floor Shang. Anything else?" "No. Have a nice weekend." Shang Zhitao picked up the folder and quickly walked out of Luan's office. When she returned to her desk, she let out a long sigh of relief. Her first week of work was finally over. It had seemed difficult, and yet, somehow, not quite as difficult as she had imagined. Shang Zhitao couldn't really describe how she felt. She sat quietly at her desk for a while, sorting through her complicated emotions. Then she stood up and left the office. She desperately needed sleep. This chaotic, turbulent week had finally left her exhausted. She stood at the entrance of the company trying to hail a taxi, but after waiting for a long time, not a single empty cab appeared. Across the street, several drunken men whistled at her. It reminded her of the joke a colleague had told on her first day about prostitutes, Johns, and people in advertising. It was actually a little frightening. Luan happened to drive past. He saw the drunk men across the street and Shang Zhitao trembling by the roadside, looking like an abandoned puppy. He sighed. Then he stepped on the brake, reversed until he was beside her, lowered the window, and asked, "Where are you going?" The moment Shang Zhitao saw Luan, he looked like a savior. Compared with being harassed by drunk men, she would rather be mocked by him. She opened the door and climbed in. "I can't get a taxi. Could you drop me off somewhere busier?" "You think you'll be able to get one somewhere busier?" Luan asked. Shang Zhitao had no idea how difficult it was to get a taxi in Beijing at midnight. Her face reddened. "But I live pretty far away. I don't want to trouble you." "If you didn't want to trouble me, why did you get into my car?" Luan hated this kind of strange politeness. What was there to be courteous about? Shang Zhitao wanted to hit him. In her brief 22 years of life, she had never met anyone this strange. But now that she was sitting in his car, she also felt a little breathless. She grinned at Luan. "Just like that. Hee hee. How weird. Where are you going?" Luan didn't want to waste more words with her and asked directly. "North 5th Ring. Thank you very much." After spending a week around Lumi, Shang Zhitao had already grasped the essence of the Beijing dialect. Luan didn't say anything more. He started the car. There was a pleasant scent of men's cologne inside, fresh and invigorating. It perked Shang Zhitao up a little. She had no idea what kind of small talk she could possibly make with Luan. She was afraid that if she said the wrong thing, he would frighten her again. So she kept her mouth shut and looked out the window. The city had shed its daytime noise. Even the people wandering the night markets seemed quiet. After some time, she heard Luan speak. "Do you know the way?" "Huh." Luan looked at her. Then he simply pulled the car over to the side of the road. "Can you give directions?" Shang Zhitao had only moved there a few days earlier, and she also had a terrible sense of direction. His question left her completely confused. She looked out the window. The place seemed both strange and vaguely familiar. She shook her head blankly. "I'm sorry. I just moved here." Luan wasn't surprised. He pointed toward the car's navigation system. "Which residential complex?" Shang Zhitao told him the name. Luan had heard of it. The place was known as one of Beijing's sleep cities. She really wasn't using her brain. She hadn't considered the cost of commuting time at all. Wasn't her salary enough for her to choose somewhere closer to the company? Stupid person. Luan silently categorized Shang Zhitao once again. Then he started the car and drove her all the way to the entrance of her residential complex without saying another unnecessary word. The moment she got out, he revved the engine and drove away. Shang Zhitao didn't even have time to thank him. She went home, washed up, and finally lay down in bed. But now she wasn't sleepy at all. She held her phone for a long time. Eventually, she felt that she should at least show some basic courtesy. So she found Luan's number and sent him a message. Shang Zhitao's message. "Thank you, Luke." Luan didn't reply. Of course he didn't. Luan was the laziest when it came to pointless social niceties and meaningless interactions. He had done her a favor. He didn't expect gratitude in return. That was simply the kind of person he was. Chapter 9. After a good night's sleep, Shang Zhitao woke the next morning to the sound of people talking in the living room. Shall we have lunch together? It'll be a good chance to get to know each other. It was Sun Yu. She liked making friends. Sure, I can't cook, so I'll be responsible for buying the groceries. The voice belonged to Sun Yuanju, whom Shang Zhitao had heard before. She jumped out of bed, put on her underwear, threw on an oversized t-shirt, and opened the door with a smile. Are you planning a group meal? Yes. Today is the first time everyone in room 601 is here, so we're having a meal to get acquainted, Sun Yu explained. Her boyfriend's company was having a team-building event in the suburbs of Beijing that week, so she still didn't need to go see him. I'd like to join too, if that's okay? Shang Zhitao asked. She liked lively gatherings as well. Since she was new to the city, she wanted to make some friends. Another young man whom she hadn't met before smiled and said, "Of course." He was wearing a company t-shirt with a logo Shang Zhitao recognized immediately. She secretly marveled. Beijing really was a city full of hidden talent. People could look completely ordinary walking down the street, yet none of them were truly ordinary passers-by. Let me make the introductions. Sun Yu took on the role of mediator. Shang Zhitao, Sun Yuanju, Zhang Lei. The young people all laughed. Then let's go buy groceries. Zhang Lei and Sun Yuanju volunteered to do the shopping. Sun Yu stood by the window watching them leave, then turned and asked Shang Zhitao, "Do you have a boyfriend?" "No." "Then you should get along well with those two guys. They both have excellent jobs. They're genuinely part of the new elite in the internet industry." Sun Yu was being realistic. One person struggling alone in this city wasn't as good as two, and if the other person had a decent income, life would be relatively easier. Shang Zhitao blushed. "I'm not in a hurry. I just graduated, and I want to focus on work. Work and dating don't have to interfere with each other." Shang Zhitao quickly waved her hands. No. Living under the same roof would make it too awkward." Sun Yu giggled. She was a fiery yet charming girl from Guizhou who loved matchmaking for other people. Shang Zhitao truly had no such thoughts. Her mind was full of concerns about work, leaving her cautious and apprehensive. "You know what? On my first day at work, one of the bosses told me to resign." Shang Zhitao sighed. "I'm a little nervous." He didn't seem to be joking. "Did you offend him?" "No." "Did he take a liking to you?" "He probably doesn't lack girlfriends." "Then why did he want to fire you on your first day?" "Yes." "Why?" Shang Zhitao had been puzzling over that for several days without finding an answer. Was it really because she was the most mediocre of all the new recruits? Perhaps it was. She went to wash up and do her laundry, lost in thought. By the time she had mostly finished her chores, the two guys had returned carrying 4 bags full of food. Shang Zhitao hurriedly asked, "How much did it cost? Shall we split it?" "No need. Sun Yuanju shook his head with a smile. "Let's not become roommates who argue over a few cents of electricity. We're all away from home, so we should look out for each other. This little bit of money doesn't matter." Zhang Lei shook his head as well. "That would be too deliberate. Next time, it'll be your turn." "All right." Sun Yu tied on an apron and headed into the kitchen. "Let me show off my skills. I only know how to cook noodles." Shang Zhitao was a little embarrassed. Her cooking skills truly weren't worth boasting about. "You can help prepare the ingredients." Sun Yu smiled and handed Shang Zhitao some garlic. Then she turned to clean the fish and chop the ribs, her movements swift and practiced. The two guys crowded around the kitchen doorway, watching Sun Yu's hands fly. They couldn't help admiring her. Girls who can cook are rare these days. Shang Zhitao gave Sun Yu a thumbs up. "Fantastic." Her face was flushed pink from the heat of the kitchen. Her expression still carried the clarity and innocence of a young girl, like a well-behaved model student. Zhang Lei glanced at Sun Yuanju and coughed lightly. "Can everyone eat spicy food?" Sun Yu asked. "Yes." Everyone nodded. Hearing that, Sun Yu ran back to her room and returned with a jar of chopped chili. Then she pushed Shang Zhitao out of the kitchen. "Go outside. It's too pungent in here." She closed the kitchen door. The aroma soon drifted out. Shang Zhitao's nose twitched. Suddenly, she felt as though the loneliness she had experienced over the past week was slowly being healed. Was it always this easy for people to become friends in a city like this? The young people sat together, all of them feeling a little shy. Would you like a drink? Sun Yu asked. She had a high tolerance for alcohol, having grown up in Mount Ai Town. During her first birthday celebration, the elders had dabbed alcohol into her mouth, and her tolerance had grown along with the sauce aroma liquor of Mount Ai Town. The two guys nodded in agreement. But Shang Zhitao said apologetically, I don't drink. A girl from the northeast who doesn't drink. Zhang Lei asked. Well, not everyone from Inner Mongolia knows how to ride a horse. Shang Zhitao defended herself. Then we won't drink, hee. Zhang Lei scratched the back of his head. Cultured people don't pressure girls to drink unless the girls themselves want to. Then he stood up to get some Coca-Cola. Sun Yuanzhu asked Shang Zhitao, Can you drink cold beverages? Yes. They were all drifters in a foreign land, coming from the south, the north, the east, and the west. But now, sitting together, the distance between them suddenly vanished. They were all collectively known as outsiders. So they chatted about everything under the sun. From noon until evening, they still felt as though they had more to say. Their topics were interesting. They talked about stories from their respective workplaces. Shang Zhitao was new to the working world and didn't have any interesting stories to share, so she simply listened quietly. It turned out there were many different kinds of work. Sun Yuanzhu worked in big data. He talked about the logic behind big data applications and the kinds of problems big data could solve. He even told them about how he and a colleague had smashed a laptop in the meeting room during an argument over web crawling logic, making Sun Yu giggle. As for Zhang Lei, he worked in product commercialization and dealt with all kinds of people every day. Business trips, research, drinking, modeling. All of it had shaped his somewhat roguish personality. In the years that followed, Shang Zhitao would meet many big names in commercialization and discover that most of them were quite similar to Zhang Lei. And Zhang Lei himself would eventually become one of those big names. Sun Yu had a background in sales. She had previously worked in sales at a top visual display company, but she had resigned decisively after her boss forcibly reassigned her clients to other colleagues. What an interesting group of people. While washing the dishes, Shang Jitao's phone rang. She hurried over to answer it and heard Lu Mi's voice. Hey, sister. I see that yesterday's payment process is almost finished. Remember to remind Luke to approve the payment authorization email. Okay. Shang Zhitao hung up. Then she remembered that Luan Nian had arranged a dinner and a concert over the phone the previous day. She checked the time, hesitated for a while, and decided to send him a message. Shang Jitao's message. Hello, Luke. Regarding yesterday's project payment, finance has already started the process. There's one final email that needs your approval and confirmation. Sorry to bother you. It took Luan Nian a long time to reply. Luan Nian's message. Okay, nothing else. At least the matter had been acknowledged. Shang Zhitao opened her computer to check her email and waited for the final step to be completed. But by 9 that evening, Luan Nian still hadn't approved it. Still not approved? Lu Mi asked. I sent him a message, and he replied, Okay. Maybe it's not convenient for him right now. Shang Zhitao wasn't sure. Ask him again. Lu Mi encouraged Shang Zhitao to keep pushing, then reassured her. Don't be afraid. You're the best. Oh. Shang Zhitao sent Luan Nian another message. Shang Jitao's message. Hello, Luke. Are you available to approve it? He was not. Luan Nian didn't reply. He put his phone back into his pocket. The concert was nearing its end, and Zhang Lan was still watching attentively beside him. Luan Nian despised these boring weekend evenings from the bottom of his heart. But this major client was difficult to deal with, and the board had assigned him to handle her. Luan Nian knew how to conduct himself appropriately. He chatted with her about everything under the sun while maintaining a careful distance. She wasn't stupid either. Even by the time they entered the concert hall, she still hadn't agreed to anything. Luan Nian wasn't in a hurry. He was simply stringing her along. If the deal wasn't going to happen, why should he be the one to rush? But that Shang Zhitao was truly persistent. Another message arrived. Shang Jitao's message. Are you able to approve it as soon as possible? Finance is waiting. Luan Nian's message. Let her wait. Shang Jitao's message. All right. Is something wrong? The woman beside him leaned close to Luan Nian's ear and asked softly. Her sensual fragrance drifted toward him. Nothing. Thank you for accompanying me to the concert. Zhang Lan's fingertips brushed lightly across the back of Luan Nian's hand. Softly. Provocatively, Luan Nian was experienced in such matters, but he had no interest in Zhang Lan. He took hold of her wrist and slowly moved her hand back onto her knee. He wasn't a male escort. He wasn't for sale. Chapter 10. At the end of a tedious evening, Luan Nian stood outside Jiang Lan's building. "Want to come up for some tea?" Jiang Lan invited him. She was a woman who had seen the world and understood life thoroughly. If she wanted something, she went after it, regardless of who it was. "We're both adults. I understand what you mean." Luan Nian lit a cigarette. "But there's no need. Ling Mei isn't mine anyway. Even if we sign this contract, it'll only mean more overtime for my team." Zhang Lan looked at Luan Nian. He truly had the face of someone emotionally detached, distant, and unapproachable. But Zhang Lan liked that. "The contract will be signed, and the advance payment will be made." Zhang Lan suddenly smiled. "If you actually came upstairs with me, I'd be scared." Such matters required finesse. Zhang Lan could see clearly that Luan Nian couldn't be persuaded by either soft or hard tactics. There was plenty of time. There was no need to rush. "Thank you. You're welcome." Zhang Lan turned and walked away. When she reached the entrance to the stairwell, she turned back with a mischievous smile. "Really not coming up?" Luan Nian shrugged and got into his car. It was almost midnight. Half his weekend had been wasted. He went home, took a shower, opened a bottle of ice-cold soda, and planned to approve the email after finishing his drink. But Shang Zhitao was persistent. Another message arrived, urging him to approve it. Shang Zhitao's message. "Hello, Luke. Are you asleep yet? What was the rush with this payment? Even if he approved it in the middle of the night, could finance actually make the payment? Was something wrong with Shang Zhitao's brain?" He called Zhang Ling, who was apparently entertaining clients as well. The other end of the phone was extremely noisy. "Alex. Hey, Luke. Mission gloriously accomplished. Replace her." "What?" "Our department's liaison from the marketing department. I want her replaced." "Why?" Zhang Ling sounded a little drunk. "Why replace her?" "Because she's stupid. You know I can't tolerate stupid people. But there's no one else in the marketing department. They've all been sent out to other locations for execution. Just put up with her for a few more days. Once the troops return, I'll replace her for you." Zhang Ling tried to placate Luan Nian. He knew Luan Nian too well. Once Luan Nian decided he disapproved of someone, he would find a way to replace them. But Shang Zhitao was such a steady and hardworking girl. If she were replaced this time, how would she continue working in the future? Luan Nian said nothing more. He opened his computer and approved the email. Before he could even close the laptop, another message from Shang Zhitao arrived. Shang Zhitao's message. "Got it. Thank you for your hard work." She had been waiting the entire time. Luan Nian realized that Shang Zhitao might not have many other strengths, but her greatest quality was her patience and good temper. He was someone who couldn't be swayed by either softness or force. Encountering someone who simply couldn't read the room gave him a headache. Luan Nian's message. "Is there any other work that needs my involvement?" Shang Zhitao's message. "Yes, but it's not urgent. It's very late today, so I won't disturb your rest." Luan Nian's message. "Save it to bother me tomorrow?" Luan Nian wasn't deliberately making things difficult for her. If they didn't deal with it today, they would have to deal with it tomorrow. He didn't want Shang Zhitao ruining his Sunday. He called her directly. When she answered, he heard her somewhat flustered greeting. "What else needs my attention?" Luan Nian skipped the small talk and went straight to the point. "There's also the venue for the company's annual meeting that needs your confirmation. I'll discuss that with Alex on Monday. And there's the Q3 materials and budget utilization progress requested by the planning department. That needs confirmation too. Find Kitty for that. Then there's nothing else for now. Sorry to bother you." Luan Nian was silent for 2 seconds, suppressing his irritation. "It's fine. Then good night." There was a hint of guilt in Shang Zhitao's good night. She knew that sending him several messages in a row today had been somewhat impolite, but she had no choice. Both her boss and finance had been pressing her urgently. After saying goodnight, she waited for Luan Nian to hang up. Workplace etiquette dictated that she should wait for the other person to end the call first. Luan Nian tossed his phone aside and took a sip of his ice-cold sparkling water. The bubbles burst in his mouth, clearing his mind. When he glanced back, he noticed that his phone screen was still lit. Shang Zhitao hadn't hung up. "Aren't you going to hang up? Are you eavesdropping?" Luan Nian suddenly spoke. Shang Zhitao hurriedly explained. "Workplace etiquette. Workplace etiquette? Fuck. Luan Nian cursed inwardly. Had this employee's brain been eaten by dogs? But what she said wasn't technically wrong. Didn't she understand how to be flexible? He suppressed his irritation. I was late hanging up. He ended the call. Then he turned around and laughed in exasperation. What kind of brain did she have? Shang Zhitao finally went to sleep. The next morning, she woke to the sound of quiet conversation outside and suddenly realized that she had fallen in love with this little apartment. Her roommates were all nice people. Sunny, cheerful, and ambitious. Coming back to such a safe little nest after work made her feel extremely fortunate. She hadn't encountered any of the terrifying rental stories she had read online. The only problem was that the room wasn't quite what the agent had described. She got up, dressed, picked up her basin, and opened the door. Sun Yu and Sun Yuanzhu were sitting outside, fiddling with a computer. Both of them had the surname Sun. They almost seemed like relatives. "You're up?" Sun Yu greeted her. Shang Zhitao nodded, and her glasses slid slightly down her nose. "Are your frames loose? I'll tighten them for you in a moment," Sun Yuanzhu said when he saw her adjusting them. "Great, thank you." Shang Zhitao went to brush her teeth and wash her face. Her skin was naturally very good. She only needed simple skincare products to look healthy. Afterward, she sat across from them with slices of bread and some milk, looking fresh-faced. She loved bread with milk. It was a combination she could never get tired of. "Done." Sun Yuanzhu pressed the restart button and moved the computer towards Sun Yu. "Take a look. Amazing, it's fixed." "Thank you," Sun Yu said. "You're welcome." Sun Yuanzhu returned to his room and came back with a toolbox. Then he said to Shang Zhitao, "Let me see your glasses." Shang Zhitao took them off and handed them to him. She watched as Sun Yuanzhu took a tiny screwdriver from his magic box and quickly tightened the frames. "Try them." Shang Zhitao put them back on. Sure enough, they no longer slid down. She smiled at Sun Yuanzhu. "Do a lot of guys have toolboxes like this?" "Maybe." Sun Yuanzhu looked at Shang Zhitao differently, his gaze gentler than before. He remembered the night they had first encountered each other, when the sound of his suitcase had terrified her. The memory of her panicked escape still made Sun Yuanzhu feel apologetic. "I'm meeting some college friends to play board games later. Want to come?" Sun Yuanzhu invited them. Legends of the Three Kingdoms? Shang Zhitao's eyes immediately lit up. She had often played it with her classmates at school. "Yes. Want to come? Are you going?" Shang Zhitao looked at Sun Yu. "Let's go." They were all single young men and women with nothing much to do on the weekend. Getting together to relax sounded like fun. They took the subway to the meeting place, where they found several men and women waiting for them. Shang Zhitao had guessed that Sun Yuanzhu had graduated from a good university. She hadn't expected it to be that good. It was the #1 ranked university in China. His classmates were all kind and friendly. One of the women went to order coffee for Shang Zhitao and Sun Yu, and the group began playing in a lively atmosphere. So even top students played board games, and they were quite good at them. Shang Zhitao drew the loyalist role and chose Sun Shangxiang as her character. Sun Yuanzhu was the lord and chose Liu Bei. Right at the beginning, he used his benevolence ability to give all his weapons to Shang Zhitao. Everyone immediately began teasing him. "Yuanzhu, you're a lord blinded by beauty." Shang Zhitao blushed and held her cards tightly. In the first round, someone targeted her, quickly reducing her to a single health point. When someone played Southern Barbarian Invasion, Shang Zhitao was about to lose her final point of health. But Sun Yuanzhu gave her a peach card. That immediately provoked more teasing. "Oh my lord." Finally, it was Shang Zhitao's turn. Her luck with the cards was excellent. They were all weapon cards, and Sun Yuanzhu gave her 2 more. She equipped herself, eventually wielding Zhuge Liang's repeating crossbow and the red hair horse. Then she unleashed 4 consecutive attacks on the player across from her, quickly eliminating a rebel. Afterward, she discarded 2 cards to recover health for herself and Liu Bei. Young people, no matter how gentle and soft they appeared, all had their decisive moments. Their brilliance couldn't be hidden. The others around the table looked at Sun Yuanzhu, then at Shang Zhitao. They felt there was something special between the two of them. Shang Zhitao couldn't read the room at all. Her entire mind was focused on winning the game. People who played Legends of the Three Kingdoms often called out their actions as they played. Every time Shang Zhitao helped Sun Yuanzhu recover health, she would obediently and sweetly say, "My lord," here. Sun Yu was completely different. She was fiery and bold. She had drawn the traitor role and was playing as Lu Meng, holding all her cards without playing any. But that didn't stop her from teasing Shang Zhitao. Hey, son Shang, sleep with me too. Everyone burst into laughter. If luck came in different levels, Shang Zhitao felt that hers must be first class. In such a short time, she had met so many interesting people. It made her feel far less lonely. No matter how difficult work became, at least this weekend had allowed her to recover her spirits. Chapter 11. Shang Zhitao rushed headfirst into the elevator, then lifted one leg and rested her backpack on it as she stuffed her business English textbook inside. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, they opened again. Nian walked in wearing sunglasses. Shang Zhitao hurriedly lowered her leg and stood up straight to greet him. Good morning, Luke. Morning. Nian glanced at her through his sunglasses. Half of the business English textbook was still sticking out of her bag. So the silly bird was still studying English on her way to work? Shang Zhitao had no idea that Nian was examining her. She stood there stiffly and awkwardly. She knew Nian didn't like pointless small talk, so after greeting him, she remained silent, her expression earnest and serious. But she was surprised by how diligent Nian was. During the 5 workdays of the previous week, except for one morning when he had gone to meet a client, he had arrived at the company early every day to deal with work. When someone talented worked harder than everyone else, it was truly terrifying. So when he had told her that day that he worked only to make money so he could squander it, he must have been lying. He arrived earlier than everyone else and left later than everyone else. When would he even have time to squander money? Shang Zhitao concluded that Nian was the kind of person whose words didn't match his actions. He had a nasty mouth and a strange temper, but he certainly wasn't someone who lived frivolously. Shang Zhitao had never heard of anyone living frivolously while spending more than 12 hours a day working intensely at the office. The two of them left the elevator one after the other. With his hands in his pockets, Nian unexpectedly took the initiative to greet the cleaning lady. Good morning, Auntie. The auntie didn't seem surprised. Morning. Shang Zhitao's jaw nearly dropped. Could it be that Luke, who barely liked talking to anyone, actually had very good manners? Lost in thought as she followed behind him, she nearly bumped into Nian when he suddenly stopped. Do you come at this time every day? Nian asked. Yes. Shang Zhitao looked somewhat confused. There's no traffic at this time. Seeing Nian turn to leave, she followed him and asked, Is there any work you need me to handle this morning, Luke? Shouldn't you be asking your own boss what work you need to handle? Then why did you ask what time I come every day? Her stubborn streak surfaced, and she persisted. Just checking how long your diligence will last. Nian gave a cold smile, dropped those words, and turned away. Shang Zhitao followed behind him with a skeptical expression before turning toward her own workstation. After sitting down, she looked up at Nian's office. He was already at his desk, turning on his computer. Shang Zhitao remembered what Lu Mi had once said about him. He's serious, but when he works, he's extremely focused. Shang Zhitao thought Lu Mi was right. He really was focused when he worked, much more so than Alex. Alex worked in marketing and spent much of the year living the high life, often making himself impossible to track down. But Alex had one advantage. He was easy to get along with and always seemed cheerful, unlike Luke, who constantly wore a stern expression. A stern expression while constantly mocking people. How annoying. Thinking this, Shang Zhitao opened a document and began writing her daily work plan. She knew perfectly well that there were no shortcuts available to her, and she didn't want to be eliminated. She couldn't let Luke get his way. She also remembered the way Nian had advised her to change jobs. Now, she felt that being eliminated itself wouldn't be shameful. What would truly be shameful was proving Nian right. Somehow, without realizing it, she had developed a competitive streak toward him. Of course, Nian had no idea that Shang Zhitao was secretly competing with him. He had a major project to follow up on, but the creative department was short-staffed. He had spoken with several departments, but nothing had come of it. So he asked Alex, Can you lend me 2 people for pure execution work? What do you mean by pure execution? People who don't need to think. They just need to mechanically process some materials and follow up on procedures. Nian thought for a moment, then added, Someone quick-witted. How about Lu Mi and Flora? Alex knew exactly what Nian meant by that additional comment. Wasn't he implying that Shang Zhitao wasn't capable? So Alex deliberately went against him. They're already coordinating with your department anyway. It'll be convenient. No. Who isn't suitable? Flora. Then there's no one else. Alex was being stubborn. Elsewhere in the company, people tended to give way to Luan Yin, wary that he might truly be as ruthless as the rumors claimed. But Alex didn't care. People in marketing could find work anywhere. If Luan Yin looked down on him, fine. But looking down on his people was another matter. At heart, Alex was someone who protected his own. Luan Yin understood Alex's meaning immediately. Take Shang Zhitao or leave it. If you don't want her, then my marketing department has no one else to spare. Luan Yin looked up and saw Shang Zhitao standing by the partition, talking to Kitty. Kitty was saying something with an arrogant air, while Shang Zhitao kept nodding. Pathetic, respectful toward her boss, yet unable to hold her head up even in front of her colleagues. Luan Yin frowned slightly. Fine. Can you hire some people who are actually usable? Didn't Tracy give you headcount? We're hiring. You can borrow these two for now, but return them to me as soon as you're done. All right. Tell them to pack tonight. They're going to Guangzhou with us tomorrow. Shang Jitao's first business trip came so unexpectedly. She returned home late that night to pack her bags. But after lying down, she found that she couldn't sleep. It was only a business trip. It wasn't as though she were getting married. So why was she so excited? Eventually, she simply sat up, took out her journal, and drew a simplified map of China. Then she planted a tiny flag on Guangzhou. As she did, she thought, my journey will begin here. And in the future, I'll go to many more places. She stayed awake until dawn. Then she dragged her luggage out to catch an early flight. The morning glow along the airport expressway was truly beautiful. The sky was filled with hazy colors, making everything in the world seem gentle. She arrived 2 hours early, still bathed in the rosy light. Her face was slightly flushed from rushing, and her hair fell over her shoulders, giving her a warm presence. Luan Yin was drinking coffee. His gaze lingered for a moment on the hurried figure. Shang Zhitao was wearing black-framed glasses and looked like a silly goose. The silly goose glanced at him, then pretended not to see him and sat down some distance away with her back turned toward him. Ridiculous. Such terrible acting. Shang Zhitao felt uncomfortable. It was as though Luan Yin were staring at her. Her guilty conscience made her pretend not to notice him. What else was she supposed to do? Walk over and greet him, only to be ignored? She had no idea that her rigidly straight back revealed just how nervous she was. She looked as though she were waiting for someone to rescue her. Pitiful. Finally, Lumi arrived, walking gracefully like a model. Shang Zhitao immediately sighed with relief and waved to her. Lumi, hey, you're here early. Oh, isn't that Luke over there? Is he? Luke's here too. Shang Zhitao pretended to turn around. Luan Yin had lowered his head and was reading a book, as though he hadn't heard a thing. Lumi pulled Shang Zhitao over toward him. Good morning, Luke. Morning. Luan Yin looked up from his book. He saw Shang Zhitao wearing an expression that suggested she had only just noticed him. A smirk appeared on his face. Good morning to you too, Flora. He actually greeted her first? Shang Zhitao caught the mockery in Luan Yin's eyes and immediately blushed. Morning, Luke. Why are you blushing? Lumi suddenly asked. Shang Zhitao secretly poked her in the back. Lumi immediately added, and why are you poking me? Silence. Luan Yin suddenly burst out laughing. Lumi had worked at the company for 2 years and had never heard him laugh like this. She looked at him in surprise. Only then did she realize that this man was actually quite handsome when he smiled. His teeth were neat and clean, and his smile was bright and sunny, completely unlike his usual gloomy expression. Want some coffee? Luan Yin ignored their stares and stood up to ask them. Huh? Shang Zhitao reacted slowly. Yes. Lumi answered immediately. He was the boss. They might as well take advantage of him. Little Tao Tao, help get it. I just got here, and I'm still catching my breath. Luan Yin walked a few steps. When he realized Shang Zhitao was still standing there, he turned back and tossed a sentence at her. Are you coming or not? Chapter 12. People came and went through the coffee shop as they waited off to the side. Whenever someone passed by, Shang Zhitao would step slightly closer to Luan Yin to make room. Once the person had passed, she would step back again. Forward. Back. Over and over. Luan Yin watched her flustered, blushing face without moving. Her expression resembled that of a young girl experiencing first love. Why are you blushing? Luan Nian suddenly asked. Shang Zhitao raised her head and looked at him. Her gaze met his cool eyes. There was a hint of playfulness in them as he asked again. Why are you blushing? Maybe it's too hot. Shang Zhitao genuinely felt hot. She wiped the fine beads of sweat from her forehead. The air conditioning throughout the airport was working perfectly well, so it certainly wasn't hot enough to make her flush like this. And yet, for some inexplicable reason, Shang Zhitao felt hot. Shang Zhitao. Luan Nian suddenly called her by her Chinese name. Seeing her look at him with clear eyes, he slowly said, How do you expect to survive in the advertising industry like this? Confusion appeared in Shang Zhitao's eyes. She clearly didn't understand why Luan Nian had suddenly said that. Even her framed glasses couldn't conceal the clear pools of her eyes. That trace of confusion was like a fragment of ice floating on a lake as it melted in early spring, gleaming with a soft light. For a fleeting moment, Luan Nian had the urge to take off those glasses that made her look so silly. He continued slowly. You're timid, shy, cowardly, and overly humble. How are you going to survive in advertising? Do you know what kind of people work in this industry? Hearing him once again imply that she wasn't capable, Shang Zhitao suddenly became angry. And as her anger rose, her face grew even redder. I don't know. Please enlighten me. But Luan Nian merely shrugged. I can't teach you. The only advice I can give you is to change jobs. After saying that, he didn't wait for Shang Zhitao to respond. He turned and walked toward the counter to collect the coffee. Shang Zhitao silently took one of the cups and followed beside him. As they left the coffee shop, the surrounding noise faded somewhat, and everything suddenly seemed quieter. The inconspicuous stubbornness buried deep in Shang Zhitao's bones suddenly surged up, clamoring for her to resist. She quickened her pace and stepped in front of Luan Nian, blocking his path. A trace of determination appeared in her eyes. Her entire demeanor suddenly gained a few sharper edges, although they were still faint. Luan Nian stopped and looked at her. What's wrong, Flora? I've noted your advice. And then, I won't change jobs. When Shang Zhitao got angry, she was like a child. Just those 4 short words. But the moment she said them, her eyes suddenly reddened. She felt terribly wronged. It was as if Luan Nian had pushed her right to the edge. After speaking, she turned and walked away. Yet despite being so angry, she didn't forget the cup of coffee. Her hand remained perfectly steady. By the time she reached Lumi, not a single drop had spilled. Lumi saw her unhappy expression and took her legs off the suitcase. She casually asked, Hey, what's wrong with you? Nothing. Shang Zhitao handed the latte to Lumi and sat down beside her. Luan Nian walked over and offered Shang Zhitao her coffee. He was prepared for her to refuse it, but with reddened eyes, she accepted the cup and even said, Thank you. No matter how angry she was, her good manners remained intact. Shang Zhitao must have grown up in a reasonably comfortable family, with loving parents who doted on her. They might not have been extravagantly wealthy, but they had clearly spared no expense when it came to her education. It showed in her everyday words and behavior. Luan Nian frowned slightly. He suddenly realized that he had overstepped. What did it have to do with him whether she stayed at the company or not? She wasn't even an employee in his department. Lumi sensed the strange atmosphere between them, but had no idea what had happened. So she sat between them without saying anything. The 3 of them drank their coffee as though they barely knew one another. Only when the other 2 people from the creative center arrived did they exchange a few simple words. After leaving the airport, Shang Zhitao sat in the taxi and looked out at the lush green scenery. Suddenly, she felt she really shouldn't be this angry over the words of an irrelevant boss. The world was wonderful. Anything was better than Luke's mouth. How dare Luke's mouth even call itself a mouth? Humph. This was her first time in Guangzhou. Grace from Creative just said Luke is treating everyone to morning tea and asked us to join. Lumi said, Oh, okay. Shang Zhitao was somewhat reluctant. She didn't want to eat with Luan Nian. Food eaten in his company would surely taste bad. Although she had tried to persuade herself not to stay angry, resentment still lingered in her heart. You've been acting strange ever since you came back from buying coffee. What happened? Nothing. A mosquito bit me. It's itchy and annoying. Where did it bite you? I have some Thai green balm. Let me put some on. Lumi took her seriously and pulled a small bottle of green balm from her bag. something she had brought back from her trip to Thailand. Shang Zhitao had no choice but to point at the place where a mosquito had bitten her the previous night. Here, this spot. Wow, that mosquito has quite a nasty bite. Lumi laughed. It wasn't clear whether she was talking about the mosquito or Luan Yin. Shang Zhitao was amused by the remark. When they reached the hotel, she changed into another outfit and set out with her laptop. Shang Zhitao wore a bright V-neck floral dress. Her fair neck flowed into the small patch of jade-like skin visible at her chest. An ordinary person could suddenly look vivid and radiant simply by changing their style from time to time. Walking beside her, Lumi couldn't help exclaiming, "I didn't expect this. You clean up pretty well, girl." Shang Zhitao blushed slightly at the compliment and instinctively looked down at her neckline. It was perfectly modest and revealed very little. She had no idea what Lumi was making such a fuss about. When they arrived at the restaurant, Luan Yin was adding dishes to the order. Hearing Lumi greet him, he looked up from the menu and nodded toward them. His gaze swept over Shang Zhitao before dropping back to the menu. The restaurant was noisy. Elderly people chatted in Cantonese, their tones gentle and pleasant. Shang Zhitao felt as though she had somehow traveled to Hong Kong in the 90s, into the Hong Kong film she loved. Remembering all those years when she had learned Cantonese songs through Pinyin, her eyes brightened even more. Grace asked Luan Yin, "I heard before that Luke is Cantonese?" "My ancestral home is Jiangsu." That opened the conversation, and everyone began talking about their hometowns. Shang Zhitao sat quietly and listened. Occasionally, she answered one or two questions. Her quiet presence was like the glass of water beside her. It simply sat there, picked up when someone needed a drink, and never seemed unnecessary when untouched. Somehow, the topic shifted to dating and marriage. Lumi put a hand on Shang Jitao's shoulder and asked, "Do you have a boyfriend?" The question caught Shang Zhitao off guard. Her face instantly turned red. "No. You blush so easily. Don't tell me you've never dated before." Female colleagues loved gossip, even when the gossip had absolutely nothing to do with them. At that moment, everyone except Luan Yin turned their attention toward Shang Zhitao. Shang Zhitao had been put on the spot and had no choice but to admit it. Her answer was sincere, without the glibness of seasoned professionals. "I dated someone once in college." "Tell us about it." Lumi teased. "Better not." Shang Zhitao pursed her lips and looked away. Suddenly, she remembered Xian Zhaozhou's first kiss on her cheek in a noisy duck blood noodle shop. She could still remember how awkward the two of them had been back then. "Would you like some tea?" Luan Yin, who had been silent until then, suddenly spoke. Then he stood and began pouring tea for the women. Grace wouldn't dare let her boss pour tea for her. She hurriedly stood up. Let me. It's fine. Taking care of the ladies is my responsibility." Very gracious. Not at all like the man who had repeatedly mocked Shang Zhitao and told her to quit. In passing, he had also rescued Shang Zhitao from her predicament. Deep down, Luan Yin disliked socializing. And today's gathering was a form of socializing. He especially disliked the meaningless topics people discussed over meals, as though knowing how many people someone had slept with would somehow make them better at their job. With the simple gesture of pouring tea, his subordinates naturally understood what he meant. They stopped the idle chatter and began seriously discussing the case at hand. Shang Jitao's anger toward Luan Yin disappeared instantly. She even felt a little grateful. Luan Yin was truly strange. He could make you alternate constantly between respecting him and disliking him. And somehow he seemed to enjoy it. Chapter 13. Shang Zhitao finally experienced the true intensity of business trips at an advertising company. She had previously imagined business trips as leisurely and comfortable. The reality was nonstop work. As soon as morning tea ended, the endless work began. The group split into 4 teams. Because Shang Zhitao lacked experience, she was assigned to work as Luan Yin's assistant, while Lumi was sent to the venue. Shang Zhitao couldn't hold a grudge. The unpleasantness from that morning quickly vanished like smoke. But she had no idea whether Luan Yin held grudges. As the others gradually left, only she and Luan Yin remained sitting there. Shang Zhitao felt slightly uncomfortable, though she couldn't pinpoint why. She always felt uncomfortable around Luan Yin. Deep down, she was afraid that he would find another excuse to scold her, as though she were an underachieving student. "Come sit over here." Luan Yin gestured with his chin toward the seat beside him. telling Shang Zhitao to move. She obediently sat next to him and immediately noticed his extremely pleasant scent. It was a fragrance she couldn't quite identify, unlike any common perfume. At that moment, he seemed less severe, and his entire demeanor was somewhat more peaceful. Nian pushed his computer slightly toward Shang Zhitao and showed her the schedule his secretary had just sent. We're meeting 3 clients today. The first client has already reached the execution stage. One part involves the main visual and overall copy for the venue, which Lu Mi is overseeing. The second client has already accepted our bid, but the creative portion needs some minor adjustments. The third client is over dinner. Sales has been following up with them for a long time, and we're now entering the in-depth needs exploration phase. Since they're on our VIP client whitelist, and the client representatives are at the corresponding level, I need to attend personally. Luan paused. He turned his head toward Shang Zhitao. Did you remember everything I just said? Shang Zhitao nodded. Yes, I did. Your job is to take detailed meeting minutes for the first 2 clients and share them with me afterward. Pay close attention to the client's reactions and tell me what you think after each meeting. Understood. Do you drink alcohol? Luan asked. No, I don't. Luan gave her a meaningful look. Shang Zhitao immediately understood what it meant. You dare work in advertising when you don't even drink? Her straightforward gaze met his. The defiance in her expression sent an equally clear message back. What's wrong with not drinking? Shang Zhitao was quite amusing. Sometimes she was so submissive that anyone could push her around. At other times, she would suddenly bristle, looking almost intimidating. If only slightly. Despite her defiance, there was still work to be done. So Shang Zhitao seriously asked, Luke, Lumi mentioned before that the Creative Center has a specific template for meeting minutes. Could you send me a copy? Lumi had never said any such thing. But Luan was so meticulous that he surely had plenty of requirements, and Shang Zhitao didn't want to be severely criticized afterward. Luan casually found a set of meeting minutes and showed it to her. It was less than 300 words long. Shang Zhitao thought she had misread it. Or perhaps Luan was teasing her. So she asked again, These are the meeting minutes? They weren't even as long as the marketing department's. Yes. See, write the key points, not filler. I understand. Shang Zhitao realized that she truly couldn't figure Luan out. She thought he was someone with extremely high standards for work, yet his meeting minutes were incredibly brief. But if his standards weren't high, why was he constantly pointing things out and offering suggestions? Any other questions about the work? Luan asked. No more. Then let's go. Apart from work, Luan didn't say another word to Shang Zhitao. He stood by the roadside with his handsome but stern face, trying to hail a taxi. Shang Zhitao pointed toward a sun umbrella outside a nearby cafe. You can wait over there. I'll get one. She maintained the respectful attitude of a subordinate toward her boss. Luan glanced at her. He didn't like it when Shang Zhitao behaved this way. In fact, most subordinates behaved like this, but for some reason, he found it particularly unbearable when Shang Zhitao did it. He wanted to scold her, but in the end, he held back. What does it have to do with me? If she wants to hail the taxi, let her. Why do I keep wanting to scold this silly girl for no reason? Luan thought to himself. Then he actually stepped aside and watched Shang Zhitao hail a taxi. When it was time to get in, Luan opened the door, glanced at Shang Zhitao's floral dress, and silently moved into the inner seat. Shang Zhitao vaguely felt as though he were looking after her, but at the same time, she felt as though he wasn't. She realized that she wasn't as afraid of Luan as she had been the previous week. His tongue was harsh, but when it came to work, he was genuinely dedicated. He didn't speak much, but every sentence contained important information. All you had to do was listen carefully. He taught what needed to be taught and said what needed to be said. Seeing Luan interact with clients was completely different from the petty dealings Shang Zhitao had experienced during her student days. She remembered how she and her fellow inexperienced students used to meet with clients. They would be so nervous that they could barely function. They didn't dare negotiate terms. Even when making suggestions, they did so with extreme caution. Those clients had known exactly how to manipulate them. They would often sigh and say, our budget is limited. If this doesn't work, we'll have to ask some other groups. And Shang Zhitao and the others would immediately respond. There's no need to ask around. We're the best. We're both cheap and good. But Luan, Luan Nian gave the impression that he didn't care whether you were the client or not. Just listen to him, and everything would be fine. It was as though everything remained firmly under his control. Yet he maintained the appropriate boundaries and never became unpleasant to deal with. He presented a creative concept and discussed it seriously with the other party. Whenever he encountered something he disagreed with, he slowed down. He thought carefully. Then, step by step and with complete calm, he pointed out the problems in the client's idea. For example, he would ask, "So who exactly is the target audience for this creative? Could we break down the creative elements?" Or he would say, "Over the past 3 years, we've tried this communication method 3 times, and the results weren't good." Then he would open his computer and display the data from those previous attempts. It seemed as though everything in his mind had been carefully categorized, ready to be retrieved at any moment. He even smiled at the female executive on the client's side. Lowering the price isn't the best strategy. He could be so gentle. When Luan Nian was gentle, he presented an entirely different image, making people feel as though they were bathed in a spring breeze. Luan Nian was always unpredictable. Shang Zhitao had expected him to be arrogant and domineering, but he wasn't. He truly was a strange person. After the meeting with the first client ended, the client personally escorted them all the way downstairs and saw them off. Shang Zhitao felt as though she had just witnessed textbook-level meeting techniques. No, textbooks never taught things like this. When she looked at Luan Nian again, undisguised admiration shone in her eyes. She glanced at him once, then again. Luan Nian caught her looking, but this time Shang Zhitao wasn't embarrassed. Instead, she openly said what she was thinking. "You were amazing. That meeting was brilliant." "Was flattery a required course at your university?" Luan Nian asked. Apparently, neither compliments nor criticism were acceptable to him. He really was that difficult to get along with. Although Luan Nian had snapped at her, Shang Zhitao was already used to it. She didn't take the bait and continued speaking her mind. "I learned a lot from you today." "What did you learn?" Shang Zhitao thought for a moment. "I learned how to use gender advantages. Smile at the female clients." After saying that, she smiled mischievously. A bright cheerfulness radiated from her, bringing her entire face to life. Luan Nian stared steadily at her. That very morning, this new recruit had stood in front of him with reddened eyes, practically stamping her foot in anger. And now, by the afternoon, she already dared to joke with him. She had certainly grown bolder. Luan Nian glanced at her, then turned and walked into a convenience store beside the road. He bought 2 bottles of water chestnut drink and tossed one to Shang Zhitao. She hurriedly caught it. "Thank you." "You're welcome." Luan Nian took a drink. From the corner of his eye, his gaze swept over Shang Zhitao. Her face was slightly flushed from the sun. She was an utterly ordinary girl. Yet when she tilted her neck slightly to drink, there was something subtly sensual about her. A clean, pure sensuality. Something suddenly seemed to brush lightly against his heart. Very lightly. Chapter 14. Shang Zhitao thought being Luan Nian's secretary must be quite thrilling. He had appeared perfectly amiable when meeting the first client, but with the second client, everything changed completely. Shang Zhitao didn't know how to describe her feelings. She had never seen a vendor stand up to a client before. Then again, she thought it might simply be because she hadn't been working long enough and had yet to encounter all the strange characters one could meet in the workplace. It started when the second client said the creative work needed minor adjustments. Shang Zhitao understood minor adjustments to mean changing colors, sizes, and things of that nature. Everyone assumed that was what minor adjustments meant. But not this client. What the client meant by minor adjustments was scrapping everything and starting over. He said in slow, Hong Kong accented Mandarin, "For this commercial, we feel it needs to be completely redone." The colleagues from the Guangzhou branch were immediately dumbfounded. They glanced at Luan Nian. Luan Nian ignored the client's words. His knuckles tapped against the table as he turned to Shang Zhitao and asked, "In that project you did during school, when the client asked you for minor adjustments, what did they adjust?" "Huh, the project during school?" Shang Zhitao suddenly remembered that during her round of interviews with Luan Nian, she had mentioned a project they had done. He hadn't said a word during that interview, and she had thought he hadn't been listening to her at all. "The client asked us to adjust the venue layout." "Did they ask you to add anything?" "No." "Did they ask you to choose a new venue?" "No." Luan Nian nodded, then asked the Guangzhou colleagues, Do you have email records of all the previous rounds of confirmation? Yes. Show them to President Qin. Business required honesty. If you said you wanted to scrap everything and start over after the sample video had already been produced, it was like buying one set of creative work while getting two for the price of one. That wasn't fair. At the time, the advertising market wasn't as transparent and fair as it was now, and even Ling Mei encountered this kind of bullying. The Guangzhou colleague was experienced and showed the previous emails to the client, neither arrogant nor servile. Look here. Every step was confirmed. But what can we do? In our meeting last night, everyone suddenly felt there was a problem. The client was being unreasonable. I understand that your company has changed its creative direction and aesthetic preferences. But scrapping everything and starting over is impossible. I'll have finance contact you to calculate the cost of the sample video, and you can try another agency. What? Shang Zhitao thought she had misheard. She stared at Luan Nian. Could he really do that? But Luan Nian was serious. He began packing up. We'll delete the sample video. I'll have finance calculate the minimum cost, return the remaining advance payment, and consider it the price of making a friend. Then he extended his hand to President Qin. Thank you, President Qin. President Qin was used to being the client. He had never encountered such a tough opponent and was surprised that they were leaving after barely exchanging a few words. But he was a businessman, after all, and Luan Nian had given him a way to save face. So he said, let's have another meeting today to discuss this, and then we'll contact you. All right. Luan Nian glanced at the Guangzhou colleague, then turned and left the room. His resolute attitude left everyone astounded. Shang Zhitao followed behind him, feeling her blood pressure rise. The expenses for that commercial had gone through the marketing department. She had just seen them last week. Such a large sum of money, and Luan Nian was simply giving it up? Luan Nian walked away without looking back. Shang Zhitao jogged to catch up with him, and after leaving the company, the two stood on the humid streets of Guangzhou. Shang Zhitao's eyes were filled with confusion. If you don't understand, just ask. Luan Nian couldn't stand people holding back what they wanted to say. So, we're not cooperating anymore. Correct. So, we're taking a loss. Yes. Silence. Luan Nian pointed toward the bustling traffic on the road. Don't you like hailing taxis? Go ahead. Then he retreated into the shadows between the buildings, leaving Shang Zhitao time to question and reflect. This girl had no guile. Every thought was written plainly across her face, transparently naive. Dealing with clients required coordination. Luan Nian wasn't familiar with the client to begin with. In situations like this, he made his attitude clear. Leave when necessary, and let the local colleagues smooth things over and maintain the relationship. With one person playing tough and the other playing soft, coordinating from inside and outside, problems became much easier to solve. Otherwise, they would simply be led around by the client. Shang Zhitao would figure out the answer sooner or later, but Luan Nian deliberately didn't tell her. He found it amusing to tease her. Shang Zhitao stood stiffly as she hailed a taxi, looking constrained and formal, unlike a modern person. She was a young woman barely in her early 20s, with a youthful face, yet everything about the way she walked, sat, and stood carried such a demeanor that, in this era, she seemed somewhat out of place. Luan Nian recalled how she had stood in the crowded airport, red-eyed and stamping her foot. I won't leave. Even at her angriest, that was as far as she went. She was incredibly easy to bully. They got into the taxi Shang Zhitao had hailed and headed to an evening banquet. Shang Zhitao still couldn't understand. Such a big deal, and he was simply giving it up? She glanced at Luan Nian several times before finally being unable to resist asking, Are we giving up? If you're heartbroken about it, go chase after it yourself. Luan Nian tossed out the remark, then leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes to rest. Shang Zhitao curiously glanced at him. Her gaze fell on his slightly upturned jaw, and she suddenly blushed. She thought of sex. For no reason. Perhaps Guangzhou was too hot. Her body's living environment had changed, and so she had suddenly developed improper thoughts about the boss who tried to get her to quit every day. This was normal. Everyone had improper thoughts. Shang Zhitao mentally prepared an exculpatory testimony for herself. If one day she were put on trial for having improper thoughts about her boss, her testimony would surely be rejected during the statement phase. The evening banquet was by the Pearl River, and through the window, they could see the Canton Tower outside. What's this beautiful lady's name? Zhou Yuqi noticed Shang Zhitao sitting there quietly, very different from the other Lingmei employees, and specifically asked her, Shang Zhitao, but you can call me Flora, Shang Zhitao answered politely. Miss Shang is pure and gentle, with a wonderful temperament. Zhou Yuqi complimented her sincerely. Shang Zhitao's face reddened again. At a drinking party like this, her blush was like a solitary red plum blossom on a snowy plain, exceptionally eye-catching. The men couldn't help taking another look. Luan Nian also turned his head, following their gazes, and saw her pink earlobes. Would Miss Shang like some red wine? Zhou Yuqi asked her again. I'm sorry, I don't drink. Not even a small sip? Zhou Yuqi continued urging her to drink. At drinking parties, when girls said they didn't drink, it was often just an excuse. Once they took the Shang Zhitao had never experienced a situation like this and didn't know how to refuse. She really can't drink today. She needs to help me write a report later, Luan Nian suddenly said. Then he turned to Shang Zhitao. Please stay sober, Flora. Help me send out the report today. Apollo, the head of sales, Cheng Yihong, exchanged a glance with Luan Nian, essentially asking whether he was being chivalrous. Luan Nian calmly took out his phone and sent him a message. Luan Nian's message. If the lady gets drunk and makes a scene, don't blame me if you lose the deal. Apollo had been working with this client for a long time and naturally understood what Luan Nian meant, so he raised his glass to Zhou Yuqi. Flora does indeed have important work to do. Let's have a toast between us men first. Everyone happily drank while Shang Zhitao sat quietly beside Luan Nian, watching him take small sips. His alcohol tolerance was impressive. Even after drinking more than half a gin, his expression remained unchanged. But when he drank, he rarely ate. He simply focused on drinking as though savoring it, only occasionally taking a sip of hot soup. Shang Zhitao was captivated by his profile, but didn't dare look too much. She didn't need to look much, though. She had already memorized it completely. The topics they discussed at the table were diverse: military affairs, politics, history, philosophy, whatever came to mind. Luan Nian didn't talk much, but he seemed to know everything, and whenever he occasionally expressed his views, they were incisive. Sometimes he would rest his hand on the table. Those long fingers, clean and even nails, and the blue vein on the back of his hand. A mature 28-year-old man. Clean, elegant, sharp, handsome. Shang Zhitao couldn't shake off her improper thoughts about him. As they drank more, they began talking about women. No matter how successful men were, when they drank too much, they always seemed to enjoy discussing women, as though their imposing image couldn't stand without that particular element. When they talked about women, Luan Nian rarely spoke. He found it vulgar. Luan Nian was the kind of person who could make very light jokes with good friends, but only very light ones. Anything more explicit, like the subtle dirty talk at today's table, he was unwilling to say or even listen to. Apollo had drunk a little too much and was chatting with Zhou Yuqi about women's special talents. Both were experienced players, summing things up with phrases like, each has its merits. Shang Zhitao didn't understand, but from their expressions, she knew they weren't saying anything decent. Luan Nian listened for a while, then stood and went outside. 3 minutes later, he opened the door with his phone still held to his ear. He smiled apologetically at everyone, then waved to Shang Zhitao. Flora, come listen to this conference call. Shang Zhitao felt relieved and followed him outside. Luan Nian tossed the phone to her and left her with one instruction. Don't answer if there are any incoming calls. Don't reply to any messages. Shang Zhitao froze for a moment, then immediately understood. Luan Nian was rescuing her. She felt somewhat grateful, suddenly realizing that although Luan Nian appeared very cold, his heart wasn't bad at all. He was quite harsh with people, especially her, but he had also been acting as her teacher all along. Chapter 15. Shang Zhitao felt somewhat touched, and her eyes reddened slightly. She wanted to thank him, but Luan Nian had already gone inside. The private room door closed behind him, shutting away those vulgar conversations as well. Shang Zhitao took Luan Nian's phone and stepped outside for some air. The Guangzhou evening was humid and stuffy, and sweat clung to her skin. She suddenly remembered that Xian Zhaozhou was in Shenzhen, very close to where she was. Shang Zhitao thought humans were strange and complicated creatures. Even though they had broken up, she still wanted to know whether he was doing well. Luan Nian's phone rang several times. Shang Zhitao turned it over, not daring to look at the screen. It felt as though looking would be an invasion of his privacy, and she wasn't comfortable with that. Even when she was dating Xi and Zhao Zhou, she had never looked at his phone. She stood outside and waited quietly. Nearly an hour later, she saw them walking out. Everyone appeared somewhat drunk except for Luan, who still looked relatively sober. When she noticed Luan's gaze fall on the phone in her hand, she hurriedly raised it to her ear and pretended to be in a meeting. Not so silly after all. Luan found her act genuinely amusing, and the corner of his mouth twitched upward slightly. Shang Zhitao pretended to say a few words before lowering the phone and approaching them. Sorry, President Zhou. This meeting was urgent, so I had to step out for a while. Please understand. Zhou Yuqi was happily drunk, his eyes bleary as he said to her, It's fine. I'll see you next time, Miss Shang. He raised a hand to put it on Shang Zhitao's shoulder. Luan nudged Apollo, who cleverly intercepted Zhou Yuqi's hand and casually linked arms with him instead. I don't think we're done having fun yet. Shall we find another place to sit for a while? Apollo suggested. Zhou Yuqi was something of a fun lover and was accustomed to being catered to by vendors, so he nodded. Yes. I won't be joining you. I have another meeting tonight. Enjoy yourself, President Zhou, Luan said, politely bidding Zhou Yuqi farewell. Apollo waved to everyone. I'll escort President Zhou. See you all at headquarters. They left for a second venue. The gathering thus came to an end. Shang Zhitao watched their car drive away before returning Luan's phone to him. Thank you. Luan didn't say, You're welcome. It was still for the same reason. If he didn't want to help, then no matter what you did, he wouldn't help. If he did help, he didn't care whether you were grateful or not. Did anyone call me? Luan asked. I didn't look, Shang Zhitao said seriously. It would have been impolite. Luan could probably tell that she wasn't lying. He lowered his gaze to look at her. If you can't drink, never drink. That's my advice to you. Why? Shang Zhitao asked, not understanding. Figure out the reason yourself. Luan had drunk a lot today and wanted to walk along the Pearl River. I'm going for a walk. I want to walk too, Shang Zhitao quickly said. I've never been to Guangzhou before, and I want to take this opportunity to see the Pearl River at night. After saying that, she ran into a nearby cold drink shop, bought 2 beverages, then ran back out and handed one to Luan. My treat this time. Luan reached out and took it. He drank a large mouthful, then turned and walked away. Shang Zhitao strolled along behind him. The breeze from the Pearl River was truly gentle, blowing her hair into disarray and reminding her of the nights she loved by the Qinhuai River. They walked for a long time before finding 2 adjacent benches, where they sat and slowly finished their cold drinks. Beautiful, long-legged women were everywhere along the Pearl River. Shang Zhitao wondered whether Luan liked looking at them and secretly glanced at him. He, however, was accustomed to seeing beautiful women and remained unmoved. Her phone suddenly rang, and she hurriedly answered it. Lumi asked in slang, Where are you, sister? I'm with Luke by the Pearl River, she answered truthfully. What's going on? Staying out tonight? Found a shortcut to workplace success. Lumi teased. Shang Zhitao instinctively glanced at Luan and lowered her voice. No, we're about to go back. Lumi giggled. What's the rush? Chat with Luke some more. I heard Luke is getting promoted soon. Pave the way for yourself. Shang Zhitao didn't know how to respond. She didn't care whether Luan was getting promoted. She only cared whether he would fire her. But then again, if Luan got promoted, wouldn't it be even easier for him to dismiss her? At that thought, Shang Zhitao suddenly felt terrified. She had gotten angry with him just this morning. Shang Zhitao was overthinking it. In Luan's eyes, her anger was like a little kitten hissing at him. He could subdue her with a single finger. The furtive, guilty glances she kept casting at him fell within his peripheral vision. It vaguely gave him the impression that Shang Zhitao wanted to do something with him. But Luan wasn't interested in Shang Zhitao. In his eyes, Shang Zhitao was too ordinary. That brief moment of distraction earlier had merely been basic male instinct. Being ordinary wasn't a sin. It was simply that he worked in creative fields and preferred visually striking women. Let's go. He stood and walked forward. It wasn't easy to hail a taxi by the Pearl River, so they had to walk some distance. Shang Zhitao got up and followed him. At this point, he moved like a wound-up toy, his long legs carrying him forward at a rapid pace. as though all the alcohol he had consumed had been fed to the dogs. Shang Zhitao jogged to catch up. Luke, I can't keep up. She was slightly out of breath. Can you slow down a little? If you can't keep up, get your own taxi. How strange this person was. He had been fine just moments ago, and now he had suddenly turned cold again. Shang Zhitao cursed him as a weirdo in her heart and simply stopped. If she had to get her own taxi, then she would. What was the big deal? She was naive. How could it possibly be easy to hail a taxi by the Pearl River at night? The two of them separated, each trying to get a taxi. After more than 10 minutes, the fortunate Nian finally managed to get one. Shang Zhitao's temper instantly vanished. She ran over in a few quick steps, opened the car door, climbed inside, and smiled at Nian. Thank you for letting me join you. She knew when to bend and when to stand firm, and she didn't find it shameful to lower her head when necessary. Nian ignored her, but he didn't make her get out of the car either. He merely lowered his head and replied to his private messages. Shang Zhitao endured the ride until they reached their destination. She jumped out of the car and respectfully said, "Thank you, Luke, for teaching me so much today, and thank you for letting me share the ride." Then she turned and fled. She ran into the elevator, swiped her card for the floor, quickly pressed the button to close the doors, then took a deep breath. When she entered the room, Lumi was applying a face mask. She wore a spaghetti-strapped nightgown with a slit reaching her thigh, her long legs propped up on the table. When Shang Zhitao came in, she whistled. "Not bad, girl. Touring the Pearl River with Luke. Think you can get a full-time offer directly tomorrow?" Shang Zhitao raised her hands in surrender. "Master Lumi, I have a request. Speak freely. Please don't mention Luke. I bow to you. Then shall I mention Nian?" Lumi continued teasing her. "Don't." Lumi peeled off her face mask and burst out laughing. "Are you really that afraid of him? Pitiful. Let me teach you a trick. What is it? For any man you're afraid of, find a way to sleep with him. After you've slept with him, you'll realize all men are the same." Shang Zhitao laughed at her joke. "But you're also afraid of Luke. Why don't you sleep with him?" "I'm afraid my boyfriend will chop me up," she conceded. Shang Zhitao took her nightgown from her suitcase. It was a mid-sleeve dress with a pink butterfly collar, very cute. She felt a little embarrassed about changing in front of Lumi and wanted to go into the bathroom. Lumi stopped her. Hey, we're both women. What haven't we seen before?" That made sense. Shang Zhitao steeled herself and took off her dress. Her chest bounced slightly, causing Lumi to exclaim, Wow, you've been hiding such treasures." She pointed at Shang Zhitao. "Your whole body is a treasure." Shang Zhitao hurriedly put on her nightgown, covering her chest protectively with her hands as she looked helplessly at Lumi. Lumi went to wash her face. As she passed Shang Zhitao, she clicked her tongue. "Remember this, Shang Zhitao. You're a woman with nuclear weapons. Don't surrender easily." Shang Zhitao didn't understand what nuclear weapons meant. This day had been like a battle, and all she wanted was to take a shower and get a good night's sleep so she could continue working tomorrow. Tomorrow was something to look forward to because, finally, she wouldn't have to be with Nian. Nian was so unpredictable. He was neither warm nor cold toward people, and his attitude toward her couldn't be described as either good or bad. Sometimes Shang Zhitao wanted to ask him something, but she always worried that her questions would seem too stupid. Yes, in front of Nian, she felt like a fool. And even as a fool, she had developed inappropriate thoughts about him several times today. When she and Lumi turned off the lights and lay in their respective beds, Shang Zhitao's questions still hadn't faded. She couldn't help asking, "Lumi, have you ever felt stupid?" "Why would I feel stupid? I've been feeling stupid these past few days." The darkness gave her courage, and Shang Zhitao opened up to Lumi for the first time. She spoke about the confusion she had often felt during the brief time since entering the working world. "Do you know why I'm afraid of Luke?" "Why?" "The boss interview I wrote was true. During the interview, Luke advised me to change jobs. He said it again later. He thinks I'm not capable." Shang Zhitao felt a little sad. She knew that among all her peers who had joined the company at the same time, her resume was the least impressive. But was she really so bad that Nian thought she had no redeeming qualities at all? She was confused. "Luke told you to quit twice?" Lumi asked in the darkness. "Yes. So should I change jobs?" "You shouldn't change jobs. Do you know what you should do? You should go to sleep now. Wake up happy tomorrow morning and treat Luke's words like farts. Lumi felt some sympathy for Shang Zhitao. She had only just joined the company, yet Luke was already targeting her. Being targeted by another boss would have been one thing, but Luke? Who was Luke? Before long, once the appointment came through, he would be managing the entire China branch. But Lumi couldn't tell Shang Zhitao that now. Shang Zhitao was already trembling with fear. Lumi, Shang Zhitao's first workplace mentor, was a good person. Shang Zhitao didn't possess extraordinary talent, but she had good luck. She was already asleep in bed, while Lumi still lay there with her eyes open, thinking about how to help this young girl stay. This girl was so good. She was hardworking, never complained, and had a first-rate temperament and personality. Why would they want to let her go? From before dawn until deep into the night, Shang Zhitao slept soundly. At just 20-some years old, when she opened her eyes the next morning, she felt refreshed and full of youthful energy. Lumi had messaged her before going to sleep to say that she wouldn't be going to breakfast. Shang Zhitao tiptoed around while washing up, then put on a large t-shirt and headed to the dining room for breakfast with her face bare. She hadn't eaten much the night before and was hungry that morning, so she took quite a lot of food. Carrying her tray while looking for a seat, she saw Nian sitting by the window. He had drunk heavily yesterday, but there was no trace of it this morning. A ray of morning sunlight fell across the table in front of him, lending him a touch of humanity. No matter how humane he appeared, he was still someone Shang Zhitao neither wanted nor dared to provoke. Shang Zhitao moved quickly, darting behind a pillar before looking around for a corner to sit in. Her evasive movement fell directly into Nian's line of sight. Sneaky and strange. Shang Zhitao truly couldn't pull herself together. Nian had seen far too many people who knew exactly what they wanted. In a situation like this, they would walk straight up to him and ask, "Luke, are you alone?" Then they would casually chat about their thoughts on their current work and their plans for their careers. When he had first started working at the American headquarters, during a team-building event, he had seen a peer pay to upgrade their seat, just so they could sit next to the boss. That was simply how the workplace worked. There was only one boss. If you hid in the back, you couldn't expect to be noticed. Such a good opportunity, yet she had run away like a stray dog. The hopeless Shang Zhitao sat in a corner of the dining room, leisurely enjoying her breakfast while feeling a little pleased with herself for successfully avoiding Nian. As long as she successfully avoided Nian, it was another day without being fired. That was how she joked with herself. But the good times didn't last long. Just as she popped a blueberry into her mouth, someone sat down across from her. She looked up and saw Nian. She froze for a second before greeting him. "Good morning, Luke. Have you eaten? Where are the meeting minutes? I sent them to you last night." "Where did you send them?" "To your email." Nian took out his phone, opened his email app, and tossed the phone in front of Shang Zhitao. "Which one is it?" Shang Zhitao had clearly seen the sent successfully notification, yet there was nothing in Nian's inbox. For a moment, she didn't understand what had happened. "Can I go upstairs and get my laptop? If you forgot to send the meeting minutes, you might consider submitting your resignation today." Hearing him speak like this again instantly ruined Shang Zhitao's good mood. "If I didn't send it, I'll resign today." She stood up. "I'll go get my laptop. Please wait a moment." On her way to retrieve it, she repeatedly went over what she had done the night before. She remembered sending the email and seeing the sent successfully notification. She was certain there had been no problem. She brought her laptop downstairs, returned to the dining room, and sat across from Nian. She opened her computer and checked her sent folder. There was the email she had sent late last night. The recipient was Lu, not Luan. There was another person at Lingmei whose English name was Luke, with the surname Lu. She pressed her lips tightly together without saying a word. Nian wasn't wrong. He truly hadn't received the email. She was the one who had made the mistake. She had sent it, but she had sent it to the wrong person. "I'm sorry, Luke. I sent it to the wrong person." "So?" Nian looked at Shang Zhitao, his gaze sharp. "You sent yesterday's confidential meeting information to someone else? You might as well not have sent it at all." Nian stood up. "Don't send your resignation letter to the wrong inbox, Flora." Shang Zhitao didn't answer him. She didn't dare speak because she knew that the moment she opened her mouth, she would cry. She didn't want to cry in front of Nian. In his eyes, she was already the worst. She always had been. If she cried, he he would look down on her even more. So she merely clenched her teeth, neither speaking nor crying. In the years that followed, no matter what storms or doubts she faced, what difficulties she encountered, or how badly she broke down inside, she never shed a tear in front of Luan Nian. She could sob loudly in front of her friends and family, but never in front of Luan Nian. She sat in the dining room for a while before returning to her room. Lumi was already awake. Shang Zhitao greeted her, and then the two of them attended the marketing department's conference call together. The lengthy meeting lasted the entire morning. Alex assigned Shang Zhitao many learning tasks and supporting duties. In addition to continuing to coordinate with the planning department and creative center, she would also learn about PR and market activities. After the meeting, she saw a message from Luan Nian on her phone. Luan Nian's message. Still not sending it to me? Shang Zhitao thought Luan Nian was asking for her resignation letter, so she replied. Shang Zhitao's message. Sorry, I've been in meetings all morning and haven't had time to write my resignation letter. As though she would have written it if not for the meeting. Girls like Shang Zhitao, content to applaud others, could also play the rogue quite well. Without the ability to muddle through, she wouldn't have developed such a good attitude. The setback from that morning had already vanished like smoke. Luan Nian's message. The meeting minutes. Shang Zhitao's message. Oh, I thought you were asking me for my resignation letter. Luan Nian sent back a question mark. This girl's brain might have some issues. Are you okay? Chapter 16. Shang Zhitao sent the meeting minutes to Luan Nian, then messaged him. Hello, Luke. The meeting minutes have been sent to your inbox. Please check. 10 minutes later, Luan Nian replied. What were you doing earlier? His meaning was clear. If she knew she needed to notify him after sending the minutes, why hadn't she confirmed it yesterday after sending them? It was too late yesterday. I was afraid I disturbed your rest. Good work habits have nothing to do with the time of day. Thank you for your guidance. I'll remember that. Luan Nian frowned slightly, tossed his phone aside, and continued confirming other work with grace. We're going with the client to a factory in Shun this evening to follow up on the client's products and civilian spokespersons. Once we clarify the basic information, we can provide the first draft of the creative ideas, Grace explained. But the client's schedule is tight, and once we arrive, I'll need an assistant. Can Lumi come with us? I've worked with her several times before. She's bold and handles clients well. Fine. Take Flora along too, Luan Nian added. Great. We all like her. She's always smiling and very capable. Shang Zhitao had approached Grace twice. She was humble and easy to communicate with, and Grace found talking to her effortless. She's capable? Luan Nian glanced at Grace, but said nothing more. So we'll set off at 4 in the afternoon. Luke, you won't be joining us. I won't. I have something to do. Luan Nian stayed at the hotel to handle work, but went out in the evening. He rarely had the opportunity to visit Guangzhou, where he had a special friend. At Gangding, there was a small dance studio. When Luan Nian arrived, the children were still in class. He stood at the entrance and watched for a while. Zhang Yao was still the same as before, her hair tied in a neat bun at the back of her head, revealing her smooth forehead. When she spotted Luan Nian standing at the door as she spun, the corners of her mouth curved upward. She was incredibly beautiful. A pleasure to behold. If you asked Luan Nian who he thought was the most beautiful woman, his friends would answer for him. Zhang Yao? Was that even a question? Luan Nian waited patiently at the entrance, watching Zhang Yao dance. He didn't have many friends. There was only Tan Mian in China, plus 2 good friends in America whom he saw a few times each year. Besides them, there was only Zhang Yao. They had known each other for 10 years. From 18 to 28, they had traveled quite a long stretch of life together. Tan Mian had once asked him, Nothing ever happened between you and Zhang Yao. Luan Nian would never answer that question. There was always something missing between him and Zhang Yao. As for what it was, he couldn't quite say. Zhang Yao came out of the classroom, smiling as she approached him. Why are you here so early? I need to shower and change. No rush. Go ahead. Zhang Yao stepped closer to Luan Nian and smiled brightly. You look well. It seems this breakup, once again, hasn't caused you any fatal damage. So nosy. Luan Nian tapped her on the head. Go on. We'll have a drink later. Okay, wait for me. Zhang Yao turned and ran off, her ballet skirt fluttering beautifully. Zhang Yao took Luan Nian to eat rooftop barbecue near the studio. The two sat on the roof, feeling Guangzhou's humid evening breeze. I'm thinking of setting off for the next place, Zhang Yao said to Luan Yin as she gnawed on an oyster. Where's the next place? I'm thinking maybe Guiyang. Guangzhou is too hot. Guiyang is cool. Refreshing Guiyang. Zhang Yao raised a finger as she lifted her beer mug. But doesn't Guiyang have fewer of your company's clients? 2. So you can still come see me? Yes. Zhang Yao put down her glass and tapped her fingertip against the back of Luan Yin's hand. Why did you break up again? Boring. You find women boring? No. Intimate relationships are boring. So you'll just stay single? What about your physical needs? Luan Yin shrugged. Don't know. Luan Yin hated constraints. He couldn't understand why women, once they started dating, always wanted to restrict you. What time you came home, who you were with, whether you were replying to other women's messages. As they walked, he asked Zhang Yao, would you care which women were in your boyfriend's contact list? Why would I care? He should be the one worried about me. Zhang Yao looked incredulous. Only insecure women want to constrain men. Confident women have men chasing after them. After saying this, she seemed lost in thought. Then she said to Luan Yin, you hate being restricted, perhaps because you don't love enough. Is the psychological consultation starting? Luan Yin asked. No, I wouldn't dare. Zhang Yao swept her long hair to one side, revealing her pretty neck, and laughed. There's nothing wrong with your psychology. Your fundamental problem is that you're too arrogant. I'm arrogant, aren't you? Didn't you once say that most of your colleagues are idiots? I take that back. I said that because I hadn't encountered truly stupid people yet. Shang Zhitao sneezed. I thought you took it back because you'd recognized your own issues. So tell me, isn't your mouth particularly vicious? If telling the truth counts as vicious, then I admit it. Zhang Yao couldn't argue with him. When are you going back? Friday night. Then would you like to have dinner with my boyfriend tomorrow? No, I don't have time anymore. Why don't you like my boyfriend? Should I? Zhang Yao's boyfriend was a somewhat sickly-looking guitarist. Luan Yin didn't much care for that type of person, not because he disliked his demeanor, but simply because he didn't like how skinny he was. He looked like a telephone pole, yet spoke so radically. If you don't like him, so be it. Anyway, I'm about to go to Guiyang. He's not going with you? He's not. Wealthy old Guangzhou people can't leave their clay pot porridge and herbal tea. Aren't you also a wealthy Boston girl? Why wander around? Too much money to spend. Zhang Yao said lightly, as if showing off, yet there was a hint of melancholy in her voice. Luan Yin understood her sadness and comforted her softly. Don't be like that. Okay. Zhang Yao sighed deeply and leaned against the railing by the river, gazing into the distance. She wanted to ask Luan Yin if she could go to Beijing instead of Guiyang. Beijing wasn't so hot either, and he was there. But she didn't dare ask. She felt that their current relationship was probably the best it could be. Neither stepping forward nor backward would work. She had also thought about getting Luan Yin to drink a lot of alcohol with her until they were both drunk, taking off their clothes, and doing everything that should be done, perhaps breaking this strange impasse. But they were the same kind of people. People who refuse to yield in relationships between men and women. So, are you interested in any women lately? No. Then what are you interested in lately? Work. Liar. Zhang Yao laughed softly. A single question mark. Luan Yin looked at her. Zhang Yao shook her head. Never mind. It's none of my business. She ran a few steps. Want to walk me home? Sure. They walked from the Pearl River toward Zhang Yao's home. Occasionally, there were 2 or 3 black men standing by the roadside. Try not to go out alone at night, Luan Yin advised her. I'm quite a homebody, you know. As they passed a small puddle, Zhang Yao held on to Luan Yin's sleeve and jumped over it, saying casually, if we're both still unmarried by 30, why don't we just settle for each other? I don't settle. In Luan Yin's mind, settling for marriage was very sad. He would rather not marry at all than settle. He silently walked Zhang Yao to her door, refusing to go upstairs. Go up. See you next time. I might come see you too. Welcome. Zhang Yao stepped forward, slipping her hands beneath Luan Yin's arms and around his back, patting him gently. I'll miss you. Take care. Luan Yin watched until Zhang Yao went upstairs, then took out his phone and saw several missed calls from Shang Zhitao. What's the matter? Luke, I'm sorry. Grace left some documents in your room. The courier can't wait, so she asked me to come back and get them so they can be taken to Shund first thing tomorrow. Wait for me at the hotel. Luan Nian hung up and saw a message from Grace, sincerely apologizing. She knew Luan Nian had little tolerance for such basic mistakes. Be careful next time. Luan Nian got out of the car and saw Shang Zhitao standing at the hotel entrance, waiting for him. She stood straight like a student who had made a mistake and was waiting for the teacher's criticism. Luan Nian didn't speak. He simply walked past her. Shang Zhitao silently followed him into the elevator. The feeling was strange. She was just going to get some documents, not sleep with him. So why was she nervous? But she was nervous. A single man and woman riding an elevator together late at night, going to one of their rooms. The story already sounded ambiguous. Shang Zhitao's young mind couldn't help wondering. Would this help a woman rise quickly in the company? Following Luan Nian out of the elevator, she automatically stopped outside his room and waited by the door. Luan Nian went inside and searched for a long time, but couldn't find the documents Grace had mentioned. He called from inside the room. Come in. Huh? That's not appropriate. In Shang Zhitao's mind, the rest of the story played out. A story that couldn't be told to others. It was only a fleeting thought, but one that was rich, fragrant, and extremely sensual. Are you sick? A surge of irritation rose in Luan Nian. He strode to the door, grabbed Shang Zhitao's wrist, and pulled her inside. Go find it. He ignored her soft exclamation, then stood at the doorway. Shang Zhitao's wrist burned from the touch of his palm. She glared at him. I have a temper too. But Luan Nian didn't see that look. He was facing the corridor, the very picture of a proper gentleman. Most men were useless when it came to finding things. Even Luan Nian was no exception. Shang Zhitao went inside and found the document in a compartment of Luan Nian's laptop bag in less than 3 minutes. As she walked out, she noticed Luan Nian's clothes hanging in the closet. He did have good taste. Found it, Luke. Sorry to disturb you so late. What were you thinking just now? What? Just now, standing here. What were you thinking? Chapter 17. I want to sleep with you. The little voice in Shang Zhitao's mind was truly audacious. She smiled faintly at Luan Nian, her eyes quickly darting elsewhere. That sensual fantasy spread through her limbs, refusing to dissipate. The awakening of desire wasn't only a man's right. It was a woman's too. The words were about to burst from her throat when she heard Luan Nian say, I suggest you avoid such inappropriate thoughts. Did she think everyone else was blind? She stood there blushing, her gaze unfocused, her mind obviously full of illicit thoughts. Were all girls like this nowadays? Did they think they could climb the corporate ladder by getting into the boss's bed? What was she thinking? The little person in Shang Zhitao's mind was beaten to death. She hurriedly shook her head. I wasn't. Her denial only made things more obvious, like protesting there was no silver buried here when no one had even mentioned it. She ran toward the elevator, not forgetting to say, Good night, sir. Luan Nian watched her frantically run into the elevator. He pursed his lips, snorted through his nose, and, surprisingly, smiled just a little. She ran to the lobby and started thinking about getting something to eat. She'd been busy since morning and hadn't eaten dinner yet. Her stomach was growling. She took out her phone to see what food was available nearby. After studying it for a while, she looked up and saw a woman getting out of a taxi. The woman was truly beautiful. Her hair was tied back, her figure slender and straight, her chin slightly raised, with gentleness mixed with wildness. How Shang Zhitao loved looking at beautiful women. Naturally, she took an extra glance and couldn't help turning back for another look. But this time, she saw Luan Nian walking out to meet the woman, greeting her with unusual gentleness. Why did you come? I don't have a key. Can I stay at your place for a while? Fuck. Shang Zhitao never cursed aloud, but sometimes she swore in her mind. What was going on? When it rained, it poured. She had somehow witnessed a part of her boss's private life that she shouldn't have seen, and everyone seemed to want her boss. She met Luan Nian's gaze and hurriedly smiled at him, pinching her thumb and index finger together and sliding them across her lips. I'll keep my mouth shut. I won't say anything. Please rest assured. Luan Nian immediately understood what she was thinking, but he couldn't be bothered to explain. He gave her a cold look and walked inside with Zhang Yao. Shang Zhitao felt that since she'd started working, she'd exhausted all her luck. Things she should and shouldn't see, things she should and shouldn't hear, all somehow found their way to her eyes and ears. Now she even had to worry about Luan Nian targeting her to ensure her silence. She stood outside the hotel for a while, no longer wanting to go anywhere. She bought instant noodles and sausages and returned to her room. After eating, she fell asleep. The next day, she woke before dawn and headed straight to Shund, finally leaving Guangzhou. Her first business trip was nonstop. She met countless people and heard countless requirements. The 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. When she said goodbye to Lumi at the airport with her luggage, she even had the illusion that she was a career woman. But a real career woman wouldn't be this tired. She returned home and went out with Sun Yu to eat street food malatang. The hot steam made both their faces sweat. Shang Zhitao told Sun Yu about her experiences on the business trip and mentioned how Luan Nian had repeatedly tried to get her to resign. Very likely, in a few days I'll have to pack up and leave. Before I go, I'll write a big character poster and stick it in the company elevator, saying his girlfriends are blooming everywhere. Shang Zhitao sounded somewhat fierce, but immediately laughed at her own joke. She was a very lively girl, but work had worn her down for so long that she'd lost that quality. Now that she was relaxed, that carefree, somewhat silly liveliness revealed itself again. Why would a leader hold a grudge against you? Don't be too nervous, Sun Yu comforted her. Could it be that some people were enemies in their past lives, and in this life, they still have to fight to the death? Shang Zhitao took a sip of cola, the bubbles bursting in her mouth. Carbonated drinks truly made one happy. You're overthinking it. Has this life even given you a chance to fight with him? He's ready to crush you from the start. Sun Yu frightened Shang Zhitao. She had been working for 3 years and had seen far more workplace situations than Shang Zhitao. But was it really a fight to the death? When a boss disliked you and constantly made things difficult for you, there would eventually come a day when you couldn't tolerate him anymore. By then, you wouldn't even think about fighting. You'd just want to disappear like smoke, never to be seen again. Shang Zhitao thought about it. Luan Nian was so intimidating that he probably really would crush her. She couldn't imagine that not long afterward, Luan Nian really would almost crush her. She sighed. I don't know what's happening. The more he dislikes me, the more I stumble upon his secrets. Shang Zhitao told Sun Yu about Luan Nian's breakup, his meals with women, and how he brought a woman back to the hotel in Guangzhou. See how unlucky I am? It's always like this. You don't know, that day in the hotel lobby in Guangzhou, the way that gentleman looked at me. He wanted to kill me. His private life is that chaotic? Sun Yu widened her eyes. What does he look like? He seems to be quite popular with women. He looks particularly handsome. The kind who looks restless. In Shang Zhitao's mind, Luan Nian was already that kind of restless person. She even thought, he changes women so frequently. Could he have some hidden disease? After eating malatang, the two walked back. Shang Zhitao felt completely drained. Once home, she showered, changed into pajamas, lay down on the bed, and fell into a deep sleep. She slept very soundly. She hadn't been this tired for a long time. Working part-time during school had also been tiring, but that kind of fatigue could be dispersed by walking once around the track. This time, however, she felt too tired to even lift a finger. When she opened her eyes, it was already Sunday afternoon. A breeze stirred the curtains, and the electric fan was still humming. The smell of cooking drifted from the kitchen. It must be Sun Yu making dinner. She took out her phone and saw many calls from her parents. Only then did she remember that she'd silenced her phone before sleeping and forgotten to let them know she was safe. She hurriedly called back. The phone was answered after a single ring, and she heard old Shang seemingly crying. What's wrong with my dad? Shang Zhitao asked her mother. How dare you ask what's wrong? You nearly scared your father to death. Her mother also wiped away tears. We called you so many times, and you didn't answer. Your father didn't sleep all night yesterday because he thought something had happened to you. Old Shang was crying so miserably that Shang Zhitao also burst into tears. Oh, I'm sorry. Please stop crying. I'm perfectly fine. The family of 3 wiped away their tears for a while. Then her parents carefully asked about Shang Zhitao's recent situation. When old Shang heard that Shang Zhitao often worked overtime until late at night, his heart immediately ached for her. Dad will send you money this afternoon. Buy some good food to nourish yourself. No need, no need. I often eat my roommate's food. That won't do. You can't take advantage of others. If someone treats you to one meal, you should return the favor with another. Old Shang instructed Shang Zhitao. Don't avoid eating things just because they're too expensive. Your dad has plenty of money. How could old Shang have plenty of money? He only had that meager salary. He simply didn't want his daughter to suffer. Shang Zhitao understood that, of course, which was why she never compared herself with others. She felt that in life, modest prosperity was enough. As long as she worked hard every day, things would get better day by day. She was an optimist. A born optimist. She rarely encountered anything that truly gave her a headache. Currently, there was only one thing. Nian. She lay back on the bed and opened her computer to search. What to do if your boss hates you? The results were a mess. Some suggested treating the boss to meals, some said helping the boss solve problems, and others recommended flattering the boss. What was all this? Flatter Nian? Wouldn't he grab you by the collar and throw you against the city wall as a public example? Treat him to a meal? She hadn't even received her salary yet. Lumi said one of Nian's shirts cost her an entire month's salary, so a meal for him would probably cost half a month's salary. Nothing seemed to work. No solution. Wait, if a meal was too expensive, coffee should be affordable, right? He drank coffee every day. Creative people survived on coffee. That's it. Shang Zhitao was determined to improve her relationship with Nian. The next day, she arrived early and went to the 24-hour coffee shop downstairs. Since it was still early, there weren't many people inside yet. The barista greeted her. What would you like to drink? Shang Zhitao stepped forward and asked him. Every morning, there's a tall, handsome man who comes to buy coffee. What does he drink? The young man gave her a meaningful look. Luke, right? Yes, yes. Shang Zhitao nodded. Luke drinks iced Americano every day. Then please give me an iced Americano. Shang Zhitao paused. Not buying one for herself seemed too deliberate, so she added, give me one too. When the coffee was ready, she left the shop with one cup in each hand and immediately ran into Nian. Good morning, Luke. Shang Zhitao smiled and greeted him. Are you here to buy coffee? Seeing Nian nod and start to go inside, she quickly said, I accidentally bought 2 cups just now. Would you like to buy one from me? Shang Zhitao nearly bit her tongue off in embarrassment. Let me give you one, versus, would you like to buy one? One word's difference, yet miles apart in meaning. She could call Mama, at 10 months old, had argued with the neighbor's older brother after turning 1, and considered herself quick-witted. But today, when she wanted to treat her boss to coffee, she'd somehow ended up asking if he wanted to buy one from her. She needed the money from that cup of coffee. Once Nian swept her out of the company, she'd be living on nothing but the northwest wind, let alone drinking coffee. Nian saw her regretful expression, but couldn't guess what convoluted thoughts were running through her head. He only thought to himself, Shang Zhitao is sick. Or, let me treat you, she offered. If you can't finish it, you can throw it away. Nian gave her a smile and walked a few steps forward. Then, in the reflection of the glass, he saw the foolish Shang Zhitao open her mouth without making a sound. He turned back and took the coffee from her hand. I'll pay you back tomorrow. Shang Zhitao finally saw a glimmer of hope and hurriedly followed behind him. No need, no need. Let me treat you again tomorrow. Nian finally understood. Shang Zhitao was trying to please him. Even if you buy me coffee every day, it won't change the fact that you're incompetent. Instead of wasting time on these devious thoughts, you should focus on improving yourself. He strode ahead, speaking calmly and confidently, while Shang Zhitao followed behind him like a panicked, homeless dog. Following him into the elevator, she heard him say, ask yourself what you've gained in the past half-month. You're busy like a headless fly every day, but do you ever take the time to review what you've done? How can you grow if you don't use your brain? Well, he drank her coffee and gave her some advice. Yes, Luke. I'll remember. I'll review everything today and send you the results for your guidance. Why send it to me? Am I your direct boss? Am I obligated to teach you every day? Nian scolded her, feeling quite pleased. Seeing her tilt her head, lost in thought, he added, if you feel you can't digest what I'm saying, then you might as well write your resignation letter now. A resignation letter is easy to write. Just 2 words. I quit. Oh. Shang Zhitao had been inexplicably scolded again. She hung her head as she left the elevator. Nian was right. Rather than wasting her time on devious thoughts, she should focus on doing her job well. Chapter 18. People inevitably take a few detours when they're young. Shang Zhitao's first detour was buying that cup of coffee for Nian. Later, she felt she'd been too foolish. She should have put in the effort without reservation instead of trying to take shortcuts. In this world, very few people successfully take shortcuts. Those who have shortcuts available to them are heaven's beloved favorites. Most people have to work hard, step by step, even though the outcome remains forever unknown. Moreover, Luan Nian clearly wouldn't approve of taking shortcuts. To him, that would be opportunistic. She left the elevator, sat down at her workstation, and seriously considered Luan Nian's words. She felt he was right. Work truly tempered people. In such a short time, it had already stimulated her potential for learning and reflection. She carefully and sincerely reviewed her work. Previously, she'd been too busy rushing around and hadn't done such a systematic review. As she typed everything she'd done into the computer, she suddenly realized, wow, she'd handled so many miscellaneous tasks and learned so many things. Later, she would often review her work. This rational way of thinking would accompany her throughout her career. So Luan Nian was a very, very good mentor. That day, after work ended, her genius colleagues gradually left, but Shang Zhitao didn't. She carefully drew up an improvement plan for herself. Everyone had made an improvement plan before, or perhaps a wish list. Shang Zhitao carefully considered the gap between herself and her colleagues, wrote down her improvement plan, and even made a wish list of things she wanted to accomplish before turning 30. She didn't want to show it to anyone, so after writing it, she locked it in her drawer. Suddenly, her goals became clearer, and the feeling was truly wonderful. Sometimes, communication between adults could be surprising. The next day, she arrived at the company early and started working. Even when someone walked up to her, she remained oblivious. Today was her first time hosting the marketing department's supplier meeting, and she needed to familiarize herself with the process again. An iced Americano was placed on her desk. She looked up in surprise to see Luan Nian standing beside her desk. "Returning a cup to you," he said lightly. "You're too kind." Shang Zhitao was a little at a loss, remembering the embarrassment that yesterday's cup of coffee had brought her. Luan Nian didn't speak. He picked up her notebook and looked through it. Shang Zhitao had beautiful handwriting, the most beautiful of anyone he knew. If Lumi fired her one day, she could make a living selling calligraphy copybooks. Her beautiful handwriting was truly pleasing to the eye. "Supplier meeting this afternoon?" Luan Nian asked. "Yes, I'm preparing for it. Among these suppliers, which one has the highest execution efficiency? Which one has the highest level of cooperation? Which company offers the longest advance payment period? What's the maximum amount of advance payment they can accept? What areas does each company specialize in?" Luan Nian asked her. "Has this information been organized?" There hasn't been any information like this before, right?" Luan Nian asked again. "Yes." Shang Zhitao nodded. When the marketing department needed suppliers, they simply found several companies to bid whenever work came in, and whoever won the bid got the job. Most companies operated this way. Luan Nian raised his eyebrows and turned to leave. Shang Zhitao remained stunned for a long time before suddenly realizing that the marketing department didn't have a unified database of supplier parameters. She stared at the coffee for a long moment, then called Yao Bei. "Senior, I'd like to ask for your help." "What is it, Tao Tao?" "I remember you mentioned that state-owned enterprises have strict supplier management. I'd like to see the parameters in your supplier database. I can only show you the headers. I can't share any other sensitive information. The headers are enough." "Thank you, Senior." "No need for thanks." 3 minutes. Shang Zhitao suddenly experienced the joy of work. Before, she'd been too rigid. Whenever work was placed in front of her, she executed it precisely, but her vision had been narrow. She had never stood at a higher level to consider these issues. She felt somewhat grateful to Luan Nian. She picked up the iced coffee and took a sip. It wasn't bitter at all. He'd added syrup. "Thank you, Luke. I'm preparing to urgently organize the supplier information." She sent Luan Nian a message, sincerely thanking him. Of course, Luan Nian didn't reply. He wouldn't. But he raised his eyebrows, feeling that this student he was personally training perhaps wasn't so bad after all. With a little guidance, she could barely present herself professionally. Luan Nian had already begun to consider Shang Zhitao his student, though he hadn't noticed this change in his own thinking. Luan Nian was also invited to the marketing department's afternoon meeting. His appointment was about to be announced, and all the bosses knew about it. Some accepted it, while others didn't. But whether they accepted it or not, they had to maintain appearances. Alex didn't care. He'd worked on several projects with Luan and was more familiar with him. Inviting Luan to such an external meeting also demonstrated his attitude. As the meeting host, Shang Zhitao had done a great deal of preparation in advance. Before the meeting began, Alex said to Luan with some pride, "This morning, we prepared something special to set a precedent for the professionalization and systematization of the company's external management work. Looking forward to it." Luan said nothing else. At first, Shang Zhitao was a little nervous, with a few strands of hair stuck to her face from sweat. Both Alex and Lumi were anxious. Luan heard Alex ask Lumi, "Are you sure there won't be a problem?" "No problem," Lumi said. Even so, she sat up straight, feeling nervous for Shang Zhitao. Shang Zhitao saw Luan sitting in the center with a seemingly expectant expression and suddenly felt motivated. She wasn't entirely useless. After Alex spoke, she gradually relaxed. The meeting had several items on its agenda. Introducing the progress of past projects, presenting the main projects and bidding plans for the second half of the year, a question-and-answer session, and finally, the Lumi marketing department's agency scoring system. Yes, that morning, when Shang Zhitao received Yao Bei's materials, she suddenly felt that Lumi's agent inclusion and termination procedures should have a system, like an exam. There should be a passing score, a score requiring a retake, and a score low enough to warrant recommending withdrawal. She told Lumi her idea, and Lumi widened her eyes and patted her shoulder. "Well done, Shang Zhitao. This kind of system is rare in the market." Alex also praised Shang Zhitao. "Flora is truly excellent." The entire marketing department spent the morning brainstorming the system in the meeting room. They hadn't even eaten lunch. The market needed fairness. Big-name suppliers needed supervision, and small companies needed opportunities. When everything had a systematic framework, management would get on the right track. It would also prevent many economic problems. Luan was smart, and he was also adventurous. He was about to take over Lumi China and hoped the company would change. But not all changes needed to happen after he took over. At Monday's weekly meeting, Alex had shared the marketing department's supplier conference plans. On Tuesday morning, an iced Americano with syrup was placed on Shang Zhitao's desk. Luan casually picked up Shang Zhitao's notebook and deliberately asked her a few questions. If Shang Zhitao didn't understand, Luan wouldn't be surprised. But Shang Zhitao did understand, and she acted quickly. Her efforts and determination to change the status quo helped her survive a desperate situation. When Luan saw her message that morning, he felt that simply understanding his meaning had been enough for her to achieve his intended goal. But she'd submitted a beautiful test paper instead, which was somewhat surprising. Surprised as he was, he still maintained an expressionless face, lowered his head, and typed on his computer, pretending it had nothing to do with him. The company environment was like a deep pool, and it was lonely at the top. He couldn't appear eager for quick success, nor could he make everything seem effortless. Everything required the right timing, and everything rewarded hard work. The final part was truly brilliant. Luan heard the supplier bosses whispering among themselves, but overall, everyone held a positive attitude toward the Lumi marketing department's new policy. For the first time, work gave Shang Zhitao a sense of achievement. When the meeting ended, she organized the meeting minutes while also reviewing what she'd gained. She hoped that whenever she encountered a task in the future, she could stand at a higher level and think about the problem from a different perspective. With this ability, she could go further. Shang Zhitao, who had muddled through life for 22 years, suddenly had a professional ideal. She didn't finish the meeting minutes until after midnight. She'd been looking down for so long that her entire neck and shoulders ached. When she stood up to stretch, she saw that the light in Luan's office was still on. He was sitting there, working with intense concentration. Why was he staying so late today? Shang Zhitao had a strange feeling about Luan. She was very afraid of him, but she also felt that sometimes he seemed to be teaching her things. She wanted to thank Luan again, but felt that would be too much. He didn't like being disturbed. With that thought, Shang Zhitao packed up and left the company. Today, she was sustained by a sense of achievement. Her mood felt so light that she could almost fly, and she wasn't tired at all. Everything was perfect except that it was difficult to get a car at night. She stood by the roadside trying to get a taxi, but many people were leaving work after staying late, and there were few available cars, so she couldn't get one. After more than half an hour, She was considering walking a little farther to try her luck when she saw a car stop in front of her. It was Luan Nian. Shang Zhitao was too embarrassed to trouble him again and waved at him. It's too late. You should go home quickly. It's on my way. Luan Nian opened the car door. Shang Zhitao looked at the time. It was too late, and she didn't dare be stubborn, so she got into Luan Nian's car. Is it really on your way? It's not. Get out. Luan Nian said this while starting the engine. After working for less than 20 days, Shang Zhitao had already grown accustomed to Luan Nian's way of speaking. She chuckled and asked him, "Where do you live?" "Near your place." Luan Nian hadn't been lying when he said it was on his way. There was a villa area in Sheh, a 15-minute drive from Shang Zhitao's home. Then why do you live so far away? It would be so convenient to live near the company. Why do you live so far away? I don't have that much money to rent a place. Shang Zhitao didn't feel embarrassed saying this. She'd just graduated and hadn't even received her first month's salary yet. It would have been strange if she had money. Luan Nian didn't say anything more, but turned his head to look at Shang Zhitao. She sat properly in the car, her legs pressed tightly together, as though facing a formidable enemy. "Are you afraid of me?" "What? Are you afraid of me?" "I'm not. If I were afraid of you, I wouldn't have gotten into your car." Shang Zhitao spoke lightly, but didn't dare look at Luan Nian. She turned her head and looked out the window. The night was colorful, and a thought suddenly occurred to her. Perhaps she should learn to drive? Yes, she should learn to drive. What era was this? How could she still not know how to drive? Luan Nian turned on some music, which eased Shang Zhitao's tension. She finally turned her head to look forward and even initiated a conversation. "Thank you for today." "For what?" "Thank you for your guidance this morning," Shang Zhitao said. "I know I don't have much talent, and that I'm even quite ordinary. So I accept all your criticism and advice. I just want to ask you to give me some time to grow." Luan Nian looked at her seriously and for once gave a quiet, In the future, if there's something I don't understand or can't do, may I ask you for guidance?" "Don't you have a mentor? Don't you have a boss?" "It's different." "How is it different?" Alex and Lumi made Shang Zhitao feel relaxed. They made her feel that even if she was ordinary, she could still be accepted. But Luan Nian was different. Luan Nian gave her a constant sense of crisis, as though she could be eliminated at any moment. She had learned a great deal from him. In less than 20 short days, Luan Nian had, in his own way, helped Shang Zhitao's thinking take a small step upward. "Don't ask me stupid questions. Think carefully before asking." Luan Nian tacitly agreed to Shang Zhitao's request and made his only demand. Chapter 19. Once Shang Zhitao had the idea of learning to drive, she immediately decided to do it. She used the money old Shang had given her to register at a driving school. Sun Yuanzhu accompanied her. Sun Yuanzhu was truly a good young man. He was clean-cut and gentle, with an attentive and friendly gaze. Shang Zhitao felt that under Sun Yuanzhu's gaze, she could expand into a cloud. "I can accompany you to your driving lessons on weekends." "I don't have anything else to do anyway," Sun Yuanzhu offered, somewhat concerned about Shang Zhitao. "You could hang out with your classmates, those cute classmates of yours. It won't interfere with anything. We usually meet in the afternoon." "Oh, okay." Shang Zhitao felt somewhat grateful to Sun Yuanzhu. He was always helping her, yet he seemed completely unaware of it. Driving instructors aren't very polite when they speak. Every time you go, buy the instructor a bottle of water or bring a pack of cigarettes. Don't take it personally when they speak harshly, Sun Yuanzhu advised her. When he'd been learning to drive, his instructor had said countless harsh things. These instructors must have graduated from the same training program, because even their insults were identical. When I was learning to drive, some of the female students were brought to tears by the instructors. That sounds scary. Shang Zhitao treated Sun Yuanzhu to Dunjiang soup near his alma mater. Looking at the various people sitting around them, she suddenly remembered that she wanted to improve her English, so she asked Sun Yuanzhu, "Does your school have an English corner?" "Why?" Shang Zhitao told him about her improvement plan. She didn't feel embarrassed about it. Sun Yuanzhu didn't laugh at her. Instead, he found her serious and motivated attitude adorable. "Let me introduce you to a foreign teacher. Don't go to a language institute. They're expensive. This foreign teacher charges 30 yuan for 40 minutes, paid per session. You can chat with him and ask him all kinds of questions. Several of my classmates who took the TOEFL were tutored by him. Sun Yuanzhu had pointed out a cost-effective and efficient path for Shang Zhitao. She nodded vigorously, amusing him. I hope your improvement plan succeeds. It will. The foreign teacher Sun Yuanzhu introduced lived in the student dormitory of his alma mater. He was an American exchange student, tall and well-built, with typical American features and fluent Beijing dialect. He had given himself a Chinese name, Lang Zhentian. Shang Zhitao pondered it for a long time. Lang Zhentian. Good name. Foreign exchange students often gave themselves very down-to-earth Chinese names. Sometimes, if you suggested they change them, they would say, "Isn't this very good?" Lang Zhentian asked Shang Zhitao, "What level do you want to reach?" "I want to reach the point where I can understand meetings conducted entirely in English without any difficulty." "Then you'll have to put in some effort." "I'll trouble you." Shang Zhitao was led astray by Lang Zhentian and unconsciously began speaking in Beijing dialect. All three of them burst into laughter. Lang Zhentian enjoyed making friends. Shang Zhitao was cute, so he suggested they go to a bar near the university that evening. The area around their university was full of Koreans. The bar was lively, with people speaking English and Korean, a few speaking French, and most speaking Chinese. All kinds of people were there. It was Shang Zhitao's first time in a bar. She found everything novel and kept looking around. As she looked to the right, her gaze met a pair of cold eyes. The world was truly small. Wasn't that Luke? He was sitting with several friends, 3 men and 2 women. The men were outstanding, and the women were beautiful. Shang Zhitao remembered his girlfriend in Guangzhou, looked at the woman sitting there now, and smiled ingratiatingly at him. Luan Nian looked away and continued talking to Tan Mian. "We're setting off on Christmas, right?" "Yes. Doesn't your company give you Christmas holidays?" "Of course. Where are we going this year?" "Let's go to Hokkaido for the hot springs. I've been too tired lately. Let's choose somewhere not too far away. We won't go to America to visit relatives. We'll be going back for Chinese New Year anyway. How does that sound?" "Fine. Can we come too?" the girl beside them asked. "We never bring women on our annual trips," Tan Mian said apologetically with a smile. But it wasn't that they never brought women. They brought Zhang Yao. Luan Nian stood up. "I'm going to the restroom." The bar's restroom was dimly lit. Shang Zhitao came out, misstepped, and nearly fell to the ground, but a hand caught her firmly by the arm. She hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, thank you." When she looked up, she saw Luan Nian. "Come with me." After saying this, Luan Nian turned and left. Shang Zhitao followed him, and the two walked out of the bar one after the other. It was noisy outside. Luan Nian asked her with a cold expression, "Have you finished the report?" Shang Zhitao had been assigned homework on Friday. Alex had asked her to write an execution report for the joint project between the planning department and the marketing department, which was supposed to be sent out on Sunday. Shang Zhitao had already written most of it. Only the conclusion remained, and she could easily finish it tomorrow morning. "I just need to write the conclusion." "You haven't finished it, but you're hanging out at bars?" I. Did you do any research before coming to a bar?" "What?" Luan Nian was about to be infuriated to death by her. What kind of place was a bar? Was this somewhere a brainless person like her should be hanging out? With 2 men? One of them a foreigner? And she hadn't even brought her own water? She had only been in Beijing for a few days, and she was already going with the flow? But it wasn't his business. He only cared about his report. "Send me the report by 12 tonight." Wasn't it supposed to be tomorrow? If I say tomorrow, you wait until tomorrow? Don't you need to leave me time to revise it? I'll go back and revise it right away. It's just because you caught me in the act, isn't it? Making things difficult for me again. Shang Zhitao thought resentfully. She wasn't sophisticated enough to hide her thoughts. She believed she concealed them deeply, but Luan Nian saw through her immediately. "Are you cursing me in your mind?" No. Shang Zhitao shook her head repeatedly, making herself appear even guiltier. "There can't be a single typo in the report." Yes. Okay. Shang Zhitao's eyes sparkled in the summer night breeze as she looked at Luan Nian. Without thinking, she said something foolish. "Don't worry, Luke. I won't say anything. I'll keep your secrets." "What secrets?" Hearing this, Luan Nian put his hands in his pockets and leaned against the outside wall of the bar, looking calmly at her. "Your girlfriends." She deliberately added an S and glanced nervously at Luan Nian. She found herself strange. He was the promiscuous one, not her. So why was she nervous? Most likely, knowing the boss's weaknesses made her uneasy. Luan Nian suddenly smiled. his lips moving slightly. Fine. You keep my secrets. I don't have any other hobbies except women. If anyone finds out, I'll find an excuse to fire you. Rest assured. Shang Zhitao hurriedly raised a finger as if swearing an oath. I guarantee on my character that I absolutely won't tell anyone. Her attitude was extremely sincere. Idiot. Luan Nian cursed her silently, then turned and went back into the bar. You were gone for so long. There was a line. Luan Nian casually made up an excuse. Friend, I just went, and there wasn't a single person in the restroom. Tin Mian exposed him. Luan Nian didn't explain. He simply sat there drinking and listening to the music. Occasionally, he glanced at Shang Zhitao. She seemed perfectly fine, sitting there chatting and smiling, with no intention of leaving. Shang Zhitao was talking with Long Jintian when she sensed someone glaring at her again and again. How annoying. She had no choice but to pull Sun Yuanzhu along, say goodbye to Long Jintian, and leave the bar. When she got home, she showered and started writing the report. At 11:55 at night, she sent it to Alex and Luan Nian, then messaged each of them. Alex was very surprised. Sending it so early? Giving the bosses time to revise it. It's just to check the project's progress. There's no need for revisions. Silence. Damn. That bastard Luan Nian. Shang Zhitao lay angrily on her bed. That bar had been so much fun, and the singing had been good, but that bastard Luke had driven her home with threats and intimidation. After a long time, Luan Nian replied to her email with 3 points for improvement. Yes, 3 points. 1. Add the estimated recovery for each item in the project fund list, based on what was done previously. 2. Add the project leader and assessment indicators for each subproject. 3. Add emergencies and contingency plans. Send it to me tomorrow. Shang Zhitao opened her report and checked. She hadn't written any of those things. Luan Yin's suggestions were very pertinent. Although he was extremely unlikable, every suggestion he made struck directly at the heart of the issue, like a strict teacher who always produced high-scoring students. She got out of bed and revised the report according to Luan Yin's suggestions. She hadn't realized that she'd already become a workaholic. Whenever she had unfinished tasks, she couldn't sleep and would repeatedly think about them. This revision lasted until 3 in the morning. She sent the email again and suddenly felt completely unburdened. Just as she was about to close her eyes, she received a message from Luan Yin. This is much better. This is much better. Shang Zhitao felt somewhat happy. Being praised felt good. She replied, I will continue to work hard. Thank you, Luke. Then she added, why aren't you sleeping yet? Luan Yin replied, nightlife. Nightlife, my ass. He had already left the bar and returned home with a designated driver. The small amount of alcohol he'd drunk that night had made him slightly excited, but also somewhat bored. He watched some American TV shows and read for a while, but he simply couldn't sleep. His only pleasure was correcting Shang Zhitao's homework, knowing she would get up and finish the revisions. His terrible desire for control was being fully exercised on Shang Zhitao. Suddenly, he felt that obedient women without much personality, like Shang Zhitao, were quite good. Although Shang Zhitao was foolish, her execution ability was strong. In Tracy's words, she had a sense of responsibility. Her revised plan was still like shit, far below Luan Yin's standards. But he replied, this is much better. Why? Perhaps to prevent an employee from suddenly dying. A rare moment of mercy. Wow, nightlife. Then I won't disturb you. Good night, Luke. The word, wow, had been carefully chosen and was rich with meaning. Luan Yin could practically imagine Shang Zhitao's gossipy expression, her face incapable of hiding any emotion and clearly saying, TSK, TSK. Clothes are all off, huh? Breaking precedent. Luan Yin replied, good night. Then he tossed his phone aside and went to sleep. Shang Zhitao slept until noon. Remembering how Luan Yin had guided her in writing the report, she realized that she hadn't truly understood how reports should be written, so she brought her laptop into the living room. Her roommates were chatting quietly. When they saw Shang Zhitao come out, they asked, you're finally up. Shang Zhitao smiled sheepishly, put her computer on the table, then went to wash up. Only after getting ready did she sit down at the table. I'd like to ask all of you for some advice. What is it? Zhang Ling asked. I don't know how to write work reports. Shang Zhitao was a little embarrassed. You all have more experience than I do. Can you tell me how work reports should be written? Shang Zhitao herself was shocked by her diligence and determination to improve. If she'd had this drive while studying, could she have gotten into a top university? She hadn't studied hard enough, and now she was being beaten down by the workplace. Didn't she deserve it? Zhang Ling hurriedly raised his hands in surrender. I can't help with this. Your brother Yuanzhu can. Anyone can help. Shang Zhitao was humble and eager to learn, her sincere eyes looking at everyone. There are so many things I want to learn. My path to improvement is still very long. Sun Yu, who had a background in sales, stood up and put an arm around Shang Zhitao's shoulders. How about your sister teaches you how to drink? Everyone burst into laughter. The laughter in that room would be remembered for many, many years. 10 years later, 32-year-old Shang Zhitao came to Beijing on a business trip and deliberately arranged to have a drink with Sun Yu in this area. By then, Sun Yu had become a leader in the marriage and dating industry. She wore exquisite makeup and casually discussed investments worth tens of millions. After drinking too much, she pointed at the lights upstairs and said to Shang Zhitao, "Why don't I buy this place?" "Let it be." Shang Zhitao hugged her, and the two of them cried loudly on the street beside Beijing's North 5th Ring Road. Chapter 20. Luke's appointment has been announced. Shang Zhitao heard Kitty telling Grace. Where? In the company email group. Their voices contained undisguised excitement. The workplace was that realistic. Employees under the newly promoted leader would gain more opportunities, promotions, salary increases, and greater influence for their departments. At the time, Shang Zhitao didn't understand these things. She simply thought they were happy for Luan Nian. In her mind, soon, someone named Shang Zhitao will come to deliver some materials to me. Let her in. What kind of materials needed to be delivered in the middle of the night? The security guard at the villa complex was accustomed to the residents' private lives. Delivering herself, perhaps? The guard thought. By the time Shang Zhitao arrived, it was almost 1 in the morning. The security guard escorted her to Luan Nian's door, rang the doorbell, and left. The surroundings were completely quiet. The villa complex had excellent landscaping. At night, she could hear countless insects and the sound of the wind rustling through everything around her. So Luke was this wealthy. In Shang Zhitao's mind, this was wealth. She had no idea what truly wealthy people were like. It took Luan Nian 5 minutes to open the door. He had just washed his face and rinsed his mouth, barely managing to remain sober. After opening the door, he leaned against the doorframe and extended his hand toward Shang Zhitao. Thank you for your trouble. It's nothing, nothing. Shang Zhitao placed the USB drive in his palm. You should rest now. Did you call a car? No. Even drunk, Luan Nian thought Shang Zhitao had no brain. Are you going to walk home in the middle of the night? Come in and wait for me. Isn't that inconvenient? A single man and woman, and he was her boss. Are you sick? Luan Nian was particularly harsh when he was drunk. Take off your clothes right now and see if I'm interested in you. He walked straight inside and fell heavily onto the sofa. Even the hand holding his phone was unsteady. He took a deep breath and called the doorman. Help me get a car. Let me know when you've flagged one down. Shang Zhitao stood there awkwardly. With his eyes half closed, Luan Nian said to her, sit and wait. His breathing was a little heavy. Drinking too much was truly uncomfortable. He grabbed the water beside him and drank several gulps. When he put the cup down, his hand was unsteady. Shang Zhitao hurriedly stepped forward and caught it. Would you like some more water? She picked up the cup and looked around, finally finding the kitchen. She ran inside to get some water. When she came back out, Luan Nian was already asleep, leaning sideways against the sofa in an uncomfortable position. Shang Zhitao used all her strength to lift his legs onto the sofa, then stepped forward to support his head. Her fingers touched the skin of his neck. Burning hot. Shang Zhitao's heart skipped a beat. Her hands could neither withdraw nor continue. Luan Nian's brow furrowed slightly. She steeled herself, used some force, cradled his head in the crook of her arm, slipped a cushion beneath it, then quickly withdrew her arm. Looking down, she saw Luan Nian's slightly flushed face. He looked different from his usual serious, cold self. Exceptionally handsome. Shang Zhitao became a little entranced. Indeed, women were lustful too. If you weren't bewitched, it was definitely because the other person wasn't attractive enough. She looked away, forcing herself to ignore the panic in her heart. In his living room, she saw a huge aquarium with only one lonely red fish swimming inside. Shang Zhitao didn't know what kind of fish it was. She only knew that it was beautiful. She stood up and carefully observed it for a while. The fish was trapped in this enormous tank that conspicuously occupied an entire wall, creating an indescribable sense of lonely beauty. The phone rang. She ran over to answer it and heard the security guard say, "Mr. Luan, the car is here." "Thank you." Shang Zhitao hung up, casually found something to cover Luan Nian with, and fled his home. It had been just an ordinary night, yet it became different because of a visit to Luan Nian's home. She was like a mermaid who had just come ashore, full of curiosity about everything in the human world. And then she met that person, the one who intrigued her. How could this be allowed? Shang Zhitao shook her head chaotically. The human world was too frightening. The little mermaid ultimately lost everything. She lay in bed but couldn't fall asleep no matter what. She suddenly remembered the day she'd broken up with Xian Zhaozhou. Xian Zhaozhou had said, "You're going north, and I'm going south. We both have responsibilities we can't shirk. I can only wish you well. Don't let this cruel society swallow you." That night, unusually, she didn't sleep well. The girl wasn't normally burdened with worries, but suddenly, on this particular night, something was weighing on her mind. Something indescribable. She was awakened by a phone call the next morning. With her eyes still closed, she answered it. Her consciousness hadn't fully returned, and her voice was hoarse. "Hello. What time did you get home last night?" It was Luan Nian. When he'd opened his eyes that morning, he'd thought for a long time before finally remembering that he'd asked Shang Zhitao to deliver something to him. He felt he'd gone too far, asking a girl to deliver materials in the middle of the night. Shang Zhitao was startled awake by his voice and abruptly sat up. I got home a little before 2 in the morning. Did you lose something at home?" Her first thought was that Luan Nian had lost something. Otherwise, why would he be calling her? "Yes. My safe was broken into." Damn. Shang Zhitao's temple throbbed and began to ache. She tried to remember whether she'd properly closed the door when she left. She should have. Probably. She couldn't remember. "Did you lose anything important?" "The diamonds are gone." It wasn't me. I don't even know where your safe is." Shang Zhitao spoke while thinking, finally regaining some composure. "Don't you have cameras at home? Why don't you check the recordings?" Luan Nian heard the trembling in her voice and realized that Shang Zhitao wasn't good at taking jokes. If he kept up the act, she might cry herself to death. "I'm just kidding." Silence. Shang Zhitao cursed him again in her mind. Is he sick? She wanted to curse him aloud, but suddenly remembered that as of yesterday, Luan Nian was the boss of the entirety of Lumi China. She had to bow her head under his roof. So she swallowed the curse and said nothing more. "Thank you for your trouble last night." Luan Nian finally said something decent. "The materials are important. I need to forward them to the relevant project soon." "Important? You could have driven to the company and gotten them yourself." Shang Zhitao muttered inwardly, but aloud she said, "It's my duty, my duty. I'm happy to do such a trivial little thing for the company." Luan Nian's laughter came through the receiver, making Shang Zhitao pause. What was he laughing at? Luan Nian was laughing at her poor acting, her flattery, and the hint of humility ingrained in her bones. "You're afraid I'll fire you, right?" "Who wouldn't be?" Shang Zhitao felt a little wronged. "I asked Kitty and the others. You haven't made them change jobs. You've reminded me. I don't think they're very competent either. How about the day after tomorrow? All of you resign hand in hand." What? Luan Nian rarely spoke this much with her. "Let me ask you something. What are you afraid of? Are you afraid you won't find a better job after leaving Lumi?" "I got into Lumi by accident in the first place." "You know that yourself?" Luan Nian finally seized the opportunity. "What's your relationship with Tracy?" "Tracy? Tracy is just Tracy." Luan Nian had only just taken office, and sorting through the company's complex interpersonal relationships was part of his work after assuming the position. Tracy had always firmly supported Shang Zhitao, which made him curious about their relationship. But it was difficult to extract any information from Shang Zhitao, so Luan Nian gave up. He remembered that there were some miscellaneous materials on the USB drive that he was too lazy to organize, so he said to her, "Do you have any personal plans today?" "I don't." "Then work overtime. Report it to Tracy later for overtime pay." For the first time, Shang Zhitao heard that overtime actually came with overtime pay, and she foolishly asked, "We get paid for overtime?" "What else?" "I'll do it." Shang Zhitao suddenly became energetic. I'll do it right away. Tell me what to do, and I'll do it immediately. Who would fight against money for no reason? Luan Nian was startled by her sudden enthusiasm. Is she that poor? I'll give you an address. Go there and wait for me. You have to process the materials in front of me. Unimportant, yet confidential. Okay. I'll leave right away. Where should I go? Shang Zhitao jumped out of bed, then asked another question. Is overtime pay calculated by the hour? Chapter 21. Charged by the second. Luan Nian finished giving her the address and hung up. Shang Zhitao quickly brushed her teeth, washed her face, threw on an oversized t-shirt, and left. The address Luan Nian had sent was a cafe, and it was crowded. When she arrived, he was already there, sitting in a corner where he could take in the entire cafe with a single glance. Luan Nian looked at the unkempt Shang Zhitao and guessed that this was probably how she'd be for the rest of her life. A bare face without makeup, never standing out wherever she went. Sit here. Luan Nian pointed to the seat beside him. Shang Zhitao sat down and saw him push a plate of chocolate waffles toward her. Haven't had breakfast? No. Eat before working. He was unusually cordial today, making Shang Zhitao wonder if he'd been possessed by something strange. Shang Zhitao was genuinely hungry, but she only took a few bites before putting the food down. On a diet? Luan Nian suddenly asked. No. I feel sick if I eat too many sweets on an empty stomach. Shang Zhitao felt a little embarrassed. She wasn't picky about food, but she did have this one little quirk. She couldn't eat too many sweets when she was hungry. Are you still hungry now? Not anymore. Then let's get to work. Luan Nian pulled a USB drive from his computer and handed it to her. Copy the Q4 project inventory folder to your computer. Okay. Shang Zhitao quickly copied it, then waited for Luan Nian's instructions. Organize the data. Compare Q3 with the new customer additions, month-over-month changes in contract amounts, and service project screening. Create pivot tables for the results and write your conclusions. Did I make myself clear? Very clear. Shang Zhitao immediately began working. Luan Nian watched for 5 minutes and discovered another of her redeeming qualities. She was good with office software, writing all the data formulas by hand and demonstrating solid fundamentals. As she worked, her lips were pressed tightly together, her attention completely focused on the computer. Everything around her became irrelevant. Luan Nian lowered his head and continued with his own work. Shang Zhitao finished organizing the basic data, then organized the data for each salesperson. Lingmei's sales department was truly an elite team. Their sales performance would have been considered outstanding anywhere in the industry. Even so, putting all their data together revealed various issues, such as contract cycles, contract amounts, and different service content in contracts for the same clients. Shang Zhitao didn't understand. She frowned and pondered it for a long time. What's wrong? Luan Nian noticed that she hadn't typed anything for a while. I don't quite understand. This contract was first reported in May, but it wasn't signed until July 1st. This one too. Every salesperson has the same situation. Can't figure it out? Luan Nian asked. No, I can't. Look at it in relation to the KPIs. Luan Nian gave her a hint, then returned his attention to his computer. Luan Nian was always like this. He wouldn't directly give Shang Zhitao the answer. He made her think for herself. Shang Zhitao opened the KPI spreadsheet and studied it carefully for a long time. She seemed to understand a little. Then she quietly asked Luan Nian, I see that they all slightly exceeded their Q2 targets, so these clients were saved for Q3? The corner of Luan Nian's mouth twitched. Not completely stupid. Shang Zhitao gave a quiet, oh. Luan Nian asked her, if it were you, how would you solve this problem? I don't know. What's your brain for? Think. Oh. Shang Zhitao began thinking seriously again. She had never worked in sales management, but for the past 2 months, she'd been handling market budget management. When some project budgets were exceeded, they would be carried over into the next month or quarter. This was an unwritten rule. At Lingmei, the sales incentive system meant receiving the full bonus once 100% of the performance target was achieved. She thought for a long time, then tentatively asked Luan Nian, raise the targets a little? Luan Nian laughed when he heard this. Just directly raise the targets? Do you think they wouldn't all resign tomorrow? Huh? What do you mean, huh? Luan Nian closed his computer and carefully examined the spreadsheet Shang Zhitao had made. There were no data errors, and the analytical logic was clear. This part of the work can be submitted. Okay. Shang Zhitao answered, but didn't move. Not leaving. The question from earlier still doesn't have an answer. Your overtime pay will offset the tuition. That's not quite right, is it? The moment Shang Zhitao heard that her overtime pay would be deducted, she quickly tried to negotiate. Why don't you teach me when you have time on a workday? I'm not in that much of a hurry. Openly bowing for 5 pecks of rice. The tenacity of survival. Luan Nian suddenly thought of this phrase. Shang Zhitao truly possessed a tenacious instinct for survival. She had accidentally been dealt a good hand and was trembling with fear that she might lose the game, desperately trying to find a balance. Create tiered sales rewards instead of setting only a single target for completion. Divide their performance into different ranges. Better performers can earn more, while those who perform less well will indirectly receive less. The company can use this method to identify, incentivize, and eliminate talent. That's one answer, Luan Nian said. If you're interested, go ask Tracy. I spoke with her on the phone yesterday afternoon. Wow, I see. That's brilliant. Shang Zhitao was delighted to have learned something new. After praising him, she noticed something odd in his tone. What do you mean by my Tracy? Why is Tracy mine? Luan Nian refused to discuss it with her. Looking at the time, he saw that it was already 5 in the afternoon. He asked Shang Zhitao, "Are you still hungry?" "Yes," she answered honestly. "Let's go get something to eat." Get something to eat? Was Luan Nian treating her? Was she about to eat a meal paid for by the boss because she'd worked overtime on the weekend? Or because she was excessively adorable? No. How could she dare let the boss treat her? Did she not want her job anymore? With too many thoughts running through her head, and after considering how much money she had left for the month, Shang Zhitao finally couldn't help asking, "Are we splitting the bill?" Luan Nian's hand paused as he packed up his computer. He looked up at Shang Zhitao with an indifferent expression. "You're going to split the bill with your boss?" "Well, if not, you'll pay." Luan Nian dropped those 2 words and walked out, his expression serious enough to suggest he meant it. Shang Zhitao followed behind him, thinking that she couldn't pretend to be rich when she wasn't. Old Shang had once said that in interpersonal relationships, people should come together when they were compatible and part ways when they weren't. Even if Luan Nian was her boss, he couldn't fleece her too badly. The 2 of them set off, and Shang Zhitao watched as Luan Nian drove toward an area she didn't recognize. To be precise, she was unfamiliar with almost all of Beijing except the areas around her company and home. Any dietary restrictions? Seeing that Shang Zhitao wasn't speaking, Luan Nian thought the fool was frightened. When would she learn to hide her thoughts and emotions instead of wearing that mixture of trepidation and defiance openly on her face? No. Then let's go eat fish. Luan Nian didn't elaborate. He simply focused on driving up the mountain. There was a fish restaurant on the mountain that he frequented. They caught rainbow trout fresh and stewed it in an iron pot, making it extremely flavorful. The mountain road was dark, with few lights. Luan Nian drove slowly, then gradually pulled over to the side of the road. Seeing Shang Zhitao's wide eyes, he asked softly, "Afraid I'll kill you and dump your body?" Silence. Shang Zhitao froze. Thinking about Luan Nian's usually cold demeanor, he really did seem like the kind of serial killer who might murder someone and dispose of the body. So she feigned calmness and said, "I told my roommate before I left that I was working overtime with my boss. I also gave her your contact information." "Really?" Shang Zhitao added emphatically, showing Luan Nian her phone. She wasn't lying. She had sent Luan Nian's phone number to one of her contacts. A girl venturing out on her own needed basic self-protection awareness as a foundation for survival. Shang Zhitao wasn't as foolish as she appeared. "Then you've escaped a calamity today." Luan Nian raised an eyebrow and stopped teasing her. "Shall we continue on our way?" "Wait a moment." Luan Nian's eyes were uncomfortable, so he took out some eye drops and applied them, then closed his eyes to rest briefly. "Are your eyes uncomfortable?" "Dry eye syndrome." "Oh." Shang Zhitao had always thought Luan Nian was invincible, but even someone like him had ordinary troubles, like dry eye syndrome. "My dad also has dry eye syndrome." And then he stopped working on computers and changed jobs. "So what job do you think would be suitable for me?" Silence. Luan Nian wasn't an easy person to chat with. As the Zhai would say, some people just had loose lips. Luan Nian rested for a few minutes before continuing to drive. By the time they reached the mountaintop, it was already dark. The fish restaurant had hung bright red lanterns outside, creating a lively atmosphere. The owner recognized Luan Nian and came over to greet him from a distance. "Manager Luan, you're here?" "Here to eat fish," Luan Nian said to the owner. "The usual?" "Sure thing." Then the owner smiled at Shang Zhitao. "Hello." "Hello, boss." Shang Zhitao felt a little awkward. From the way the owner looked at them, he seemed to think she was someone special to Luan Nian. After the owner walked away, Shang Zhitao hesitantly said, "Should we explain it to the owner?" "Explain what?" "Explain that I'm not your girlfriend." "You look like my girlfriend?" Luan Nian was amused by Shang Zhitao's comment. What was she thinking? Did she think every man and woman who ate a meal together were up to no good? Did having dinner together automatically make them a couple? Was she overestimating herself? Or did she simply not understand him well enough? "Don't I?" Shang Zhitao retorted, unwilling to back down. "Do you think you do?" Silence. What kind of person is this? There was a long corridor behind the fish restaurant. While waiting for the fish, they sat in the corridor, one on each side. Shang Zhitao received a message from Sun Yu. Sun Yu's message. "Why aren't you back yet?" Shang Zhitao's message. "Just having dinner." "Then I'll be back." Sun Yu's message. "He's not giving you a hard time, is he?" Shang Zhitao's message. "No." Sun Yu's message. "That's good, then." Shang Zhitao put away her phone and turned to look at Luan Nian. She remembered the strange sensation at her fingertips from the night before, and her face flushed slightly. She couldn't tell whether what she felt was lust or simply an ordinary feeling. Whatever it was, Luan Nian's handsome face was right beside her, making her a little flustered. Chapter 22. Can you drive? Luan Nian picked up the alcohol. Shang Zhitao couldn't drink, which made her perfect for driving down the mountain. To his surprise, however, Shang Zhitao shook her head. "I can't." Something fluttered in Luan Nian's heart. The plain and ordinary Shang Zhitao sitting across from him somehow made the alcohol taste better. If he savored the moment more carefully, he could detect a hint of boundless romance. That strange desire he had felt that time in Guangzhou was now slowly seeping into his body again. Luan Nian set the alcohol aside and asked the owner for a bottle of cola. He poured some for Shang Zhitao, then picked out the most succulent piece of fish for her. A little overwhelmed by the special treatment, she hurriedly thanked him, only to hear Luan Nian say, "Thank you for treating me to dinner." Oh, Shang Zhitao, who was barely scraping by, was a little stingy. Given a choice, she wouldn't have had dinner with Luan Nian in the first place. If she absolutely had to, she would have chosen a tasty but inexpensive roadside stall. After all, everyone had to live, and there was nothing wrong with letting Luan Nian experience some of life's hardships. "You're welcome. It's my pleasure." Despite her thoughts, she still responded politely. After taking a bite of fish, she decided she couldn't let this meal go to waste. "You're having dinner with me. Does that mean you think I'm doing okay and can stay at the company for further observation?" "The last time I had dinner with a colleague, it didn't stop the company from firing him the next day. Don't scare me." Luan Nian glanced at her. "Have you considered learning to drive? You're probably the first person at Lingmei who can't drive. I've already signed up for driving school. I'm studying for the test." "Study hard." "I'm worried you won't be able to learn." "That's impossible." Shang Zhitao grinned. Her face flushed red from the steam rising from the fish pot. "Do you often bring your girlfriends here for dinner? Do you always ask this many questions?" Hee. Luan Nian ignored her and continued eating. He had drunk heavily yesterday and hadn't eaten properly today. Now that his stomach was finally no longer empty, his mood naturally improved, becoming a little more pleasant. Following Shang Zhitao's train of thought, he asked, "What about you? What do you usually do with your boyfriend in your free time?" "I don't have a boyfriend." "The one at the bar?" "That's my roommate." "Your roommate seems nice. You could try dating him." "My roommate is amazing." Shang Zhitao sincerely praised Sun Yuanju. "He can do everything, and he has a great temperament. He helps me all the time." "How does he help you?" "What has he helped you with?" "Just little everyday things. Everything, big and small. He even came with me when I registered for driving school." "So, for you girls, that's the standard for being good? As a friend, isn't that good enough?" "It's enough for a friend, but he'd have to work harder to become a boyfriend," Luan Nian teased. Hearing this, Shang Zhitao seriously considered his words. "So you're very good to your girlfriends?" She had quite a sharp tongue. After a few bites of fish, She seemed to forget who she was talking to and even dared to challenge Luan Nian. She deliberately emphasized the plural, girlfriends. Luan Nian saw her tilting her head up, looking ready to debate him, and finally smiled. When Shang Zhitao wasn't being timid, she was actually quite entertaining. Not only was she entertaining, but she also had quite an appetite. Aren't you afraid of getting fat? I'm hungry. This is the only meal I've had today. She looked a little pitiful. Luan Nian thought she was rather pitiful too, so he put another piece of meat on her plate. Eat up. Their meal together was quite pleasant. As they were finishing, Shang Zhitao said to Luan Nian, I'm going to the restroom. Instead, she secretly went to pay the bill. She understood this much etiquette. How much is the bill for that table? Shang Zhitao asked the owner. 530. Not too bad. Shang Zhitao thought Luan Nian was still a decent person. At least he hadn't fleeced her too badly. I'll pay the bill. No need. Manager Luan has a card here with a lot of money on it. When we were catching the fish, he said to deduct the bill from his card. What? Shang Zhitao was a little shocked. She recalled Luan Nian's expressionless, you'll pay. He had said it so casually, yet she had taken him seriously. Shang Zhitao suddenly felt a little foolish. She could never tell when Luan Nian was being serious and when he was joking. She had never been able to distinguish truth from falsehood in his words. She returned to the table, sat across from Luan Nian, and cleared her throat. Luke. What? Next time? I absolutely have to treat you. There's going to be a next time? The expression on Luan Nian's face clearly said, Are you serious? You want to have dinner with me again? Well, I'm serious. Shang Zhitao knew she couldn't see through Luan Nian, so she stated her position first. I'm serious. So what do you plan to treat me to? I'll go back and research it properly? Don't bother. I have plenty of other girlfriends to date. Today was an exception. After saying this, Luan Nian stood up. Ready to go back? Yes. Just drop me off at the bottom of the mountain, somewhere I can easily get a taxi. How considerate. Shang Zhitao's thoughtfulness made her seem like an outsider, someone who was always afraid of inconveniencing others in social situations. Luan Nian didn't like women behaving this way. He preferred women to be direct, to know when to be strong and when to show vulnerability. For instance, in this situation, she should have said to him, I'll have to trouble you to take me home. But Shang Zhitao didn't understand such things. She didn't know how to use the advantages of being a woman. Luan Nian didn't discuss where he should drop her off any further. He simply drove away at an unhurried pace. As soon as they left the fish restaurant, they reached the road leading down the mountain. Shang Zhitao looked out the window and vaguely saw stars in the sky. She exclaimed in awe. Luan Nian looked at her, then pulled the car into a viewing area and rolled down the windows. It was pitch black all around them. Shang Zhitao leaned her head out the window and gazed at the stars filling the sky. Such beautiful stars were a small reward amid her busy days. Luan Nian got out of the car and leaned against it, looking up at the stars for a while. Shang Zhitao didn't follow him out. Her sense of propriety was perfectly displayed at that moment. She couldn't stand beside Luan Nian and watch the stars with him. That was something couples did, and he was her boss. She knew the difference. After each of them admired the view for a while, they continued down the mountain. Luan Nian drove directly toward Shang Zhitao's home. It wasn't until they were almost there that Shang Zhitao belatedly realized his kindness. Thank you, Luke. No problem. Remember to apply for overtime pay with HR the day after tomorrow. Submit it online and put my name down. Okay, thank you. Luan Nian stopped the car and watched until Shang Zhitao's figure disappeared from sight before driving away. It had only been an ordinary overtime work session together, but Shang Zhitao felt that her perception of Luan Nian had changed. She now firmly believed that Luan Nian was a good person, just one with a bad mouth. A sharp-tongued good person. Thinking about Luan Nian, she also felt that he was quite strange. Sun Yu knocked and came in, her eyes red. What's wrong? Shang Zhitao asked her. Sun Yu shook her head and sat on the edge of Shang Zhitao's bed. Can I talk to you for a while? I'm feeling a little upset. What happened? Shang Zhitao pulled her onto the bed, and the two sat facing each other. As soon as the girl from Guizhou looked at Shang Zhitao, tears began to fall. I broke up. Didn't you say yesterday that you were going to his place today? He told me not to come anymore. Sun Yu started crying. You know what, Shang Zhitao? I lost my job, and I still haven't found a new one. His job is very good. and I've always felt there was an inequality between us. He told me he feels like we have less and less in common. Actually, he just thinks I'm inadequate. But you're not inadequate. Shang Zhitao didn't know how to comfort Sun Yu. Sun Yu was so good, such a beautiful girl from Guizhou, and so smart. How could she possibly be inadequate? You don't understand yet. Beijing is a very realistic and cruel city. Sun Yu was devastated. She had invested her feelings in the relationship, while the other person had placed her emotions on a scale and weighed them. Her feelings had been given a price tag. Hearing her say this, Shang Zhitao also felt sad. The relationship she'd had during her school days hadn't been tainted by worldly concerns. Back then, she and Xian Zhaozhou ate snacks near the school, took the bus to the park, or she would sit beside the basketball court waiting for him. At that time, all they thought about was whether they loved each other, not how much that love was worth. Even though they later broke up, they parted with kindness and wished each other well. Maybe you'll get back together. Shang Zhitao wasn't good at giving advice, so she could only offer a positive possibility. What if, in a few days, he suddenly realizes that you're still the best, and then leaves me again when he meets someone better? Sun Yu cried even harder. I will never give him that opportunity again. Sun Yu was heartbroken, as though all the good times they'd shared had suddenly become unreal. She had thought his business trips and team-building activities were simply work requirements. Only today did she understand that it wasn't his work that required them. He did. He needed to use those methods to gradually cool their relationship until they finally broke up. Adults could be so ugly. Shang Zhitao let Sun Yu lean on her shoulder. She felt a little confused. Yao Bei had told her that if she wanted to date someone, she should find a man with good conditions so she could suffer less. Shang Zhitao didn't have much desire for material things, so she didn't really understand what good conditions meant. She stayed with Sun Yu for a long time, until Sun Yu finally began wiping away her tears and sat up straight. You know what, Shang Zhitao? I suddenly understand. To hell with men. I need to rely on myself. Only when you're strong enough will men chase after you. Otherwise, they'll never understand how to cherish you. Shang Zhitao nodded quickly. Right? We need to become strong. They looked as though they had accidentally joined a pyramid scheme. Both of them suddenly fired up. Sun Yu laughed through her tears and gently tapped Shang Zhitao's forehead with her fingertip. What are you so excited about? I need to be strong too. Shang Zhitao thought that once she became strong, she wouldn't have to be afraid of Luan Nian threatening to fire her every day. Once she became strong, she would slam her resignation letter onto Luan Nian's desk and tell him, I quit. Just imagining the scene gave her a sense of satisfaction. No, complete satisfaction. Shang Zhitao hadn't realized at all that Luan Nian had already occupied a small corner of her heart, compelling her to move forward. So, was working overtime with that annoying boss pleasant today? Sun Yu had been so focused on crying that she had forgotten to ask Shang Zhitao about it. It was okay. Apart from being a little serious, he's not a bad person. He even took me up the mountain to eat fish. Shang Zhitao told Sun Yu what had happened that day. As Sun Yu listened, her expression changed. Shang Zhitao, your boss isn't trying to take advantage of you, is he? What? Impossible. He has lots of girlfriends. Men, especially rich men, are never afraid of having too many girlfriends. They just want to conquer the next one. No way. Shang Zhitao waved her hand. I saw his girlfriend in Guangzhou. She looks like Miss World. So what? That doesn't rule out the possibility that he might want something exotic. Besides, you have such a good figure. Shang Zhitao blushed. Don't talk nonsense. He doesn't lack women, and I'm not interested in him either. Are you sure? I'm sure. After saying that, Shang Zhitao thought for a moment. No, that wasn't right. She was far too interested in Luan Nian. She wanted to do something with him. But what did Luan Nian feel toward her? Shang Zhitao wasn't sure. She suffered from insomnia again that night, carefully going over every interaction she'd had with Luan Nian that day. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that Sun Yu was right. He really did want to take advantage of her. Shang Zhitao suddenly sat upright in bed. Chapter 23. Shang Zhitao arrived at the entrance of the company and saw Luan Nian walking out of the coffee shop. She immediately ran. She couldn't give her boss an opportunity to take advantage of her. Her having feelings for him was one thing, but if he wanted to sleep with her, that would be the real deal. Although she might gain his favor from it, she would lose her dignity. But being favored didn't seem so bad either. Shang Zhitao's not-so-efficient brain was filled with all sorts of chaotic thoughts. As she ran, she couldn't help chuckling at her own ideas. She ran quickly, swiped her card, rushed into the elevator, and hastily pressed the close button. When she reached her workstation, she tossed her backpack aside, hunched over, and started working. As a small figure in the company, she wouldn't always be assigned work by Luan Yin anyway. The new boss of the planning department would be taking up the position soon. Once the new boss arrived, Lu Mi and Shang Zhitao would no longer have to deal with Luan Yin. Shang Zhitao eagerly looked forward to that day, as if Luan Yin were some terrifying beast. Luan Yin walked out of the coffee shop and saw Shang Zhitao running away, with no idea what foolishness she was up to this time. When he reached the company, he found it empty. He was in his office, while Shang Zhitao sat outside. Shang Zhitao arrived first every day, and Luan Yin was beginning to appreciate her diligence. Some people were diligent only in short bursts. Once they felt secure in their positions, they began to slack off. Others remained diligent throughout their lives. No matter what happened, they always saw things through to the end. Shang Zhitao probably belonged to the second category. In yesterday's work report, Alex had discussed the marketing department's work. When talking about personnel, he had specifically mentioned Shang Zhitao, saying they planned to discuss ending her rotation with her. In other words, Shang Zhitao had successfully passed her probation. While Alex was talking about this, Tracy kept looking at Luan Yin. She thought he would object as he had in the past, but he didn't even raise his head, as though the work Alex was reporting had nothing to do with him. Tracy was a little puzzled and asked, "Luke doesn't have any comments? You're all-powerful." "I wouldn't dare," Luan Yin replied sarcastically. Tracy was the HR director appointed directly by headquarters. No matter who was in charge of Lingmei China, they had to be wary of her. Luan Yin wasn't cautious around her, but he never forgot to mock her. "I thought you had no comments because you recognized Shang Zhitao's abilities, as well as my judgment." "I have no comments simply because Shang Zhitao is your person." "Shang Zhitao is not my person," Tracy replied. Luan Yin merely shrugged, indicating that the conversation was pointless. He wasn't interested in who passed probation. His most urgent task now was handling the new performance model for the sales team. Lingmei's sales team consisted of industry big shots, and the entire team was arrogant, making them difficult to manage. They could complete their assigned tasks, but they also held tightly to their clients, preventing major breakthroughs in the business. Luan Yin had discussed reforms with Tracy, and she had simply said, "Keep the team turnover rate under 30%. Otherwise, I'll give you a poor rating in your 360-degree evaluation." Luan Yin knew Tracy was serious. She needed the team to remain stable, and if there was large-scale personnel turnover, she would be held responsible. "Then I'll proceed with Shang Zhitao's formal hiring process as usual," Tracy added. "Why don't you ask me about everyone else's formal employment? There's no point talking to you. Can we have one rational conversation about Shang Zhitao? You're always putting on such a stern face. Employees say they're afraid of you during staff meetings." Luan Yin didn't care about such formalities. Whether Shang Zhitao passed probation had no impact on him, and whether people feared him didn't affect his mood. So he didn't continue the discussion with Tracy. Shang Zhitao knew nothing about any of this. She was about to be sent on an assignment to a mountainous area to assist with a commercial shoot, essentially doing odd jobs. The marketing department always had to send someone at times like this. When everyone saw the location, they clicked their tongues and refused to go. It had already started snowing there. The mountainous area was cold and gloomy, and the rats were 30 centimeters long. Not only the women, but even the men were afraid to go. Someone secretly glanced at Shang Zhitao, thinking that since she hadn't passed probation yet, she should accept this test, and silently hoping that she would volunteer. Shang Zhitao caught the look and really did step forward. "How about I go? I've never done this before, though, so I don't know what to do." "You? What do you know? I think a male colleague would be most suitable for this job." Lu Mi spoke while trimming her nails and kicked Shang Zhitao under the table. Was this girl sick? Couldn't she see that they were trying to take advantage of her? "You don't know anything. This is our biggest client's project. What if you mess it up?" Lu Mi added. "If it gets messed up, we'll all suffer the consequences." Alex didn't feel the same way. Shang Zhitao was new, and she needed to follow all kinds of projects. That was a given. So he asked Shang Zhitao, "Are you sure you're willing to go? If she's going, Then prepare a double travel budget. Lumi sighed. I'll go too. Lumi had always considered herself Shang Zhitao's mentor, and she felt a kind of fraternal loyalty toward her. That so-called fraternal loyalty meant one thing. I need to protect my people. Shang Zhitao looked at Lumi gratefully. Thank you, Lumi. Don't mention it. Shang Zhitao had no idea how dangerous this trip would be. She simply felt that this was work, and she needed to try everything in order to understand the essence of the job. She respected her work in this way, and her work didn't let her down either. After the weekly meeting ended, Alex asked her to stay behind. Flora, guess what I'm going to tell you next? Alex was never serious. He even winked at Shang Zhitao, with a childish desire for her to guess. Shang Zhitao thought carefully. She hadn't made any mistakes in her recent work, so she shook her head. Alex, I don't know. Then take a look at this. Alex took several sheets of paper from a drawer and placed them in front of her. Shang Zhitao picked them up and saw the large words, labor contract, printed in both Chinese and English. Her eyes widened, and she looked at Alex in disbelief. Your first rotation was in the marketing department. I've spoken with Lumi, and we both want you to stay in marketing. Are you willing? I am. Shang Zhitao nodded like a chicken pecking at grain. She couldn't hide her feelings. She was simply happy. So happy that her eyes grew warm. Then take this back, sign the formal contract, and submit it to Human Resources. Alex gave Shang Zhitao a thumbs up. Keep it up, Flora. You know, Beijing is a cruel but fair city. As long as you work hard, there will be results. Everyone has seen your diligence and sense of responsibility over the past 2 months. You earned this contract yourself. Shang Zhitao felt as though she were dreaming. She remembered her first day, when Luan Nian had advised her to change jobs. She had been so anxious and nervous back then. But today, she had officially earned her place here, and Alex said she had earned it through her own efforts. It was so touching that she even felt like crying. Even after work, Shang Zhitao still felt as though none of it were real. She was filled with mixed emotions and felt that she needed to talk to someone. She sent Yao Bei a message. Shang Zhitao's message. Senior, are you in Beijing? Yao Bei's message. I'm at the aerospace base. What's up, Tao Tao? Shang Zhitao's message. I've been formally hired. Yao Bei's message. Really? Yao Bei added 3 exclamation marks, then immediately called her. My junior is so accomplished, right? Listen, think about what you want to eat. When I get back, we have to celebrate properly. Shang Zhitao covered her mouth to keep herself from laughing out loud. I want to eat Japanese food. There's a place near our company that I want to try. We'll go when I'm back. Ordinary Shang Zhitao experienced a different kind of happiness. She had already shared her joy with others, but her happiness hadn't faded. She wanted to reward herself. She felt that today, she truly deserved a reward. How about going for Japanese food? Invite Sun Yu and the others? But it was already too late. By the time they reached the Japanese restaurant, it would be closing. She could go by herself. Yes, and then she could invite her roommates out for a meal on the weekend. Shang Zhitao was a little giddy with happiness. She stood up at her workstation, still smiling, stretched, and sat back down. Then she immediately packed her things, unwilling to wait even another minute. She picked up her bag and walked out, only to run into Luan Nian, who was also about to leave work. Shang Zhitao couldn't dodge him in time, so she had no choice but to smile. Luke, getting off work? Nothing more. Shang Zhitao didn't say anything either. She entered the elevator and stood in the corner, only to hear Luan Nian ask, Aren't you going to eat something nice today? Huh? Weren't you formally hired? Oh yes. Shang Zhitao couldn't lie. Her expression clearly said, I'm going to eat something delicious right now. Seeing Luan Nian looking at her through the elevator mirror, she reluctantly asked, Do you want to come with me? Sure. A single question mark. You don't have to feel obligated if you have plans tonight, Shang Zhitao added. Was there still room to back out of this? No obligation. No plans. Oh, stingy as hell. Luan Nian laughed at her inwardly. That was simply the kind of person he was. He had only teased her casually, but the more reluctant she became, the more he wanted to go. When she was unhappy, he felt satisfied. Simply put, Luan Nian was the kind of person who took pleasure in benefiting at someone else's expense. In Tan Mian's words, he wasn't a good person at heart. What are we eating? Luan Nian asked. Shang Zhitao racked her brain, trying to think of something that would make him change his mind about going. Spicy hot pot. Bridge rice noodles? Cold skin noodles? There's a good Japanese restaurant near the company. It'll cost you, Luan Nian said nonchalantly. Get the 398 yuan set. Otherwise, there's no foie gras. Oh, but it's near the company. What if our colleagues see us? Won't it be hard to explain? It might harm your reputation. You're overthinking it. Luan Nian smiled at her. Please. Shang Zhitao's second meal with Luan Nian was at that Japanese restaurant. It was already past 9 when they arrived, and the restaurant was nearly empty. They found a quiet private room overlooking the courtyard garden. The garden's night lighting was on, illuminating a small bridge over flowing water. It was exceptionally peaceful. Luan Nian indeed ordered the 398 yuan set without hesitation, and Shang Zhitao ordered the same. Since she was celebrating, she might as well go all out. Even if this meal cost her 1/10 of her salary, she thought it was worth it. Luan Nian ordered sake and poured himself a small cup, then asked Shang Zhitao, "Have you gotten your driver's license yet? I'm taking the second test next weekend, but I might have to postpone it because I was assigned today to follow the victory shoot." Going to the mountains? Yes. They said it'll be half a month. Shang Zhitao also poured herself a small cup of sake and took a sip. It was all right, not too strong. She smiled broadly, unable to hide the joy in her heart. Chapter 24. Luan Nian tried to understand Shang Zhitao's joy, but he honestly didn't think passing probation was anything worth celebrating. His past 28 years had been smooth sailing, so he couldn't relate to Shang Zhitao's current swelling sense of satisfaction. "Give me your wallet." Luan Nian held out his hand to Shang Zhitao. "Why? I'm afraid you'll drink too much and won't be able to pay the bill." Shang Zhitao obediently took out her wallet and handed it to Luan Nian. How could her wallet be described? It had an ink painting on it, and upon closer inspection, there were 2 dogs in the picture. It was a strange collage of images. Luan Nian frowned slightly. Concerning aesthetic taste. "Enough cash?" Luan Nian asked. "Not enough. Which card should I use?" Shang Zhitao stood up, took back her wallet, pulled out a card, and handed it to Luan Nian. This one. She was going all in. If she was treating him, she might as well go through with it, just this once. Password 062400. June 24th was Xian Zhaozhou's birthday. Couples in love often used each other's birthdays as special passwords. After they broke up, she should have changed it, but Shang Zhitao was lazy and had never bothered. "All right, drink up." Shang Zhitao was very happy and drank 2 more small cups, but stopped there. Her alcohol tolerance wasn't good, and she was beginning to feel a little dizzy. She shook her head. "No more, no more." Yet after saying that, she took another sip. Luan Nian didn't stop her and focused on eating the foie gras and sashimi. It had been a while since he'd had Japanese food, and now that he was eating it again, he found it quite good. His appetite gradually opened up. The girl sitting across from him had a flushed face, and once again, he thought her silliness went remarkably well with alcohol. Luan Nian was a calculating person, and he was slowly weaving a web. After repeatedly having thoughts about Shang Zhitao, he had immediately made a decision. He wanted to do something with this woman, but he needed the right timing. He wanted to do something with Shang Zhitao without becoming too entangled with her. If they could satisfy each other's needs without having to take responsibility for each other, that would be the perfect arrangement. "Did you volunteer to go to the mountains?" he suddenly asked Shang Zhitao. The company environment was like this. Veterans bullied newcomers, those in higher positions bullied those beneath them, and those with connections bullied those without. It was difficult to maintain purely professional relationships unless someone was extremely capable and held a position the company couldn't do without. "Yes, I did." Shang Zhitao had drunk a lot of water, and her dizziness had subsided somewhat. "I've never done it before, so I wanted to try. I want to learn many, many things and become a very, very capable person. Like Kitty." Shang Zhitao became talkative after drinking. "Why be like Kitty? Kitty is amazing. She knows everything, can do everything, and does everything beautifully." Luan Nian glanced at her, but didn't respond to that. If Kitty weren't amazing, she wouldn't have gotten into the creative center. Everyone in the company knows that the creative center and planning department always pick the best. Rather than blindly comparing yourself to others, you'd be better off finding a big tree to lean on. Luan Nian spoke with a mixture of sincerity and teasing. "I'm a stranger here. Whose leg am I supposed to cling to?" "Tracy's." I'm not close to Tracy. Then you could try clinging to my leg. Shang Zhitao suddenly remembered the jumble of thoughts she'd had that night, especially the idea that Luan Nian wanted to take advantage of her. She immediately put her hands in front of her chest, her expression guarded. I won't sell myself. Luan Nian rarely lost his composure, but when Shang Zhitao accidentally hit upon his secret thoughts, he nearly spat out his drink. Are you okay? But you told me to cling to your leg. I'm just a young girl who's new here. I'm unfamiliar with everything. I have no money, and my abilities are average. What could I possibly offer in exchange for your support? Luan Nian pointed at Shang Zhitao. Move your hands. Move them. Shang Zhitao moved her hands away, looking suspiciously at Luan Nian. He examined her chest, then smirked. Your concerns are truly unnecessary. Luan Nian laughed. Shang Zhitao, do you think I want to sleep with you? Do I lack women? Shang Jitao's face turned red. Stop dreaming. Luan Nian reached across the table and knocked her on the head. Wait for a sunny weekend and dry out the water in your brain. Damn, aren't I quite good? Shang Zhitao looked down at her clothes, feeling wronged. The two of them ate for a very long time. When Shang Zhitao finally stood up, she wobbled. Luan Nian asked the server to pour her some water, and true to his word, he took Shang Jitao's wallet to pay. Luan Nian really did make Shang Zhitao pay for the meal. After paying, he returned her wallet and didn't forget to thank her. Thanks. You're welcome. It's my pleasure. Congratulations on being formally hired, Luan Nian said with complete sincerity. He now felt that Tracy was right. A company should have a diverse talent structure. A team shouldn't consist solely of elites. It should also have people like this. Interesting fools. They left the restaurant. Luan Nian didn't call his driver. Instead, he stood with Shang Zhitao by the roadside to hail a taxi. She was unsteady on her feet, and the wind had tousled her hair. Laughter shimmered in her clear eyes as she looked at Luan Nian and said seriously, I won't sell myself. It sounded as though she were trying to encourage herself. Her nervousness was obvious to Luan Nian, and he suddenly understood. Shang Zhitao liked him. Shang Zhitao left with Lu Mi. On the plane, Lu Mi said to Shang Zhitao, Usually, we call the people in the marketing department masters, but once you get there, you'll discover that marketing people are just their errand runners. One moment they're thirsty, the next they're hungry, and then there are huge bugs in the hotel. At home, I'm used to having everything handed to me, but here I have to serve those fussy people. Shang Zhitao doubled over laughing at Lu Mi's words. Lu Mi was a young lady from a wealthy family. For her, work was merely a way to pass the time. So she wasn't afraid of anyone, but she didn't have much ambition either. In her words, what's so great about being an official? An official's salary isn't even as much as the rent I collect. She was considered a force to be reckoned with in the company, and her colleagues all showed her a certain amount of respect. They got off the plane, met up with the filming crew, and boarded a large bus. The group of more than a dozen people traveled for over 6 hours before finally reaching a small town in the mountains. The town was no more than a kilometer from east to west, with houses built at varying heights. It was already 2010, yet small towns like this still existed. Shang Zhitao found it novel. Kitty carried a camera and took pictures everywhere. In her words, this is a perfect opportunity to experience life. Lu Mi pursed her lips and said to Shang Zhitao, experience life? Does she think she's a fairy descending to the mortal world? Shang Zhitao hurriedly covered her mouth. Her heart was constantly jumping up and down. She had a feeling that Lu Mi and Kitty would eventually get into a fight. Lu Mi didn't like Kitty. She thought Kitty was too pretentious. After Kitty left, the commercial director handed Lu Mi a list of filming locations and very politely asked them to help coordinate the sites. Haven't they already been finalized? Lu Mi asked. We took a rough look before. Lu Mi took the stack of papers and pulled Shang Zhitao along with her. See? It's starting already. The town didn't look very large from one end to the other, but walking through it was exhausting. After only a few steps, Shang Zhitao nearly tripped. The roots of the large trees stretched underground before emerging above the surface for a section, something she had never seen before. The two of them trudged along, checking each filming location one by one. By the time they had inspected them all, the sky was completely dark. The temperature dropped after nightfall in the mountains. Shivering from the cold, the two walked back. When they reached their accommodation, they found everyone else warmly dressed and sitting outside, drinking and chatting. When Kitty saw Shang Zhitao, she waved to her. "Flora, you're back. The work in the marketing department is so hard. If it were me, I definitely couldn't do it." Lumi clicked her tongue. "Seeing you running around gathering material, Kitty, I think your physical stamina must be pretty good. If you have some free time tomorrow, join us at the filming location behind the mountain." Kitty didn't dare offend Lumi, so she smiled at them and continued talking to the others. Kitty didn't like Shang Zhitao. The reason was that she had accidentally seen Shang Zhitao's resume and felt that Shang Zhitao had gotten into Ling Mei purely through luck. Kitty had always believed that she should be surrounded by people who were as outstanding as she was. Being in the same batch as Shang Zhitao made her question her own abilities. Not only that, Kitty disliked Shang Zhitao's personality. She was always smiling. No matter what anyone said, she always said everything was fine. In Kitty's eyes, someone without ability who relied on hard work to build good relationships wasn't worthy of respect. Shang Zhitao knew nothing about Kitty's thoughts. She only knew that Kitty didn't like her very much because the way Kitty spoke to her was completely different from the way she spoke to everyone else. But that didn't matter. Shang Zhitao didn't care. She and Lumi each ate some hot instant noodles before crawling into bed. The mountains were too cold, and there was no hot water that day, so neither of them wanted to wash their faces. They barely managed to brush their teeth. They thought the day was finally over once they got into bed. But after everything grew quiet, they heard rustling sounds coming from the corner of the room. Shang Zhitao sat up and turned on the light. There was a rat in the corner. The rat was as big as a foot, fat and greasy. The moment the light came on, it began frantically scurrying around the room. Shang Zhitao had been afraid of rats since childhood. She screamed and jumped off the bed, then remembered that the rat was on the floor and immediately jumped back onto the bed. Lumi was afraid too. Her scream was even louder than Shang Zhitao's. She leaped onto Shang Zhitao's bed, and the two clung to each other. Their screams woke everyone up. The male colleagues knocked on the door, and Shang Zhitao and Lumi rushed over, opened it, and ran outside. "What happened?" "A huge rat. This big." Lumi gestured to her colleagues. "Didn't you say you put rat poison down before we arrived?" The innkeeper also came out. Hearing this, he looked a little embarrassed. "We ran out of rat poison, and there were 2 rooms where we didn't put any. I'm sorry. I'll go to the county town and buy some tomorrow." Shang Zhitao wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. It's okay. She really had been terrified. Her hands and feet were ice cold. She had known that coming to the mountains would be difficult, but she hadn't expected to be defeated by a rat on the very first night. Fortunately, some kind male colleagues exchanged rooms with them. Shang Zhitao lay on the hard wooden bed, listening to the sounds outside, and feeling terribly sorry toward Lumi. "Lumi, I'm sorry. If I hadn't insisted on coming here, you wouldn't have to suffer with me. Don't say such useless things. I came here to experience life." Lumi comforted Shang Zhitao. "After experiencing this, I'll be able to appreciate ordinary happiness. When I get back, I'll kowtow to my parents twice. How about I treat you to a meal when we get back?" "Forget the meal. When we get back, you can cover 2 of my shifts. You know I don't like working overtime. I'll cover your shifts for a whole month." Chapter 25. When Shang Zhitao opened her eyes the next day, her entire body was sore. A child raised on the Great Plains, she had spent half a day walking mountain paths, and her body couldn't handle it. She was still all right. After crying out, so tired, a couple of times, she managed to get up. But Lumi wasn't so fortunate. She had gotten her period. Already half dead from exhaustion, she now felt as though not a single part of her body belonged to her. Her period hit her hard, bringing stomach cramps and nausea. Shang Zhitao was frightened and ran out to find the driver. "We need to take Lumi to the county hospital. She's sick." The driver didn't dare delay. He took Lumi and Shang Zhitao to the hospital, where Lumi received a pain-relieving injection. Shang Zhitao felt terribly guilty. Sitting beside Lumi, tears began dripping down her face. This girl, who usually laughed off any grievance, couldn't stop crying today because she was so worried about Lumi. "Good grief. Are you giving me a funeral gift?" Lumi teased her. "Stop crying. This was just bad timing. Why don't you go back today?" Shang Zhitao wanted Lumi to return as soon as possible. This place was too harsh, and Lumi had never experienced such hardship. Shang Zhitao hadn't either, but coming here had been her choice, so she had to persevere. No way. Lumi glared at her. You'd better give up on the idea of sending me back. I'll be fine tomorrow. If I leave you here alone, won't Kitty bully you to death? I won't let her bully me. Nonsense. I can tell you're too honest. Everyone dares to take advantage of you. Lumi sighed. I want to eat a bowl of hot noodles. I'll go buy you some. Seeing that Lumi finally had an appetite, Shang Zhitao jumped up and ran off. The county town was much better than that tiny town that barely deserved to be called a town. Right next to the hospital was a small food street bustling with people. Shang Zhitao spotted a noodle shop with a long line and delicious-smelling food, so she called Lumi. You can't eat spicy food, right? Nonsense. Get me the spiciest one. Shang Zhitao giggled. Okay. She stood in line for a long time and bought 2 bowls of spicy sour tripe noodles. She also bought some skewers for Lumi before returning to the hospital. Lumi couldn't move her right hand because of the 4, so she opened her mouth toward Shang Zhitao. Come on, feed me. Shang Zhitao obediently fed her 1 bite at a time. Lumi simply liked seeing Shang Zhitao's silly sincerity. Girls like Shang Zhitao were rare these days. She was kind to people, not necessarily by giving them expensive things, but by straightforwardly offering them her heart. The two stayed at the hospital until the afternoon. Once Lumi had recovered some of her energy, they returned to the mountain. Everyone's preparations were complete, and they were only waiting for the actors. When the two returned, everyone gathered around to express their concern. Lumi waved her fair hand. I had an injection. I'm fine now. When are the actors arriving? Soon. The director sat beside Lumi and quietly asked, how much budget was approved this time? I don't know. We're just here to follow up on execution. Besides, isn't the client paying? Lumi evaded the director's question. Lingmei had negotiated an all-inclusive deal for this project. The client had fully authorized Lingmei to handle everything and would only inspect the final product. But before they left, Alex had instructed them not to tell the filming team the truth. When it came to filming crews, if you gave them 10 million, they could spend all 10 million. Seeing that he couldn't get any information from Lumi, the director turned to Shang Zhitao, who was standing nearby. Flora, do you know? This time, Shang Zhitao was more careful and followed Lumi's example. I don't know either. The boss just sent me to handle logistics. After all that back and forth, nothing useful had been said. Not bad, little Tao Tao. Lumi praised her after the director left. You learn fast. You already know how to evade these old foxes. You taught me well. It was completely dark by the time the actors arrived. They weren't famous actors. Lingmei's commercial this time was a series of stories connecting products with human nature, aiming for an emotional appeal. The story being filmed here was about a young man who grew up in the mountains, experienced different aspects of life, and finally returned home. The purpose was to evoke nostalgia among older customers. They began filming the exterior scenes that very night. Shang Zhitao had never experienced this kind of work before and found it fascinating. Wearing a down jacket, she stood off to the side and watched the bustle. Work truly came in many forms. Some people had to sit in front of computers and work overtime every day, while others could hold scripts and recite lines. Each had its own joys. Shang Zhitao watched so attentively that she didn't even hear her phone ringing. It wasn't until filming ended in the middle of the night that she saw Alex had called her. She quickly called him back. Alex was taking a break during a management meeting and answered the call in the conference room. Alex, sorry. I didn't hear my phone just now because I was at the filming site. Is Lumi okay? Kitty from the creative department just mentioned during her work report that Lumi was sick. Huh. Why would Kitty mention Lumi's illness while reporting on work? Shang Zhitao didn't understand, but she didn't think too much about it. She told Alex about Lumi's condition. It's fine. Let her recover properly. Make sure nothing happens to her. Also, the department has an urgent project, and one of you needs to come back to provide support. You two decide who should return. All right, Alex. Shang Zhitao hung up and said to Lumi, Alex says there's an urgent project and wants you to go back to provide support. Finally, there was an excuse for Lumi to return, which eased Shang Zhitao's guilt a little. Tomorrow. But what if I'm worried about you? If you don't go back, we'll both be in trouble. Shang Zhitao saw Lumi off early the next morning. Before leaving, Lumi gave her many instructions. You're from the marketing department, and you're managing the budget. You can handle logistics, but they still have to be polite to you. Keep a clear record of everything coming in and going out. Finance will check it later. Shang Zhitao carefully remembered everything Lumi taught her, but she still didn't know how to put on airs. She happily did whatever anyone asked her to do, and in less than a day, she had become familiar with the entire crew. The director thought Shang Zhitao was quite nice and different from the other marketing people, so he said to her, "Next time we shoot a commercial, please come again." Sure. Shang Zhitao readily agreed, then went with the driver to the county town with a shopping list. She had become a thorough manual laborer. It turned out that marketing work definitely required good physical strength. Shang Zhitao was grateful for her healthy body and abundant energy. Otherwise, she might have died of exhaustion in these mountains. The driver, Lu Wu, had been specially hired by the company for Luan Nian. He was a retired military man, but since Luan Nian usually drove himself, Lu Wu had little to do and had volunteered to come here as a driver. Lu Wu was in his 40s, with a crew cut and a vigorous demeanor. Seeing that Shang Zhitao was always smiling, never lost her temper, and wasn't spoiled, he praised her on the road. "Young lady, you're impressive. A girl doing marketing work, not afraid of hardship or exhaustion, and still happy every day. That's rare." Hee. Shang Zhitao laughed. "I don't know anything, so I have a lot to learn. Purchasing supplies counts as learning too, right? You certainly have a positive outlook. Isn't purchasing supplies just buying things?" "That's true. This morning, I heard Kitty asking if you're Luke's driver." "Yes, but it's basically an idle position. Manager Luan likes to drive himself. He only lets me drive when he's been drinking." "Oh, I see." Shang Zhitao said "oh" twice. She suddenly remembered that when she and Luan Nian had been drinking a few days ago, he hadn't asked Lu Wu to drive. She seemed to suddenly understand a little about how these things worked. Luan Nian had been avoiding suspicion. "I should keep my mouth shut too and not cause trouble for myself," Shang Zhitao thought. Luan Nian was a very calculating person. There were many things you might not understand at the time, but when you looked back after a while, you could usually understand the twists and turns in his mind. "Are you familiar with Manager Luan?" Lu Wu suddenly asked. Shang Zhitao was taken aback for a moment, then quickly replied, "Not at all. We've only had 2 meetings together. Other than that, we just pass each other at the company." "Are you afraid of him?" "I heard a lot of the female colleagues are afraid of him." "Yes." Shang Zhitao nodded. "He's terrifying." Lu Wu laughed good-naturedly. "Actually, he's quite nice in private. He's not so serious. Sometimes, when he's been drinking and I drive him home, he'll invite me in for tea or some fruit. He'll chat with me too. He's not like what you all see at work." Shang Zhitao wanted to say, "That's because he's never advised you to resign." But she held back and merely grinned. On her second visit to the county town, she was more familiar with the roads than she had been the first time. The things the crew needed were all sorts of odds and ends: a broken palm leaf fan, a wooden stool, a polyester shirt, and so on. Many of these things could no longer be found in big cities, but they were still available in this small county town. Shang Zhitao suddenly remembered something Luan Nian had said during a meeting about business syncing. How did it sync? Perhaps it meant that the audience was diverse. Things that were no longer used in big cities could still be sold in smaller places. No matter what, there would always be a market. They went from store to store, selecting items, bargaining, and keeping accounts. These trivial tasks weren't easy. By the time they had bought everything, it was already 5 in the afternoon. They quickly ate a bowl of noodles and hurried back. As the car bumped along the road, Shang Zhitao suddenly regretted eating that bowl of noodles. Just before they reached the town, she asked Lu Wu to stop the car and threw up everything she had eaten. It truly was a form of spiritual practice. After returning, she checked the inventory list with everyone. Only after confirming that there were no problems did she return to her room. After such a busy day, followed by throwing up that evening, her stomach was churning uncomfortably. She took 2 pills, drank some hot water, lay back on the bed, and opened her computer. There was no internet, but she could still work on spreadsheets. She entered the day's expenditures and worked until midnight before finally finishing. With Lumi gone, she suddenly felt a little lonely. Young girls were easily defeated by loneliness. Shang Zhitao had no armor either. In the depths of the night, loneliness drowned her like a flood. A thought suddenly occurred to her. When would she have a home of her own? In a city like Beijing, it didn't matter whether it was outside the 5th Ring Road or even the 6th Ring Road. Just a small house she could buy for herself. Would she no longer feel lonely then? It was the dead of night when, as she slept, she sensed something crawling across her blanket. Half asleep, she opened her eyes and saw a pair of small, bright eyes staring at her in the faint moonlight. She had never made eye contact with a rat before, and this would be the only time in her life. Her fingertips and toes instantly went cold, followed by goosebumps spreading densely across her entire body. Life seemed to stand still. She even forgot to scream. The rat reacted before she did. With a swoosh, it disappeared. Shang Zhitao experienced the first breakdown of her life. Later, she would tell the story to others as a joke. A rat's eyes are as bright as stars. Chapter 26. The next evening, Shang Zhitao didn't dare sleep in the room, nor did she want to wake the others, so she simply went outside to look at the stars. The stars in the mountains were truly beautiful, stretching brilliantly across the entire night sky. Shang Zhitao remembered that when she was dating Xi and Zhao Zhou, they had once traveled all the way to the countryside to see the stars. Back then, neither of them had any money. They took public buses, transferring again and again, and stayed in the most dilapidated hostel, which seemed even worse than the place she was staying in now. Yet Shang Zhitao had been perfectly content back then. She remembered Xi and Zhao Zhou tucking her feet into his embrace and saying with some distress, "Other couples never suffered like this when dating. Other couples never saw such beautiful stars when dating either." Shang Zhitao had foolishly replied. She hadn't known that there were plenty of couples who neither suffered nor missed the chance to see such beautiful stars. After sitting outside for a while, she began to feel cold, so she ran back inside, boiled some water, and soaked her feet. She immediately felt completely refreshed. She encouraged herself inwardly. There were mousetraps beside the bed and rat poison in every corner. Surely there wouldn't be any problems tonight. She wrapped herself in the blanket and prepared to sleep. Just as she closed her eyes, her phone rang. It was Alex. She hurriedly answered. "Hi, Alex. Flora, we're still in the management meeting. The other executives just asked about the filming progress. I'm putting you on speaker, so please give everyone an update." The request came completely unexpectedly. It was late at night, and the executives were still holding a management meeting. Shang Zhitao was utterly unprepared. She abruptly sat up. "Okay, I'm putting you on speaker now. Luke, Tracy, Jason, and Zach are all here. Are you okay with that?" "Sure." Shang Zhitao quickly organized her thoughts. When Alex told her she could begin, she started her report. "Hello, everyone. We've currently filmed 3 simple scenes, with additional costs of 2,100 yuan. We haven't encountered any problems so far." Good. Stay safe. Bye-bye." Alex understood Shang Zhitao. Her reports might be simple, but her work was definitely thorough, so he didn't want to give her a hard time. Nian frowned. What kind of report was that? After the meeting ended, he picked up his phone and sent Shang Zhitao a message. Nian's message. "What was that report you just gave?" Shang Zhitao's message. "The progress." Nian's message. "Are you sure?" Shang Zhitao's message. Nian was somewhat angry. He thought Shang Zhitao really couldn't get things straight. On such an important occasion, she had given such a perfunctory report. He called her directly. Now report it again properly. His tone was ice cold. The words frightened Shang Zhitao out of her wits. She cleared her throat. "I just covered the key points." Making excuses? No. Shang Zhitao hurriedly waved her hands, forgetting that Nian couldn't see her. "Report again," Nian repeated. "We've been filming." "Rome. Who's we? How many scenes have you filmed over the past 2 days? What are they specifically? How far along is the project? How much has been spent? What was it spent on? How much more do you estimate you'll spend? What's the expected result?" Nian fired off questions like a machine gun, one after another. Even during his inaugural speech, he had only said a few sentences, yet today he spoke so much all at once. Nian truly couldn't tolerate having stupid people on his team. Shang Zhitao was a Lingmei employee, and he was a leader at Lingmei. Therefore, Shang Zhitao was part of his team. Following Nian's questions, Shang Zhitao reorganized her thoughts and timidly asked, "Shall I report again?" "Speak." Shang Zhitao answered according to the questions he had asked. For this filming project, there are 17 people involved, including the crew, creative department, and marketing department. We've currently filmed 3 scenes: Misty Dawn, Mountain Path, and Moonlit Thoughts. This commercial has 16 scenes in total, with the remaining scenes scheduled to be completed within 10 days. As of today, miscellaneous marketing expenses total 2,100 yuan. I haven't estimated the remaining expenses yet, but they won't exceed the budget. Luan Nian acknowledged. What's your role in all this? I manage the money and do odd jobs. Shang Zhitao's voice grew quieter and quieter. Sure enough, as soon as Luan Nian heard the words, odd jobs, he interrupted her. Is your value in doing odd jobs? Where can I find someone to do odd jobs? If you're just going to keep doing odd jobs, you might as well come back now. Don't waste the company's travel expenses. You might as well leave altogether. He hung up and tossed his phone aside. He had been so busy that day that he hadn't even eaten, and by evening, Shang Zhitao had thoroughly angered him. What was wrong with her? Odd jobs. Did she really think her value was doing odd jobs? After being scolded by Luan Nian, Shang Zhitao was thoroughly awake. She wasn't dejected, though. After all, Luan Nian often scolded her. There was nothing unusual about that. But Luan Nian's criticism was correct. She really did lack experience in giving reports. She had thought she'd covered the key points, but perhaps, in other people's eyes, her report had seemed perfunctory. She simply opened her computer, created a document, and began summarizing reporting methods. What were the proper methods for giving a report? Probably the key questions Luan Nian had just asked. Then she thought about Luan Nian's tone. That man had such a terrible temper. He was clearly teaching her, yet he was incapable of speaking nicely. Shang Zhitao snorted. Luan Nian was such a strange person. She spent half an hour writing a document on reporting methods and sent it to Luan Nian's email. Then she sent him a message. Shang Zhitao's message. I benefited greatly from Luke's guidance just now and have compiled a document on reporting methods, which I've sent to your email. Could you please review it for me? As soon as the message was sent, Luan Nian replied. Luan Nian's message. What time is it? Shang Zhitao checked the time. Shang Zhitao's message. It's 1 a.m. She clearly hadn't understood what Luan Nian meant by asking, what time is it? What Luan Nian meant was, what time is it? If you don't sleep, does that mean no one else gets to sleep either? Are you crazy? Seeing Shang Zhitao's reply, Luan Nian narrowed his eyes. She really couldn't read between the lines. It was impossible to get angry with someone like her. You could die from anger, and she would probably crouch beside your corpse with a bewildered expression and ask, why did you die? That was probably just the kind of person she was. Someone without a brain. Luan Nian sat on the edge of his bed, his hair still wet, and opened his email to read the reporting points Shang Zhitao had summarized. They were detailed and therefore somewhat verbose, but they showed tremendous improvement. He called Shang Zhitao again. Have you shut down your computer? You're still awake? Shang Zhitao asked. Luan Nian suddenly felt an urge to strangle Shang Zhitao. He paused for 2 seconds to calm himself, then said, I'll speak. You make the changes. Okay. Thank you, Luke. When making work reports in the future, first think about what the people listening care about, then think about the project itself. Luan Nian explained everything meticulously, while Shang Zhitao carefully took notes. This late-night tutoring session had come so suddenly that Shang Zhitao had the strange feeling of being kept after class by a teacher for individual guidance. She wasn't sure whether the teacher was afraid she would drag down the entire class or whether he simply cared about her. Did you write that down? Yes, I did. Thank you. Since you've written it down, proactively request a project reporting meeting with Alex. When you return, give him a detailed report on your progress following up on this project. Okay. Unwilling. No. I just feel like it's a little abrupt. If you think managing upward is abrupt, then be prepared to never move upward. Luan Nian was talking about the reality of the workplace. Those who didn't know how to manage upward wouldn't go far in their careers. All right. I'll schedule some time with Alex tomorrow. The two suddenly fell silent. Shang Zhitao felt a little awkward. She racked her brain, trying to think of something to say, but Luan Nian hung up without even saying goodbye. Luan Nian had already spoken too much today. Too tired to say even one more word. He hung up, blow-dried his hair, and lay down in bed. His phone rang again. He picked it up and saw an unfamiliar number. He answered and heard confused sobbing from the other end. Luan Nian, do you believe I'll kill myself for you to see? Luan Nian hung up, but the phone immediately rang again. Do you think I don't dare? Don't use death to threaten me. You know it won't work. Luan Nian listened to the sobbing on the other end of the phone. Unusually, he didn't hang up. He waited until her crying had subsided somewhat before saying, "When we broke up, we agreed to part on good terms. There's no need for you to make such a scene." Luan Nian hung up. The next morning, when he opened his eyes, he saw dozens of missed calls on his phone. Zhang Xian had gone crazy. Then he saw several messages in his inbox. Unknown person's message. "Is this Luan Nian? I'm Zhang Xian's friend." She slit her wrists. Unknown person's message. "Can you come to the hospital? She's receiving emergency treatment." Unknown person's message. "Are you even human? Is this how you treat your ex-girlfriend?" Luan Nian called back. The other person answered and immediately began cursing him. "If you don't want to live anymore, just say so, and we'll kill you." Luan Nian frowned as he listened to the person venting on the other end, then asked, "Which hospital?" The person paused for a moment, then quickly gave him the hospital address. Luan Nian finished washing up, took his car keys, and left. The road was congested for a while, and by the time he reached the emergency center, it was already 9 o'clock. He found the ward and saw Zhang Xian leaning against the headboard while a young woman fed her fruit. Zhang Xian saw Luan Nian and pushed away the fruit at her lips. Tears began falling again. Luan Nian thought, how remarkable. She had been receiving emergency treatment late last night, yet she was already able to eat fruit this morning, with her emotions perfectly under control. Truly impressive, Zhang Xian. He walked to Zhang Xian's bedside and looked at her friend. "Were you the one cursing me on the phone this morning?" The young woman was taken aback, then said, "So what if I cursed you? I'm going to find someone to kill you." Luan Nian took out his phone and stopped the recording in front of her. "Fine. I've recorded the evidence, and I'll send it to my lawyer." The young woman was stubborn too. She suddenly stood up and swung her hand toward Luan Nian's face. Luan Nian reacted quickly. He stepped back and caught her wrist before the blow could land. "Don't make a scene. In the end, it'll only become too ugly to resolve." Luan Nian hated people making scenes more than anything. Whether they were men or women, anyone who caused a scene in front of him displeased him. If you had a point, say it. Otherwise, keep quiet. He released the woman's hand and looked coldly at Zhang Xian. "Is this amusing? You don't feel the slightest bit of heartache, do you?" Zhang Xian looked at Luan Nian and felt that this man's heart was truly impossible to warm. During their relationship, he would buy her bags, go on weekend dates with her, and normally make a call or two. But that was it. He always kept his distance from her. Even during sex, she could never feel how much he loved her. "If I remember correctly, we broke up almost half a year ago. How long do you expect my after-sales service to last? 3 years? 5 years? 10 years? Luan Nian knew how the people in the emergency center were looking at him. In their hearts, he was a complete scoundrel. He didn't care what other people thought, nor did he want to waste any more words on Zhang Xian. "Next time you want to commit suicide, don't call me. Your life is your own. If you don't want it, there's no need to notify me. Also, don't forget, you were the one who initiated the breakup." Zhang Xian said nothing. She completely despised Luan Nian. Chapter 27. What do you want? Luan Nian's tone softened as he sat beside Zhang Xian's bed, looking at her indifferently. "I never thought you'd be the type to threaten suicide after a breakup. I thought we ended things well. I fell into your trap. You used the silent treatment against me, forcing me to be the one to initiate the breakup." Luan Nian had thought Zhang Xian was like him, someone who disliked being constrained and believed that a comfortable relationship meant mutual trust while giving each other space and freedom. At first, Zhang Xian had been like that. But later, she changed. She began testing him, checking up on him, clinging to Luan Nian, and even hiring people to follow him. It made him extremely annoyed and exhausted. When he suggested breaking up, Zhang Xian refused to let go and endlessly pestered him. "I came to see you today, not to get back together." Luan Nian took the fruit from Zhang Xian's hand, looked at it, then placed it back in her palm. "Eat your fruit, let your wounds heal, and don't call me again. Like I said before, let's end things pleasantly. You have a black heart." Zhang Xian blinked, her long eyelashes wet with tears. She looked pitiful. Luan Nian wasn't moved. Luan Nian was immune to both soft and hard approaches. Once he made up his mind, even if you were the king of heaven, it wouldn't matter. "Compared to the rumors you've spread about me, my heart is much kinder." Zhang Xian had wanted to ruin his reputation and force him to return to her. Luan Nian didn't care. His reputation wasn't good anyway. He took out a voice recorder and showed it to Zhang Xian. If you continue, we'll meet in court. With that, he stood up and walked out. Some people could end romantic relationships amicably, while others turned them into a complete mess. Luan Nian had witnessed just how ruthless a woman could become. Pushed to extremes, she would even take a knife to herself. Suddenly, he grew weary of intimate relationships. He had never been particularly invested in them to begin with. He was simply that kind of heartless person. A scoundrel, as people called him. He drove to the company and ran into Lumi and Alex in the elevator. "Good morning, Luke." Lumi and Alex greeted him. Then Lumi brought up Shang Zhitao. "Flora really knows how to endure hardship. That awful place where we're filming the commercial. I never want to go there again in my life. But Flora has persevered. The director said she's taken excellent care of the entire crew's logistics. Not only that, she even went out yesterday to find a new filming location. Impressive." Hearing her suddenly mention Shang Zhitao, Alex was a little confused. But since Shang Zhitao was his subordinate, he naturally had to praise her too. He nodded. "Flora is excellent. Truly reliable." Luan Yin gave them a meaningful look. Their deliberate performance was quite clumsy. He looked at Lumi again and slowly asked, "It must be exhausting to mentor an apprentice like that, right?" The question startled Lumi. The elevator doors opened, and Luan Yin smiled at them as he walked out. Luan Yin found it puzzling that Shang Zhitao, that silly goose, had actually managed to make friends in the workplace who would take turns speaking well of her. He had just turned on his computer in his office when a message from Shang Zhitao arrived. Shang Zhitao's message. "Luke, I've scheduled a report with Alex. It's next Tuesday." Luan Yin's message. A single question mark. "What does that have to do with me?" Shang Zhitao's message. Managing upward. Shang Zhitao was applying what she had just learned. She sincerely felt that Luan Yin was right. One had to manage upward. Otherwise, how would the leaders know what you had accomplished? Early that morning, she had suddenly realized that she needed to manage not only Alex, but also Tracy and Luke. In short, everyone who ought to be managed. What if Luke gets annoyed with me? Shang Zhitao asked herself. What's there to be afraid of? He's already annoyed. She immediately answered herself. Is she stupid? Luan Yin thought to himself. Perhaps inspired by Lumi's praise of Shang Zhitao in the elevator, Alex had Lumi quickly create a group chat on the company intranet, adding the filming team, Shang Zhitao, himself, Kitty, Luan Yin, and the others. Lumi thought Alex had finally realized that he should use his privileges, so she posted in the group. Lumi's message. Joint project. Thanks to our colleagues on the front line for all your hard work. Please communicate any issues in this group. Alex says he'll add chicken legs for everyone when you return. Everyone in the group responded except Shang Zhitao. Where had Shang Zhitao gone? She had gone to find extras. The creative center and the director had temporarily changed the script and needed an elderly female extra. She had to look clean and easygoing, with white hair. The requirements were quite specific. Kitty said to Shang Zhitao, Flora, please help us with this. Aren't you supposed to find them? The director asked Kitty. Kitty shook her head. This is something our marketing colleagues are better at. Shang Zhitao thought it was simply part of the work. Besides, it would be nice to go out for a walk. So she left. She wandered around the town, trying to find a suitable elderly extra. After walking from east to west, she finally spotted an old woman sunbathing beneath an ancient tree. Shang Zhitao approached her with a smile. Grandmother, would you like to be in a commercial? The grandmother waved her hand. She couldn't understand what Shang Zhitao was saying. Shang Zhitao gestured for a long time, but the grandmother still didn't understand. In the end, she simply took the grandmother's hand and led her to the filming location. When the grandmother saw the cameras, she quickly backed away, obviously frightened. Shang Zhitao had no choice but to take her back to the tree. Finding people was too difficult. She decided to ask the driver, Lu Wu, could you take me to the county town? Let's go. Lu Wu drove Shang Zhitao to the county town. Shang Zhitao remembered an elderly woman from a noodle shop there who vaguely matched Kitty and the director's requirements. They traveled all the way there and explained their purpose to the shop owner. The owner asked, how much will you pay? 2,000 yuan. Originally, it was 1,000, but she'll have to come with us to the town, and the road is a little bumpy. This was the first time Shang Zhitao had proactively increased the price. It wasn't easy for an elderly person to earn this money. That bumpy road could shake someone's backside to pieces. For the first time, she also experienced the pleasure of managing money. Being able to decide how much to pay someone and having control within reasonable limits felt great. That works. The shop owner couldn't hide his delight. Wait here. I'll go ask her. If there's no problem, you can come pick her up tomorrow. Great. Thank you. Shang Zhitao was hungry. While the shop owner went to find the woman, she treated Lu Wu to a bowl of noodles and added chicken legs for him. Seeing how happily she ate, Lu Wu asked, "Don't you think there are some jobs you shouldn't be doing?" Lu Wu thought Shang Zhitao was rather foolish. She would do whatever job she was given, without the slightest discrimination. Kitty stayed around the director every day and barely did any work, yet the director praised her to everyone. "I know, but there's nothing to do if I just sit around. Coming to the county town is nice, and the noodles are delicious." Her phone rang. Shang Zhitao hurriedly answered and heard Lumi say, "Good heavens, where have you gone? I'm looking for extras." "Oh." Lumi hung up and called Kitty. "Where are you?" "I'm at the filming location." "What did you mean by what you said in the group just now?" "What do you mean Shang Zhitao couldn't find suitable extras? Is finding extras Shang Zhitao's job?" Lumi grew angry just thinking about it. In a group chat with all the executives, who gave you the right to make such insinuations? Shang Zhitao said she had no problem with it. Lumi was furious and hung up. She then posted in the group chat. Lumi's message. "I just called Flora. Flora volunteered to find extras and has gone all the way to the county town." Shang Zhitao knew nothing about what had happened. By the time she finished discussing the scene with the elderly woman, it was already dark. They slowly drove back, only to encounter an unexpected problem. It started raining, and the car got stuck in the mud. Lu Wu tried several methods, but the car stubbornly remained trapped. Lu Wu sighed, got back into the car, and started making emergency calls. In this godforsaken place, roadside assistance would take hours to arrive, and there were no passing vehicles. They were stranded in the desolate mountains, surrounded by darkness. Shang Zhitao even thought she could hear wolves howling. Sitting beside a man she barely knew, she thought it over and sent Lumi a message. Shang Zhitao's message. Lu Wu's car broke down, and we're stuck on the road. Lumi's message. Right now? Shang Zhitao's message. Right now? Lumi's message. All right, I understand. I'll tell them that you and Lu Wu are stuck on the road. Lu Wu is Luke's driver, so he should be reliable. Don't be afraid. After reassuring Shang Zhitao, Lumi posted in the group chat. Lumi's message. Poor Flora has such bad luck. The car broke down in the middle of nowhere late at night. Even Lu Wu can't do anything about it. Luan Nian hadn't spoken in the group chat, but when he saw this, he replied. Luan Nian's message. Flora, thank you for your hard work. Lumi waited for Luan Nian to say something a little more humane, but Luan Nian fell silent and didn't say anything else in the group. He called Lu Wu. Car broke down. Yes, there are no cars passing by, and roadside assistance will take several hours to arrive. Thanks for your effort. Take care of Shang Zhitao. Let me speak to her. Shang Zhitao sat there trembling, her mind already inventing several versions of stories about young women being abandoned in desolate places. She took the phone and heard Luan Yin ask, Are you scared? Shang Zhitao nodded. Once again, she forgot that Luan Yin couldn't see her nodding. But Luan Yin could roughly imagine what state she was in. A fresh graduate, stuck in the wilderness with a strange man. The fact that she wasn't already crying showed considerable courage. Lu Wu was hired after I personally interviewed him. He's a retired military man with a happy family. You don't need to be afraid. Luan Yin's voice was unusually gentle. Did you eat dinner? I had noodles. Are there any warm clothes in the car? There's a blanket. Lu Wu gave it to me. Shang Zhitao's voice was tearful, but she bit her lip and refused to let herself cry. She needed to be strong. Why cry? But sometimes, fear simply couldn't be stopped. Luan Yin laughed softly. Shang Zhitao, you're not bad. I said you're not bad. You haven't been scared to tears. Although you're a little stupid, at least you're brave. Oh, who the fuck wants to be brave? What I want is a warm bed and light. Luan Yin wasn't good at comforting people. He was simply concerned about his subordinate's safety. Having said what needed to be said, he hung up and left the company. He had dinner plans with Tan Mian that evening. When he arrived, Tan Mian was already there ordering food. Seeing him come in, Tan Mian mocked him. I heard you're dating 4 women at the same time. Luan Nian shrugged and ignored Tan Mion's mockery. But Tan Mion persisted. Let me tell you, you should just stop dating altogether in the future. If you need to satisfy your physical needs, just find a bed partner. Don't interfere in each other's lives. Wouldn't that be great? That would indeed be good. Luan Nian didn't want to discuss the subject, so he asked Tan Mion, are you playing ball this weekend? Yes. Don't bring cheerleaders. Luan Nian hated having cheerleaders around. Their noise gave him a headache. The cheerleaders are all beautiful girls. Without cheerleaders, how are you going to find bed partners? Have you changed careers and become a pimp? Luan Nian gave him a cold look, then checked the time. It was past 10. Would Shang Zhitao be so scared that she'd wet her pants? The thought suddenly popped into his mind. Then, remembering the various dramas that had played out in the group chat that day, he finally called Kitty. Come back tomorrow. Is there urgent work? Kitty was a little surprised that Luan Nian had called her. If finding extras is left to the marketing department, then your presence there seems meaningless. Luan Nian didn't mention Shang Zhitao's name. He didn't feel that he was standing up for her. It was purely a matter of team management. On his team, people who refused to take responsibility would be removed and replaced with people who would. He was that direct. Kitty reacted quickly and immediately said, I need to explain. I wasn't pushing my work onto someone else. We temporarily changed the script and needed in-depth communication with the director. Since I couldn't be in 2 places at once, I asked Flora for help. I'll be more careful in the future, Luke. Do a review when you get back. Luan Nian softened his tone, giving Kitty a chance to correct herself. You manage even such small matters? Tan Mion asked, somewhat surprised. Luan Nian shrugged. Occasionally, I enjoy the pleasure of controlling my subordinates. I don't believe that. Chapter 28. Shang Zhitao discovered that work was a form of spiritual practice. Kitty had suddenly reined in her aggression and started working properly alongside her, making Shang Zhitao's days a little easier. Though only a little. During her half-month stay in the mountains, she experienced more than she had during 4 years of college. Work presented new problems every day, and she was constantly leveling up as she faced each new challenge. By the time she dragged her luggage back to Beijing, she felt completely transformed. Beijing had already entered autumn. This autumn, she had 4 days of compensatory leave, which was blissful. Unfortunately, all her roommates were away. Sun Yu had returned to Guizhou to attend a wedding, while Zhang Ling and Sun Yuanzhu were away on business trips. Shang Zhitao slept heavily for an entire day and didn't open her eyes until evening. Seeing that Yao Bei had called her several times, she hurriedly called back. Senior, want to have dinner tonight? Aren't you working? Today was a team-building day, so we finished early. I bought a car, so I can pick you up. What do you want to eat? Yao Bei asked. Sure. I'll get up now. Anything is fine. I'm not picky. I'll treat you. The company mysteriously gave me a bonus this month. It's not much, but it's worth celebrating. You'd better save that little money of yours. If you're not picky, let's have barbecue near the university. Sounds good. Shang Zhitao hadn't seen Yao Bei for a long time, about 3 years, ever since Yao Bei graduated, but they had kept in touch. She stood by the roadside waiting for Yao Bei and saw a small car stop in front of her. Yao Bei jumped out. Little Tao Dao. Shang Zhitao rushed forward and hugged Yao Bei. Senior. She was incredibly happy, almost to the point of tears. Finding a familiar face in such a big city was truly precious. The 2 girls hugged for a while. When they finally let go, Yao Bei said, Let's go. It'll be crowded if we're late. Okay. Yao Bei had changed a lot. A hairpin held back her hair, and a beautiful trench coat made her look slender and gentle. Shang Zhitao couldn't take her eyes off her. Yao Bei patted her head. If you keep looking at me like that, I'm going to think your orientation has changed. Shang Zhitao chuckled. Yao Bei glanced at her while driving. Do you still keep in touch with Xi and Zhaozhou? Not anymore. Shang Zhitao felt that her breakup with Xi and Zhaozhou had been different from those of other couples. They had wished each other well. Back then, Shang Zhitao had been sad. She had cried on her roommate's shoulder and asked through her tears, Why do we have to grow up? How wonderful would it be if we could stay in our junior year forever? Their junior year had been the best year for Shang Zhitao and Xi and Zhaozhou. It was that year, on the night they went to see the stars, that she and Xi and Zhaozhou reached a milestone in their lives. Shang Zhitao remembered their nervousness, their surprise, and the beads of sweat on each other's faces. She had felt incredibly brave. Is he in Shenzhen now? Yao Bei asked. Yes. His parents are in Shenzhen. His family are new immigrants there, and there's a government policy. It's better than being in Beijing. Shang Zhitao thought, such is life. He went south, while she went north. Both were at the mercy of circumstance. Do you still miss him? Yao Bei asked. Shang Zhitao thought for a moment, then shook her head. I stopped missing him a long time ago. We've been broken up for almost a year. The sadness had been real, but she was also genuinely insensitive. They had been so good together, yet after breaking up, she cried a few times, felt sad for about a month, then returned to being the carefree Shang Zhitao. Sometimes, when she saw Xian Zhaozhou at school, he would stubbornly turn away, never forgiving Shang Zhitao for refusing to go with him. Go where? Boys were selfish, believing that if a girl loved someone, she should follow him anywhere. He had forgotten that he had legs too. He could have followed the girl. Yao Bei looked at Shang Zhitao and suddenly smiled. What is it? Shang Zhitao asked in her sweet, soft voice. Date more people, Yao Bei said seriously. Otherwise, what are you going to do when you're not working? You're in the prime of your life. Isn't it boring not to spend your evenings with a man? Senior, you're an aerospace worker, Shang Zhitao reminded her. Hearing a scientific researcher say such things felt a little strange. Can't aerospace workers have sex lives? Yao Bei giggled. Let me ask you, in the months since you came to Beijing, have you met any men who make you feel tempted? Shang Zhitao suddenly thought of Luan Nian. She remembered when he was drunk and how hot the skin of his neck had felt beneath her fingertips. That day, she had wondered what Luan Nian would be like. She blushed slightly and looked out the window. Luan Nian was so cold that even if he took off his clothes, he probably wouldn't warm up. When he was intimate with someone, he might still frown and show no emotion. Perhaps he wouldn't even bother with foreplay. What was she thinking? Shang Zhitao shook her head, trying to drive away those strange thoughts. Yao Bei brought up her own relationship. He says he wants to get married, but my parents say there'll be no marriage without a house. What do you think? Shang Zhitao asked. His family is under a lot of pressure. His parents live in the countryside, and their retirement is an issue. I've become a little pragmatic now, you know? The women in our system all marry well. Yao Bei wasn't the same as before. At 20, women thought love was everything. But now, tempered by life, she knew that besides love, women also needed houses and cars, and they had to worry about their parents' retirement and their children's future education. Women truly had too many concerns. At a red light, Yao Bei sighed softly. Tao Tao, I want to break up with him. First, there had been Sun Yu, whose boyfriend cheated with a woman who had a good job and impressive educational credentials, pursuing their bright future together. Now there was Yao Bei, who had seen reality clearly and decided to navigate the world accordingly. Shang Zhitao suddenly felt that once you left campus, love became distant. She didn't know what to say. She was still confused about the world, but the experiences of everyone around her seemed to say the same thing. Love was fragile. Love was worthless. But Shang Zhitao had no time to worry about romance. Just surviving was good enough. She had to survive first. She couldn't keep asking old Shang and Big Zhai for money. Yao Bei took her out for barbecue skewers and actively suggested drinking alcohol. Shang Zhitao couldn't drink, but she ordered 1 glass anyway. Then 2. Then 3. After 3 beers, she had barely eaten anything and was already drunk. With the last remnants of her consciousness, she called Lumi. Teacher, hello. I'm drunk. Lumi shouted from the other end of the phone. Where are you? Which bastard are you drinking with? Shang Zhitao giggled. Yao Bei took the phone from her and said to Lumi, You're Tao Tao's colleague, right? We're both drunk. Could you please come pick us up? She quickly gave Lumi the address, without acting like a stranger at all. Lumi was loyal enough to immediately put on some sportswear and take a taxi over. She found the 2 women sitting there, one with her head on the table and the other resting her chin on her hand. Not bad. At least they hadn't caused any trouble. You 2 are really something. Lumi pointed at Yao Bei. You're the one who called me, right? Where are your car keys? Yao Bei handed her the keys and watched as Lumi helped Shang Zhitao up, then followed behind them. Hey, this little junker. Lumi teased her as she stuffed both women into the car. Fortunately, Yao Bei wasn't too drunk and knew where Shang Zhitao lived. Lumi rummaged around in Shang Zhitao's overalls pocket for a long time before finding the key. She helped Shang Zhitao home, and her palm accidentally landed on Shang Zhitao's chest. Taking advantage of the opportunity, she gave it a squeeze. Goodness, quite well endowed. Shang Zhitao was being taken advantage of, but she still remembered to swat Lumi's hand away. Lumi got her inside, helped her rinse her mouth and wipe her face, brought her some water, then left to take Yao Bei home. Lumi had no idea what kind of karma she had accumulated to be burdened with these two women so late at night. As for Shang Zhitao, she slept heavily, waking twice to drink water. She wasn't sure whether she was sober, but she vaguely heard her phone ringing and still knew enough to answer it. Through blurry eyes, she saw the name Luke on the screen. Oh, Luke, the one who wanted to fire me. The next morning, Shang Zhitao sobered up and carefully thought about the events of the previous night. She couldn't remember anything after Lumi took her home. She vaguely remembered answering a call. She picked up her phone and checked. Yes, she had answered Luke's call. Shang Zhitao couldn't remember what they had said during that call. She immediately became alert. After thinking for a long time, she decided to call him back. Nian rejected the call. Shang Zhitao called again. He rejected it again. Damn it. Shang Zhitao cursed inwardly. What did I say on the phone? She tapped her forehead, then consoled herself and tried not to be so nervous. After carefully wording a message, she sent it. Shang Zhitao's message. Hi Luke, I drank with a friend last night and woke up to see that you called me. I want to confirm. Did you assign me any work last night? If so, what was it? Sorry, I really can't remember. Nian glanced at the message and tossed his phone aside, continuing with his meeting. Shang Zhitao grew even more anxious and sent another message. Shang Zhitao's message. Is it urgent work? Nian still didn't reply. Last night's phone call had convinced Nian that Shang Zhitao had shit for brains. Did she have any idea what she had been saying? Today's meeting was a boring business progress meeting. Lengthy numbers and reports. Huge blocks of text. Such things made Nian irritable. He liked simplicity. Anything complicated irritated him. Finally, unable to tolerate it any longer, he interrupted. I'm not targeting anyone, but today's business progress meeting has no significance. He pointed at Alex. Alex, what did Doris just say about the estimated completion rate for the third quarter in South China? Alex hadn't expected to be questioned and hesitated. Over 90%. Nian didn't continue questioning him. Instead, he asked Doris, what did Alex just say about the marketing department's budget rejection rate? Around 70%. Nian spread his hands. These sensitive figures are all buried under verbose information. After an all-day meeting like this, how much of the content can anyone actually remember? It's unnecessary and a waste of time. He paused. Let's end today's business progress report here. Everyone, please go back and prepare the content again for another meeting tomorrow. My requirements are simple. Explain important matters clearly. Everyone must understand the core progress. All cross-departmental cooperation must reach a consensus. Every problem must have a solution. Okay. Yes, indeed. Everyone nodded. Seeing that everyone had grown tense, Tracy suggested. Then let's move on to the next item on the agenda, communicating the final schedule for the China region's company anniversary. We've already discussed it with the marketing and planning departments. We'll have suppliers select a high-end venue, invite artists we've worked with to perform, and begin filming the promotional video. She continued, this year, we'll keep the traditional highlight, executive performances. The executives can discuss what performances to prepare this year. Seeing that Nian wasn't speaking, Tracy said, Luke formed a band when he was in school. How about a solo performance this year? At Lingmei, only Tracy dared to put Nian on the spot. Sure enough, Nian frowned. But Tracy didn't give him a chance to speak. This is Luke's first year in charge of all operations, so it's very necessary for him to formally present himself to everyone. Nian didn't like performing. Although he rented a practice room with friends and occasionally sang, that was only for stress relief. Then it settled. Tracy made the decision for Nian, then winked at him. So, please discuss today what you'll perform and what preparations need to be made. Later, the corporate culture and marketing departments will form a company anniversary project team to communicate with each executive. Only after everyone had left did Tracy say to Nian, I propose that you perform because this is your first year in the position. Everyone feels too distant from you, and that kind of distance isn't conducive to your work. Please understand. How polite. Luan Yin snorted. I understand. I'll arrange it. What will you perform? A striptease. Then I'll look forward to it on behalf of all the female colleagues. Tracy laughed as she walked out. Luan Yin picked up his phone and saw that Shang Zhitao had sent another message 3 minutes earlier. Shang Zhitao's message. Luke, I didn't say anything inappropriate yesterday, did I? Obviously, seeing that Luan Yin wasn't answering her calls or replying to her messages had made her anxious. Let her be anxious. What did it have to do with him? Luan Yin tossed his phone aside and returned to work. Every second of his silence was torture for the cautious Shang Zhitao. She tossed and turned in bed, her mind filled with all kinds of possibilities. Did I delay some work? Did I tell him, "Who do you think you are to fire me?" Did I fall asleep while talking to him? Forget it. One last try. She nervously called Luan Yin again and unexpectedly heard his voice. What is it? You what? I drank yesterday, and when I woke up today, I saw that you called me last night. Yes. I urgently needed the shooting project's budget sheet. Oh. I'll send it to you right away. Shang Zhitao breathed a huge sigh of relief. No need. Alex gave it to me. Then I didn't say anything else, did I? Like what? I don't know. Luan Yin no longer wanted to talk to her and hung up directly. Shang Zhitao's face was full of question marks. She no longer felt like taking leave. That very day, she canceled the rest of her leave and went to the company early the next morning. She rushed into the elevator and saw Luan Yin standing there with a coffee. Good morning, Luke. Shang Zhitao carefully stood in the corner, secretly glancing at Luan Yin. Why was he expressionless? Why was he turning his head toward her? Shang Zhitao didn't have time to look away, and her anxious eyes met Luan Yin's. Luan Yin raised an eyebrow. His gaze slowly traveled downward, lingering on her chest for a moment before he shrugged. That inexplicable look made Shang Zhitao's face turn red. What was going on? Not bad, Luan Yin thought. Her figure matched what she had claimed. What had she said that night? Let me tell you, I have a good figure. You won't lose out. Luan Yin had never seen anyone offer herself so boldly. If she hadn't been drunk, he would have fired her on the spot and told her to get lost. All those messy words coming out of her mouth. She drank a little cat piss and forgot who she was. Did she think he would be interested in her if she stripped naked? Did she think just anyone could climb into his bed? The elevator doors opened, and Luan Yin strode out first. Shang Zhitao followed behind him like a frostbitten eggplant. She sat listlessly at her desk, knocking herself on the head. Come on, remember. She looked up at Luan Yin, who had already opened his computer and started working. She had ended her leave early, and the marketing department was delighted. With so much work to do, Shang Zhitao's arrival was like seeing the dawn. After a discussion, they assigned her the liaison work for the company anniversary. Lumi dragged her chair over beside Shang Zhitao. Why did you cancel your leave early? A long weekend would have been nice. All my roommates are gone. It's no fun being alone. Oh, don't drink any more in the future. Lumi was a little mischievous. With your terrible alcohol tolerance, you still try to show off. I won't. Who knew what might happen if she drank again? Shang Zhitao thought for a moment, then secretly asked Lumi. That day, when you took me home, I didn't say any nonsense, did I? Does saying you're good in bed count as nonsense? Lumi lowered her voice. Shang Zhitao, I really couldn't tell. You're usually so well-behaved, but after drinking, you're quite bold. No way. Tell you what, next time you drink, let me know. I'll bring a camera. TSK, tisk. Lumi shook her head and returned to her seat, leaving Shang Zhitao pale-faced. After a while, Lumi remembered that she hadn't mentioned the main issue and rolled her chair back over. This company anniversary project is a good opportunity. Although it's tedious and doesn't count toward your KPIs, you can use it to get familiar with the executives from each department. This year, the department heads will perform together, and Luke will also have a solo performance. Luke? A solo performance. What could Luke perform? A dead face? Shang Zhitao wondered inwardly. I don't know about that. He's always refused to participate in performances before. They say Tracy forced him into it this year. Oh, I see. So what should I do? Tracy will create a project group on the intranet later. I can't guide you on this project, but if you have any questions, you can ask Tracy directly. Okay. Thank you, Lumi. You're welcome. After finishing the official business, Lumi's expression changed, and she whispered to Shang Zhitao, "Have you seen it?" "What?" "Tisk, tsk. It's quite juicy." Lumi brought over her computer and put an arm around Shang Zhitao's shoulder. "Shoo." Shang Zhitao lowered her head and looked at the computer. Damn, it really was juicy. The email clearly stated that Lingmei's new CEO had openly played with women's feelings, causing an ex-girlfriend to attempt suicide. Shang Zhitao widened her eyes at Lumi. Her first reaction was, why didn't I receive it? Maybe someone got hold of our company's employee email addresses and only sent it to some of them. Lumi closed her computer and frowned. There's an inside source involved in this. Corporate culture was truly dramatic. Luan had only just been appointed, and someone was already reporting him for behavioral issues through corporate email. Without an insider, how could they have gotten hold of the employees' email addresses? Do you believe it? Lumi asked. Shang Zhitao nodded decisively. She believed it. She wanted to tell Lumi that she had overheard Luke's breakup call, that she had heard Luke inviting a woman to a concert, that she had seen a woman go to Luke's room in Guangzhou. But in the end, she said nothing and shook her head. I'm not familiar with him. Forget it. It's none of our business. If Tracy's team knows about it, they'll initiate an internal audit. Our company is strict about these things. After speaking, Lumi nudged Shang Jitao's arm and raised her chin toward Luan Yin's office. Look, there she goes. Shang Zhitao looked up and saw Tracy entering Luan Yin's office. What is it? Luan Yin looked up and asked. Tracy placed a printed copy of the email in front of Luke. Take a look. I didn't expect this much drama first thing in the morning. Luke looked at the email Zhang Xin had sent under her real name. The photos in the email were quite juicy. Pictures of a man and woman in intimate positions. Luan Yin shrugged. I don't have that fetish. Whether you do or not isn't my concern. But now that this has happened, it needs to be resolved today. Give me a solution. Tracy had a headache. If this matter wasn't resolved, Luan Yin risked being shown the door. Luan Yin tossed the paper into the trash. Besides you, who else received it? IT checked. 30% of our colleagues received it. So how did she get our employee list? Your department leaked it. Luan Yin leaned back in his chair and looked at Tracy. You didn't sell employee information, did you? We're talking about your issue here. Don't throw dirt on me. Anyone could have leaked employee information. Then why not investigate? We're talking about your issue right now. Can you resolve it? Of course. Luan Yin smiled. Find another woman to come forward and send another email saying this one is fake, and that my body doesn't look that bad. Tracy was amused by Luan Yin's attitude. If you won't resolve this properly, I'll have to ask internal audit and legal to investigate. Agreed. Luan Yin nodded. Investigate quickly. If it involves defamation of my reputation, let the company sue as needed. Fine. Tracy sighed and left. Luan Yin watched her go and noticed employees passing by his office, giving him meaningful looks. He didn't care and was prepared to continue working. But what was wrong with Shang Zhitao? She sent him a message. Shang Zhitao's message. Luke, I believe in you. Shang Zhitao thought that managing upward meant showing support when the boss was in trouble, even if she believed everything in the email was true. However, the photo had been a little disappointing. Despite Luke looking good in clothes, without them, he was nothing special. Luan Yin immediately recognized her fake sentiment. An ungrateful, white-eyed wolf. He glanced coldly toward her workstation, then lowered his head and continued working. Shang Zhitao thought her upward management was complete and prepared to get back to work properly. Alex had told her to compile all the executives' performances today. The other executives were very cooperative. 6 department heads. 2 performances. She compiled everything in less than 5 minutes. Only Luan Yin remained. So she sent him another message. Shang Jitao's message. Luke, I know you must be in a bad mood, but I'll always support you. It's like this. Today, we need to confirm what you'll perform for the company anniversary. So could you roughly tell me what it will be? Luan Yin's message. Shang Zhitao. Shang Jitao's message. I'm here, boss. What are your instructions? Luan Yin's message. Pack your things and get out. Shang Zhitao understood Luan Yin somewhat by now, so seeing this message didn't make her as panicked as before. Luan Yin had threatened to fire her many times, but it had never actually happened. After a while, he would forget about it. Besides, he was in a bad mood today, so it was only natural for him to vent his anger on her. She accepted it completely. Shang Jitao's message. So what will you perform? She fearlessly asked again. Fuck. Luan Nian cursed inwardly. What was wrong with this woman? How could she be so infuriating? Usually, Luan Nian was the one who angered everyone else. But now, this brainless Shang Zhitao was driving him half to death. He sat there with a stern expression, unusually silent. Zhang Xian's vulgar, grammatically incorrect email hadn't angered him, yet Shang Zhitao's casual words had managed to provoke him. He didn't reply to Shang Zhitao's message for the rest of the workday. After Alex asked her 3 times, Shang Zhitao finally couldn't sit still and decided to find Luan Nian. She asked his secretary at the door, "Does Luke have time now?" The secretary picked up the phone and called Luan Nian, then looked at Shang Zhitao with some embarrassment. "Luke says anyone except you is fine." The call hadn't even ended when Luan Nian told his secretary, "Tell her word for word." He must really dislike her to do this, the secretary thought, feeling a little sorry for Shang Zhitao. "Oh, okay. Thank you." Shang Zhitao returned to her seat and waited. When Luan Nian finally left his office, it was already past midnight, and the office was empty. Shang Zhitao saw him walking out and hurriedly picked up her bag to follow him. "Luke, are you leaving work? You've got nothing else to do today, huh?" Luan Nian didn't look back or slow his pace. Shang Zhitao jogged to keep up, even laughing a couple of times. "Not really. There's a lot of work, but Tracy and Alex have asked several times about your performance." They both entered the elevator. Shang Zhitao was a little out of breath from running after him. "Luke, you." Shang Zhitao. Luan Nian called her name. "You want to know what you said to me the night before last, right?" "Ah. You said you wanted to sleep with me. You said that although you don't look good, you have a nice figure. You said your ex-boyfriend told you that you're full of hidden talents. You suggested that I try sleeping with you once." The elevator doors opened, and Luan Nian walked out. After taking a few steps, he turned back and extended a hand to stop the elevator doors from closing. He looked at Shang Zhitao, whose face had turned as red as a ripe peach. "Not coming." Shang Zhitao wished she could burrow into the ground. While they had been drinking that day, Yao Bei had kept telling her, "If you feel an impulse towards someone, don't hold yourself back. We're all adults. As long as it doesn't violate any moral principles, nothing else matters. While you're young, experience more." Every time Yao Bei said that, Shang Zhitao thought of Luan Nian. Luan Nian was in a great mood. Dealing with such a fool wasn't difficult at all. Her own stupid actions were enough to make her regret everything. He lowered his eyes and watched Shang Zhitao leave the elevator with a bright red face. A laugh escaped his throat. They parted ways. He went to get his car, while Shang Zhitao tried and failed to get a taxi. He slammed on the brakes in front of her. "Get in." "No need. No need." Shang Zhitao hurriedly waved her hands. Luan Nian couldn't be bothered to say anything more and drove away. "Get in or don't. Why should I care?" Through the rearview mirror, he watched Shang Zhitao's figure grow smaller. The autumn wind had begun to blow, making her look a little pitiful. He turned the car around and drove back. "Are you getting in or not?" "I am." She hadn't dressed warmly enough. She absolutely couldn't catch a cold. Sitting in Luan Nian's car, Shang Zhitao felt a little short of breath. She wanted to explain herself. "Luke, it's like this. I was very drunk that day. I might have said some nonsense. Please don't mind it." "So I'm your sexual fantasy?" Luan Nian turned to look at Shang Zhitao. "You think about me when you masturbate?" Having spent so many years abroad, such open topics were nothing unusual to him. Besides, this fool Shang Zhitao looked obedient and sensible, yet her head was filled with obscene thoughts. It was rather amusing. You what? Want to come home with me?" Luan Nian continued teasing her. "I've been single for a while now. Let's not take it seriously. How about it?" "No need. No need." Shang Zhitao waved her hands. "Don't compromise your precious self. I'm helping you fulfill your wish. Just thank me. No need to be so polite. It's not good for you to harass your subordinate like this." "Is that so?" Luan Nian took out his phone and pressed play on a recording. Shang Zhitao heard her own slurred voice. "I want to sleep with you once." She hurriedly grabbed his phone, pressed pause, and tossed it back to him. "So who's harassing whom?" "I'm harassing you. I'm harassing you. I was wrong." Shang Zhitao surrendered. "I admit I was a little restless that day, but when I'm sober, I don't have thoughts like that. Please believe me. People only dare to tell the truth when they're drunk." "No, really, that's not true." Shang Zhitao hurriedly waved her hands. "Luke, Could you please stop by the roadside? I have an appointment with someone nearby. Luan Nian saw the subway station ahead and pulled over. Shang Zhitao fled from the car in panic. Watching her run away, Luan Nian burst into laughter. Chapter 29. Shang Zhitao felt she was finished. How could she have said such audacious things? She wasn't normally that kind of person, but somehow, whenever she was around Luan Nian, she became that way. She was distressed throughout the entire weekend, but Luan Nian refused to let her off. In the middle of the night, he sent her a message. Luan Nian's message. Coming? My place. Shang Zhitao's message. I'll report you. Shang Zhitao's counterattack lacked any force and was tinged with guilt. Luan Nian's message. Recording? He meant, have you forgotten that I have your recording? And you're going to report me? Luan Nian didn't actually want Shang Zhitao to come to his place. He simply found her amusing and had become addicted to teasing her. The scandal and damage to his reputation hadn't affected his mood at all. He tossed his phone aside and laughed out loud. Shang Zhitao avoided Luan Nian every day like a mouse avoiding a cat. Sometimes, when they happened to meet, Luan Nian would appear completely serious, only to send her a message afterward. Luan Nian's message. Been drinking? Drinking had become synonymous with impropriety, and Luan Nian firmly held Shang Zhitao's weakness in his grasp. Shang Zhitao would glance at her phone, then look up with her face completely red. Lumi thought she was acting strangely and couldn't help asking, do you have porn saved on your phone? I don't have porn on my phone. I have a bastard on my phone, Shang Zhitao thought. Sometimes, however, she couldn't avoid him. For example, during rehearsals. There would be 3 rehearsals, and the executives had to cooperate with the walkthrough. Shang Zhitao was responsible for coordinating the rehearsals and communicating the on-site director's arrangements to the executives. When speaking with the other executives, she was fine. But when speaking with Luan Nian, Shang Zhitao didn't dare look at him. Sometimes, when she did glance at him, her face would immediately turn red. In Luan Nian's eyes, her blushing was clear evidence of her attraction to him. Luan Nian was somewhat inconsiderate. He wanted to use her attraction to indulge himself. The desire in his heart stirred repeatedly, and he hadn't even noticed that his behavior toward Shang Zhitao was beginning to show signs of deliberate pursuit. Finally, the day of the company anniversary arrived. Luan Nian's long undisclosed performance would finally be revealed to everyone. His performance was first. Shang Zhitao stood at the edge of the venue, maintaining order, and watched as instruments were brought onto the stage. Tracy specifically went backstage to ask Luan Nian, how about taking some photos of you to share with the alumni? Pay me. Luan Nian was unbuttoning his satin shirt. He wore a casual pair of jeans that made his legs look even longer. Seeing him like this, Tracy clicked her tongue. God gave you good looks. How's the internal audit going? In progress. Are you worried? I'm not worried. Luan Nian's friends walked in. Each had a different style, but all of them exuded an air of distinction. There will probably be a lot of female colleagues going crazy today, Tracy thought. The employees were all seated at round tables. In a daze, Shang Zhitao saw someone jump onto the stage and strike the drumsticks several times. The lights brightened. The performance began. Luan Nian stood there holding an electric guitar, wearing a satin shirt with several buttons undone, revealing a tantalizingly attractive chest. Shang Zhitao had never seen Luan Nian smile like this before. The corners of his mouth were raised, revealing snow-white teeth. He looked slightly mischievous, yet radiantly sunny. Her heart felt as though something had struck it, causing a slight pang. They had adapted, I hate myself for loving you. Luan Nian's fingers flew across the guitar as he smiled at his companions. The chemistry between them had been cultivated over the years. Spirited, confident, arrogant. The employees went wild, standing up and swaying with the music. Shang Zhitao had never heard this song before, nor had she ever seen Luan Nian like this. He was dazzling, shattering people's convictions with his unparalleled charm. This guy is incredible, Lumi exclaimed as she watched Luan Nian. Then she turned her head and saw the way Shang Zhitao was looking at him. She suddenly shouted into Shang Zhitao's ear, Shang Zhitao, there are some men you can sleep with, but you must never fall in love with them. Shang Zhitao understood what Lumi meant. She was saying that the two of them weren't from the same world. Luan Nian was a top creative master in the industry. He was sharp, rich, handsome, and talented. Meanwhile, Shang Zhitao was simply someone who worked hard but was utterly ordinary. If she fell for him, she would get hurt. Shang Zhitao certainly understood. She didn't have such extravagant expectations, but she was attracted to Luan Nian's radiance. She also wanted to become someone like Luan Nian. She had sung on stage during her school days too. She had almost forgotten that she had once experienced moments when she shone as well. Sleep with him tonight. Lumi joked with Shang Zhitao and even gave her a push. No. Too many people want to sleep with him today. Shang Zhitao laughed. Then a voice came through her walkie-talkie. 1 minute until the first performance ends. Prepare for dining. Note clearance. Clearance referred to Shang Zhitao's group maintaining order. Luan Nian's performance ended, and everyone shouted in unison, "Encore!" Luan Nian seemed to be in a good mood, so he sang another song. By the time he finished singing, the inexplicable flutter in Shang Zhitao's heart had subsided. She stood at the edge of the venue, watching her colleagues at the banquet while also enjoying the performances on stage. Concerned that someone might bump into something or fall, she frequently reminded everyone, "Watch your step. Walk slowly." She also directed the food service. Don't bump into anyone. She was conscientious and diligent. Luan Yin was talking with Tan Mian, with Shang Zhitao's hardworking figure in his peripheral vision. She wore a work uniform that made her look rather spirited. A white shirt tucked into black trousers, her hair pulled up high, and even a walkie-talkie properly held in her hand. She looked like a female bodyguard. Luan Yin suddenly burst into laughter. Shang Zhitao's serious manner was quite amusing. "What is it?" Tan Mian, who had been in the middle of speaking, looked at him. Luan Yin shook his head. "Nothing." A fixed part of the banquet was the toast. Even if Luan Yin drank only a little, taking just a small sip with each person, he would still consume several ounces. Soon, the executives began moving around the venue with their subordinates. First, they introduced their staff. Then came the pleasantries. "Looking forward to a pleasant cooperation. Thank you for your support." While speaking, their eyes would remain fixed on Luan Yin's table. As soon as one group dispersed, the next would quickly approach. Alex handed Shang Zhitao a wine dispenser and a small wine glass. Shang Zhitao quickly said, "I can't drink today. I have to work until the venue is cleared." "It's water." Alex winked at her. "There are too many people. He's not going to smell every glass. Just go along with it. Come on." The men and women from the marketing department followed Alex over to Luan Yin. Alex placed a hand on Luan Yin's shoulder. "Luke, that performance just now was brilliant. Absolutely charismatic." "Yes. Super sexy." Lumi chimed in, making everyone laugh. Shang Zhitao shrank behind the crowd, worried that Luan Yin would smell her wine dispenser. Alex began introducing the employees one by one. Everyone knew the protocol and stepped forward when introduced. When it was Shang Zhitao's turn, Luan Yin's gaze fell on her wine dispenser. The girls in the marketing department can really hold their liquor. After making this seemingly random comment, he reached for her dispenser. Just like in school, when a teacher randomly checked homework and invariably chose Shang Zhitao, Luan Yin had decided to check her. She was doomed. Even Alex grew a little nervous. Poor Shang Zhitao. Luan Yin felt as though his skull were about to crack from anger. "You've had your license for 1 week, and you dare say you can drive." He restrained the impulse to strangle Shang Zhitao. Yet Shang Zhitao, fearless in the face of death, said, "Luke, we need to call the insurance company." This car had cost Luan Yin nearly 2 million yuan. He had picked it up only last weekend, and today was the first time he had driven it. What a coincidence. The car's age matched Shang Zhitao's driving experience. Shang Zhitao had a very good attitude toward admitting her mistake. She proactively suggested, "How about this? I'll wait with you for the insurance company, since you're the owner of the car." Luan Yin glared at her, then leaned back in his seat to sober up. The nerve-wracking silence made Shang Zhitao's skin crawl. Then her stomach growled. The sound broke the awkwardness, only to transform it into a different kind of awkwardness. "Haven't eaten?" Luan Yin asked. "No." Luan Yin sighed and called Lu Wu. "Can you come back to the venue later and help me handle an accident? I'm leaving first." Lu Wu didn't ask many questions. "All right, you go ahead. I'll handle it." The two left the garage. Everyone else had already departed. They finally managed to get a taxi, and Shang Zhitao quickly said, "Take this gentleman home first." She was trying to placate Luan Yin, afraid he would make her pay for the damage. Even a minor bump to Luan Yin's car could cost her half a year's salary. Luan Yin remained silent, watching Shang Zhitao's obsequious behavior. For men, feelings toward cars were like feelings toward women. His newly purchased car had been damaged by Shang Zhitao. No matter how magnanimous he was, he still wanted to scold her. But it wasn't appropriate to do so in the taxi. How could he scold her there? The taxi driver would think he was petty. He restrained himself until they arrived, then threw out a single word. Get out. The two stood in the cold wind. Luan Yin had summoned all his energy to give Shang Zhitao a proper scolding. She probably knew she was wrong, because she looked everywhere except at him. Do you know how to drive, or not? Luan Yin glared at her. I do. I have a driver's license. Shang Zhitao sounded terribly aggrieved. Having a license doesn't mean you know how to drive. Luan Yin saw that she looked as though she were about to cry and persuaded himself inwardly. Forget it. Forget it. There's no need. There's insurance. Shang Zhitao's stomach growled again. She was too hungry. She had been at the venue since early morning and had eaten only a few bites of a boxed lunch at noon. In the evening, she had barely started eating fruit when Alex brought her over to drive Luan Yin home. She was so hungry that she felt nauseated. Luan Yin glared at her. I'm hungry too. Let's go. Where? To my place for food, of course. Where else? Is that appropriate? Your scandal hasn't even been resolved yet, and you're this carefree. What if I report you for seducing a female subordinate? Are you sick in the head? Upon reflection, Shang Zhitao thought he had a point. If people heard something had happened between her and Luan Yin, they would probably say, how much effort did Shang Zhitao have to put in to get Luke? Did she drug him? Luan Yin's scandal would never be linked to her. Their relationship looked as pure as it possibly could. Shang Zhitao followed Luan Yin to his home and stood somewhat awkwardly at the door. Luan Yin pointed toward the shoe cabinet. Change your shoes yourself. Oh. Shang Zhitao changed her shoes. When she stood up, she saw Luan Yin taking off his coat. His shoulders were broad, and his waist was well-defined. Truly handsome. Luan Yin went into the kitchen. He had drunk a lot today and hadn't eaten much, so his stomach was quite empty. Shang Zhitao followed behind him and watched as he took pasta and steak from the refrigerator. He knew how to cook. She felt a little embarrassed and softly asked, Is there anything I can do to help? No need. Shang Zhitao couldn't be as relaxed as Luan Yin, who seemed to find being alone in a room with a woman completely normal. Shang Zhitao had only experienced this kind of closeness with Xian Zhaozhou. But she and Xian Zhaozhou had been very, very familiar with each other. Familiar enough that there had been no awkwardness. She sat properly on the sofa and waited. A while later, Luan Yin brought out the pasta and steak. Come eat. Chapter 30. The two stood on opposite sides of the narrow bar counter, eating steak. Luan Yin took a couple of bites, then turned to make watermelon juice. His stomach felt cloying, and he urgently wanted something cold to drink. It was also because, when he looked up, he saw Shang Zhitao with her eyes lowered, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, and felt an unbearable itch inside him. Most likely, he had simply been single for too long. Luan Yin couldn't find any other reasonable explanation, conveniently ignoring the thoughts he had previously had about Shang Zhitao. Half the glass of watermelon juice was crushed ice, barely enough to suppress the fire in his heart. Then he heard Shang Zhitao ask, Could I have a glass of watermelon juice too? Shang Zhitao was thirsty as well. She felt her legs weakening slightly, though she couldn't explain why. Luan Yin placed a glass of watermelon juice in front of her and watched her finish the steak before drinking the juice. She seemed to be eating happily. Her eyes curved into a smile, making her look extraordinarily gentle. After finishing, she thanked him obediently. Thank you, Luke. I won't disturb you any longer. Shang Zhitao put on her coat and walked toward the door. She wanted to turn around and say goodbye to Luan Yin, but when she looked back, she saw him leaning against the wall, staring at her with a deep gaze that was somehow different from usual. Shang Zhitao remembered the slight pang she had felt in her heart while watching Luan Yin sing on stage earlier that day. The words of farewell caught in her throat. She simply looked at him. Her gaze was timid, yet filled with an indescribable emotion. She couldn't explain what that emotion was, where it had come from, or where it would eventually be released. Do you have a boyfriend? Luan Yin asked softly. Shang Zhitao shook her head. Do you accept one-night stands? Luan Yin asked again. He asked Shang Zhitao whether she accepted one-night stands as casually as though he had them all the time. Shang Zhitao had never been asked such a question before. In her previously limited understanding, sex and love were connected. But now Luan Yin was asking her this, throwing her thoughts into chaos. She shook her head. Then she nodded. Her body instinctively moved backward, but Luan Yin blocked her against the door. His overwhelming kiss left Shang Zhitao breathless. Part of her wanted to leave, but when her palm touched his racing heartbeat, she surrendered. Shang Zhitao couldn't tell whether she was following desire or her heart. She only knew that she wanted to stay. Luan Yin tasted the sweetness of watermelon on her tongue, along with the coolness of crushed ice. His nostrils filled with her clean scent. It felt so unfamiliar. Once a young woman became passionate, all the emotions churning inside her poured out at once, yet she remained gentle and soft. Even when Luan Yin was exceptionally fierce, she still thought it felt wonderful. Luan Yin wanted a purely physical relationship, one where he didn't need to invest too much emotion or effort to maintain it. If they were compatible, they would stay together. If they weren't, they would part. He had found a good excuse for his behavior. Romance was too mentally exhausting. Shang Zhitao's palm pressed against the skin of his neck, and she never dared open her eyes. Sweat dampened both their clothes. Luan Yin's shirt was never completely removed from beginning to end. They completed their first sexual encounter, intense and impulsive, right by the door of Luan Yin's home. The scene from that night would remain unforgettable. On some day after Shang Zhitao had left Luan Yin, when strong winds blew outside, and she sat beside a window watching the northern wind scatter tree branches into disarray, she would suddenly remember this night with him. Perhaps she would never experience such passion and recklessness again. Luan Yin had cast a spell over her, leaving her constantly torn during those years, yet unable to take the first step away from him. When everything ended, neither of them spoke. Thinking back carefully, it was impossible to trace exactly how things had happened. The emotions had come too suddenly. The process had been too intense. There had been no time to think at all. Shang Zhitao finally calmed down. Then she realized she had somehow become part of Luan Yin's scandal too. It was too absurd, too childish. She couldn't bring herself to make this matter public, while Luan Yin could quietly dismiss her whenever he wanted. She carefully tried to guess what Luan Yin was thinking. He probably didn't want to be bothered by this. After thinking for a while, she finally spoke. Luke, just now, what just happened was an accident. We're both adults. One-night stands are normal. Let's not make things awkward because of this. Thank you. She even thanked Luan Yin. Then she turned her back to him and straightened her clothes. Once she was fully dressed, she stood up. Well, I'm leaving now. She attributed what had happened between them to a momentary impulse so that future encounters wouldn't become awkward. Whether Luan Yin felt disadvantaged, Shang Zhitao didn't know. But she certainly didn't feel that she had lost out. She even thought the experience had been fantastic. Was this how people normally said goodbye after a one-night stand? Or should she leave some money for Luan Yin? His service had been quite good. With all sorts of chaotic thoughts running through her mind, she walked out the door. Luan Yin remained silent throughout. But after leaving, Shang Zhitao began to regret it. Why hadn't she stayed longer? She probably wouldn't get another chance to sleep with him. She was already almost at the entrance of Luan Yin's residential complex. The night wind was strong, so strong that it made her hesitate. Gritting her teeth, she turned around and walked back to his home. Her hand had just reached the doorbell when Luan Yin opened the outer garden gate and pulled her inside in one swift motion. Still without speaking, Luan Yin carried Shang Zhitao upstairs to the second-floor bedroom. His clothes brushed against her face, and her lips actively searched for his. Shang Zhitao's passion surprised Luan Yin. He threw her onto the bed and leaned over her, asking in a hoarse voice, "Why did you come back?" Thinking there wouldn't be another time in the future, I felt it would be a shame. Shang Zhitao was rarely this bold. All the audacity she possessed in her entire life seemed to have been used up that night. She truly enjoyed the intimacy with Luan Yin. It felt amazing. Luan Yin's lips pressed against her neck. His teeth lightly grazed her skin as he whispered, "Whenever you want it, you can have it." Shang Zhitao felt as though her body had been rebuilt. When she broke up with Xian Zhaozhou, she had mistakenly believed that she would never have anyone else in her life. She had thought her body could only accept Xi and Zhaozhou. Now she suddenly realized that when a woman freed herself from the restraints of outdated thinking and explored according to her own instincts, physical liberation could actually be this simple. This was fantastic. That night, they barely spoke. Again and again, they became tangled together in silent struggle. Shang Zhitao felt as though she had turned into mud after an early spring rain, impossible to mold into any shape no matter how hard someone tried. It was almost dawn by the time they thought about sleeping. Suddenly having another person in the bed felt uncomfortable to both of them. For Shang Zhitao, and equally for Luan Nian. He was used to being alone. He wasn't even willing to hire a live-in housekeeper, and he never slept beside women. The two of them each clung to opposite corners of the blanket, staying on their own sides of the bed. Shang Zhitao suddenly thought, don't people usually leave after a one-night stand? Only couples would stay overnight. So she cleared her throat and asked Luan Nian, Luke, do you have a guest room? Next door. Can I sleep in the guest room? Shang Zhitao felt relieved. She hurriedly put on her clothes and went into the adjacent room. The night's intense exertion had left her barely able to keep her eyes open. The moment her head touched the pillow, she fell asleep. How carefree. But Luan Nian couldn't sleep. What exactly happened last night? How had he ended up making a move on Shang Zhitao? He was beginning to doubt himself, especially when he remembered what he had said. Whenever you want it, you can have it. Fuck. Had he gone crazy? If she wanted him, it could happen. Would he ever lose control like that again? Impossible. He was also a little annoyed. Who would have thought Shang Zhitao was so open-minded? One-night stands are normal. Very good. The fact that you can think this way is truly gratifying. Luan Nian lay there thinking chaotically for a long time before finally falling asleep. He slept exceptionally well. The thorough satisfaction of the previous night seemed to have installed a sleep switch inside his body, making it incredibly easy to drift off. He didn't know how long he slept. By the time he opened his eyes, it was already evening. Luan Nian had a long-lost feeling that all the energy channels in his body had been cleared. He felt refreshed and unusually good. He jumped out of bed to shower, then suddenly remembered that someone was sleeping in the guest room next door. So he knocked on the door. Time to get up. No one answered. He pushed the door open. The bed was neat and clean, without the slightest trace that anyone had slept there. On the pillow was a piece of paper with a few words written on it. Thanks for your hard work last night, Luke. The handwriting was vigorous and flowing, carrying a crisp, straightforward spirit. A single question mark. Another single question mark. Another single question mark. Thanks for your hard work last night, Luke. Was Shang Zhitao treating him like a male escort? She had left a note and slipped away without even saying goodbye. Luan Nian was once again both amused and irritated by Shang Zhitao. This woman was really something else. He casually tossed the note into a drawer and went downstairs. His mood was slightly good. He whistled as he headed to the gym and got onto the treadmill. As his heart rate rose, the dopamine released during exercise made him excited, though not as excited as he had been last night. Shang Zhitao. Such an obedient-looking girl, yet unexpectedly passionate. Luan Nian remembered her soft moans as she held his face and sought his lips, giving their recklessness a gentle ending. Tan Mian called and invited him out for drinks. Luan Nian agreed, changed his clothes, and went out. He carried a physically satisfied languor, along with an energetic ease. Tan Mian's gaze swept over him several times before he gave a meaningful smile. What is it? Luan Nian sat down and looked at him. Tan Mian pointed at his face. Your face has something written all over it. What? I had good sex last night. Luan Nian raised his eyebrows, but didn't answer. That only made Tan Mian more curious. New girlfriend? No. Got yourself a bed partner? Are you that type of person? What type of person am I? The type who has casual one-night stands. None of your damn business. Luan Nian was too lazy to explain. This was his private life. He had no interest in opening it up for others to inspect. But Tan Mian refused to let it go. Can't say. You never used to hide things before. Should I introduce her to you too? So you really do have a bed partner? Tan Mian was determined to get an answer. He usually didn't have much entertainment, and now that he had suddenly stumbled onto something this interesting, he was determined to dig into it. Luan Nian leaned back in his chair, looking half dead. After a long time, he finally said, an accident. Calling that night an accident completely ignored the intentions he had been contemplating for so long. It had started in Guangzhou. That was when his gaze first settled on Shang Zhitao, and mischievous thoughts began to take root. He had been suppressing himself while simultaneously wanting to rebel. Accidents are good. Men and women in big cities have accidents every day. Tan Mian winked at him. You really love sticking your nose into other people's business. That was how Luan Nian described Tan Mian. By all logic, he should have regretted what happened the previous night. He considered himself quite shallow. He didn't need his female companions to be talented. They only needed to be beautiful. He simply liked beautiful women. Dazzling beauty stimulated his brain and gave him more creativity. Shang Zhitao was merely an ordinary girl without a particularly clever mind. She didn't meet any of his expectations for women, and yet he didn't regret it. He even felt rather pleased. The same man who had sworn that morning that he would never sleep with Shang Zhitao again was already beginning to waver. Luan Nian found it somewhat surprising. He had never been indecisive before. What was happening to him today? Chapter 31. Shang Zhitao woke up in Luan Nian's incredibly comfortable bed. Seeing a ray of sunlight filtering through the curtains, she guessed it was already afternoon. She stared blankly for a moment before getting up and going to the bathroom. She sat on the toilet for a long time without accomplishing anything. After all, she still wasn't used to being here. She silently praised her bladder. Truly a bladder capable of handling important matters. After washing her face and rinsing her mouth, she put on her clothes, made the bed, wrote a note, placed it on the pillow, and quietly left. She hadn't removed her contact lenses the night before, and now her eyes felt dry, but she barely dared blink. Whenever the wind blew, she blinked very carefully, afraid her contacts might fall out. Standing at the entrance to Luan Nian's residential complex, she waited for a taxi. The security guard secretly glanced at her, thinking this girl didn't look like someone in a special profession. But residents of this community wouldn't normally walk all the way to the entrance just to hail a taxi. Shang Zhitao smiled amiably at the security guard. The autumn afternoon sunlight was gentle and clear, making her feel quite content. Except for the wind. Why was Beijing's autumn always so windy? She watched the trees beside the road swaying unsteadily in the wind, which reminded her of herself, clinging to Luan Nian's body like an unstable tree. Xi and Zhao had made her happy too, but the happiness the two men gave her was different. Xi and Zhao had always asked her, "Is this right? Is it here? Does it feel good?" He had cared about her feelings every moment. Luan Nian didn't. He never asked. He completely took the lead and could hardly be called gentle, yet he drove her wild. Shang Zhitao found herself strange. She had thought her conscience would condemn her. How could you have a one-night stand? How could you have sex without love? But she felt no condemnation whatsoever. So I'm actually this open-minded. She quietly defined herself. Sitting in the taxi, she saw the trees flashing past and thought of Luan Nian. When she saw the clouds in the sky, she thought of him again. Luan Nian was too dazzling. In her 22 years of life, Shang Zhitao had never met anyone like him. She was full of curiosity about him, and she was attracted to him. When she got out of the taxi, she ran home and found Sun Yu sitting on the sofa, curling a finger at her. Blushing, Shang Zhitao hurried back to her room and changed into a high-collared shirt. Sun Yu followed her inside, closed the door, sat on her bed, and looked at her with great interest. Want to explain what you did last night? Shang Zhitao pressed her lips together without speaking and sat beside Sun Yu. No matter how high the collar was, it couldn't conceal all the marks on her neck. Sharp-eyed Sun Yu tugged at her collar. Oh my, are you dating someone? Shang Zhitao hurriedly shook her head. I'm not dating. Then what's this all about? Shang Zhitao didn't know how to explain it. Sun Yu might laugh at her for being morally corrupt, but Sun Yu refused to let her off and even pinched her cheek. Come clean. The happiness between girls could be that simple. Just sitting together and gossiping about something was enough to make them happy, especially when sharing stories about their love lives. It's that boss I told you about. The one who told me to resign, Shang Zhitao finally said. She seemed not to have fully escaped the atmosphere of the previous night. Merely thinking about Luan Nian made her blush again. She would have other friends later, but Sun Yu was the only person she ever told about Luan Nian. She didn't even mention him to Yao Bei. For some inexplicable reason, she trusted Sun Yu, and Sun Yu kept her secret. Sun Yu became the only outlet for Shang Zhitao's feelings about Luan Nian. You slept with your boss? The boss who told you to resign. It was an accident. Shang Zhitao finally found an explanation. An accident. If she ever talked about it with someone else in the future, she could simply say, I had an accident back then. Was it really an accident, or was it premeditated? I know you think it was an accident, but was it also an accident for your boss? Sun Yu didn't believe it. Many things between men and women seemed accidental, but had actually been planned. In Sun Yu's eyes, her innocent roommate had been targeted by her boss. Probably not. Shang Zhitao denied it immediately. It must have been an accident. What kind of person was Luan Nian? He had never really looked at her. How could he possibly have planned this? All right. That's not important. What's important is... Sun Yu lowered her voice. How was it? When Sun Yu asked how it was, Shang Zhitao remembered Luan Nian's sweat falling onto her cheek, him lowering his head to lick it away, then transferring that salty moisture to the tip of her tongue. No need to answer. I already know. Sun Yu laughed. Our little Tao Dao had a thoroughly satisfying night. Was what I did wrong? Shang Zhitao asked. Right or wrong doesn't matter. As long as you're happy. Sun Yu patted Shang Zhitao on the shoulder. Let me tell you, at my previous company, several colleagues had regular sex partners. What's the difference between a regular sex partner and dating? Shang Zhitao genuinely didn't understand. Sun Yu burst out laughing at her confusion. Oh, you? A regular sex partner just satisfies physical needs without emotional involvement. Dating is troublesome, and everyone is busy, so having someone like that saves a lot of hassle. Oh, Shang Zhitao hadn't slept enough. Feeling drowsy, she yawned and laid down on the bed. Remembering that she had an English lesson scheduled with Long Zhentian that evening, she pulled the blanket over herself to catch up on sleep. The moment she closed her eyes, Luan Nian appeared. His breath against her ear. Such a cold person, yet he liked kissing during sex. His palm had rested against her neck, the hollow of his hand beneath her chin, his thumb and forefinger holding her face and pulling her toward him before kissing her fiercely. Such cold-hearted lips. Yet when he kissed her, they were burning hot. Shang Zhitao thought, I'm finished. I think I'm getting addicted. She suddenly jumped out of bed, ran into Sun Yu's room, and seriously asked, Have you ever been addicted? When you were with your ex-boyfriend? Like when you close your eyes and only see him, and you keep wanting to do things with him. Of course. Sun Yu giggled. Shang Zhitao, you're in trouble. Want some advice? What? Ask your boss if he wants to be your regular sex partner. No. Shang Zhitao ran back to her room. She really felt she was finished. When she first became physically intimate with Xian Zhaozhou, she hadn't liked it because the sensation always felt strange. Then one night, in a small house in the countryside, Xian Zhaozhou had spent a long time kissing her, gentle and lingering, and she had finally thought it was quite nice. But back then, Xian Zhaozhou had been right beside her. They attended the same university. They saw each other every day and secretly went out together on weekends. Shang Zhitao had never needed to become addicted because Xian Zhaozhou had always been there. She got up that evening. Although she had spent countless moments throughout the day thinking about Luan Nian's beautiful body, by evening, she had put him aside and gone to do what she had planned. She met Long Zhentian by Hohai Lake. Long Zhentian chatted with her, deliberately speaking slowly. Whenever Shang Zhitao encountered a word she didn't understand, she interrupted him and asked. Long Zhentian told her that he had come to China because he liked girls wearing qipeos. The qipao was the most beautiful clothing in the world, and only Chinese girls could wear it with true charm. He also asked Shang Zhitao, Have you ever worn one? Shang Zhitao thought for a moment before asking Long Zhentian, Does event etiquette count? She had worn one before. During her freshman year, she had been recruited as an etiquette hostess for a club event. She wore a small satin qipao and carried a little tray holding business cards. Quite ridiculous. Long Zhentian was a sunny, tall foreigner, while Shang Zhitao was an obedient and cute Chinese girl. The two walking together inevitably stirred the imaginations of passers-by. Shang Zhitao could practically understand the meaning behind their glances. Another girl desperately trying to marry a foreigner. So how do you translate what I just said? Shang Zhitao asked. In Chinese, it means, experience is the best teacher, Long Zhentian patiently explained. Oh, thank you. Shang Zhitao always carried a voice recorder. On her way home after every meeting with Long Zhentian, She would listen to their conversation twice more. Lang Zhitian was an excellent teacher, patient and friendly. Even when correcting Shang Zhitao's accent, he made it sound endearing. Oh, your intonation could work in England. At first, Shang Zhitao had felt embarrassed. Later, she decided it didn't matter. I'm learning. If I already knew everything, why would I need to learn? I'm learning precisely because I don't know. Once she thought about it that way, she let go of her pride. After graduating, Shang Zhitao suddenly discovered that she genuinely loved learning. She began to find studying interesting. Knowledge was endless, like the universe, vast as the sea. Every time she realized she had made even the slightest progress, she felt incredibly happy. She would share her plans with Yao Bei, Sun Yu, and Lu Mi. After I finish learning English, I want to learn French and Japanese too. Everyone thought she was merely talking, but she wasn't. Just like today, no matter what had happened the previous day, no matter how tired or sad she was, she would still meet Lang Zhitian as agreed. They talked about everything under the sun. Amid their laughter and conversation, the world gradually unfolded before Shang Zhitao. A brand new world. She said goodbye to Lang Zhitian. On the subway ride home, she remembered Sun Yu's words. You can be his regular sex partner. It saves a lot of trouble and satisfies your needs. Shang Zhitao faced her desire directly. She typed a message on her phone, deleted it, typed it again. Finally, she sent Luan Yin a message. Shang Zhitao's message. Luke, can we be regular sex partners? Later, when Shang Zhitao looked back on her younger self, she couldn't explain why she had done such a thing. Why had she sent a message like that to Luan Yin? At the time, she had thought she was brave. Later, she realized it had been absurd. With a beginning like that, how could there possibly have been a good ending? Why did people always do such foolish things when they were young, as though foolishness never came with a price? Luan Yin was drinking with Tan Mian when he saw his phone light up. A message from Shang Zhitao. His brows immediately furrowed. He felt as though Shang Zhitao had found herself an escape route, even wondering whether she was trying to sell her body. Or perhaps beneath her obedient exterior was a heart that had always wanted to run wild. Maybe she had also overestimated her performance in bed. Although Luan Yin had to admit that it had been quite good, Luan Yin hated transactions. He felt as though Shang Zhitao was trying to make a deal with him. Luan Yin's message. Sorry. Yesterday was an accident. Luan Yin's message. Anything a man says while his brain is flooded with dopamine can be considered nonsense. If anything I said gave you the wrong impression, I apologize. Luan Yin's words were simply that harsh. Shang Zhitao put away her phone, her fingertips trembling slightly. She knew she had overthought things. Luan Yin's words from the previous night, whenever you want it, you can have it, clearly meant exactly what he was saying now. Words spoken by men after taking off their pants didn't count. What mattered was what they thought when they were sober. And the sober Luan Yin wouldn't even spare her a glance. So the previous night could simply be attributed to his drunken folly. So what? I didn't lose anything. Hiring someone like Luan Yin as a gigolo would probably cost a fortune, but I didn't spend a single penny. I'm quite capable. Shang Zhitao mocked herself. That night, she slept well, leaving Luan Yin behind in her mind. Chapter 32. Shang Zhitao handled her emotions well, but when it came time to go to work, she grew anxious. After getting off the bus, she looked around. No Luan Yin. Thank goodness. She hurried into the office building. No one had ever taught her what to do after having a one-night stand with her boss. She had secretly searched online the day before, and the advice said to act as though nothing had happened. That way, neither person would feel awkward. Shang Zhitao remained uneasy until the afternoon. During the weekly meeting, she heard Alex say to Lu Mi, later, we need to have an online meeting with Luke to align on the fourth quarter budget. You and Flora will attend. We're not meeting in person? Lu Mi thought Luan Yin was somewhat easier to communicate with face-to-face. During remote meetings, he always raised various questions to keep people from zoning out. He's away on a business trip. Advertising Industry Summit. All right then. Shang Zhitao breathed a sigh of relief. She took Lu Mi's spreadsheet and began writing formulas to calculate the budget. Lu Mi sat beside her, watching her enter Excel formulas without hesitation. She patted Shang Zhitao on the shoulder and gave her a thumbs up. Tao, you're amazing. Huh? Shang Zhitao looked confused. I dare say your Excel skills rank 5th in the entire company. The top 4 are those wizards in business analytics. Shang Zhitao's face reddened slightly. She had put in the effort. At first, she had only known a few simple formulas. They had been enough to handle her work, but she didn't think that was good enough, so she began studying systematically. Sun Yuanzhu recommended books to her, and sometimes held late-night lessons for her and Sun Yu. Shang Zhitao was even considering studying data visualization. I just think being proficient improves efficiency. You're right. Lumi sat beside her and helped organize the data. Shang Zhitao no longer needed much guidance. She had more or less experienced all the basic work in the marketing department. She was diligent and carefully organized everything she had done, keeping it all clear in her mind. Lumi trusted her. Neither of them had time to go out for lunch. They finally finished sorting the materials and sent them to Alex just before the afternoon meeting. Usually, during budget meetings, only the bosses and project managers needed to communicate. Everyone else simply sat in and listened. Shang Zhitao heard Luan Yin say, "Sorry. My previous engagement just ended, so I'm late." "No problem. We just finished organizing everything." "Is Hong Kong hot?" Alex asked. "It's okay. A little hotter than Beijing." "Who's attending today?" Luan Yin asked. The planning and marketing departments each introduced their attendees, and the meeting officially began. Shang Zhitao opened her notebook and began taking minutes. Everyone present was more senior than she was, so there was no need for anyone to specifically assign the task. She took the initiative herself. Besides, taking meeting minutes helped her learn a great deal. Especially during meetings, Apollo from the sales department replied, "Yes, I'll share it." The invited clients were all major industry clients. After several seconds of silence, Luan Yin said, "There's a problem with the project objective. If it's for client relationship maintenance, taking them out for dinner and drinks would be enough. 500,000 yuan would cover these clients and might even achieve better results. Why should we spend 17 million yuan to accomplish something we could achieve with 500,000? Everyone in the meeting room looked at one another. The Industry Exchange Conference was one of Ling Mei's mandatory annual projects, intended to build influence within the industry. No one had expected Luan Yin to attack this project first. "So what adjustments does Luke suggest?" "My suggestion is that if you can't think it through clearly, cut it." Selkie from finance shrugged at them. She had warned everyone before the meeting. She had attended a risk control meeting with Luan Yin and knew how strict he was. But the executives present hadn't believed her. They thought that since Luan Yin had risen to his position at such a young age, he wouldn't have such resolve. They had underestimated him. Although he was younger than they were, his forceful methods were not to be taken lightly. "How about this?" Alex stepped in to mediate. "Apollo, take your team and discuss the project again. Client relationship maintenance is only one aspect. Building industry influence is still necessary. If the objective is to build industry influence, then I want to see what reports can be released and what conclusions can be produced. Which experts can be invited? How many potential clients can we bring in?" Luan Yin stated his requirements directly. "At the last meeting, we discussed the company's business transformation. We can also take on short, frequent, fast turnaround projects from medium-sized clients. Those clients should be included on the invitation list as well." He paused. "Think all of that through first, then decide whether the project should proceed." Next project. Shang Zhitao could tell that Apollo, the head of the sales department, wasn't happy. She was curious. If Luan Yin had been sitting face-to-face with everyone in a setting like this, how would they have reacted? She agreed with the issues he had raised. After working in marketing for several months, she had gradually developed a sense for budgets. That was real money being spent. Shouldn't every yuan produce results? "Shall we discuss the next budget item?" Alex asked. "Yes." Shang Zhitao heard Luan Yin drinking water. The sound of him swallowing reminded her of the way his Adam's apple had moved when he kissed her. Would Luan Yin, like her, occasionally think about what had happened that night? The meeting was too intense. Lumi kicked Shang Zhitao lightly under the table, then sent her a message. Lumi's message. "He's cutting everything, haha. Next, he won't let us spend a single penny." Shang Zhitao's message. "I'm so scared." The atmosphere in the meeting room was oppressive. No one was happy except Lumi, who was quietly laughing. Lumi didn't care. It wasn't her money being spent, and saving it wouldn't benefit her. She simply found the whole thing satisfying. In her street slang, these old guys needed someone to straighten them out. Lumi had often been infuriated by these senior executives over money. They spent freely, but when internal audits came around, they became evasive. They smiled pleasantly to your face, then badmouthed you behind your back. With Luan Yin handling things this way, everyone would become more restrained. Luan Yin wasn't stupid. He knew that after today's meeting, he would face plenty of criticism. He simply didn't care. Nevertheless, he sent Alex a message. Luan Yin's message. Your department will have to work overtime to control the budget, so things might be difficult for a while. But you need to understand that in this matter, I'm helping you. Alex's message. I know. Thank you. Alex wasn't stupid either. With Luan Yin taking this approach, his own job would become much easier. Luan Yin's message. The marketing department controls the company's spending. If you manage the budget properly, no one can find fault with you. Headquarters is conducting stricter internal audits this year. If they investigate thoroughly, how many people present today could pass? Minor cases will result in company-wide notices, serious cases in dismissal, and the most serious could even lead to imprisonment. Alex's message. I've heard about that too. Thank you, Luke, for playing the bad guy. Alex understood Luan Yin's intentions. Luan Yin had probably realized that although Alex managed the marketing department, he couldn't control those people. That was why Luan Yin had stepped in today to regulate the budget, not to establish his authority, simply to make a stand. Lu Mi sent Shang Zhitao another message. Lu Mi's message. Luke is so sexy. Every time he gets this sharp, I want to tear off his clothes and see what makes him different from other men. Don't bother. I've already seen him. He is different. Shang Zhitao thought this to herself as though she had seen many men, when in reality, her only other experience had been with Exine Zhaozhou. Shang Zhitao's message. Kitty said this morning that our internal chats are monitored. She was worried someone might see their discussion about Luan Yin. Lu Mi laughed. Lu Mi's message. Don't worry. They can't monitor us. Besides, people say much worse things. Shang Zhitao's message. Oh, okay. The meeting was difficult to endure. Luan Yin kept firing questions, leaving everyone overwhelmed. Shang Zhitao suddenly felt that everything she had experienced in the workplace over the past few months had merely been an introduction. Today was the real workplace. Sharp confrontations concealed beneath deliberate restraint. Apparent agreement with undercurrents flowing beneath the surface. They finally endured until the end of the meeting. Then Luan Yin suddenly asked, who took the meeting minutes? Alex glanced at Shang Zhitao. Flora did. Send the minutes to everyone who attended the meeting and copy me. I have a banquet later, so that's all for today. Thank you, everyone, for your hard work. Luan Yin disconnected. Shang Zhitao closed her computer and left the meeting room. A message appeared on her phone. She opened it. It was from Luan Yin. Luan Yin's message. Confirm the next reporting points with everyone and include them in the meeting minutes. Shang Zhitao's message. Okay, nothing more. Luan Yin's strictly professional attitude made Shang Zhitao breathe a sigh of relief. This way, things wouldn't be awkward between them in the future, right? She suddenly wondered whether acting as though nothing had happened was the dignified way to handle the situation. Probably. Look at Luke. He acted as though nothing had happened. He handled this kind of thing so skillfully that he was obviously very experienced. She went to confirm the next reporting time with the various department heads. But everyone was clearly in a bad mood and brushed her off. I need to discuss this thoroughly with my team. This isn't a minor adjustment. It's practically an entirely new project. Let me discuss it first. No one would tell her when they could finish. Shang Zhitao was troubled. She sat at her desk, carefully choosing her words, feeling as though she had been handed a hot potato. About half an hour later, Luan Yin, who had already finished his first glass of wine at the banquet, still hadn't received Shang Zhitao's meeting minutes. So he sent her a message. Luan Yin's message. Why haven't you sent it yet? Shang Zhitao's message. The department heads haven't confirmed the next reporting time. She worded her reply as tactfully as possible. Luan Yin understood immediately. Shang Zhitao was being pushed around by them. Where had her courage gone? Where was the courage she had shown when she truthfully recorded his advice that she should resign? Luan Yin frowned, then sent a message to the executive group. Luan Yin's message. I've been thinking. Despite the major changes, the budget must be finalized this week. Please have your secretary schedule a meeting for Wednesday afternoon. Teams without revised plans by then will be considered to have forfeited their budgets. Then he added another message. Luan Yin's message. Alex, have the colleague from your department who took the meeting minutes send out what we just discussed. I need to review it again. Alex's message. Okay. Alex immediately turned to Shang Zhitao. Just send it as it is. Shang Zhitao nodded and sent out the meeting minutes. When she looked up, she saw Lumi giving her a meaningful look. Both of them turned toward the corridor. An extraordinarily beautiful woman was walking beside Tracy. The two entered Tracy's office. Who? Shang Zhitao mouthed silently to Lumi. Lumi took out her phone and sent her a message. Lumi's message. You couldn't tell? Luke's ex-girlfriend. The one from the email. Shang Zhitao's message. She's even more beautiful than in the photo. Lumi's message. I heard her family background is also very good. Shang Zhitao's message. Oh. Chapter 33. Because of Luan Yin's actions at the budget meeting, every department suddenly became tense. Each department occupied a meeting room and began working on its budget proposal. The marketing department couldn't leave either. They had to remain on standby because, at any moment, another department might come to them during a meeting and ask, "Can you help us check whether this is reasonable?" Even Shang Zhitao felt that her status had risen slightly along with the marketing department. It felt rather nice. She worked overtime with everyone for more than 30 grueling hours, sleeping only a few hours at her desk. During those 30-plus hours, she thoroughly understood the logic behind marketing budgets. It wasn't as simple as deciding how much money to spend, receiving that amount, and then reporting what had been gained in return. Every step had its own techniques, and everything could be tracked and traced. Shang Zhitao found it fascinating. Learning new things made her happy. By Wednesday's meeting, Shang Zhitao saw truly first-class proposals. Lingmei's employees were all elite talents, capable of excelling under any circumstances. This version of the proposals was so good that Shang Zhitao felt the previous version had merely been busy work. The objectives were clear, the action plans were solid, and every yuan had been precisely accounted for. Lumi said to Shang Zhitao, "See that? This is the damn charm of a stubborn mule. I think I finally understand why the board insisted on appointing him. Who else could it have been but him?" Lumi particularly liked Luan Yin now. She had even forgiven his usual arrogance, feeling that it would be strange if someone like him weren't arrogant. Hearing Lumi call Luan Yin a stubborn mule, Shang Zhitao couldn't help chuckling. "What are you laughing at? Isn't he?" Yes. He is rather mule-like," Shang Zhitao quickly agreed. Luan Yin wasn't as sharp with this version of the budget proposals as he had been the previous time, but he still suggested improvements and scheduled another review for Friday. At the end of the meeting, he suddenly asked, "Am I being too strict?" Everyone was momentarily stunned. No one spoke. Luan Yin simply smiled. "See you Friday." Then he ended the meeting. When Shang Zhitao returned home, she found Sun Yuanzhu and Zhang Lei discussing a technical problem related to autonomous driving. In 2010, autonomous driving was still merely a concept. But Sun Yuanzhu's company had invested in the field, and as a highly skilled technical professional, he had been assigned to the project team. The main problem is that it's difficult to conduct tests in Beijing. There's nowhere for our model to run. We can only go somewhere remote with fewer people. The technology isn't mature yet, so there are risks. Going somewhere else is probably better. When they noticed the dark circles beneath Shang Zhitao's eyes, they stopped talking. "Did you stay up all night?" Shang Zhitao nodded. The company was working on the budget. Then she looked at Sun Yuanzhu. "Where are you going?" "The Northwest." "Will you be gone for a long time?" Shang Zhitao was somewhat reluctant to see Sun Yuanzhu leave. She had grown accustomed to him sharing all kinds of knowledge with her, and Sun Yu on weekends or in the evenings. His mind seemed to contain an entire universe. Sometimes, when Shang Zhitao looked at him, she wondered whether he had read every book in the world. Sun Yuanzhu and Luan Yin were completely different people. Luan Yin was sharp-edged, hard, cold, and brilliant. Sun Yuanzhu was gentle and reserved, carrying an air of scholarly refinement. Shang Zhitao was afraid of Luan Yin. She wasn't afraid of Sun Yuanzhu. "Yes." Sun Yuanzhu smiled at her. "I'll send you some delicious snacks." "Are you only sending them to Shang Zhitao?" Zhang Lei interjected from the side. "I'll send some to everyone." Sun Yuanzhu's face reddened slightly before he said to Shang Zhitao, "Go get some sleep. You look exhausted." "Okay." Shang Zhitao walked toward her room, then turned around. "Please be careful. Don't worry. This was life in Beijing. Even when people lived under the same roof, it was difficult to see one another. Everyone was working overtime, traveling for business, or attending social gatherings. Every day was completely packed. Shang Zhitao truly was exhausted. After showering, she lay down and caught up on sleep. By Friday, she followed her colleagues into the meeting room with their laptops. The moment she pushed open the door, she saw Luan sitting there, flipping through a magazine featuring a print advertisement their company had designed for a major personal care brand. Seeing them enter, he stopped reading, put the magazine aside, and said to his secretary, "Please hand these out to everyone." He had brought back exquisite pastries from Lianxiang in Hong Kong, one small portion for each person. Shang Zhitao sat in the second row. She accepted her pastry, placed it on the small table attached to her chair, then looked up and met Luan Yin's gaze. He glanced at her exactly as he looked at everyone else. Shang Zhitao remembered the rule of dignity she had recently summarized for herself. Sit up straight. Act as though nothing happened. As though nothing had ever happened. It was almost as if she were telling Luan Yin, "Luke, don't worry. I won't tell anyone." So she straightened her back and looked completely fearless. "I didn't do anything wrong anyway," she encouraged herself. The mentality Shang Zhitao had developed since childhood, always seeking praise and approval, made her someone who rarely took things too deeply to heart. People like her might not feel sharp pain, but she hadn't yet realized that dull pain could hurt too. The meeting proceeded quickly. Once the projects were approved, they were submitted to the marketing department to be entered into the system. Since it was Friday and many colleagues already had plans, the task was assigned to Shang Zhitao. The system was complicated, and every project required numerous details. Shang Zhitao immersed herself completely in the work, not even taking a sip of water because she was afraid of entering critical information incorrectly. Several hours later, she finally finished. She shut down her computer and stood up. The light in Luan Yin's office was still on. He was still working. He really worked hard. I should learn from him and become someone who works hard even when they're talented. Shang Zhitao slung her backpack over her shoulders and left the company. The leaves had all fallen, and the weather had grown colder. There were still drunk people wandering the streets, along with a few people like her who couldn't get a taxi. She didn't understand why people enjoyed drinking until late at night and then wandering around outside. This city truly had too many late-night drunks. She thought, if only I could have a home of my own in this city before I turned 30. Then, no matter how late it was, even if I were standing on the street like this, I wouldn't be afraid, because I would have somewhere that belonged to me. She put on her headphones and listened to music while wondering which way she should go. A car stopped in front of her. It wasn't the car she had damaged. That one would probably take quite a while to repair. Shang Zhitao didn't know how to face Luan Yin. Then she remembered her mantra. Act as though nothing happened. She got into the car. Thank you, Luke. Sorry to trouble you again. Luan Yin glanced at her, reached into the back seat, retrieved a package, and placed it on Shang Zhitao's lap. This is for you. He said it casually. Shang Zhitao recognized the brand. It was an expensive gift. She felt as though her hand had been burned. Her composed pretense of normality instantly disappeared, and she handed the box back to Luan Yin. No, I don't need this. If you don't want this, are you planning to discuss feelings with me? Luan Yin started the car. Driving didn't interfere with his ability to speak. Shang Zhitao suddenly felt as though she were selling herself. Her price was simply a little higher. Not because her performance had been exceptional, but because she had happened to encounter a wealthy man. She pressed her lips together and said nothing, the box resting in her hands. She looked out the window and wondered how other people would handle a gift like this. She didn't know, so she sent Sun Yu a message. Shang Zhitao's message. My boss gave me a bag. What should I do? Sun Yu's message. Accept it. Just those 2 words. In this city, almost everything had a price. People did too. Sun Yu had experienced a heartbreaking breakup and suddenly understood the significance of money. To hell with love. Without money, you would starve to death. And how could anyone pursue love while starving? This same Sun Yu would later enter the business of love. And this same Sun Yu would later recklessly plunge into love herself. Every woman had said things that went against her true feelings. Each completed her growth in her own way. Years later, when they looked back on this period, they would realize that many things had possessed no absolute right or wrong at the time. They had simply been choices. Not everyone was born strong. The strong people you see today have all, at some point, been ground down to the bone before reshaping themselves. Sun Yu was like this. Shang Zhitao was like this. Nian was like this too. Is it because if I don't accept this gift, you'll worry that I might tell other people what happened between us? Shang Zhitao finally asked. Nian frowned. He pulled over to the side of the road and, unusually, lit a cigarette. He smoked it, then lit another. Shang Zhitao didn't know what he was thinking. The silence was difficult to endure. But she remained sitting there without speaking, looking out the window and quietly accompanying Nian as he smoked. Nian wasn't a habitual smoker, but that day, he smoked one cigarette after another, staring at the hazy rings of smoke drifting before him. Do you think you're selling yourself? After a long time, Nian finally asked. Shang Jitao's mood was very low, though she couldn't explain why. Then I should be giving you money. Nian extinguished his cigarette. Keep it. He refused to say anything more. He drove Shang Zhitao to the entrance of her residential complex. Shang Zhitao got out carrying the expensive gift. Nian didn't even receive a thank you from her. She walked away without looking back. That night, Shang Zhitao felt as though something inside her had collapsed. Because she had accepted Nian's gift. The gift was a hot potato. Accepting it felt wrong. Refusing it also felt wrong. She wasn't like Lumi, who would simply tell people or things she disliked to go to hell. Nor was she like Sun Yu, who could accept things confidently and without guilt. Shang Zhitao was caught somewhere in the middle. Neither here nor there. She carried the bag into her home and found Sun Yu washing her face. Seeing that something was wrong with Shang Jitao's expression, Sun Yu wiped her face and walked over. Shang Zhitao shrugged at Sun Yu, pursed her lips, and went into her bedroom. Sun Yu followed her. Why aren't you happy? I can't explain it. What did he say? He didn't say anything. I know what he meant. Sun Yu sat on the edge of the bed. Shang Zhitao, you know I used to work in sales, right? Back then, we had to maintain client relationships every day. When we gave clients gifts and they refused them, we would conclude that we probably couldn't win them over, so we'd be especially careful in our future dealings with them. But if they accepted the gift, we felt reassured. Sun Yu paused. That client was ours. Yes, I accepted it. I'll keep his secret. Then why are you upset? I don't know. I know. Sun Yu pulled Shang Zhitao down beside her and placed a hand on her shoulder. Although you're not sure yet, and might not want to admit it, you like him. Shang Zhitao bit her lip. Without warning, a tear fell. See? You're even crying. Sun Yu wiped away her tear. I've known you for several months, and you're not the kind of person who has one-night stands with people. You jokingly told me you only liked his body, but Shang Zhitao, you're not the kind of person who sleeps with someone you don't like. I don't like him. I just feel awkward. Shang Zhitao wiped away her tears. I wish I were really rich. Then, after sleeping with him, I could have left a stack of money beside his bed instead of letting him give me a bag first. That was what upset Shang Zhitao most. All right. Sun Yu applauded. You've got backbone. But don't you want to open it and see what it is? Shang Zhitao shook her head. No, let's not open it. I don't like it. Then just leave it there. Shang Zhitao now possessed the first luxury item of her life. But she didn't open it. She wasn't even curious about which model Nian had given her. In her heart, that wasn't important. What mattered was that she knew one thing. She could never do something like that again. Nothing could ever happen between her and Nian again. That night, Shang Zhitao couldn't sleep. She watched movies on her computer while browsing online forums. Then she came across a post organizing a group trip to see the red leaves at Labigu. Perfect. She sent the link to Sun Yu. Shang Jitao's message. Want to go see the red leaves? Autumn is almost over. Sun Yu's message. Sure. They quickly signed up online. The next morning, they woke up early and headed to the bus station. There, they saw a group of men and women wearing windbreakers and hiking shoes. Many of them carried cameras. Shang Zhitao didn't have a proper camera, only a point-and-shoot Xian Zhaozhou had given her. She suddenly felt that her weekends shouldn't consist only of work and studying. They should include many other enjoyable things too. Just as Sun Yu had said, we should live, not merely be alive. Shang Zhitao was young then. In her mind, being alive and living were the same thing. Only later did she gradually understand the difference. Being alive meant surviving. Living meant pursuing your ideals. Later, She became someone who understood how to live. Because living brought joy, while merely surviving could bring endless suffering. And while struggling to survive, taking a little time to truly live was a reward you gave yourself. As Shang Zhitao walked along the mountain path, she looked at the red leaves spread throughout the forest, the final colors of autumn in this world. Chapter 34. They caught the red leaves at the very end of autumn. These red leaves were different from those in Nanjing, possessing the magnificent beauty of vast mountains and rivers. The slight dejection in Shang Zhitao's heart disappeared just like that. After coming down from the mountain, the group leaders suggested going to Gu Street for dinner. Gu Street wasn't far from Shang Zhitao's company, but she had never been there, so she and Sun Yu joined the group dinner. Beijing was such an open city. Everyone had been strangers before, exchanging only a few glances on the mountain, but once they sat around the same table, they suddenly became familiar with one another. Sun Yu loved lively gatherings and drank with the men. Chatting with a table full of strangers from all walks of life was also a novel experience. Shang Zhitao cared only about the crayfish in front of her. When she had studied in Nanjing, crayfish had been one of her favorite foods. Crayfish were cheaper there, transported from Shui over a shorter distance, so the meat was fresh and tender. Sometimes, she and her roommates would buy crayfish at the market and take them to a small restaurant to have them cooked. It didn't cost much and completely satisfied their cravings. She hadn't eaten crayfish in a long time. Eating them now finally seemed to connect her current life with her student days. She quietly ate her crayfish while listening to everyone's wide-ranging conversations. Her phone rang several times, but she didn't hear it. Only when she went to the bathroom did she notice that Alex had called. Alex usually didn't call her on weekends. He often said, "Work hard during working hours and enjoy life during your personal time." After work, he played harder than anyone. If he was calling her now, it had to be important. Shang Zhitao quickly called him back. "Sorry, Alex. I didn't hear my phone earlier." "No problem. Would you mind doing some work this weekend?" Alex asked. "I'm still outside and probably won't get home until around 11. Is that too late?" "You don't need to open your computer. Our company is having a basketball game with a major client, and each side needs to organize a cheerleading team. Our department has been given the task of organizing ours. Can you handle it?" Alex thought that since Shang Zhitao was young and had only recently graduated, cheerleading shouldn't be unfamiliar to her, so organizing it ought to be relatively easy. Sure, Shang Zhitao had been on a cheerleading team in college, though she had been reluctantly pushed into it. At least she wasn't completely unfamiliar with it, so she agreed. Alex was delighted. "This isn't part of your KPI or your regular work. I'm really glad you agreed. Flora, you're a lifesaver. I'll have Luke contact you right away. He's the captain of the company basketball team." "Who? Luke. He's good at basketball, and this major client is one of his connections." Oh, Shang Zhitao thought that unless she resigned, she would probably never escape the principle of the world being far too small. She returned to the table and continued eating crayfish. When Luan Nian called, she had just removed her gloves. She stood up and walked aside to answer. Luan Nian heard the lively noise around her, filled with the laughter of men and women, but said nothing. Young women liked lively gatherings. It was perfectly normal for her to spend weekends with friends. "It's too noisy here. Please wait a moment while I go outside to take the call." Shang Zhitao ran outside. "Is it still noisy?" "No, it's fine. Tomorrow, we're meeting Santian at the basketball court at 3 in the afternoon. Come over too and take a look at the venue." "Okay. I'll send you the address later." "Okay. Don't make the routine too complicated. 3 minutes is enough. Use NBA cheerleaders as a reference." Those requirements were rather high. "NBA?" Shang Zhitao rebelled inwardly, but aloud, she still said, "Okay." She had said, "okay" several times in a row without mentioning the bag. After sleeping on it, she had figured things out. It didn't matter. As long as she didn't carry the bag, it hadn't bought her body or her soul. The bag could simply give both of them a graceful way to move past that night. He had given it. She had accepted it. That was all. As for what Luan Nian thought of her, he could think whatever he wanted. "Luke, just send me the address later. I'll be there on time tomorrow. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now, okay? Goodbye." Bye. This time, Shang Zhitao didn't follow workplace etiquette. She hung up first, then ran back to continue listening to everyone's conversation. At the table, A man had been watching Sun Yu the entire time. Sun Yu, unabashed, openly looked back at him. After dinner, the man approached her. Can we exchange phone numbers? Maybe we can hang out sometime. Sure. Shang Zhitao stood nearby and watched them exchange numbers. Then she politely smiled at the man before leaving with Sun Yu. He seems to like you, Shang Zhitao said while they waited for a car. Nah. At most, he's interested in me. Or maybe he just wants to sleep with me. Sun Yu shrugged. After her breakup, she seemed to have suddenly become a different person. The woman who had broken down that night now treated relationships as though they were trivial. Sun Yu had been hurt. She hadn't yet emerged from that pain. Sometimes, she still secretly cried at night. But the next morning, she would act as though nothing had happened. They say the best way to get over heartbreak is to quickly find someone new. I'll give it a try and see whether it works, Sun Yu said self-mockingly. How about I introduce my boss to you? Shang Zhitao joked freely when talking to close friends. My boss is pretty good. Pretty good, or exceptionally good. Sun Yu moved closer to Shang Zhitao and studied her expression. Shang Zhitao thought for a moment, then burst out laughing. Exceptionally good. After sleeping with him, he'll even give you a bag. I didn't have any experience before, but if you sleep with him, remember to choose your bag in advance. The two laughed loudly, turning an awkward matter into something they could joke about. The next day, Shang Zhitao went out for grilled fish with Sun Yu. Afterward, she returned home, took a shower, and left early for the basketball court. She didn't like being late. Old Shang had told her not to learn those messy social tricks. When you had an appointment, arrive a few minutes early. Learn to respect other people. That was also a form of respect for yourself. On the bus, Shang Zhitao recited lines from a movie. Long Jintian had assigned her homework before going out to have fun, saying that he would test her the next time they met. Alternating between reciting lines and listening to music, she found that time passed quickly. When she arrived, Nian was already there playing basketball. Shang Zhitao chose an inconspicuous corner and continued reciting her lines. Nian made a shot. As he turned around, he saw Shang Zhitao sitting in the corner. She always seemed to be like this. Sitting in the second row during meetings. Hiding at the back during toasts. Leaving him a note and quietly slipping away after sleeping with him, never mentioning it afterward. Even when she suffered a loss, she accepted it without dwelling on it. Forget expecting her to hand him a bottle of water during halftime. It wasn't that she lacked that kind of awareness. She simply assumed someone else would do it and didn't want to compete. She only focused on doing her own thing. Nian had seen through Shang Zhitao's pretense of acting as though nothing had happened. He had seen through her from the beginning. There were probably people in this world who never envied what others possessed, people who completely accepted their meager belongings and unfortunate experiences. Shang Zhitao was such a person. Nian felt that he had been too harsh with her. There were plenty of open-minded women who wouldn't take such things seriously. Why had he treated Shang Zhitao this way? Was he lacking women? Rarely did Nian feel that he had done something wrong. While he was in Hong Kong, there had been a shopping mall beside his hotel. He never went shopping during business trips, but this time, he had made an unprecedented exception. The bag he bought wasn't cheap. Even after accounting for the exchange rate, it had still cost more than 30,000 yuan. Nian looked away and continued playing basketball. Only after more people from Lingmei arrived did he leave the court. His body was covered in sweat, and his hair was soaked. He wiped himself with a towel and called everyone over. Let's gather. Shang Zhitao put in her earbuds and stuffed her study materials into her backpack. As the only female colleague present that day, she was surrounded by her male colleagues. She quietly listened as they discussed the venue and their tactics. Xi and Zhao Zhou had played basketball too. Back then, he would pull Shang Zhitao aside, explain the rules of basketball to her, and insist that she watch him play. After listening for a while, Shang Zhitao felt that the discussion had little to do with her, so her mind began to wander. Then she heard Nian call her. Flora. Only then did her male colleagues remember that Shang Zhitao was standing behind them. They laughed and moved aside, allowing her to come forward. I've already spoken with Alex. He's recruiting cheerleaders from various departments, Nian told her. Okay. Organizing rehearsals would be difficult. Those strong-willed women at Lingmei were each harder to handle than the last. Shang Zhitao even thought they might end up fighting. But Alex says we don't have enough people, so you'll have to join too, Nian added. Huh. Shang Zhitao looked like a bewildered goose. Her eyes seemed to ask me, "Are you talking about me?" Apollo from the sales department laughed. "Flora, sorry for the trouble, but I don't know how to dance. You should be able to handle it," Luan Yin said cryptically. Her body was flexible enough, more than enough for aerobics. Only Shang Zhitao understood the deeper meaning behind his words. Her face turned red. Was Luan Yin teasing her? But his expression was perfectly serious. He gave nothing away, as though he had merely made an ordinary comment. "Let's call it here. Thank you, everyone, for your hard work. Flora, stay behind." The other side's cheerleaders suggested an interaction. "I'll talk to them later, and you should listen in." "Okay." Everyone dispersed. Shang Zhitao stood there somewhat awkwardly. Luan Yin glanced at her. "Wait for me. I'm going to change." "Oh." Shang Zhitao caught a glimpse of Luan Yin's biceps and the outline of his chest muscles beneath his shirt. She immediately looked away. "Don't look at things you shouldn't be looking at." Luan Yin took a long time to change. So long that Shang Zhitao began wondering whether he was putting on a full face of makeup in there like a woman. She waited until 4:30 before finally seeing him emerge in casual clothes. People in creative professions really did have excellent aesthetic taste. His outfit looked extremely high-end. Even the men playing basketball on the court glanced at him. "Let's go. We'll make the call in the car. It's too noisy here." "Oh." Another "oh." Luan Yin didn't say much either. He led Shang Zhitao to the parking lot. They got into the car, and when Luan Yin called the other person, his call was rejected. A message arrived. "Wait a moment." So they sat in the car and waited. Luan Yin didn't speak. Neither did Shang Zhitao. While they waited, Luan Yin received 3 calls. 2 were from women. He spoke briefly before hanging up. The other was from his mother. Shang Zhitao held her breath, not daring to speak. She sat there listening to Luan Yin talk to his mother, and, for some inexplicable reason, felt nervous. Luan Yin's mother must be a wonderful person. Apparently, she was a doctor. She told Luan Yin about 1 or 2 patients she was treating. At one point, his mother sounded a little sad. Luan Yin comforted her. "You did your best." It was a warm relationship between mother and son. Near the end of the call, Luan Yin's mother said, "That girl Aunt Lu introduced to you. Go meet her. Whether you date her or not doesn't matter, but be polite." "Okay." So Luke had to go on blind dates too. Oh right. He was 28. Exactly the age when people started arranging matches for him. By the end of the call, Shang Zhitao had completely relaxed. She even perked up her ears with obvious interest. Luan Yin happened to notice the slight movement of her ears. Casually, he reached over and pinched one. His warm fingertips touched Shang Zhitao's burning earlobe. She tilted her head away, trying to escape the strange intimacy of the gesture. Then she heard Luan Yin ask her softly, "Want to come home with me?" Chapter 35. This hadn't been part of Luan Yin's plan. He had rejected Shang Zhitao, intending for nothing more to happen between them. But when his fingertips touched her warm, soft earlobe, he suddenly wanted her again. Urgently, with an almost destructive intensity, as though he wanted to crush her against him. Just yesterday, Shang Zhitao had decided she would never be intimate with Luan Yin again. Yet today, when she heard his invitation to go home with him, she froze and stared at him, unable to speak. Luan Yin's fingers gently caressed her earlobe. "I suddenly think your proposal wasn't bad." "What?" "The proposal to become regular sex partners." Luan Yin reminded her, then started the car without saying anything more. He drove rather fast. So fast that Shang Zhitao felt they didn't even need foreplay. The strange silence inside the car was enough to arouse her. She couldn't explain what was happening to her. Desire surged through her, frightening even herself. She pressed her lips tightly together. The words "stop the car" hovered on the tip of her tongue, but no matter what, she couldn't bring herself to say them. More than she wanted to get out, she wanted to stay beside Luan Yin. The person who fell in love first was the first to cast aside their shield and armor, leaving themselves utterly defeated. Shang Zhitao finally understood that principle. Later, she couldn't even remember exactly how it happened. Luan Yin swept her away again, right there in his car, inside his garage. Afterward, Shang Zhitao wondered how they had become so desperate that they couldn't even wait to get out of the car. Luan Yin's tongue enveloped her earlobe before exploring it deeply. Shang Zhitao's hair carried a faint fragrance, and her short, urgent breaths sounded remarkably similar to her usual humble manner. Luan Nian deliberately increased the pressure, forcing a soft moan from her throat. He whispered beside her ear. Beautiful sound. She could no longer suppress her voice. It was soft and gentle, occasionally producing sounds that seemed capable of melting a person's bones. From the car to the bedroom, then from the bedroom to the bathroom, Luan Nian became increasingly vigorous. Shang Zhitao completely lost herself. She didn't even have time to consider whether what they were doing was right or wrong. She only knew that throughout the entire week, every time she closed her eyes, she saw Luan Nian. Once a young woman opened the floodgates of desire, they could no longer be closed. Someone else might not have been enough. But Shang Zhitao felt she hadn't had enough of him. It was as though she needed to devour him completely before she could move on to someone else. Water poured over her shoulders, washing away her sweat and his scent. But it was far from over. Shang Zhitao thought they were finished. They weren't. The temperature in the shower was high, and she felt almost suffocated. His scent was washed away, only to return again. He simply wouldn't let her go. At her most vulnerable moment, she craved his kiss. Holding his face between both hands, she kissed him deeply. This time, she felt truly satisfied, as though every pore in her body had been filled with pleasure. After an unknown amount of time, their breathing finally settled. Shang Zhitao instinctively reached for the blanket, but accidentally touched Luan Nian's hand. Although they had just made love, she immediately withdrew her hand, as though holding hands were somehow more unforgivable than sex. Luan Nian handed her the blanket. The two retreated to opposite sides of the bed, just as they had last time. I've gone crazy, Shang Zhitao thought. Luan Nian, have you fucking lost your mind? Luan Nian thought. Neither of them spoke. Neither knew what to say. One had decided only yesterday that this could never happen again. The other had rejected her proposal to become regular sex partners just a few days earlier. Both had betrayed their own intentions. I don't think Sunday is a very good time, Shang Zhitao finally said after a long silence. We have work on Monday, and the marks on my body are still obvious. During intimacy, she hadn't cared. But afterward, she realized that Luan Nian liked leaving marks on her. They won't fade by tomorrow. If it were Friday night, there would be enough time for them to disappear. Or maybe next time, you could not leave hickeys. What Shang Zhitao was really thinking was that Sunday was too disruptive. She still needed to study English on Sundays. If they met on Friday night, she could come directly to his place from the office, leave the next morning, and still have the rest of the weekend for her own plans. Hearing Shang Zhitao seriously discuss what would be more convenient for them in the future, Luan Nian found the situation somewhat comical. He had dated 2 or 3 women before, but he had never had a regular sex partner. He certainly hadn't imagined that, in such a matter, Shang Zhitao would be the one taking the lead. Were young women nowadays really this open-minded? He said nothing. He dressed and left the bedroom. Downstairs, he poured himself a glass of iced soda and drank it in one gulp, instantly clearing his head. He strongly disliked the feeling of being led by someone else, even in matters of little importance. He poured another glass for Shang Zhitao. She gulped it down and found it refreshing. Sober now? Yes. Then you should go home. Don't you have work tomorrow? He was telling her to leave. That made things awkward. Shang Zhitao had no idea that her words had made Luan Nian uncomfortable. He suddenly wanted to spar with her a little, perhaps to see which of them could act more casual about what had happened. Oh, okay. Shang Zhitao stood up to get dressed. Then she heard Luan Nian making a call. Master Lu, could you come over and take someone home? Shang Zhitao immediately jumped over and tried to grab his phone. Luan Nian trapped her against his chest, then raised the phone high above her reach, tilting his head as he continued speaking. Yes, from my house. He hung up and released Shang Zhitao. What? The company doesn't allow employees to date each other. Shang Zhitao was somewhat anxious. More importantly, she couldn't face Lu Wu. We're friends with benefits, not dating. Luan Nian casually tossed those words at her. That still won't work. Tell Master Lu not to come. She hurriedly went looking for her phone, preparing to leave immediately. Quick-eyed and quick-handed, Luan Nian snatched her phone away. Beg me. Damn it. I beg you. Shang Zhitao even bowed to him, asking him to spare her and leave her a little dignity. Having achieved his goal, Luan Nian called Lu Wu again. Master Lu, you don't need to come. The person is leaving on their own. Get some rest. He still held Shang Zhitao's phone and showed no intention of returning it. Shang Zhitao held out her hand. I need to go. Nian suddenly seemed to suffer from hearing impairment. He stuffed her phone beneath his pillow, closed his eyes, and prepared to sleep. So should I stay or go? Sleep in the guest room. Oh. But she was too hungry to preserve her dignity, so she nodded. Then go cook. I only know how to make noodles. Shang Zhitao's limited noodle-making skills had been developed in her college dormitory. Fine. That'll do. The two took the elevator downstairs. Shang Zhitao suddenly asked Nian, why don't you have a housekeeper? I'm not used to it. What? I'm not used to having strangers around. You certainly didn't seem uncomfortable being intimate with a stranger, Shang Zhitao thought. When they reached the first floor, Nian truly behaved like an idle boss. He poured himself a small glass of red wine, sat on a high stool, and raised his chin toward Shang Zhitao. Go ahead. Fine. I'll do it. Shang Zhitao found tomatoes, eggs, vegetables, and noodles in the refrigerator. She washed the vegetables and turned on the stove, initially looking as though she knew exactly what she was doing. She poured a little oil into the pan. Then she immediately began to look like a complete novice. In college, she had used a small electric cooker to make noodles. She had never cooked over an open flame. When she sprinkled in the chopped green onions, oil splattered and the pan suddenly caught fire. Shang Zhitao jumped backward in fright. Nian nearly spat out his wine. He hurried over and turned off the stove, then frowned at her. You know how to make noodles? Ah, what else do you supposedly know how to do? Nian would never again believe Shang Zhitao when she claimed she knew how to do something. She said she knew how to drive and crashed his car. She said she knew how to make noodles and nearly burned down his house. He pushed Shang Zhitao aside and efficiently prepared vegetable noodles himself. Last time, it had been beef pasta. This time, vegetable noodles. Nian really did know how to cook. Shang Zhitao was somewhat surprised. She stood to the side, watching him work and feeling a little at a loss. You know how to cook. I'm picky about food. Nian had been a picky eater since childhood. When he was in kindergarten, if he didn't like the food, he would rather go hungry. Later, after following his parents to the United States, he disliked Western food during his school years, and takeout wasn't much better, so he occasionally cooked for himself. Although his cooking had initially been terrible, at least he had made it himself and could stomach it. Gradually, he learned how to cook reasonably well. Shang Zhitao wasn't picky at all. She liked almost everything. That included the bowl of noodles Nian had condescended to prepare for her. As she stuffed a mouthful of noodles into her mouth, a sudden thought occurred to her. If Kitty knew that her beloved boss had slept with me and then cooked noodles for me, would she skin me alive? Pull out my tendons? Scrape my bones? She already dislikes me. Shang Zhitao ate while her imagination wandered, constructing an entire television drama in her head. After they quietly finished their noodles, Shang Zhitao asked somewhat awkwardly, Do you have a spare toothbrush? Yes. Nian took her upstairs and retrieved an unused toothbrush and toothpaste from a bathroom drawer. What about towels? Bath towels? Pajamas? A contact lens case? Shang Zhitao suddenly thought of many things. If I'm going to come here every Friday night to sleep, I'll need all of those. Have we agreed to meet every Friday night? Nian asked. Shang Zhitao was immediately stumped. Before she could think of a response, he continued. Can't you bring your own? Do I have to carry everything back and forth every time? Or is there somewhere here I can leave them? Nian understood what she was really asking. Is it appropriate for me to leave my things here? Would your other girlfriends mind? He didn't answer. He couldn't be bothered wasting words on the question and simply picked up his toothbrush. Shang Zhitao stood there thinking. Then she asked, Do other female colleagues from the company come here? Nian spat out a mouthful of toothpaste foam and looked at her coldly. What? Want to acknowledge each other as sisters? He neither confirmed nor denied it. Not at all, not at all. Shang Zhitao was sensible about such things. She simply didn't want to become a third party. So she asked directly, You're not dating anyone right now, are you? If you have a girlfriend, what we're doing would be very inappropriate. Nian was genuinely annoyed now. Did Shang Zhitao have rocks in her brain? If he had a girlfriend, would he fucking bring her back to his house? He tossed his toothbrush into the cup, turned around, and walked into the master bedroom. Then he closed the door, shutting her ridiculous questions outside. Shang Zhitao pouted. She brushed her teeth, washed her face, then went to the guest room. Luan Nian truly had good taste. The bedding he had chosen was extraordinarily comfortable. She hadn't examined it carefully the last time, but tonight, lying there and truly experiencing it, she could clearly feel the difference between Luan Nian's bed and her own. She was tired. After turning off the lights, she quickly fell into a deep sleep in Luan Nian's guest room. The next morning, Shang Zhitao woke early and discovered that Luan Nian's bedroom door was already open. But he wasn't there. After brushing her teeth, she saw him coming upstairs drenched in sweat. He exercised every morning. Shang Zhitao glanced at the time. So this guy gets up at 6? My goodness. Luan Nian pulled off his workout shirt, revealing his muscular upper body, and walked into the bathroom. Seeing Shang Zhitao's gaze lingering on his abs, he grabbed her by the collar, pulled her out of the bathroom, and closed the door behind her before taking his shower. Chapter 36. Shang Zhitao stood outside the door and waited for a while. Luan Nian eventually emerged with a towel wrapped around his waist, water dripping from his hair. He looked gorgeous, but Shang Zhitao had no time to admire him. She pointed toward Luan Nian's bedroom. Luke, you have a bathroom in your bedroom too. You could have showered there. Why are you fighting me for this bathroom? I'm going to be late for work. Shang Zhitao was never late, and she was genuinely worried about being late today. She was also fretting over how she was supposed to leave later. Luan Nian ignored her and walked into the closet to change. People in creative professions had extremely high standards for their appearance. Luan Nian's clothes were all perfectly tailored, simple yet elegant. Unlike other creative types who dressed flamboyantly, his style was understated. Yet those understated clothes looked entirely different when he wore them. After changing, he came out to find that Shang Zhitao had finished washing up and looked refreshed. She wasn't wearing makeup. Today, she hadn't even applied moisturizer. She hadn't brought her own, and there were no women's skincare products in Luan Nian's home. Her face was completely bare. Fortunately, her skin was naturally good, fair and rosy, so she still looked beautiful without anything on her face. The only thing troubling her was the love bite on her collarbone. Shang Zhitao looked at herself in the mirror and remembered Luan Nian's teeth pressing against that spot, his tongue lightly brushing over it. She had once thought Luan Nian was cold and rigid, that he would lack gentleness and patience during intimate moments. She had even suspected he might behave like a machine, without any technique at all. How wrong she had been. His technique, like his creativity, was top tier. Frustrated, Shang Zhitao tightened the drawstrings of her sweater, trying to cover her neck. It looked rather strange. Do you have any bandages? She asked as she followed Luan Nian downstairs. It would be good if she could cover the mark with a bandage. Trying to hide it will only make it more obvious. Are you that afraid of people knowing you have a sex life? No. It would just be awkward if someone asked about it. Shang Zhitao casually made up an excuse. Luan Nian stopped and looked at her. What's awkward about it? Just tell them I'm your lover. It was impossible to tell whether he was joking or serious. Shang Zhitao was momentarily speechless. She simply closed her mouth. When they reached the first floor, Luan Nian walked into the kitchen, took out 2 plates, and handed one to Shang Zhitao. Eat before you go. Luan Nian could even make breakfast. Shang Zhitao suddenly felt somewhat ashamed. Ever since she started working, she had felt that her own life was chaotic and rushed. Whenever she happened to encounter Luan Nian at the company in the morning, she would think, this guy really has it easy. He's so relaxed every day. Someone must arrange everything for him. But today, she realized no one arranged anything for him. He woke up early to exercise, showered, and prepared breakfast himself. He even refused to hire a housekeeper. Was he saving money to buy bags for women? Shang Zhitao took a bite of the sandwich. Delicious. Just as good as her usual bread and milk. No, the milk was better than hers. Luan Nian had sprinkled dried osmanthus flowers into the warm milk, and it was genuinely delicious. Luke's breakfast is really good. Shang Zhitao gave him a thumbs up. This milk is delicious. It would be even better if I could have another cup. Luan Nian ignored her flattery, but he took her cup, poured her another glass of milk, and sprinkled dried osmanthus flowers on top. Shang Zhitao suddenly understood why that woman had cried on the phone and refused to break up with him, even going so far as to make a scene at their company. A boyfriend who took such good care of people, was good in bed, and loved giving bags. Who could easily leave a man like that? It would be like losing half your life. Fortunately, they were only sex partners. She didn't have many expectations, so she wouldn't have to lose half her life. While riding in Luan Nian's car to the company, Shang Zhitao wondered where he would let her out. But Luan Nian never stopped. He drove straight into the underground parking garage. It was around his usual arrival time, and there weren't many people in the garage yet. As Luan Nian backed into a parking space, Shang Zhitao carefully looked around to make sure no one was there. The moment he parked, she opened the door and ran. She was so afraid of being seen that she didn't even close the car door properly. Luan Nian watched her fleeing figure and thought she was a complete fool. If it were someone else, they might have wanted the whole world to know, hoping to receive special treatment because of it. As usual, he bought coffee and went upstairs. When he reached the office, he saw Shang Zhitao already sitting at her computer, starting work. Luan Nian entered his office and began working as well. During the day, the two happened to cross paths once in the office area. Shang Zhitao followed behind her colleague as usual, behaving as though nothing had happened. That day, the company released the results of its investigation into the email incident. Tracy personally sent the announcement. After a detailed investigation, we found that Luan Nian did not have multiple simultaneous relationships inside or outside the company. The photographs presented in the email were confirmed by the technical department to be composite images, and the man in the photographs is not Luan Nian. Luan Nian did have a 6-month relationship with the woman in question, but they parted amicably. The details involve private matters and will not be elaborated upon in this public notice. We have also investigated the leak of company employee information. According to data retrieval and analysis conducted by the technical department, no unauthorized operations were performed within the company intranet. The above investigation results will remain public for 7 days. If anyone has additional information, please contact us directly. Aside from proving Luan Nian's innocence, the announcement revealed almost nothing else. That was the company culture. They tried not to escalate matters unless one party was determined to destroy the other. Tracy had asked Luan Nian whether the results of the investigation into the information leak should be made public. Luan Nian had only said, "Considering it was a first offense, we can continue observing. But we should still have a discussion, just the three of us." As for who exactly had leaked the employee information, it was never mentioned. Shang Zhitao read the email and remembered asking him the previous night, "Do female colleagues ever come to your home?" Luan Nian had replied, "What? You want to meet your sisters?" She admitted that she didn't know much about Luan Nian, but today she somewhat believed him on this matter. Luan Nian might have a sharp tongue, but he wasn't as cold-blooded as his words made him seem. As she thought about it, Shang Zhitao suddenly became frightened. Has my brain been taken over by my lower body? Is everything I've seen and heard actually false? She became so lost in thought that she didn't hear Lumi calling her several times. Sitting in her chair, Lumi pushed off with her long legs and rolled over to Shang Zhitao. She waved a hand in front of her eyes. "What are you doing? Lost your soul?" Shang Zhitao came back to her senses. "What is it? Did you see the announcement?" "Yes, I did. I told you this guy had been falsely accused, and sure enough, he was." Lumi smiled. Then she noticed the mark beneath Shang Zhitao's strangely positioned collar and clicked her tongue twice. "Sister, you do realize you're making it completely obvious, right? You might as well proudly announce, 'I had sex last night.' What's there to be embarrassed about? Look at Linda from the sales department. She flaunts her affairs every day." Shang Zhitao blushed. "Stop it." She pulled her collar even higher, then said to Lumi, "That research project mentioned during this morning's meeting, can I apply to be the project manager? It's a small project that no one seems to want. I've never done one before, so it would be a good opportunity to learn. Of course, if you want it, go talk to Alex. If you run into any problems, we'll solve them together." Lumi patted her. "Go for it." Shang Zhitao smiled shyly. "Lumi, why don't you ever proactively take on projects? You're so capable. You can handle anything well. I don't need any more stress." Lumi shrugged. "I don't need the money. Isn't being an ordinary employee nice enough?" "Good, good, good." Shang Zhitao gave Lumi a thumbs up. "So strong-minded." Lumi patted her head and laughed. "Thanks to the country, thanks to my great-grandparents, and thanks to my parents." Lumi was very straightforward. She had no ambitions regarding work. Having something to do was enough. She was a slacker, but anything assigned to her was always completed flawlessly. Lumi's existence taught Shang Zhitao that colleagues came in many different forms. Not everyone wanted to climb the corporate ladder. If I take on that project and there's something I don't understand, will you still teach me? Shang Zhitao felt she couldn't manage without Lumi. Without Lumi, she might not have lasted at Lingmei until now. What kind of question is that? If I don't help you, who am I supposed to help? That annoying Kitty. Lumi hated Kitty more than anyone. Kitty was manipulative every day, wearing 3 different faces. One for the boss, one for her peers, and another for outsourced staff. This workplace chameleon was thriving, and Luke had even allowed her to independently take on a creative project. Wasn't he blind? You should learn from Kitty sometimes. Look at how she behaves around the leadership. She gets all the good projects. That's real money. Lumi spoke earnestly. Some people just fall for her act. As they spoke, they saw Kitty enter Luan Yin's office. Kitty dressed very revealingly. Even in late autumn, she wore a tight bodycon dress and black over-the-knee boots, leaving part of her fair, delicate leg exposed. A cloud of perfume followed her as she passed. She carried some printed materials into Luan Yin's office and placed them on his desk. Instead of sitting across from him, she stood beside him with one hand resting on the desk, putting her attractive figure fully on display. Tisk, tisk. Lumi clicked her tongue. See that? Learn from her. Your figure is better than hers. Shang Zhitao remembered sitting in Luan Yin's car, his hand covering hers while he looked at her with that ambiguous gaze. Her face reddened slightly. No, I'd feel uncomfortable. Be more confident, Tao Tao. You need to be more confident. Lumi rolled back to her workstation and resumed working. Shang Zhitao glanced toward Luan Yin's office again. He was frowning, as though deep in thought. Luan Yin was frowning because he disliked Kitty's perfume. He agreed that women could wear perfume, but perfume should suit the occasion. Kitty's was far too strong today. Luan Yin pointed toward the chair across from him. Kitty, sit there and wait for a moment. Okay. Kitty sat properly across from Luan Yin, crossing one leg over the other as she steadily watched him. Luan Yin didn't notice her gaze at all. He was reviewing the creative draft Kitty had submitted. Kitty was very talented. Her print concept used bold colors with strong visual impact, but it didn't align particularly well with the brand. Let's discuss this with the client. Luan Yin didn't directly point out the problem. He wanted Kitty to communicate with the client herself, which would help her grow faster. All right. In person? The client is in Shanghai. Yes. In person. Would you come with me? I don't feel confident without you. Kitty was showing weakness while simultaneously demonstrating loyalty. Luan Yin smiled at her. Have Grace accompany you. All right. Kitty left, but the scent of her perfume lingered in Luan Yin's office. He stood and opened the window. When he sat down again, he saw several people from the marketing department standing in the corridor talking. Shang Zhitao had tied her hair into a ponytail. She looked clean and simple, standing perfectly straight. Somehow, she seemed completely out of place amid the surrounding atmosphere. Strangely beautiful. Chapter 37. Alex assigned the small project to Shang Zhitao. No one in the department wanted to take on such a small research project because it was difficult to produce any notable results. But Shang Zhitao was willing. No matter what, it was her first time serving as a project manager. She felt a little excited, but also somewhat nervous. After receiving the initial project materials, she sat motionless at her workstation. The annual industry research was a mandatory company project intended to support different departments in developing advertising strategies for clients across various industries. Although the project was small, it was extremely complicated. It required research into departmental needs, analysis of previous year's inputs and outputs, selection of research companies, project milestones. Everything had to be covered. Shang Zhitao had followed Lumi through several projects and had read relevant books, but now she felt like a student who had completed all the coursework and was finally sitting down for the exam. It was already very late by the time she finished reviewing all the materials. When she looked up, everyone around her had left. Only the light in Luan Yin's office was still on. She thought for a moment, took out her phone, and typed a message. Shang Zhitao's message. I independently took on a project today. Her finger hovered over the send button for a long time before she deleted it. She wasn't sure whether they were close enough to share things from their daily lives. Luan Yin didn't seem particularly interested in other people's lives. so she deleted it. But she still wanted to tell him. Although it was only a small matter, it represented her progress. In the end, she typed the message again and sent it. Shang Zhitao's message. I independently took on a project today. Nian glanced at his phone, then put it down without replying. Shang Zhitao kept checking her phone as she packed her bag, but Nian never responded. She sighed, slung her bag over her shoulder, and left the company. Her luck was good today. The moment she stepped outside, she managed to get a taxi. She put in her earphones and listened to music, but her eyes remained fixed on her phone. Only when she was about to enter her home did she finally receive Nian's reply. Nian's message. Do your best. Keep going. His tone couldn't possibly have been more formal. Shang Zhitao's message. Thank you. Shang Zhitao's project soon began giving her a headache. She got stuck at the very first step of the needs assessment. Specifically, with the Creative Center. Kitty consistently failed to provide the Creative Center's scope of requirements. Shang Zhitao urged her twice, but Kitty always said she was too busy and hadn't gotten around to it yet. Shang Zhitao was a little confused. This was a service project. Nian's message. Hold a project communication meeting. Don't target anyone specifically. Have all parties report their progress. Then send a group email identifying the standard project executor for each party. After a while, he sent another message. Nian's message. Don't be afraid of conflict. When Shang Zhitao saw those words, she felt that Nian had truly seen through her. Despite seemingly never paying much attention to her, he knew what kind of person she was. He knew what would make her hesitate, what would make her hold back. Shang Zhitao's message. Okay, thank you. Nian's message. You're welcome. How are the preparations for the cheerleading squad for the basketball friendship match coming along? Shang Zhitao's message. We'll practice on Thursday and Friday. Nian's message. Good. Thanks for your hard work. Nian thought for a moment, then added another message. Nian's message. Being an independent project manager is a good thing, but the key to project management is managing people. Once you manage the people, progress will follow. He left the rest for Shang Zhitao to think through herself. After replying, Nian packed up and left the company. He had arranged to have dinner with Zhang Lan. Zhang Lan was the vice chairman of the industry association, and the board of directors wanted Nian to make an effort to become a consultant for the domestic industry association. Nian had suggested that the board choose someone else, but they refused. Zhang Lan specifically liked him. Nian drove to the restaurant where they had agreed to meet. It was a Japanese restaurant. Zhang Lan hadn't arrived yet, so he sat down and waited without rushing her. After waiting for about 40 minutes, he called her. She answered and immediately apologized. I'm so sorry. I'm stuck in traffic. No problem. Shall we reschedule? No. Let's stick to today. I'm late, so I'll treat you. Please wait a little longer. All right. Nian hung up. He knew Zhang Lan was playing games. She was accustomed to being the client, and it had made her arrogant. Nian understood. He took out his laptop and started working. When Zhang Lan finally arrived, he stood to greet her. You must be tired. Sorry to keep you waiting. It's fine. Just give me 10 minutes. I just received an urgent email that needs immediate attention. There was no urgent email. This was simply payback. He opened an email, typed something meaningless, and furrowed his brow, putting on a convincing performance. Zhang Lan sat beside him and waited. After 20 minutes, she finally smiled. You're petty. Nian pretended not to understand. He put away his laptop. Shall we eat? I sincerely apologize. Waiting for someone isn't pleasant. Starving, aren't you? Nian didn't engage with her point. Instead, he turned to the waiter. Please start serving. Would you like some alcohol? Zhang Lan asked. I drove here. Where's your driver? Nian smiled. I suppose I could have a small drink. Nian drank a little with Zhang Lan. Just like last time, they didn't discuss work. Zhang Lan told him that after her last breakup, she had gone to Hokkaido alone for several days. At the time, I felt that love was exhausting. I thought I'd rather never fall in love again. Learning from past mistakes. Don't you feel the same? No. Zhang Lan laughed. When she smiled, her eyes narrowed into slits, making her look somewhat seductive. She was the kind of woman who knew exactly where her charm lay and precisely how to display it. But I heard your last relationship gave you quite a headache. To be honest, not really. Why trouble yourself unnecessarily? That was simply how Nian was. He cherished his freedom now. Jiang Lan rested her chin on one hand and looked at him, thinking how pleasing this man was to the eye. Throughout the meal, she drank only a little and ate just a few bites. I need to stay disciplined. Maintaining my figure is difficult. I understand. Luan Yin nodded. During the meal, Jiang Lan shared many things about her past. It seemed she hadn't opened up to anyone like this in a long time. Once she started talking, she couldn't stop. She even told him about her first time on a drizzly night in a motel outside Las Vegas. Luan Yin listened quietly, rarely interrupting. His patient listening pleased Jiang Lan. Despite her apparent success and busy social life, she deeply disliked vulgar men. She preferred men with a certain integrity. Then she liked slowly dismantling that integrity until they became one with her. She enjoyed the hunt, and Luan Yin was the finest prey. After drinking, they left the restaurant. The evening breeze was intoxicating. Jiang Lan was slightly tipsy and stumbled a little. Luan Yin reached out to steady her arm and helped her into the car. Where should I take you? My place, please. She gave him an address. Lu nodded. All right. Jiang Lan looked at Luan Yin's face as it alternated between light and shadow. Such a handsome face. She placed her palm on his knee, leaned closer, and whispered into his ear. Would you like to come upstairs? I don't do one-night stands. Long-term, secret, no emotional attachment. I don't have that habit. After saying this, Luan Yin suddenly thought of Shang Zhitao, asking where she should keep her contact lens case, bathrobe, and pajamas. Men truly could lie without blinking. How could he claim not to have that habit? He was currently developing exactly that habit. Luan Yin collected himself and sighed. I thought our relationship would be of higher quality. Like what? Jiang Lan leaned back against the seat and turned to look at him. Her collar was slightly open, revealing limitless allure. The kind that would disarm most men. Yet it didn't move Luan Yin. Luan Yin merely smiled at her without answering. He turned and looked out the window. Next time, they should send someone else to deal with Jiang Lan. It was too exhausting. After dropping Jiang Lan off, Luan Yin finally returned home. He showered and lay down in bed. Remembering Shang Zhitao's problem, he called her. Did you solve the problem? Shang Zhitao was climbing the stairs, so her breathing was slightly uneven. Not completely. I sent an email inviting everyone to a project progress meeting tomorrow. I didn't receive your email. I didn't send it to you. Why not? You're holding a project progress meeting without inviting the department heads? What are you going to use to intimidate everyone? Your ferocity? Even the stray cats downstairs are fiercer than you. What time tomorrow? 3 in the afternoon. I see. Then Luan Yin heard the sound of a lock opening on Shang Zhitao's end. Are you home? Shang Zhitao lowered her voice and spoke softly into the phone. Yes. She was afraid of disturbing her roommates. Zhang Lei had been continuously working overtime and traveling on business. Sun Yuanzhu had joined an autonomous driving project that kept him working day and night. Sun Yu had been dragged into researching a matchmaking website. Everyone was busy. Everyone needed a good night's sleep. Shang Zhitao gently closed the door and tiptoed into her bedroom. After shutting her bedroom door, she finally spoke normally. Luke, I'm home. Why aren't you asleep so late? I just got home. Oh, go to sleep. Good night. Luan Yin hung up. He thought he must be bored to care about the progress of an ordinary employee's project in the middle of the night. But Shang Zhitao was grateful. After they hung up, she sent him another message. Shang Zhitao's message. Luke, thank you so much for guiding me on this project. Luan Yin didn't know how to respond. It was just like when she had suddenly told him she had independently taken on a project. So he tossed his phone aside and closed his eyes, preparing to sleep. After a while, he reached for his phone again. Luan Yin's message. No problem. You're welcome. Do your best. Shang Zhitao's message. I'll work hard. I know. Luan Yin had never seen anyone work as hard as Shang Zhitao. It was only a job, yet she worked as though she had no fallback plan and no one to support her. A few days earlier, Tracy had discussed the company's hiring strategy for the following year with him. She mentioned that she wanted to recruit 1 or 2 more people like Shang Zhitao. Her exact words had been, do you see? Shang Zhitao is a hiring experiment. The results tell us that with a little talent and enough hard work, a person can overcome the differences caused by educational background. Tracy had sounded somewhat proud. Shang Zhitao was her highly successful test subject. That day, Nian hadn't contradicted her. Chapter 38. The last time Shang Zhitao had danced was during her freshman year, when a school club organized an event and forced her to participate. After stepping on her classmates' feet several times, they refused to let her dance anymore. But even if she couldn't dance, she still had to perform somehow, right? Later, Shang Zhitao was washing clothes in the laundry room when some club members happened to pass by and heard her humming. It turned out that Shang Zhitao had a beautiful singing voice. Even she hadn't known that. So she was compelled to sing on stage once or twice. Shang Zhitao didn't like performing in public. She clearly remembered how, during holidays when she was a child, family and friends would gather, and the children would always be asked to perform. Shang Zhitao had no particular talents, so every time, she would bring a brush, ink, paper, and an inkstone. When it was her turn, she would stand up and say, "I'll perform calligraphy for Grandpa, Grandma, my uncles, aunts, and everyone." Calligraphy took time. By the time she finished writing, half the meal would already be over. Now, she had no talent for dancing either, and she constantly struggled to keep up with the female colleagues who had been dancing since childhood. Kitty, as the choreographer, was somewhat dissatisfied with Shang Zhitao. Looking into the mirror, she asked, "Flora, are you having trouble keeping up?" She was still upset. That afternoon, Shang Zhitao had organized a project communication meeting involving various departments. Kitty's progress had been somewhat slow, which resulted in criticism from Nian during the meeting. Sorry. Shang Zhitao wiped away her sweat and apologized to everyone. "Let's try again." Everyone danced in front while Shang Zhitao imitated their movements from the back. Her ability to dance seemed genuinely broken. Completing a single routine nearly killed her. The other female colleagues laughed, and someone sympathetically said, "Don't make things difficult for Flora. Flora, would you like to hold the signs instead?" Yes. Shang Zhitao was finally rescued from the sea of dancing misery. Holding signs was easy, and she wouldn't need to practice anymore. So she went out to arrange dinner orders for everyone. When she returned, she found that they had already decided on their hairstyles and costumes. Pigtails and sports skirts. Shang Zhitao had purchased the outfits earlier. Any hairstyle was fine with her, as long as she didn't have to dance. Practice continued until 10 that evening. Before everyone dispersed, Shang Zhitao confirmed the next day's venue, time, and precautions with them. Friday night arrived, and the city's nightlife began. Shang Zhitao somewhat wanted to go to Luan Yin's place, but he hadn't invited her, and she didn't want to ask. She was afraid she would seem too eager, although she truly was eager. She had discussed this condition with Sun Yu, wondering whether she had developed some kind of sex addiction. Was that considered an illness? Sun Yu had laughed at her for overthinking. When my ex-boyfriend and I first started dating, I wanted to spend all 24 hours of the day with him. Would you say I had an illness? No. Then that settles it. When Shang Zhitao arrived home and found only Sun Yu there, she changed into her cheerleading outfit to show her. Shang Zhitao usually dressed conservatively, but the short skirt completely exposed her long legs. Her legs seemed to glow white beneath the light. With her hair in pigtails and her eyes sparkling, she looked surprisingly striking. Sun Yu examined her carefully from every angle before saying mysteriously, "I bet you won't be coming home tomorrow night." If I don't come home, where would I go? Sun Yu laughed mischievously. Your cold boss probably won't be able to resist. Shang Zhitao finally understood what Sun Yu meant, and her face turned slightly red. He won't. His partner in Guangzhou is extraordinarily beautiful, and his ex-girlfriend is extraordinarily beautiful too. He's seen too many beautiful women. The word partner was cleverly chosen. She didn't know exactly what kind of relationship Luan Yin had with Zhang Yao, but someone who entered his room in the middle of the night. Their relationship couldn't have been simple, right? Who cares? Just enjoy your youth. Sun Yu patted her shoulder. Shang Zhitao practiced holding the sign in front of the mirror for a while before going to sleep. The next day, she arrived at the basketball court early. After handling the logistics, she watched as people from both sides gradually arrived. Both companies were industry leaders, and all the basketball players had decent physiques. The cheerleaders were young and beautiful. Having this group of men and women gathered together was truly pleasing to the eye. When the cheerleaders emerged from the changing room, someone on the court whistled. The employees cleared the court, and the Sonda cheerleaders took the stage. All of Sonda's cheerleaders were beautiful. After they finished dancing, the lead dancer ran over to Luan Yin and draped the ribbon in her hand around his neck. Everyone immediately began teasing them. Luan Yin stood there, smiling more than usual. His gaze swept over Shang Zhitao with her pigtails. Among all the girls, she was the fairest and had the brightest smile. Luan Yin was amused by her silly appearance. It was the first time he had ever seen a cheerleader hold a sign with such seriousness. Then, in his imagination, he tore off her short skirt. Luan Yin's expression abruptly turned serious. He disliked himself for having such thoughts. Shang Zhitao thought his smile was truly beautiful. If only he smiled more often. When it was Ling Mei's turn, Shang Zhitao diligently held up her sign. After the cheerleaders finished dancing, she stood there remembering what Sun Yu had said the previous night. That Luan Yin might not let her go home tonight. She secretly glanced at him, but he wasn't looking at her. Instead, he was talking with people from Sonda. During a pause in the conversation, he glanced at Sonda's lead dancer. Shang Zhitao withdrew her gaze and stopped looking at him. She finally endured until the event ended. While changing clothes, she heard Kitty say, "Luke just told me that Grace and I will attend tonight's dinner, so we won't be going back with you." Oh. No one seemed surprised. After chatting for a few more moments, everyone dispersed. Shang Zhitao changed her clothes and left the locker room. She saw that Luan Yin had already changed and was talking with people from Sonda. The lead dancer stood beside him. The two looked rather well matched. Someone like Luan Yin truly had a way with women wherever he went. After leaving the gymnasium, Shang Zhitao somewhat regretted canceling her meeting with Long Jintian that morning. She felt she had overthought everything. She vowed never again to disrupt her study schedule because of her random thoughts. She returned home. Sun Yu wasn't there. Shang Zhitao watched some American television shows on her computer, then went downstairs to eat. She was somewhat distracted. Thoughts kept emerging in her mind. Would Luan Yin bring that woman home? Would he ask her, "Do you have a boyfriend? Would you accept a one-night stand?" Just as he had once asked Shang Zhitao. After casually eating some noodles, she returned home and went to sleep. The weekend passed in a daze. On Monday morning, she encountered Luan Yin in the elevator again. They stood on opposite sides. Shang Zhitao greeted him. "Good morning." Then, just as before, she said nothing more. Luan Yin remained silent as well. The two left the elevator one after the other. Shang Zhitao went to her workstation. Luan Yin went to his office. Shang Zhitao found the situation somewhat unbearable. Over the weekend, she had finally realized something. Sun Yu was right. She wasn't the kind of person who could casually have one-night stands. She had been intimate with Luan Yin because she liked him. That affection had been well hidden. She simply hadn't noticed it before. It was only after the basketball game ended, when Luan Yin and the others went to dinner with those beautiful women, and when Luan Yin's gaze swept over Sonda's lead dancers several times, that Shang Zhitao felt a faint pang in her heart. Only then did she realize that her feelings for him ran deeper than she had imagined. She felt somewhat helpless. She didn't know how to handle the situation. She remained distracted, and distraction led to mistakes. The brief she sent out contained errors, and she failed to notice them. The week was extremely busy. By Thursday, Shang Zhitao began feeling discomfort in her stomach. She checked her calendar and realized her period had arrived. Unlike others who suffered from severe menstrual cramps, Shang Zhitao experienced diarrhea during her period. She made several trips to the bathroom that day and felt exhausted by evening. Sitting at her workstation, she struggled with herself for a long time before finally deciding to go home and rest. It was the first time since she started working that she had left on time. During the previous few months, the first day of her period had always happened to fall on a weekend. When she arrived home, she found Sun Yuanju there. They hadn't seen each other in a long time, and Shang Zhitao was very happy. She sat on the living room sofa and chatted with him. Seeing her clutching her stomach, Sun Yuanju asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Shang Zhitao felt embarrassed to explain, but Sun Yuanju understood. "I'm going downstairs to buy some food. Have you eaten?" "I haven't." "Then wait for me. We'll eat together when I get back. Let me give you some money." "No need." Sun Yuanju went out to buy food. He returned after quite a while, carrying several boxes of dishes. "Starving, aren't you? Come eat." Shang Zhitao was very grateful. "Thank you so much." No need for formalities. Zhang Lei and Sun Yu hadn't returned yet, so the two sat across from each other and ate while discussing work. Shang Zhitao mentioned that she had recently taken on an independent project. Sun Yuanzhu was genuinely happy for her. I knew you were great. He was sincerely happy for Shang Zhitao. After they finished eating, he got up and went into the kitchen. There was a clattering sound. After a while, he returned carrying a bowl of brown sugar water. Drink some of this. I don't know if it'll help. When I was in school, I heard some female classmates say it works. Shang Jitao's eyes reddened. She took a sip. It tasted very good. It's delicious. That's good. Sun Yuanzhu sat beside her. Neither of them spoke for a long time. Shang Zhitao felt that Sun Yuanzhu seemed somewhat sad, though she couldn't explain why. Perhaps because she had been ordinary since childhood, she paid extra attention to other people's emotions. Are you feeling down? She softly asked Sun Yuanzhu. Why do you ask that? Sun Yuanzhu was somewhat surprised. No one had ever asked whether he was happy. Everyone simply assumed that he was. But Shang Zhitao had asked. It warmed his heart. I can't explain it. I just feel like you're not happy. I'm very happy. Sun Yuanzhu smiled at her. Shang Zhitao liked seeing Sun Yuanzhu smile. His smile was clean and bright. That's good. Shang Zhitao drank the brown sugar water Sun Yuanzhu had made while chatting with him. Sun Yuanzhu told her stories from his student days, talked about his colleagues, and discussed books he had read. They talked about everything under the sun. The anxiety in Shang Jitao's heart seemed to be soothed by him. Are you going on a business trip tomorrow? If not, can I treat everyone to dinner this weekend? I'm always eating at your expense. No business trip. Then shall we have hot pot? Sure. But could we eat at home? Eating out would be more expensive. Sun Yuanzhu was concerned about Shang Jitao's wallet. She had only recently started working. She worked hard every day, and earning money wasn't easy. But I don't know how to cook. Shang Zhitao felt a little dejected. How about having a barbecue at home? My company recently gave us electric griddles. We can use one to grill meat. Great. Shang Zhitao chatted with Sun Yuanzhu for a while longer. Zhang Lei and Sun Yu still hadn't returned. So the two said goodnight and went to their respective rooms. Shang Jitao's mood had improved somewhat. Although she had been waiting for Luan Nian to send her a message, anything would have been fine. Work, life, even telling her that they should end their relationship would have been fine. But Luan Nian hadn't sent her a single message. It was as though, in his heart, she wasn't worth even that. Chapter 39. Was it true that once a woman fell in love with a man, she became trapped in endless fantasies? At least, that was true for Shang Zhitao. In her fantasies, Luan Nian liked her at least a little. Even if that affection left no trace, she preferred to believe it existed. Her work on Friday didn't end particularly late, but she lingered at her desk, reluctant to leave. Perhaps, like before, if she stayed late enough, Luan Nian would pass by and kindly offer her a ride. In her mind, she rehearsed countless times what she should say once she got into his car. Or perhaps she wouldn't need to say anything at all. They had enough tacit understanding. Luan Nian could simply take her home. But Luan Nian left. He walked out of his office and left without so much as a sideways glance. Shang Zhitao felt as though a cat's paw were scratching inside her heart. It was slightly painful and itchy. Bearable, but certainly unpleasant. She sat for a while longer before slinging her bag over her shoulder and leaving to catch the last bus. During the journey, the bus stopped at an intersection right beside Luan Nian's car. She saw him smiling while talking on the phone. She didn't know who he was speaking to. Shang Zhitao put on her headphones and turned away. She felt that falling in love with a man she couldn't grasp was truly too painful. At the time, she didn't have such a long-term perspective. She could only see what was directly in front of her. She was suffering immensely because of someone's hot and cold attitude. That agonizing night stripped away her ability to think rationally. As the night bus traveled through the city, that sense of drifting without an anchor broke down the 22-year-old Shang Zhitao and awakened her rebelliousness. She had said she would treat her roommates to dinner over the weekend. When she got home, everyone happened to be there, so she took out a small notebook and began making a list. What would everyone like to eat? Beef, beef, Sun Yu said. Pork belly, Zhang Lei said. Chicken wings, Zhang Lei added. Live shrimp, Sun Yu quickly followed. Everyone called out what they wanted, and every single suggestion was meat. Sun Yuanzhu sat to the side, feeling sorry for Shang Jitao's wallet. He symbolically suggested onions and lettuce before saying, I'll go with you tomorrow. Huh, I'm afraid you won't be able to carry everything. Sun Yu watched them and chuckled. Let's all go together. It'll be livelier. Shang Zhitao had always been quick to move past things. The previous night, she had been upset over her uncertain relationship with Luan Nian, but when she woke the next morning, she acted as though nothing had happened. The four of them went to the farmer's market together, laughing and chatting. Several times, Sun Yuanzhu tried to pay, but Shang Zhitao swatted his hand away. Not allowed. I'll get angry. Then I'll treat you next time. Sun Yuanzhu was sincere. He felt that girls like Shang Zhitao didn't have it easy. She had come to this city alone, dealt such a poor hand, and had to tread carefully as though walking on thin ice. Sure. Shang Zhitao smiled at him. How about I treat you and Long Jintian to roast duck sometime? Every time we finish class, Long Jintian treats me to dinner. My tuition isn't even enough to cover what he spends on meals. He just likes making friends. You don't need to feel indebted to him. When he charges other people, he's particularly ruthless. That's really loving to make friends. Shang Zhitao giggled. How's your studying going? Sun Yuanzhu walked beside her, taking the things from her hands until she was left carrying only one small bag. Shang Zhitao looked at him gratefully. Long Jintian says I've made a lot of progress. He says if I continue at this rate, I'll be ready in another year. You're amazing. Sun Yuanzhu praised her as though he had never encountered an outstanding girl before. And yet, the one thing he never lacked was academically accomplished people around him. Everyone around him had graduated from top universities in China and abroad. They were people who dreamed together of the stars and the sea. Shang Zhitao felt a little embarrassed. The two walked and talked. Sun Yuanzhu stayed on the outside, letting Shang Zhitao walk on the inside. When they crossed an intersection, his hand suddenly caught Shang Zhitao's wrist and pulled her back, preventing her from being hit by a car. Zhang Lei saw this from behind and asked Sun Yu, "Does Shang Zhitao have a boyfriend?" Sun Yu nearly said yes. Then she remembered that Shang Zhitao's boss was probably a jerk who refused to acknowledge her after pulling up his pants. Sun Yuanzhu was much better than that kind of man. So she shook her head. No, that's good then. Those two could be a couple. They're quite compatible. They are compatible. Sun Yu nodded. Young people could easily have fun together. The group washed vegetables, chatted, and created a lively atmosphere. Zhang Lei and Sun Yu were the kind of people who could never sit still, which was why Shang Zhitao didn't hear her phone ringing for quite a while. Sun Yuanzhu went to get drinks and noticed her phone flashing. Your phone is ringing. Could you answer it for me? Shang Zhitao was washing vegetables and couldn't free her hands. Sure. Sun Yuanzhu answered the phone with a gentle, hello. He was the kind of person who sounded gentle even when he merely said hello. Luan Yin paused. He moved the phone away from his ear to check whether he had dialed the wrong number. Then he said, I'm looking for Shang Zhitao. All right. Please wait a moment. Sun Yuanzhu spoke softly. At that moment, Zhang Lei told a joke, making everyone laugh. Sun Yuanzhu walked over to Shang Zhitao. Someone's calling you about something. Do you want to take it? Could you help me? Shang Zhitao turned her face toward him. My hands are wet. Sure. Sun Yuanzhu held the phone to Shang Zhitao's ear. Her voice still carried traces of laughter. Who is it? It's me, Luan Nian said. Without giving Shang Zhitao time to react, he continued. The supplier reported all the project progress today. Check the brief you submitted. Okay. Luan Nian hung up first. Shang Zhitao dried her hands and took her phone. A message from Luan Nian appeared. Luan Nian's message. If you can't even submit a basic brief correctly, what are you good for? Shang Zhitao hurried back to her bedroom and opened her computer. Then she saw the email she had sent. She had made a mistake. Both the data channel and the data model were wrong. The supplier had already begun collecting data. She had never made such a serious mistake before. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. Still angry, Luan Nian sent her another message. Luan Nian's message. This counts as a level 1 incident. I've already spoken with Tracy and Alex. You won't be eligible for promotion or a salary increase for 1 year, and your quarterly bonus will be reduced by half. Think of a remedial plan now. Shang Zhitao sat in front of her computer and suddenly burst into tears. She felt terrible. That day, she had been distracted because of Luan Nian, which had caused her to make such a serious mistake. She felt especially wronged. She even began regretting that things had ever started between them. If nothing had happened between them, she would still be the careful, hard-working Shang Zhitao. She wouldn't have messed up her work because of him. Sun Yu knocked and entered. Seeing Shang Zhitao crying, she asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Shang Zhitao wiped away her tears. "I need to make a call." The problem had to be solved. She couldn't simply sit there doing nothing. Her first call was to Alex. She explained her mistake. Alex understood and comforted her. "Nobody's perfect. Don't take what Luke said to heart. He's just saying that. He won't actually withhold your raise. It's not about the raise." What upset Shang Zhitao was Luan Nian's completely businesslike attitude. His harsh tone hadn't softened at all despite the 2 incredibly intimate nights they had spent together. If anything, it had become worse. "Then what's the problem?" "It's fine. I've already spoken with the supplier. We won't pay them separately for this mistake. We'll deduct it from payments for future projects. Just send them the corrected brief." "Thank you, Alex." "You're welcome. Just don't make this kind of mistake again." Alex wasn't necessarily someone who tolerated his subordinates' mistakes. But this was Shang Zhitao's first offense, and the problem wasn't particularly serious. Luke was exaggerating. Alex couldn't understand why Luan Nian was so angry. Perhaps the rumors around the company were true. Luan Nian simply couldn't tolerate Shang Zhitao. Shang Zhitao quickly corrected the brief and sent the new version to the supplier. Then she held her phone for a long time, wondering whether she should reply to Luan Nian. In the end, she put it down. She didn't reply. Shang Zhitao didn't want to. If she couldn't get promoted, so be it. If she couldn't get a raise, so be it. If they deducted her bonus, so be it. When it came to work, she didn't have much to lose in the first place. She had never possessed much to begin with. She couldn't tell whether she was angry with her boss or with her sexual partner. She simply knew that she didn't want to say a single word to Luan Nian. So she left her phone in the bedroom and went back out to eat. She didn't want to ruin her entire weekend. Good food and good friends could rescue her from any unhappiness. Shang Zhitao ate with everyone. Sun Yu talked about her matchmaking project, sharing stories about men and women dating online. She mentioned one male user who used a bald photo of himself as his profile picture and sent exactly the same opening message to every woman. "Hi, I have 2 apartments in Muden Garden. Would you like to have dinner together?" Sun Yu told the story mischievously before asking Shang Zhitao, "If he messaged you, would you reply?" "Hi. My mom told me to find someone tall who isn't balding." Shang Zhitao answered seriously. Everyone burst out laughing. "How about I create a female account and chat with him?" Zhang Lei laughed. "I'm just curious what his apartments look like." Everyone laughed again. Then Sun Yu sighed. "Our problem is that we have too few high-quality users. Could you all register to improve the quality of our user base?" Sure. Shang Zhitao agreed immediately and grabbed her laptop. The group huddled together to register on the website. The profile required them to upload a photograph, which was somewhat troublesome. Shang Zhitao asked Sun Yu, "Does it have to be a real photo?" "That would be best. Doesn't your system create virtual users?" Zhang Lei suddenly asked. With his background in commercialization, he was familiar with all kinds of business strategies. "We've created some, but let Yuanju and me take a look later." "You got it." Sun Yu was delighted. "My career depends on you 3. And, of course, you can entrust your marriage prospects to me as well. Let me look at your female members first." Zhang Lei's commercialization instincts kicked in. He began seriously studying the business model behind Sun Yu's project. "Will you expand into offline events?" "Of course. But it's too late for this year. We'll probably only hold one event at Christmas and then start doing them on a larger scale next year." "That's good. Let me come when you hold offline events. I want to meet some women." "I'll go too. I can help you as a plant. Do you think I'd be suitable?" Shang Zhitao raised her hand. "You're more than suitable. You're exactly the type of girl successful men like. A woman in her early 20s with a good job and good looks." Sun Yu teased her. "I'll feature all of you prominently." "Wouldn't that be a marriage scam?" Sun Yuanju suddenly asked. "Not really. After all, you're all single." The meal continued in a lively atmosphere for a long time. And for the moment, Shang Zhitao left Luan Nian and his criticism behind. Chapter 40. Shang Zhitao had eaten a little too much and felt her blood sugar rising, bringing with it a dizzy sense of happiness and satisfaction. She hurriedly showered, went to bed, set her phone to silent mode, and fell into a deep sleep. Luan Nian was at a bar with Tan Mian and the others. He glanced at his phone as he put down his glass. "Meeting someone tonight? Why do you keep checking your phone?" Tan Mian asked. "It's nothing." Luan Nian was bored. Watching the person singing on stage, he turned to Tan Mian and asked, "What do you think about me opening a bar?" "A bar? Beijing has no shortage of bars. I'll open it in the mountains, like a private club. Only a select few will be allowed in. How would you make a profit? If I decide to open it, I definitely won't lose money. You'd need at least 3 million to get started. Money isn't an issue. Right? I forgot young Master Luan was born into wealth." Tan Mian teased him. "I'll help you scout locations later. Have you decided where you want to open it?" "Haven't thought about it. It's just an idea for now." Luan Yin sometimes found life rather dull and wanted something extra to make his days more interesting. The song on stage had reached its southern melody when he checked his phone again. Just then, the screen lit up. It was Zhang Yao. Sharp-eyed Tan Mian saw Zhang Yao's name, raised his eyebrows, and moved to sit elsewhere. "Where are you?" Zhang Yao asked, her voice sounding a little sad. "I'm at a bar. Can I come to Beijing to see you?" "What's wrong?" "I want to move to Beijing," Zhang Yao said. "I've had enough of Guangzhou. I'm sick of Guangzhou." She suddenly began to cry. "I'm sick of Guangzhou. I want to come find you all." "All right. Come then." Luan Yin couldn't remember how many times Zhang Yao had moved. Ever since he had known her, she had constantly wandered from place to place, never willing to stay anywhere for long. "Thank you," Zhang Yao said before gently hanging up. Tan Mian sat back down, smiling. "So you were waiting for Zhang Yao's call?" "No." "Then why do you keep checking your phone?" Tan Mian asked. "There might be work calls," Luan Yin said, but the work call he had been expecting never came. "So what does Zhang Yao want from you?" "She wants to stay in Beijing for a while." "That's good. Your place is big. If you ask me, you two should stop being stubborn. Now that she's coming, take care of what needs to be done and just get together." Tan Mian started talking nonsense. Zhang Yao had been hanging out with them for so many years, and her relationship with Luan Yin had always seemed ambiguous. Their friends had bet more than once on when the two of them would finally end up together. Luan Yin said nothing. His relationship with Zhang Yao wasn't what Tan Mian described. Zhang Yao was his good friend, such a good friend that he had no desire for her. "She can stay at your place. I'll help her pay the rent." Luan Yin didn't want to live with Zhang Yao. Once they lived together, many things would become even more difficult to explain. "Does Miss Zhang need you to cover her rent?" "What Miss Zhang needs is for you to take advantage of her," Tan Mian teased. Luan Yin didn't want to discuss his relationship with Zhang Yao any further. Even with his best friends, he was unwilling to expose his private life. Besides, he currently had no private life to speak of. The night was too boring. Nothing could spark his interest. Yet when two women passed by, he suddenly thought of Shang Zhitao in her cheerleading uniform. He returned home after drinking. The good night's sleep he had expected over the weekend never came. He casually picked up a book beside him and began reading, wondering whether Shang Zhitao had resolved her problem. She hadn't asked him for help this time. So where was she stuck? The supplier called him, and he answered. "The problem has been resolved. We'll rerun the data immediately. I just wanted to let you know." How was it resolved? The problem had been solved, yet Shang Zhitao hadn't said a word to him. "Alex called me and explained the situation. We've been working together for so long. An occasional small mistake is fine. Suffering a small loss can be a blessing." The supplier was smart and naturally wouldn't tell Luan Yin that Alex had promised to compensate him through future projects. But just because he didn't say it didn't mean Luan Yin didn't know. Shang Zhitao was clever. She had resolved the issue through her direct supervisor. She knew who could save her. She had learned to be smart. "Did Flora send you the new brief?" "Yes. She sent it this afternoon." "Good." Shang Zhitao had sent the new brief to the supplier. She had made such a big mistake, yet she hadn't explained herself to him. He called her directly, but she didn't answer. All of Luan Yin's harsh words were stuck in his throat. She didn't answer, so his anger had nowhere to go. Luan Yin was sulking. He never sulked. He had been formidable since childhood, and everyone around him accommodated him. Even in the workplace, he was more domineering than most. In his 2 or 3 previous relationships, he hadn't been a gentleman, but he'd never needed to argue with his ex-girlfriends. His cutting remarks were so irritating that after only a few words, the other person would calm down. His ex-girlfriends all knew that crying and making a scene were completely useless with Luan Yin. He was angry because Shang Zhitao hadn't explained herself to him after making such a serious mistake. She hadn't missed out on eating, drinking, or having fun. She had simply called her direct supervisor and considered the matter settled. She hadn't thought about how much loss this error would have caused the company if he hadn't discovered the problem, or how she would have established herself in the company afterward. That anger remained lodged in his chest, unable to be expressed or dispersed, simply bottled up inside him. It stayed there until the following evening. After finishing his workout at home, he went to the kitchen to make something to eat and saw his phone light up. Shang Zhitao had sent him a message. Shang Zhitao's message. Hello, Luke. Alex asked me to confirm with you whether you'll be attending the marketing department's weekly meeting next week. Not a word about her mistake. Shang Zhitao didn't want to mention that incident at all. What was there to mention? She had been harshly scolded, her bonus had been deducted, she couldn't be promoted, and she couldn't get a raise. Previously, when Kitty's creative work had run into problems and the client had almost terminated the contract, Nian had stepped in to smooth things over. But he hadn't said anything that time. People in the company said he protected his favorites. His harshness toward Shang Zhitao was simply because she wasn't one of his favorites, even though they had shared such intimate moments twice. Luan Yin's message. Why doesn't Alex ask me himself? Is the marketing department so short-staffed that they need to send you to ask? Even when angry, Luan Yin could still be reasonable, but he was never reasonable with Shang Zhitao. Seeing him being unreasonable again, Shang Zhitao replied. Shang Zhitao's message. Then I'll let Alex ask you himself. He was tied up with other work just now, so he casually asked me to help inquire. Sorry to bother you. After sending the message, Shang Zhitao called Alex. Luke says you should ask him yourself. Oh, is he in a bad mood? I don't know. How would I know if he's in a good mood? It's not like we're close. Shang Zhitao hung up and went to do her laundry, completely dismissing Luan Yin. You're fierce with me, and I don't like you anymore. At that moment, she was still an immature person with little worldly experience. She thought she was arguing with her boss, but she wasn't. She was arguing with the person she liked. It was just that her subconscious refused to admit it. When Shang Zhitao saw the stern-faced Luan Yin early the following Monday, she still smiled and greeted him before standing in the corner of the elevator. Luan Yin didn't even look at her. When the elevator doors opened, he walked straight out. The anger in Luan Yin's heart remained lodged in his chest, making him ignore Shang Zhitao. He also wondered why, with 24 hours in a day, 60 minutes in an hour, 60 seconds in a minute, and 6 elevators operating 24 hours a day, he always managed to run into Shang Zhitao. Shang Zhitao sat at her workstation and began working seriously. Having already made one mistake that had nearly ruined her first project, she was especially careful, unwilling to make another error. When Lumi arrived and saw her working diligently, she greeted her. Model worker, little sister. Our company's outstanding employee, working hard? Shang Zhitao laughed at her joke, then pulled her aside and told her about the mistake with the brief. I can't make mistakes again. I need to do my job well. Luke is deducting your bonus? No promotion or raise for a year. Lumi was a little surprised. As strict as Luan Yin was, he had never completely blocked someone's future. He might have a sharp tongue, but if he went on a rampage, you didn't even need to ask. The person on the receiving end had definitely done something wrong. But this time, the person on the receiving end was the harmless Shang Zhitao. Lumi thought seriously for a long time before finally asking. Tao Dao, think carefully. Are you sure you haven't offended Luke? I haven't. How could Shang Zhitao dare to offend him? She then asked, why do you say that? Because Luke is giving you a hard time. Otherwise, how do you explain this? This isn't the first time Luke has given me a hard time. He's urged me to quit several times. Shang Zhitao smiled, turned back to her work, and stopped discussing the matter. Shang Zhitao might not dwell on things, but she was still a proud person. There was a small measure of self-esteem in her bones, and Luan Yin had thoroughly trampled on it. That made her unwilling to face him. Twice, Lumi and Alex asked Shang Zhitao to help find Luan Yin regarding the project's progress, but she politely declined both times. To avoid Luan Yin, she also carefully calculated her schedule so she could catch the last bus. If her work wasn't finished, she would take her computer home. The project data began coming in. Shang Zhitao had expected the data to be complicated, but she found it far more complex than she had anticipated. Analysis wasn't her job, but she still needed to understand it. She became immersed in the industry data, spending half a day studying it. A colleague who worked in business analysis told her that data required a certain beauty of logic. You had to discover patterns and breakthroughs within complex data. Understanding was one thing. Analysis was another. Shang Zhitao tried to discover what her colleague called the beauty of logic, but without success. This left her somewhat dejected. What is logic? Why don't I have it? She talked about it with Sun Yuanzhu, who suggested that she do some logic training. Like what? Like, Sun Yuanzhu began, then laughed. How about I hold a class this weekend? That would be great. Don't worry too much about work. Don't think you have to be omnipotent. One person can't do everything. You need to know yourself and learn to show vulnerability. Appropriately lowering your boss's expectations of you is also a way of managing upward. I can't lower them. My boss thinks I'm nothing. Shang Zhitao said this to herself. She hung up and walked toward the office area, where she encountered Luan Nian at the automatic door. She hadn't seen him for several days, so she offered a perfunctory greeting. Hello, Luke. How's the data collection going? Luan Nian suddenly asked, surprising Shang Zhitao. Luan Nian seemed to be in a good mood. He stood there with his hands in his pockets, waiting for her answer. We've already collected data from 3 industries. Next, a professional business analysis team will join us for the analysis. Good. Keep up the good work. Thank you. People were passing by, and Shang Zhitao didn't want to talk to him in public. It would only make others think he was a magnanimous boss, while she was a hopeless subordinate. She smiled at Luan Nian. Sorry, Luke, I have work to handle. Can I organize the project progress you're concerned about later and send it to Alex and you? Sure. Luan Nian was smiling, looking as gentle as a spring breeze. Shang Zhitao couldn't understand him, so she simply chose not to look at him. She nodded and walked away. Her departing figure was filled with stubbornness. This time, her stubbornness was unmistakable, and Luan Nian saw it. Chapter 41. Shang Zhitao couldn't understand why she had once again gotten into Luan Nian's car. She had been standing there waiting for the bus, but it hadn't come. When she saw Luan Nian's car approaching, what little self-respect she had left made her turn her face away and pretend not to see him. Luan Nian stopped the car in front of her. Get in. Thank you. I'll wait for the bus. Shang Zhitao said nothing more, nor did she look at him. The grievance in her heart had nowhere to go. It remained hidden deep inside, not overwhelming, but certainly there. Part of her hoped Luan Nian would say a few gentle words, something like, I can see how hard you're working, or, nobody's perfect. Who doesn't make mistakes? It's okay. I can cover for you. Just 1 or 2 sentences like that, the way he spoke to Kitty, would have been enough. Shang Zhitao didn't know why she was comparing herself to Kitty. Unhappy feelings always seemed to arise from comparisons. Luan Nian remained silent as well, simply looking at her. This kind of standoff between a man and a woman came down to seeing who would give in first. Shang Zhitao couldn't withstand his scrutiny. Even though she had turned away, she could still feel Luan Nian's emotionless gaze enveloping her. The young woman had never engaged in this kind of battle of wills with anyone before. Gradually, her resolve weakened until it finally collapsed altogether, and she bewilderedly got into Luan Nian's car. Where to? Luan Nian asked. He seemed to be giving her the choice, but in reality, they both knew the answer perfectly well. Shang Zhitao could only go to his place. Luan Nian understood Shang Zhitao better than she understood herself. Shang Zhitao competed with him, ignored him, and avoided him, appearing principled and stubborn. But inside and out, one thing was crystal clear. Shang Zhitao liked Luan Nian. Luan Nian could see it. This obvious affection interested him. He was often liked by others, but Shang Zhitao's self-sacrificing kind of love was something new. As he drove, he thought that he really was despicable. He was the one who had first felt desire for Shang Zhitao, then woven a web to trap her. Sometimes, when he saw Shang Zhitao trying to conceal her feelings, he felt that one day he would face retribution. After parking the car in the underground garage, he didn't immediately get out. Flora, let's talk. Shang Zhitao turned to look at him, a warm light in her eyes. First of all, our relationship is that of sex partners, not lovers. Do you agree? Luan Nian wanted to make everything clear once and for all so they wouldn't have to define their relationship again. Sex was sex. Love was love. The two were entirely separate. Shang Zhitao turned back toward the car window, her mind going blank for a moment. After a few seconds, she said, "Yes, I agree. So, we don't need to restrict each other. If either of us wants to date someone or have relations with someone else, we'll just say so honestly and end our relationship. Do you agree?" Shang Zhitao finally understood what being sex partners meant. So that was how it worked. They fulfilled each other's needs without interfering with each other's relationships with other people. Truly liberated. She nodded. "I agree. Then should we keep our relationship from everyone, including family, friends, and colleagues?" Shang Zhitao asked. "I think so. Do you think the same?" Shang Zhitao was so indecisive. She had seen too little of society and too little of people. She didn't know whether all girls encountered things like this. In her heart, she had rejected Luan Yin's proposal. Yet her head nodded. Then she saw Luan Yin smile. Luan Yin was very handsome when he smiled. He rarely did, but on those rare occasions when he did, it was irresistible. Later, when her train departed Beijing, its wheels making a dull sound as they scraped against the tracks, her heart feeling as though it had been crushed, she would suddenly remember Luan Yin's smile that night. He had been laughing at her for being a fool. "Luke, I'm hungry. Could you make me something to eat?" She couldn't break the habit of using the respectful form of you with Luan Yin. In her heart, she always held a deep reverence for him. Shang Zhitao ended the conversation, feeling there was nothing more to discuss. It was already a game of chess with a clear winner and loser. He could move any piece he wanted, and she would be in checkmate. All right. Luan Yin got out of the car and opened the door for her. She liked watching Luan Yin cook. She waited obediently, watching as he rolled up his sleeves to make pasta for her and sear steak. That cold, aloof man seemed to have descended from his pedestal. Shang Zhitao found the sight incredibly sexy. She approached him, pinched the edge of his clothes between her fingertips, and gave it a slight tug. "Luke, I don't want to eat anymore." Luan Yin turned to look at her. Shang Zhitao stood on tiptoe and pressed her lips against his jaw in a fleeting kiss, then looked up at him. "Let's do something else." Luan Yin's voice was somewhat hoarse. "Like what?" Shang Zhitao didn't answer. Instead, she tugged on his collar, making him lower his head, and grazed his chin with her teeth. "Like this." Shang Zhitao hadn't always been this open. When she was with Xi and Zhao, she had always been shy. But with Luan Yin, she was uninhibited. Her body followed her desires, doing whatever came to mind. Her mind was shouting one thing. After all, we don't love each other. If there was no love, then there was only sex. Shang Zhitao thought with perfect clarity that since there was only sex, she might as well enjoy it. This novel experience showed her another side of the world. On this other side, everything wasn't as bright as she had imagined, but neither was it completely dark. It was simply raw reality. Not so beautiful. Shang Zhitao was propped up on the sofa when she suddenly looked up and saw a few sparse streaks of snow outside. "It's snowing," she murmured. It was Beijing's first snow of the winter that year. Beijing hadn't seen much snow in recent years, making that thin layer of snow particularly precious. "Want to watch the snow?" Luan Yin asked. "Yes." He carried her to the window. Outside lay the small courtyard, dim yellow light, faint snow, and decay. The cold glass pressed against her hot skin, raising a layer of fine goosebumps. She whimpered and shrank into his arms. Cold. With that single sound, all her strength disappeared, and she surrendered to his desires. How much did a child raised in Ice City love snow? Shang Zhitao refused to go upstairs. Wrapped in a blanket, she sat there watching the snowfall. So Luan Yin didn't go upstairs either. He sat on the sofa, flipping through a book. He felt a rare sense of satisfaction, and some of the anger in his heart faded. Looking at Shang Zhitao now, he thought she was quite a pleasing girl. Wasn't she? A woman who had just experienced a frenzied lovemaking session was now quietly reclining there, a faint flush still lingering on her cheeks as she seriously admired the snow. The sight was especially pleasing to the eye. Luan Yin didn't want anything more. This was good enough. At 4 a.m, Shang Zhitao finally couldn't stay awake any longer. She went upstairs to the guest room. Although this was only her 3rd time sleeping there, she was already quite familiar with it. She said goodnight to Luan Yin, closed the door, climbed into bed, and turned off the nightlight. Darkness arrived as expected. The girl from the north breathed in the scent of snow outside and slept particularly deeply. She had put aside her worries. She didn't really have any worries. Her concerns over the past few days had merely come from competing with Luan Nian. The next day, when she opened her eyes, she remembered what Luan Nian had said to her the night before. Their relationship was now clearly defined. There was no need to explain it any further. She got up and dressed. Luan Nian wasn't awake yet. She quietly brushed her teeth, washed her face, and left his home. The villa complex wasn't small. She always had to walk for more than 10 minutes to reach the entrance. Strangely enough, the security guard already recognized her and even nodded to her. But his gaze was peculiar. She couldn't tell whether it held contempt or sympathy. Shang Zhitao had no energy to ponder such things. Her thirst for knowledge made her eager to get home early. Sun Yuanzhu had said he would teach her the logic behind data analysis. Shang Zhitao wanted to become better, though she hadn't thought about exactly how much better. She simply hoped she could make a little progress every day. In her imagination, after a few years, she would become very capable. By then, she would be able to speak with Luan Nian as an equal. When she walked through the door, Sun Yuanzhu was already awake. He smiled when he saw her. "You're back." Shang Zhitao nodded. Actually, in a city like Beijing, many things didn't need to be explained in detail. When a girl didn't come home all night and still had traces of the previous night on her skin, everything was obvious. Asking further questions would be unnecessary. Sun Yuanzhu wasn't stupid, but he didn't misunderstand Shang Zhitao because of it. He thought she had fallen in love. A love that didn't make her very happy. "Get some more sleep. I'll work overtime for a while, then I'll teach you this afternoon." "Okay, sure. Thank you." Shang Zhitao returned to her bedroom and climbed into bed to sleep a little longer. Her relationship with Luan Nian existed only on Friday nights. This suited Shang Zhitao's plans. She had originally scheduled her studies for the weekends, so this way, nothing was disrupted. Sun Yuanzhu was an excellent teacher. He had even brought his blackboard and placed it in front of the dining table. Standing there, he looked like a young man from another era. How could someone be so pure? Sun Yu sat beside Shang Zhitao and sent her a message. Sun Yu's message. "Shang Zhitao, why is Sun Yuanzhu so pure?" Shang Zhitao didn't know either. Sun Yuanzhu was simply that kind of person, a 26-year-old who still carried the purity of youth. In Shang Zhitao's heart, Sun Yuanzhu remained untainted. He always had. Sun Yu's message. "Shang Zhitao, I'm being fickle. I only broke up 2 or 3 months ago, but now I've fallen for Sun Yuanzhu." Wow. Shang Zhitao looked up from her phone. Sun Yuanzhu stopped teaching and asked seriously, "Do you have any questions, student?" Shang Zhitao shook her head and looked at Sun Yu. "Teacher, I don't have any questions, but she does." Sun Yu rarely blushed. "I don't either. Why don't you start over from the beginning, teacher? I didn't understand from the first sentence." Sun Yu was so clever, someone who could calculate commission returns in her head, yet she claimed she hadn't understood. She simply wanted to hear Sun Yuanzhu speak a few more sentences. Sun Yuanzhu was truly patient. Patient and awkward. "Then I'll explain it again." Shang Zhitao secretly sent Sun Yu a message. Shang Zhitao's message. "Should I leave?" Sun Yu's message. "No. I was just saying that casually. I don't have the courage." Shang Zhitao's message. "You don't have courage?" Shang Zhitao was a little surprised. "You're Sun Yu, who fears nothing. How could you not have courage?" Sun Yu's message. "I don't. He's too good." Sun Yu said it silently in her heart. Sun Yu was telling the truth. A man as warm and pure as Sun Yuanzhu could only be admired from afar. Even if other girls wanted to approach him, Sun Yu would feel the urge to stand protectively in front of him. Shang Zhitao studied very seriously. She could attend such top-tier data analysis lessons for free, personally taught by an outstanding student representative from one of the country's top universities. Others didn't have such luck. She did. She looked at Sun Yuanzhu, then at Sun Yu. Her gaze was gentle, hiding a story within. Chapter 42. Shang Zhitao's first project of her career was completed rather smoothly, apart from that initial incident. That afternoon, as she sat in the conference room completing the project delivery, she felt a subtle sense of excitement. Although it was only an ordinary small project, it represented significant progress for her. She remained in the conference room for a while, eager to share her feelings with someone. The first person she thought of was Luan Nian, who had been guiding her on what to do. Shang Zhitao was grateful to him. She wanted to share her joy with him. That was what she thought, and that was what she did. Shang Zhitao's message. Hello. I've delivered the first independent project of my career. I'm a little happy. Luan Nian was in a shareholders meeting. When he saw the message, he unusually replied. Luan Nian's message. Congratulations. A moment later, he sent another message. Luan Nian's message. Want to treat me to dinner? Shang Zhitao's message. Yes. Luan Nian's message. Shall we go to the mountain for fish? Shang Zhitao's message. Okay. Shang Zhitao's joy finally found somewhere to land, and she was as happy as a child. She waited for Luan Nian at a spot far from the company. He drove over to pick her up and asked as she got in, "Why did you choose somewhere so far away? Afraid of being seen? Couldn't it just be because of work?" Luan Nian asked. Seeing her sudden realization, he couldn't help smiling. "You're probably a little silly." The two drove toward the mountain. When they were almost at the fish restaurant, Luan Nian turned onto a small road. Shang Zhitao made a small sound. You didn't tell your roommate you were coming out with me today, did you? No. Then it'll be convenient for me to murder you and dispose of your body, Luan Nian said with a serious expression. Noticing Shang Zhitao's tense breathing, he turned his head to look at her. He drove to a dilapidated house and parked. Shang Zhitao stood behind him in front of the house. There was a large open space outside that could serve as a natural parking lot. "I'm thinking of opening a bar on the mountain, and I'm looking for a location. What do you think of this place?" Shang Zhitao had no concept of such things. She only felt that the place looked a little run down. Will it need renovation? Tear it down and rebuild it. Why open it on the mountain? Convenient for stargazing. Shang Zhitao looked up. The stars on the mountain were indeed more beautiful than those below. She sneezed. Winter nights on the mountain were far too cold. "Let's go." They got back into the car, and Luan Nian asked, "What do you think of this place?" "Great for stargazing." "Then this is it." Luan Nian was never indecisive. Someone had sent him this address, and today was his first time seeing it. The sight of Shang Zhitao standing in that open space, looking up at the stars, was quite beautiful. And suddenly, he made up his mind. The owner of the fish restaurant remembered Shang Zhitao and asked them, "Catch one now?" "Yes, thank you. Don't charge my card today. This lady is treating me," Luan Nian said to the owner with a straight face. Yes, Shang Zhitao nodded. "Catch a big one. If we can't finish it, I'll take the rest to go," Luan Nian added. "That's not necessary," Shang Zhitao protested. The owner stood nearby, smiling. "I'll go catch the fish." It had just snowed on the mountain, covering the lanterns and tree branches. Shang Zhitao loved it. She stood on a rock and shook the snow from the branches, laughing to herself. Luan Nian simply stood there watching her, making no attempt to join in. Shang Zhitao thought the evening was wonderful. She didn't ask for much. Days like today, when she had made progress and Luan Nian was willing to celebrate with her, were enough. Before they knew it, deep winter had arrived. Sometimes, Shang Zhitao found herself expecting more. For instance, the company would be closed for Christmas, and young people all loved Christmas, Shang Zhitao included. But Luan Nian was going on vacation to Hokkaido. Shang Zhitao felt a little disappointed. She finished work early and called Yao Bei. "Senior, I've completed the project delivery. There's a project bonus. I want to treat you to dinner." "Sure. I'll pick you up after work. Can I invite my roommate? And my mentor too?" "So the girl from my city is starting to gather people?" Yao Bei laughed. In Shang Zhitao's hometown, which wasn't a very big city, winters were long, and drinking was one of the most common ways people passed the time. People scattered throughout the city could quickly come together with just a few phone calls. The most common question before going out drinking in Ice City was, gathering people? Shang Zhitao had picked up that habit well. She laughed. "It's more fun together. Don't drive. I won't let my mentor drive either. Let's go have some drinks." "That sounds good, especially since it's snowing. But don't you have work tomorrow?" Yao Bei asked. "Tomorrow is Christmas Eve. Our company has a 3-day Christmas holiday. You have something as luxurious and practical as a Christmas break." Yao Bei was genuinely envious. It's an American company. The slight disappointment Luan Nian had brought her quickly dissipated. For once, she didn't work overtime. She packed up her things and left. Lumi asked from beside her, "Is that the sister I drove home last time?" "Yes." "Then today, I want to have a good drink with this sister." As she spoke, she wrapped an arm around Shang Jitao's neck, and the two walked arm in arm. "Let me ask you, you've been in Beijing for almost half a year now. Have you found a boyfriend? How are you going to spend Christmas? How would she spend Christmas? Shang Zhitao hadn't thought about it. Nian was leaving on a flight that very night. Shang Zhitao had heard him talking on the phone at his place. It seemed he had a few friends who celebrated together every year, from Christmas through New Year's. This year, he was going to Hokkaido. I want to sleep at home for 3 days. She had decided. Things had been too exhausting lately. Today she would have some drinks, and tomorrow she would sleep through the entire day. That's such a waste. Lumi smiled at her. Can I introduce you to a boyfriend? My childhood friend. He's 3 years older than you. Opened his own small restaurant. Owns 3 houses, and isn't bad looking. Want to consider him? Lumi hoped Shang Zhitao would date her childhood friend. She liked Shang Zhitao, and if the two got together, they could all spend time together in the future. But I don't want a boyfriend yet, Shang Zhitao hurriedly said. She felt that her relationship with Nian wasn't exactly clean, and she had no intention of withdrawing from it. She didn't want to insult anyone. All right, but we can at least have a meal together sometime, right? Haha, sure. The two left the company and took the subway to eat grilled meat near Lumi's old house. After getting off the subway, they saw Sun Yu already waiting there. It was snowing, and Sun Yu was watching the snowfall, fascinated. Shang Zhitao called out to her. Sun Yu smiled at Lumi without the slightest shyness. Yao Bei wasn't shy either. That was how the 4 of them came together for the first time. Yao Bei said to the other 2, Little Tao Dao was very popular in school. Quite a few boys liked her. Right. Shang Zhitao blushed at the compliment and quickly shook her head. No, only Xian Zhaozhou. No, lots of boys liked you. You just didn't know. You're so dense that only someone like Xian Zhaozhou, who favored you so obviously, could get you to notice. Shang Zhitao thought of Xian Zhaozhou. Yao Bei was right. Xian Zhaozhou had favored her. But what good was that favor when, in the end, one had gone north and the other south? As the holiday approached, Shang Zhitao felt a little fragile. She wondered how Xian Zhaozhou was doing in Shenzhen now. She picked up Lumi's drink and took a sip, her eyes turning red. Xian Zhaozhou really did favor me. I feel like I might never encounter such bright, pure love again in this lifetime. She was very pessimistic. When it snowed, she admitted to herself that she liked Nian, yet she didn't hope for him to like her back. Nian didn't avoid talking on the phone in front of her. She had once heard a man say, This time in Hokkaido, can you and Zhang Yao finally get together? Who was Zhang Yao? Would Nian send her a bouquet during the holiday? Shang Zhitao liked flowers. She still remembered Christmas during her junior year, when Xian Zhaozhou had stood beneath her dormitory building holding a bouquet. Worried that the flowers would freeze, he had opened his coat and sheltered them against his body. A disheveled kind of romance. After dinner, Lumi clamored for them to go to a nightclub. Don't be good girls. Go to the club, dance, and drink. Once you get there, you'll realize, to hell with men. These women, who had never been to a nightclub before, followed Lumi there. Only after arriving did Shang Zhitao realize how naive she had been. Within 2 minutes of entering, she felt as though her heart were about to leap out of her chest. Yao Bei and Sun Yu adapted well, dancing with Lumi. They wouldn't let Shang Zhitao sit there, nor would they allow her to drink lemon water. Instead, they ordered her a cocktail. Lumi shouted into her ear, We're not going home tonight. Shang Zhitao found her hilarious and laughed out loud. She took a sip of her drink, following Lumi's example. That day marked the beginning of Shang Zhitao's drinking. But she was selective about who she drank with. She only drank with people she liked. At that time, her alcohol tolerance wasn't very good. After half a glass of a cocktail, she already felt dizzy. Fortunately, she was still somewhat clear-headed. She sat there, swaying to the music. When Nian called, she didn't notice his name. She only saw her phone light up and answered casually. Hello. By coincidence, after she had been sitting there for so long without anyone approaching her, just as she answered the phone, a man came up beside her. Beautiful lady, come dance. Shang Zhitao instinctively moved away from him and looked at her phone again, but the call had already ended. She opened her call log and brought the phone closer to her face. Nian. So she politely called him back. Do you need something? I couldn't hear you just now. Where are you? Nian asked. I'm at a nightclub. Shang Zhitao didn't think there was anything wrong with going to a nightclub. Apart from being too noisy, the club was actually quite fun, and she was starting to get into it. Nian didn't respond. He knew young women all liked to have fun. No matter how well-behaved they normally seemed, they still had their rebellious moments. Shang Zhitao going to a nightclub had nothing to do with him. Even if she went home with some man tonight, he wouldn't mind. After a long while, he sent her another message. Luan Nian's message. Please take care of my fish for me. Shang Zhitao didn't reply. More precisely, Shang Zhitao was too drunk. She didn't even know where her phone was, and had to be taken home by the other 3 women. When she opened her eyes the next morning, the snow had already accumulated into a thick layer. She felt somewhat lost. Had it snowed this heavily in Hokkaido too? She took out her computer and checked the weather in Hokkaido. Indeed, the snow there was heavy, and Otaru was truly beautiful. There were only a few travel blogs about Hokkaido on the website, and she had read them countless times. Then, on Christmas Eve, she suddenly saw a short travel blog that had just been uploaded. There was a group photo in the blog, and in that photo was someone she knew very well. Luan Nian. Luan Nian had his hands under a girl's armpits, lifting her up and throwing her into the snow. He was smiling happily. So he had moments when he was that happy too. The girl also looked familiar to Shang Zhitao. After thinking for a long time, she finally remembered. It was the girl from that night in Guangzhou, the one who had gone to Luan Nian's room. So her name was Zhang Yao. Zhang Yao was really beautiful. No wonder his friends wanted him to hurry up and seal the deal with her. Shang Zhitao read the travel blog dozens of times. She could even recite Zhang Yao's description. In this lifetime, one must come to Hokkaido with someone they love. Drink sake in Otaru, watch the snow at Lake Toya, and soak in wild hot springs. A group of people drinking until slightly tipsy, looking at each other and saying, "Let's be together forever." The passage was so beautiful that Shang Zhitao nearly cried. Her favorite was a photo of Zhang Yao dancing on tiptoe in the thick snow. It was a life she could never have. Her Christmas Eve was somewhat lonely. Downstairs, adults were taking their children to exchange apples with one another. In those years, people were full of enthusiasm for Western holidays. She felt that she should eat an apple too, so she jumped out of bed and went into the living room. On the dining table, she saw an apple. Beneath it was a note. For Shang Zhitao. Merry Christmas Eve. Sun Yuanju. Shang Zhitao suddenly burst into tears. Chapter 43. After composing herself, Shang Zhitao knocked on Sun Yuanju's door for the first time. She wanted to thank him in person. He was watching an American TV series. Shang Zhitao could see that his room was filled with books. He didn't seem to care about the holiday and appeared as comfortable as usual. Wow. Shang Zhitao poked her head through the doorway. You have so many books. I don't have many other hobbies, Sun Yuanju said, looking a little embarrassed. Why aren't you out having fun? Where's Sun Yu? Sun Yu's company organized a social event today. She said it would last until midnight. Hasn't Zhang Ling returned from his business trip yet? Not yet. Suddenly, neither of them knew what else to say, and they fell silent. Sun Yuanju noticed Shang Zhitao's gaze drifting several times toward the books piled in his bedroom, so he asked, "Would you like to come in and see if there are any books you'd like to read?" "Is that okay?" "It's fine." Shang Zhitao had never carefully examined Luan Yan's bedroom. She had always felt that his bedroom was very distant from her. Yet here she was, carefully exploring the books in Sun Yuanju's bedroom. This was the first time Shang Zhitao understood what a true book lover looked like. Apart from books, Sun Yuanju had almost nothing else. He was like a scholar. No matter how the world changed around him, all he needed was a quiet desk. Sun Yuanju gave Shang Zhitao a sense of stability, a feeling that would accompany her for many, many years. Shang Zhitao looked at everything carefully. His reading material covered an astonishing range: politics, economics, history, geography, art, physics, astronomy, literature. Everything. Shang Zhitao casually flipped through several books. In each one, he had placed his reading notes on the first page, just a single sheet of paper. His handwriting was extremely beautiful. Shang Zhitao even thought it was better than her own. And apart from their covers, the books didn't have a single crease or stain. They were completely pristine. Just like him. Too precious. Would you like to pick a couple to read? Books are meant to be borrowed, Sun Yuanju said when he saw how much she liked them. Shang Zhitao quickly waved her hands. No. She didn't dare borrow Sun Yuanju's books. She didn't read the way he did. She would casually make notes in books and fold down the corner of a page to mark her place. She was afraid of ruining Sun Yuanju's beautiful books. Sun Yuanju was amused by her cautiousness. He looked at his watch. Oh, it's 11 o'clock. Would you like to have a book club? We can share some good books we've read recently. The book I've been reading recently is Business English, Shang Zhitao said self-deprecatingly. My colleagues at work have really good English. Sometimes, during international meetings, I can't understand what they're saying. Then you can share Business English, Sun Yuanju suggested. Can I share books I read in college instead? That works too. The two immediately agreed and even formally washed some fruit. They sat facing each other in the living room, each holding a book. Shang Zhitao held Chronicle of a Blood Merchant, while Sun Yuanju held National Geographic. Without Sun Yuanju, Shang Zhitao would have found this Christmas unbearable. When she had been hugging her laptop, repeatedly looking at that travel blog, especially at Luan Nian's smile, she had felt how absurd she was being. I love this book. I've read it 4 times, and every time, I couldn't stop crying. I've read it too. I feel the same way, Sun Yuanju said. Really? Really? Shang Zhitao suddenly realized that Sun Yuanju's posture was very similar to hers. When they both sat very straight, looking somewhat humble. Shang Zhitao thought her own humility came from how ordinary she had always been. Yet Sun Yuanju, despite being so outstanding, was the same way. Shang Zhitao smiled gently. The door lock clicked. They both looked toward it and saw Sun Yu coming in late. She didn't look happy, but she still smiled at them. Seeing the books on the table, she hesitantly asked, "Are you reading?" "We're having a book club." Shang Zhitao got up to take Sun Yu's coat and hang it up, then looked carefully at her. "What's wrong?" "I saw my ex-boyfriend. At the place where our event was being held, he was with his girlfriend, spending Christmas Eve together," Sun Yu said softly. "Should I not be talking about this? Your book club was going so well." "I'd like to hear about it, if you want to talk," Sun Yuanju suddenly said. "But I think just sitting here talking would be too dull. We'd better eat while we talk." When he smiled, he revealed a row of neat teeth, single-handedly rescuing the 2 women from their unhappiness. Many years later, a drunken Sun Yu would grab Shang Zhitao by the collar, tears and mucus streaming down her face, and grit her teeth as she said, "How wonderful would it be if there were more people like Sun Yuanju in the world?" Sun Yuanju didn't just make the suggestion. He went into the kitchen, found the only instant noodles they had, along with tomatoes and greens, and made them dorm-style noodles. The 3 of them each had a bowl. After the first bite, they saw Sun Yu's tears dripping into her bowl. "When we were together, we never went out to celebrate holidays." When they had first gotten together, they had both been penniless, their pockets cleaner than their faces. On holidays, they would simply stay home, claiming they didn't want to wait in lines. In reality, they couldn't afford the soaring holiday prices. Sometimes, they would be in different parts of the city and make a brief phone call, counting that as celebrating together. She hadn't even received flowers. Shang Zhitao seemed to understand this kind of grievance, yet at the same time, she didn't. She didn't know how to comfort Sun Yu. She wanted to curse Sun Yu's ex-boyfriend as a jerk, but then remembered Sun Yuanju was there and swallowed her words. "Men, a small portion of men are truly terrible," Sun Yuanju voluntarily criticized. "You just happened to meet one of them. I don't know how to comfort you, but how about I treat you both to a midnight showing?" Sun Yu broke into a smile through her tears. "A midnight showing? I've never been to one." "Neither have I," Shang Zhitao said. "That's too bad. When I was in school, I often went to midnight showings with my classmates." "Shall we go?" They left immediately. On Christmas Eve, the 3 young people left home and walked along the bustling streets. The city was always lively, and on holidays like this, the crowds never seemed to disperse. They moved through the flow of people, truly sensing how small human beings were. Everywhere was bustling, even the midnight showing on Christmas Eve. The 3 of them waited in line for a long time before finally buying movie tickets. The theater was packed on Christmas Eve, and the 3 of them sitting among all the couples stood out awkwardly. Sun Yuanju bought cola and popcorn for the 2 women. Be as happy as children. Watching a romantic movie on Christmas Eve, the beautiful love portrayed in the film was enviable. Shang Zhitao checked her phone several times. She wanted to wish Luan Nian a happy holiday, but she felt that he was already surrounded by happiness. Her holiday wishes would surely seem absurd. Sun Yu noticed her constantly looking down and leaned close to her ear. "Don't say anything. Trust me, son, you seem to have seen through love. The more initiative someone took, the more miserable the outcome. What Shang Zhitao had couldn't even be called love. It was merely a man who couldn't control his lower half, blinded by impulse. I know. People who were sad cried terribly during romantic movies, and Shang Zhitao was no exception. She didn't know what was wrong with her. She had always been such an insensitive person, someone who had never actively liked anyone before. In the past, Xi and Zhao Zhou had loved her first, and only gradually had she fallen for him. She had never known that liking someone could be so heartbreaking and timid. From then on, she fell in love with midnight showings. Later, she would often go to midnight showings alone. When it wasn't a holiday, there weren't many people in the theater at midnight. She would choose a quiet film to watch, leaving the sadness, confusion, and unwillingness of a certain period behind in the theater. Is Hokkaido cold? Shang Zhitao suddenly asked as they left the theater. It's okay, Sun Yuanju said. It has a temperate monsoon climate. For someone from Ice City, compared with Ice City at this time of year, Hokkaido could only be considered cool. Shang Zhitao laughed out loud. Am I a fake Ice City person? I'm especially afraid of the cold. Look at me. I have to wear so many layers in winter. That's good. You know how to keep yourself warm. Sun Yu linked arms with her. I'm better now. I'm glad I had you both tonight. That's good. Sun Yuanju smiled slightly. His glasses had fogged over. He took them off and wiped them, revealing the marks the frames had left around his eyes, but they did nothing to diminish his refreshing gentleness. Shang Zhitao was about to say something to Sun Yu when she noticed Sun Yu's gaze resting on Sun Yuanju. It wasn't mischievous as usual. It was very quiet. Shang Zhitao seemed to suddenly understand something, yet at the same time, understood nothing at all. Silently, she changed positions, moving to Sun Yu's other side so that she was no longer standing between them. At 3 a.m. in Beijing, it began to snow. Many students at our school would sing Love in the Dust at times like this, Sun Yuanju said. Have you heard it? He hummed a couple of lines. That evening at dusk, white snow began to fall. The walk from the theater back to their place was 6 kilometers. All 3 of them refused to take a taxi and slowly strolled through the snow instead. As they walked, no one spoke. They continued in silence until they reached their building. Then Sun Yuanju suddenly asked, Would you like me to take some photos of you? Sure. Sun Yu liked taking photos, so she immediately liked the idea. Then wait here. I'll go upstairs and get my camera. Sun Yuanju was a photography enthusiast. Sometimes, he would buy expensive equipment and take it with him on business trips to photograph different cities and people. He raised his camera toward the girls standing in the snow. Yes, just like that. Turn your faces slightly. His voice was very soft, as though he were afraid of disturbing the sleeping neighbors. Fortunately, the 3 of them were in sync enough to understand one another without many words. That day, they walked through a world of snow, and the camera recorded those moments like fleeting light. The girls looked beautiful, but neither of them smiled wholeheartedly. Looking closely, there was still worry in their eyes. Shall we take a group photo? Sun Yuanju asked. Sure. He set up a tripod in the neighborhood pavilion. Amid the snow and morning mist, the 3 of them stood together. Sun Yuanju was in the middle, wearing a sunny smile. Sun Yu was looking at him, and Shang Zhitao was looking at the camera. After taking the photo, they all suddenly felt a little lonely. How about, when summer comes, we go to Mount Tai together to watch the sunrise? Sun Yuanju suggested. Sure. We'll find a weekend when Zhang Ling isn't busy. At that same moment in Hokkaido, Zhang Yao stood opposite Luan Nian. Several friends sat together, staying up all night. Tan Mian suddenly asked Zhang Yao, Do you have any secrets about Luan Nian that you're keeping from us? Is this truth or dare? Zhang Yao resisted. No, just curious. Zhang Yao nodded. I only know that we're very, very good friends. But in the beginning, I remember neither of us wanted to be friends with the other. She looked at Luan Nian, a hint of testing in her gaze. Luan Nian had been drinking and was somewhat absent-minded. He couldn't remember exactly what they had been like in the very beginning, but he firmly shook his head. I remember that, in the beginning, I only wanted to be friends with you. No one was surprised by Luan Nian's words. Everyone knew what kind of person he was. He never spoke indirectly. Even if what he said today might cause him to lose Zhang Yao as a friend, he wouldn't phrase it any differently. You've had too much to drink. Too much, Tan Mian said, trying to smooth things over. Everyone laughed together, attempting to laugh away the awkwardness. I haven't had too much to drink. I know what I said. Luan Nian interrupted their laughter. Zhang Yao, come outside with me. Let's talk. Chapter 44. Must we talk about this on Christmas Eve? Zhang Yao looked at Luan Nian. You know this might ruin every Christmas for the rest of my life. What did you mean when you said that? In the beginning, neither of us wanted to be friends. I don't remember ever expressing any special feelings toward you. Luan Nian suddenly recalled what Zhang Xian had said, that he was cold-blooded, that he wasn't human. Zhang Yao nodded. Then I misunderstood. She felt a little sad. She had always thought she was different to Luan Nian. No matter where she moved, he would always come to see her. Luan Nian was one of her few old friends who knew all her stories. If I've hurt you, I'm sorry. Zhang Yao smiled and shook her head. Don't. You're Luan Nian, and Luan Nian never admits he's wrong. Besides, it's not your fault. I regret it. Zhang Yao shrugged. Cheer up. I still have to move when I get back. I plan to stay in Beijing for a while, and then I want to go to Yinchuan. Have I ruined every Christmas for the rest of your life? Luan Yin asked. Not that bad. Zhang Yao smiled at him, but inside, she felt incredibly sad. Luan Yin was her last bit of hope for men. She had always known that she truly loved him. She just didn't dare admit it. Shang Zhitao was suffering. She was still young and didn't know how to hide her feelings for someone, nor did she understand longing. She stared at her phone all day, hoping to see even a few words from Luan Yin. She humbly hoped that, during his happy holiday, he might occasionally remember her, his bed partner. Even if he only asked how her work was going, as he had before. But Luan Yin didn't. It wasn't until Christmas evening that she remembered Luan Yin had asked her to take care of his fish. That red dragon fish. During her previous 2 visits, Shang Zhitao had secretly named it Little Red Flag. Shang Zhitao's message. But I don't have a key. Luan Yin's message. In the garden, on that tree, inside the Christmas decoration tied to it. Shang Zhitao's message. Okay. Shang Zhitao put on her down jacket and went out into the Christmas evening. The world was truly lively, making her heart yearn more and more to become part of that liveliness. But Yao Bei was on a business trip, Sun Yu had a Christmas social event, and Lumi was definitely at a nightclub. She didn't know who to spend time with. When she arrived at Luan Yin's house, she discovered that the gate to his yard wasn't locked. Luan Yin was confident in his neighborhood's security. She pushed open the gate and walked in. A red ball was tied to the tree in his courtyard. Luan Yin had perfunctorily decorated his tree. Shang Zhitao took down the red ball and removed the key from inside. Then she unlocked the door and went in. After turning on the lights, she saw Little Red swimming in the enormous fish tank. Shang Zhitao didn't know how to take care of fish. She couldn't even take good care of herself. So how was she supposed to take care of a fish? Shang Zhitao's message. Luke, may I ask how I should take care of your fish? Luan Yin called almost immediately. Shang Zhitao hurriedly answered and heard him say, help me change the filter cotton in the fish tank. The filter cotton is in the storage cabinet in the kitchen. Then check the water temperature and feed it a little fish food. Oh. Shang Zhitao ran to the kitchen to look for the filter cotton. She put the phone aside and made a racket as she fumbled around. Luan Yin didn't rush her. After she found the filter cotton, he taught her how to change it, how to check the water temperature, and how to feed the fish. After struggling for a long time, Shang Zhitao finally finished taking care of Little Red. It's all done. I'll go now. Should I hang the key back on the tree? Silence. Take the key with you. Just give it back to me when I return. Also, there's a shopping bag on the sofa with a gift for you. Merry Christmas. Luan Yin hung up. Shang Zhitao was stunned. She had a Christmas gift too? There was a square shopping bag on the sofa, bearing a logo Shang Zhitao recognized. Another expensive bag. Her Christmas gift. Shang Zhitao felt a little dazed. This was the second bag she had received from Luan Yin in such a short time. She felt that the compensation for sleeping with Luan Yin was far too generous. Receiving a Christmas gift should have made her happy, but it didn't. She would have preferred it if Luan Yin had given her an apple like Sun Yuanzhu had, or even a flower. Anything would have been better than a bag. Shang Zhitao's message. Luke gave me another bag. He said it's a Christmas gift. Sun Yu saw the message and replied. Sun Yu's message. Keep it. Sun Yu was very practical. Sex partners weren't forever, but money could solve major problems. It wasn't as though Shang Zhitao had stolen or robbed anyone. What was wrong with accepting a bag from a man? Sun Yu's message. Keep it, then come hang out at my place. Shang Zhitao's message. Okay. The fantasy of love in Shang Zhitao's heart kept causing trouble. She expected more from Luan Yin, but then thought she was overthinking things. She was only just over 20. Her thoughts weren't mature. She swayed back and forth, sometimes convincing herself that love wasn't important, only to circle back again. Shang Zhitao's message. Thank you for your Christmas gift. It's too expensive. I didn't prepare a gift for you. Luan Yin's message. I don't need one. Shang Zhitao's message. Merry Christmas. Luan Yin's message. Merry Christmas. Shang Zhitao suddenly wondered whether the girl with Luan Yin in Hokkaido knew about her existence. Did she know that the man she liked had a regular sex partner in Beijing? Would she care if she knew? Or was she like Shang Zhitao, fully aware of everything yet unable to bring herself to care? Shang Zhitao felt she had no self-respect. She thought about it all the way home, until finally, her sense of morality won out. Shang Zhitao's message. That day, you said that if either of us has a new partner, we can propose ending the relationship. Luan Yin was drinking with a group of friends when he saw Shang Zhitao's message and frowned. Luan Yin's message. What? Got a new flame? Shang Zhitao's message. I don't. Luan Yin's message. Then what do you mean? Be direct. Luan Yin hated it when people beat around the bush and wasted time. He wasn't willing to guess what other people were thinking. Shang Zhitao's message. I mean, if you have someone else, please tell me as well. I don't want to be morally condemned. After typing this, Shang Zhitao took a deep breath. But her heart sank when she saw Luan Yin's reply. Luan Yin's message. Do sex friends need moral constraints? Shang Zhitao's message. There could be disease transmission. Luan Yin's message. Use protection. Luan Yin was deliberately butting heads with Shang Zhitao. He didn't like discussing this nonsensical topic with her. Shang Zhitao was clearly accusing him of being promiscuous. Shang Zhitao's message. So do you have other partners? Today was Christmas, but Shang Zhitao was having a terrible time. Luan Yin had ruined her holiday. He wasn't even with her, yet his attitude could easily affect her. That rare streak of stubbornness emerged again, making her want to clarify things with Luan Yin. Even if they were only sex partners, it should still be one-to-one. She couldn't accept promiscuity. Had she really become so humble? Luan Yin's message. Yes. What about it? Luan Yin put down his sake cup. You eat first. I have something to take care of. He found a quiet place and leaned against the wall, focusing on his conversation with Shang Zhitao. But not for long. Shang Zhitao quickly showed her determination and courage. Shang Zhitao's message. Then I want to end our relationship. Luan Yin's message. Fine. Luan Yin replied without hesitation, then put his phone in his pocket and went back inside to drink. His mood suddenly turned sour. He sat drinking sake with his friends, but anger filled him. To him, Shang Zhitao was merely a bed partner. It didn't matter whether she was there or not. He had no need to force anything. Moreover, he was well aware of Shang Zhitao's feelings for him and knew how to handle them. It wasn't difficult, but he was still angry. When Shang Zhitao saw that single word, fine, she completely understood Luan Yin's attitude toward her. In his heart, she was insignificant, just a way to pass the time when he was bored. Whether she was there or not didn't matter. She felt a little like crying, but she couldn't. She brought the bag home and put it together with the one from last time. Both were still in their original packaging, brand new. She didn't even know what the bags looked like. She simply piled them there. Her dislike of luxury goods was confirmed from that moment on. Luxury goods made her sad. They spelled out the distance between her and Luan Yin. She rarely wore makeup, but she put some on before attending Sun Yu's event. Christmas really was lively. Single people had gathered for 8-minute dating sessions. By the time Shang Zhitao arrived, Sun Yu had already explained the rules, and everyone was preparing their introductions. Sun Yu leaned close to her ear and whispered, "See that man in the blue shirt? He came back from Silicon Valley, works in testing, has published several books, and owns a house and a car. I'm just here to help you make up the numbers," Shang Zhitao told Sun Yu. No, Sun Yu shook her head. Shang Zhitao, you're here to find your other half. Okay. Shang Zhitao didn't feel any pressure now. She had ended her relationship with Luan Yin. She was completely single. Is that him? Who else has good prospects? The one in the gray sweater is good too. All right. I'll go then. Shang Zhitao had never participated in an event like this before. The experience was novel. Strangers sat facing each other and talked for 8 minutes before moving on to the next person. She sat up straight and seriously answered the questions from the man opposite her. The questions were bizarre. One bespectacled man asked Shang Zhitao whether she accepted DINK, double income, no kids. Shang Zhitao didn't even know what DINK meant, but readily answered, I accept. I accept. Another man with an 80-20 hairstyle asked her, what's your understanding of soulmates? Huh. Shang Zhitao had never thought about it. Her expression clearly revealed that she had no idea, and the man pouted in disappointment. Finally, it was the Silicon Valley elite's turn. Shang Zhitao sat across from him and smiled obediently. Hello. The man didn't even look up. Introduce yourself. Name, age, birthplace, alma mater, current occupation, and financial situation. It was like a job interview. But Shang Zhitao still answered seriously. She was there to support Sun Yu, so her attitude was extremely proper. The man finally looked directly at her. What's your number? What? Your number? For voting later. I'll vote for you. I'm number 6. Oh, I'm number 5. Shang Zhitao carefully memorized the man's number and wrote down 6 when it was time to vote. Number 6 was undoubtedly the king of charm, while Shang Zhitao received only 1 vote. Sun Yu said, after the event ends, we'll introduce the people who voted for each other. When the event ended, Shang Zhitao asked Sun Yu, give me the Silicon Valley elite's phone number. We agreed to vote for each other. Sun Yu laughed so hard she couldn't straighten up. Only you, big fool, would believe someone who said they'd vote for you. He voted for that woman with the bare shoulders. Damn. So insincere. Shang Zhitao laughed too. While helping Sun Yu clean up, she asked, did that bare-shouldered woman vote for him? That bare-shouldered woman voted for a girl. What? Shang Zhitao's mouth fell open. Huh. Don't understand, do you? Sun Yu pinched her cheek. Do you even know how much more complicated society is than you imagine? It is quite complicated. Shang Zhitao felt a little humbled. After they finished cleaning up, the two of them collapsed there, exhausted. Only after a long while did they finally get up, supporting each other. Let's go, good friend. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Shang Zhitao looked at the snow on the street and inexplicably said those words to herself. Chapter 45. Later that night, Long Jintian called Shang Zhitao, drunkenly wanting to tell her Christmas stories. I didn't request a lesson today, so I'm not paying for this one, Shang Zhitao teased. No charge. Today is volunteer teaching. But I don't want to learn slurred English. Shang Zhitao mocked Long Jintian's drunken speech, bantering with him. Suddenly, Long Jintian became serious. Tao Tao, let me take you to America. His impulsive words startled Shang Zhitao, leaving her speechless on the other end of the phone. Did you hear me? Come with me. Sober up, Long Jintian. Shang Zhitao hung up. Why did Christmas make everyone so strange? What's wrong? Shang Zhitao shook her head. Had everyone gone crazy? They returned home, and Sun Yu took a small gift box from her bag and placed it in Shang Zhitao's palm. In an unusually gentle voice, she said, Shang Zhitao, Merry Christmas. Shang Zhitao took the gift, ran into her room, and came back out. I prepared a gift for you too. She placed a wrapped box in Sun Yu's hand and hugged her. She had prepared a building block house for Sun Yu, while Sun Yu had prepared a preserved flower for her. These little moments of sweetness in ordinary days became unforgettable memories of friendship. Shang Zhitao began to enjoy borrowing books from Sun Yuanju. Having a small library at home felt wonderful. But she also understood restraint and propriety. She only went into his room when everyone was home. In her heart, Sun Yuanju was like a celestial being, and she couldn't bear to see him tainted. Whenever she borrowed books, she would chat with Sun Yuanju for a few minutes. She always felt that there was a trace of sadness in him. But he was always so peaceful that she wondered whether it was merely her imagination. When reading Sun Yuanju's books, she followed his habits, turning the pages carefully and not daring to leave a single mark. During the New Year's holiday, while everyone else went out and kept themselves busy, she stayed in bed reading. Not only did she read, she also took notes. She only went out once, to climb a mountain with Long Jintian. After sobering up, he repeatedly apologized for his inappropriate words over the phone. His apology was sincere, sounding almost like a confession. He said Shang Zhitao was his ideal Chinese girl, gentle, kind, and resilient. That was why he hadn't been able to stop himself from saying those things, and he asked for her forgiveness. Foreigners were funny. Who knew what went on inside their heads? Shang Zhitao's face reddened as she listened to his compliments. Finally, she said, Long Jintian, I can't go to America with you. My parents are here. Do you know there's an ancient Chinese saying? While your parents are alive, don't travel far. Working in Beijing is already a little unfilial of me. I can't go abroad with you. Besides, I think you're a great teacher and friend, but you're not my type. I'm heartbroken. Long Jintian clutched his chest and lamented, making Shang Zhitao giggle. On the last day of the New Year's holiday, Shang Zhitao caught a severe cold. She had always been healthy since childhood and rarely became ill. When her classmates constantly had runny noses, she alone remained as healthy as iron. Old Shang often said, my daughter's greatest advantage is her healthy physique. But now, the healthy Shang Zhitao had caught a severe cold. Her nose was so blocked that half her brain seemed unable to function. Her eyes were watery, making her look as though she had suffered some terrible grievance. She coughed incessantly and had a fever as well. Despite being so sick, she still got up early and went to work. She didn't want to take sick leave. Chinese New Year was approaching, and she wanted to save a few days of leave so she could go home and spend time with old Shang and Dezhai. She sniffled as she stepped out of the elevator and happened to run into Luan Nian coming out of his office in the corridor. She didn't want to speak to him, but she still rubbed her nose and greeted him. Good morning, Luke. Luan Nian walked past her without even glancing sideways, his expression cold. Shang Zhitao felt too miserable from her cold to think about what Luan Nian might be feeling. She probably understood that, to Luan Nian, once a relationship ended, it was over. He already thought she was foolish and didn't want to talk to her much. Her head was foggy, so she took some medicine. Seeing that it was still early, she rested her head on her desk and took a nap. The cold came on fiercely. By the afternoon, she had developed a high fever. Her face was burning red. Lumi returned with some water and saw her sitting blankly in front of her computer. She placed a hand on Shang Zhitao's forehead. Good heavens, your forehead is hot enough to fry an egg. Huh. Shang Zhitao reacted slowly and touched her own forehead. It does seem a little hot. Go home. Take sick leave. Sick leave? Does it count as annual leave? Are you stupid? It's paid sick leave. If it's more than 2 days, remember to get a doctor's note. Okay. Shang Zhitao packed her things and stood up. Lumi bundled her up warmly and escorted her out. Still worried, she asked, Are your roommates at home? I don't think so. The two entered the elevator. Just as the doors were closing, Luan Yin and several women from the Creative Center also stepped inside. They were heading to the coffee shop on the first floor for a meeting. Lumi smiled at everyone, then quietly asked Shang Zhitao, What are you going to do if no one's home? Forget it. I'll take you back. Lumi, Shang Zhitao's first friend in Beijing, was chivalrous. Even while sharing an elevator with the CEO, she boldly said, Wait for me on the first floor. I'll put on my down jacket and drive you home. Shang Zhitao secretly tugged at her sleeve, warning her to be careful, but Lumi merely pouted. Once, Kitty had gone to the neighboring mall to buy shoes in the afternoon and had been caught red-handed by Lumi, who was heading downstairs to meet suppliers. Everyone had moments like that, looking perfectly proper most of the time, then sneaking off like cowards when they skipped work. Lumi wasn't afraid of any of it. Shang Zhitao got out of the elevator and sat in the first-floor lobby, waiting for Lumi. Luan Yin and his group entered the coffee shop through the back door. Luan Yin glanced at Shang Zhitao's abnormally red face and suddenly felt his heart soften slightly. That night in Hokkaido, when he had been drinking and saw Shang Zhitao's message about ending their relationship, he had felt somewhat angry. He didn't like getting entangled with women. After one drink, he had thought about dealing with her when he returned. But after a few more drinks, he had decided that ending things was probably for the best. Shang Zhitao couldn't play the game, and he wasn't serious. If they continued, it would probably lead to all kinds of complications. But now, seeing Shang Zhitao sitting there, still upright despite being sick, he felt a trace of pity. Luan Yin's message. Are you sick? For once, he took the initiative to message her about something personal. Shang Zhitao saw Luan Yin's message, but put her phone into her pocket without replying. Only she knew why she had fallen ill. On one side were her hopeless feelings for Luan Yin. On the other was the thought of letting him go. The two alternately tormented her. The feeling of not being loved was terrible, terrible enough to ignite a dark fire inside her with nowhere to go. If she hadn't fallen ill, she feared she wouldn't have been able to contain it. Nian was in a department meeting, glancing through the coffee shop's glass back door towards Shang Zhitao. He saw her put away her phone without replying to his message, her posture defiant. Lumi arrived and took her away. Nian had always known that Shang Zhitao had a stubborn streak. Her stubbornness was buried deep, making people mistakenly believe that she always yielded. But her occasional emotional outbursts revealed it. After finishing his discussion with the others, he stood up. Grace can lead the rest of the work. He went upstairs, put on his coat, and drove out of the company. In the elevator, he ran into Lumi, who had just returned from taking Shang Zhitao home. She greeted him. "Hello, Luke. You're skipping work?" "Oh, Flora is sick. I took her home," Lumi said righteously. Skipping work means a deduction from your pay. Go report to HR." Nian spoke with a straight face, making it impossible to tell whether he was serious. Lumi made a dismissive sound behind him. "I'll report your beloved kitty too." Nian pressed the close button. Sometimes, he thought these people were quite stupid. Burning with fever and not going to the hospital. What the hell are you going home for? He drove to the entrance of Shang Zhitao's residential complex and called her. Shang Zhitao didn't answer. Perhaps she was asleep. Or perhaps she simply didn't want to answer. Nian's message. "Come downstairs. Fill out the leave form." Nian used his authority as her boss to pressure her. His official, businesslike attitude finally extinguished Shang Zhitao's anger. She was wondering how to reply when another message appeared. Nian's message. "Bring your ID and medical insurance card. Fill it out on my computer." Silence. Shang Zhitao felt that Nian was overstepping his boundaries. Did he actually chase employees all the way home just to ask whether they had filled out the leave system? With so many people in the company, was he going to personally monitor everyone's attendance? Reluctantly, she went downstairs. She saw that Nian had brought the car she had damaged. She immediately felt a little guilty. After getting into the car, she said, "I'm sorry, Luke. I didn't intentionally neglect to fill out the system. I forgot." For some reason, her fever had subsided for a while, but now it was rising again. Her throat felt as though it were clogged with water, making it difficult to speak. She coughed continuously, almost as if she were suffocating. Nian waited until she finished coughing before asking, "Did you bring your ID and medical insurance card?" "Yes." Nian said nothing more and started the car. Shang Zhitao was a little surprised and turned to look at him. "Where are you going?" Nian didn't answer. He drove to a hospital near Shang Zhitao's home. "Get out." "I'm not going to the hospital." Shang Zhitao had been healthy since childhood, but hospitals frightened her more than anything. Now, at the sight of the hospital, her legs went weak. She became frightened and sat motionless in the car. "I want to go home." Nian raised an eyebrow. "Let me see who you listed as your emergency contact in the system." He reached for his computer, and Shang Zhitao hurriedly grabbed his hand. "Don't." Her palm was scorching hot against the back of Nian's hand. Realizing that her action was inappropriate, she quickly withdrew it. "I'll go register right now. Thank you for bringing me here." She didn't want to become entangled with Nian anymore. Over the past few days, she had thought through many things. She wasn't like Nian, someone who could pick things up and put them down with ease. She didn't have that ability. She had inadvertently seen how he behaved with other women and understood that, to him, she was merely a means of satisfying his physical needs. It could be her, or it could be someone else. At first, she had thought she wouldn't care. But she did. She entered the hospital's outpatient department alone. Chapter 46. Shang Zhitao felt as though she could neither move forward nor retreat. Nian had blocked every escape route, leaving her helpless. After leaving the hospital, she curled up on the sofa in Nian's living room. Beside her was a cup of hot water he had boiled for her. Nian forced her to drink it. Every time he glanced at her, she had to take a sip. She heard Nian talking to his mother on the phone. "It's a mycoplasma infection causing mild pneumonia, with coughing and a high fever. What should she eat?" The person on the other end spoke for a long time before Nian replied. "It's not me. I'm asking for a friend." "I understand." But Nian hung up and went to get his coat. "You should ask Alex for leave. Take 5 full days of sick leave. I still have work to do. When you're dead from fever, You won't have to worry about work anymore. Then I'll go home and rest." Luan Nian stopped when he heard this and looked at Shang Zhitao. "What are you being awkward about?" Shang Zhitao pressed her lips together without speaking. Luan Nian glanced at her. "Organize your thoughts. We'll talk when I get back." Shang Zhitao really did begin organizing her thoughts. She had a fever, and her brain wasn't working very well, but she still managed to distill everything into a few key points. First, what happened between us was an accident. Second, our relationship is immoral. Third, we've already ended our relationship, and I was the one who suggested it. Therefore, we shouldn't do anything that could seem ambiguous. As Shang Zhitao pondered all this, she fell asleep. People with fevers tended to be drowsy, and Luan Nian's sofa was comfortable. The thin blanket covering her was warm, and the house was quiet, without the noise of renovation drills. Everything was just right, perfect for sleeping. Luan Nian returned carrying several bags. He saw her curled up on the sofa, sound asleep. Her face was flushed red, fine beads of sweat covered her forehead, and a faint wheezing sound came from her nose. The viruses inside her body were battling it out. He took off his coat and went into the kitchen. He had just bought many things, all according to the recovery list his mother, Dr. Liang, had sent him. Dr. Liang had even wished his friend a speedy recovery, saying that proper care was essential because if pneumonia wasn't treated thoroughly, it could recur and cause a great deal of suffering later. If Dr. Liang knew his friend was sleeping in his house right now, what would she think? Luan Nian prepared food for Shang Zhitao, referring to the notes on his phone about what Dr. Liang said she could eat and what she should avoid. He didn't delve into why he felt anxious and concerned when Shang Zhitao was sick. He simply thought she seemed a little pitiful, all alone in Beijing. Sympathy at work. That was how he summed it up. Since when did you start having sympathy? He asked himself that as he cooked. When the food was ready, Shang Zhitao was still asleep. Luan Nian sat on the sofa flipping through magazines while a pot of rock sugar and pear soup simmered over low heat in the kitchen. Luan Nian's home was filled with countless magazines. He read them in his spare time to keep track of what was popular. Occasionally, he reached over to check Shang Zhitao's temperature. It was a little better than before. Shang Zhitao woke in the dim light and saw that Luan Nian had turned on a small lamp. Under the light, his features still looked hard, cold and detached. She felt a little sad. No one had ever told her what to do after falling in love with a man like this. She quietly watched him, waiting for the right moment to deliver the speech she had prepared. Luan Nian heard her moving and looked over. "Awake. Let's eat." Shang Zhitao was surprised. The words she had prepared vanished. She coughed a few times and followed Luan Nian to the dining table. "Thank you for your trouble. Change the way you speak." "What? All this formal you speech. Aren't you tired of it?" "Oh." Luan Nian had prepared several vegetable dishes and a slow-cooked beef stew. Shang Zhitao was caught completely off guard by such special treatment, and the speech she had prepared before falling asleep was utterly forgotten. She ate quietly, occasionally glancing at Luan Nian. He was still the same cold person, as though the man who had smiled so happily in Hokkaido hadn't been him at all. After the meal, she felt she should leave. But Luan Nian brought out a small bowl of rock sugar and pear soup. Shang Zhitao's heart suddenly ached. If he was this good to a casual sex partner, she could only imagine how he treated Zhang Yao. It must have been beyond anything she could imagine. She drank the pear soup with her head lowered, then stood up to put on her clothes. "Thank you for taking care of me. I'm much better now. I won't disturb you anymore." Luan Nian frowned, but didn't say much. "I'll take you home. Then I'll trouble you." Shang Zhitao no longer wanted to give her prepared speech. She felt that remaining firm herself would be more effective than saying anything. She got into Luan Nian's car. As they approached her place, she rummaged through her bag for her keys. They were gone. How could they be gone? They had been safely tucked inside her bag. She called Sun Yu. Hearing Shang Zhitao's hoarse voice, Sun Yu immediately asked whether her condition had worsened. Shang Zhitao said she was much better. "I can't find my keys. When will you be back?" "I'm on my way to Tangshan now. There's a matchmaking event tomorrow, and I need to oversee it." "That's fine. I'll ask Zhang Lei." After hanging up, she remembered that Sun Yuanzhu had gone to the northwest, while Zhang Lei had gone to Chengdu. Shang Zhitao clutched her phone, not knowing what to do. Luan Yin's car made a U-turn and headed back toward his home. "You can drop me off at the corner. There's a hotel nearby." Not returning to Luan Nian's home was her final act of defiance. To die in a hotel? Luan Nian was particularly cruel when he was angry, though he rarely became angry. In the past half-year, nearly every time he had gotten angry had been because of Shang Zhitao. His comments silenced her, and this time, she truly became angry. She turned toward the window without speaking. Because of her cold and her anger, her breathing was heavy, her chest rising and falling. Luan Nian was skilled at manipulating others. He recited a phone number. "This is the right one, isn't it? If you go to a hotel, I'll inform your family about your condition. I'll also make it clear that if you have any accident or suffer any aftereffects, the company won't be held responsible." Shang Zhitao's anger immediately deflated. Luan Nian knew exactly where to strike. He had found her weakness. She didn't want her parents to know she was sick because she was afraid they would worry. After all, she had always told them over the phone, "I'm doing very well. My colleagues like me. My boss values me. My income is enough for me to spend lavishly. At this rate, I can buy a house in Beijing before I'm 30. If Luan Nian called her parents, he would tell them that her performance was mediocre, that she had repeatedly been on the verge of being fired or optimized out, that her income was below average at the company, and that there was no chance she could buy a house in Beijing before she turned 30. He might even say, "Your daughter seems to have improper personal conduct." With that poisonous mouth of his, he really would say it. "I just don't want to trouble you." Luan Nian gave her a cool glance and calmly said, "Rest assured, our relationship is over, but we've slept together a few times. I'm providing after-sales service. Once you're better, we'll be completely done." Then he mimicked Shang Zhitao's tone. "I absolutely won't tell anyone about our affair." Silence. Shang Zhitao couldn't argue with him and had no choice but to nod. "Then I thank you." "You're welcome. It's what I should do." After all that back and forth, they returned to Luan Nian's home. The security guard saw their car leave and return and couldn't help greeting them. "Mr. Luan, you're back so soon." Then he smiled at Shang Zhitao. The security guard had always felt that Shang Zhitao didn't look like a woman of ill repute, and Luan Nian didn't seem like the type to solicit prostitutes. But she didn't look like Luan Nian's girlfriend either. Their relationship was strange. It wasn't only the security guard who was curious. Shang Zhitao was curious too. What kind of person was Luan Nian? He was such a hard man, yet he had made her a meal suitable for someone who was sick. There were so many women around him, yet he dared to bring her home. Other people would want to stay away from someone with pneumonia, yet he was taking care of her. "Could you lend me a t-shirt? I don't have pajamas, and I need to take out my contact lenses." Luan Nian went into the guest room and opened the closet. 2 sets of loungewear were hanging inside. Then he went to the bathroom and pulled open a drawer. Inside were a contact lens case, contact lens solution, and women's skincare products. Shang Zhitao couldn't understand what was happening. Why did he have all these things in his home? Luan Nian merely shrugged. "You'll have to share them with other women." Half joking and half serious, he even took out several different colored sticky notes. "Label them so no one wears or uses the wrong things." Shang Zhitao wasn't that naive. She could tell that Luan Nian was teasing her. These things had been prepared for her because she had asked for them before. Pajamas, towels, contact lens solution. What had Luan Nian said at the time? "Can't you remember them yourself?" So he was that kind of person. Someone who seemed not to care about anything, yet listened to everything you said. So he had accepted that she could leave her things at his place. Was it because she was his only bed partner in this city? Shang Zhitao's thoughts wandered as she went to take a shower and put on the pajamas Luan Nian had prepared for her. The pajamas were comfortable, but she felt a little uncomfortable without underwear. Luan Nian knocked on the door to bring her medicine. She immediately dove beneath the covers, leaving only her head exposed. She watched him put the medicine on the bedside table, refusing to come out. Luan Nian couldn't help laughing at her behavior. "Haven't I seen it all before?" A single question mark. "What are you afraid of?" "It's not appropriate for a man and woman to be alone together," Shang Zhitao said seriously. Luan Nian turned to leave. At the door, he stopped. "You didn't find anything inappropriate when we were being intimate." He closed the door and left. Shang Zhitao stayed at Luan Nian's home for an entire week under his coercion and persuasion. Only after they went for a follow-up examination and the doctor confirmed that the inflammation had subsided did he agree to let her leave. Shang Zhitao followed Luan Nian out of the hospital and returned to his home to pack her things. Just 2 pieces of clothing. She put them into her backpack. Before leaving, she went to the bathroom and saw the contact lens solution prominently displayed there. Her heart suddenly ached. She still couldn't understand why Nian would prepare these things for her. There was also the Christmas gift he had left on the sofa. These things gave her the mistaken impression that Nian liked her a little. Suddenly, a wave of grievance welled up inside her. She stood there for a long while before finally pushing open the door and walking out. Nian was waiting for her by the entrance. She walked straight up to him, looked into his eyes, and seriously asked, "Why are you so venomous when you speak? Are you venomous to everyone, or just to me?" Nian didn't understand why she was asking these questions. His brows furrowed slightly. Whoever gets serious next is a damn fool. Shang Zhitao cursed silently in her heart. Then she grabbed Nian by the collar, forcefully pulled him toward her, and bit his lip. Neither of them mentioned Shang Zhitao's earlier declaration that their relationship was over. She had only just recovered, and Nian was gentler and more patient than before. Shang Zhitao desperately wanted something from him, but he pinned her hands above her head and refused to give her what she wanted. Nian held grudges. She was desperate now, but when she had declared that their relationship was over, how cool had she been? He wouldn't give her what she wanted. To put it plainly, he was punishing her. He teased her until she became agitated, her eyes turning red. Then, against her lips, he asked, not ending it anymore. Shang Zhitao felt as though she were losing her mind. She shook her head slightly, her lips brushing against his as she offered him her tongue. They couldn't deceive themselves or each other. No matter how poisonous their words were, their bodies were the most honest. Their bodies preferred each other more than anyone from their past. Eventually, they both lost control a little. Nian's teeth caught her earlobe as he fiercely asked, "Still going to make trouble?" Shang Zhitao shook her head, her eyes misting with tears. Nian suddenly felt a pang in his heart. His expression softened, and he pulled her into his embrace. Nian finally admitted that after Shang Zhitao had said they should end their relationship, the drink he had taken afterward had tasted bitter. And somewhere in his heart, he had felt a little regret. He truly liked her body. Chapter 47. The year was coming to an end. Shang Zhitao sat at her workstation, writing her year-end summary. She also took the to-do list she had written out of her drawer. She had learned to drive, so she could cross that off. Her English had improved a little, so she could put a check mark beside that. As for making more than 3 friends, she thought about it and realized she had accomplished that too. Looking back seriously on everything that had happened over the year, there had been a touch of bitterness, but far more happiness. As for what exactly had made her feel bitter, she couldn't quite say. She put the to-do list back in the drawer and began tidying her desk. She was going home early tomorrow morning, and the thought felt wonderful. She had received more than 40,000 yuan as her year-end bonus. Back when she had made mistakes, Nian had threatened to deduct her bonus, but it turned out he had only been trying to scare her. Thinking about the tens of thousands of yuan sitting in her account, she suddenly felt like someone who actually had savings. She had already begun planning how to spend the money. She would get new reading glasses for her parents, Old Shang and Big Chui, and buy them some new clothes. After the new year, she would prepare gifts for her roommates, Lu Mi and Yao Bei, and she would buy herself a gift as well. In her drawer was a small box, a New Year's gift she had bought for Nian in advance, but had never given him. Nian had given her 2 bags. Shang Zhitao didn't know exactly how much they cost, because she had never looked them up. She felt that she should give him something in return, but Nian lacked for nothing. She always felt that giving him a gift would seem strange, and might even disrupt the balance they had finally found between them. After thinking about it for a long time, she finally decided to give Nian a box of fish food. She had bought it according to the label on the bottom of his fish tank. After her English class that weekend, she had gone to the pet market and asked around at several stores before finally finding it. She pointed at a fish and asked the shop owner, "What's this kind of fish called? What does it eat?" The shop owner said, "Red dragon." "How much is it?" 4,000. Better quality ones are a little more expensive." "Oh, I see." So Little Red Flag was a red dragon fish. Whenever it saw Shang Zhitao, it seemed to recognize her, swimming toward her fingertip. Little Red Flag had far more humanity than Nian. "I want to buy its food. The most expensive kind. 430 yuan a box." Shang Zhitao gritted her teeth and bought it. Now, Looking at the small gift box beside her, she couldn't muster the courage to give it to Luan Yin. When she saw that all her colleagues had left and Luan Yin was packing up his computer, she knew that if she didn't give it to him today, she wouldn't have another chance. He had an early morning flight to the U.S., while she had an early morning train to Ice City. Luan Yin would be gone for a long time. He would be visiting family, attending meetings at headquarters, and participating in a creativity competition. He wouldn't return until early March. Luan Yin left the office, and Shang Zhitao picked up her bag and the gift box, following him into the elevator. Luan Yin saw the small box in her hand and noticed her nervousness reflected in the elevator mirror. He simply asked her directly, "Is that for me?" Shang Zhitao's face turned slightly red, and she nodded. Luan Yin held out his hand. When Shang Zhitao remained motionless, he frowned. "Change your mind." Shang Zhitao placed the small box in his palm and said before the elevator doors opened, "Have a safe journey." "You too." After getting into his car, Luan Yin stared at the gift box for a long time before finally opening it. The moment he saw what was inside, the uneasiness in his heart disappeared, and he burst out laughing at the box of fish food. Shang Zhitao really was something. He drove out of the underground parking garage, deliberately taking a detour past the front of the company. Sure enough, Shang Zhitao was still trying to hail a taxi. He stopped the car in front of her. "Get in." Shang Zhitao was puzzled. Today wasn't Friday, and tomorrow they would both be traveling far away. Not getting in? Seeing her hesitate, Luan Yin urged her. Shang Zhitao opened the car door and saw the gift she had given him sitting on the passenger seat. Luan Yin picked it up, and after she sat down, he placed the fish food on her lap. There was also a set of keys. Shang Zhitao froze, looking at the keys and then at Luan Yin. Luan Yin stared straight ahead and said calmly, "Since you've given me this gift, you might as well provide some after-sales service. While I'm away, please help me take care of my fish. You have so many valuable things at home. None that I can take with me." "Oh, thank you for the gift." "You're welcome. You've given me gifts too." Luan Yin noticed how stiff she was and suddenly smiled. "Shang Zhitao, do you know when you're bravest?" When you're in bed." Luan Yin paused. Particularly uninhibited. Particularly brave. Luan Yin had wondered whether two people lived inside Shang Zhitao, one responsible for her wildness and the other for her humility. Otherwise, how could her demeanor change so quickly? "First of all, in this last meeting of the year, I hope you'll change the way you address me." Luan Yin found her form of address quite ridiculous and mimicked Shang Zhitao's tone. "Sir, don't kiss there." Luan Yin rarely talked this much. Shang Zhitao discovered that when he did, he was actually quite amusing. He imitated her tone perfectly, but he had deliberately chosen the most embarrassing thing possible to say. She couldn't help laughing even as her face turned red. "Is it weird?" Luan Yin asked. Shang Zhitao nodded. "It is weird. Then how should I address you?" She stopped when she saw Luan Yin's expression. "Just call me Luan Yin." "Oh, what's next?" "Next." Luan Yin parked the car in the garage. "You're so formal, as if we've never slept together." "I don't mean to be. It's just that we're not that familiar yet." Luan Yin nodded. "So it's because we haven't slept together enough." He picked Shang Zhitao up and threw her onto the bed, then began unbuttoning his clothes. He stopped talking. His deep eyes simply stared at Shang Zhitao, filled with intensity. Shang Zhitao grew a little nervous and unconsciously bit her lip, only for Luan Yin to stop her. He said in a low voice, "Don't bite your lip." "Bite me." Shang Zhitao was extremely obedient. She bit his neck, expecting Luan Yin to dodge as he had before, but this time he didn't. Previously, Luan Yin would say, "It's inconvenient when meeting female clients." He had been telling the truth. If Jiang Lan saw love bites on his neck, she would come over wanting a similar intimate encounter, and Luan Yin didn't want to deal with that. Shang Zhitao's teeth pressed down lightly, her tongue sweeping over the blood vessel in his neck. Luan Yin's heavy breathing fell against her ear, more effective than anything else. "I want to bite harder," Shang Zhitao whispered in his ear. "Do you dare? Bring it on." Shang Zhitao really did bite him. She left marks on his neck, chest, and shoulders. She felt as though she had developed a dog's instinct for marking its territory. "I've marked this place, so it's mine. Let Luan Yin's bed partners in New York take note and stay away." Luan Yin, however, quietly went about his business. When she was nearly frenzied, he took a small patch of skin on her neck into his mouth, returning her wildness to her. Then he asked, "Are we familiar enough now?" "A little more familiar." They carried on until early morning. Luan Nian had to catch his flight, and Lu Wu was waiting for him outside the door. Shang Zhitao hid in the room, unwilling to let Lu Wu see her. Luan Nian understood her small concern perfectly and didn't make things difficult for her. He simply left. Shang Zhitao carried the keys to Luan Nian's home with her. Feeling their weight and afraid she might lose them, she kept them in a small bag close to her body. When she returned to Ice City and saw the vast expanse of white snow, with lanterns lining the snowy streets and alleys, her heart finally settled. She loved the snow in Ice City, the dilapidated buildings in the old town, the popsicles sold on the ground by the roadside, and the spring festival couplets and paintings displayed in rows. The new year was coming. Old Shang and Big Chui smiled broadly when they saw her. Big Chui kneaded her face like dough and said, "My daughter has gotten thinner." "Mom," Shang Zhitao pouted in protest. "How am I thinner? I'm so strong. You even have dark circles under your eyes. Is work too exhausting?" Shang Zhitao felt a little guilty. Work hadn't been tiring during these last few days of the year. Yesterday, she had been exhausted from serving her boss. Big Chui sent her back to her room to sleep. "Sleep for an hour first. I'll call you when the food is ready." Shang Zhitao really could sleep. She pulled the covers over her head and caught up on her rest. While she slept, she heard the door quietly open twice. When it opened for the third time, she peeked out from beneath the covers and saw old Shang and Big Chui secretly looking at her from the doorway. The elderly couple missed their child but didn't want to disturb her sleep, so they could only sneak over again and again to look at her. Shang Zhitao's nose stung, and she almost couldn't hold back her tears. She wanted to get up and be close to them, but then she suddenly remembered the mischief Luan Nian had caused. She had to keep her neck covered. Otherwise, her parents would ask questions. So she wrapped the blanket tightly around herself and said coquettishly, "I want to sleep a little longer. I was up all night yesterday. I'm so tired." She didn't mention why she had been up all night. Old Shang worried about his daughter and nodded. "Then sleep a little longer. We'll eat later." Old Shang closed the door. Shang Zhitao found a turtleneck sweater to wear. Fortunately, this was Ice City, where turtlenecks didn't look out of place. Then she went out to eat with old Shang. Shang Zhitao volunteered to have a drink with him. Old Shang poured her only a tiny amount of white liquor. "With your limited alcohol tolerance, drink less." Shang Zhitao chuckled and clinked glasses with old Shang. Being back home, she relaxed, and in the blink of an eye, she forgot everything about Beijing. After dinner, she began calling her classmates. She had several good friends from high school. Some had gone to work at the city bureau after graduation, some worked in the government, and one or two ran small businesses. In Ice City, stability was highly valued. An iron rice bowl was better than anything else. Everyone agreed to go singing on the second day of the Lunar New Year. They chatted until late at night, and when Shang Zhitao opened her eyes again, it was the New Year. During the Chinese Lunar New Year, Luan Nian had only recently arrived home. Dr. Liang was bickering with Luan Mingrue. "What you're saying is too narrow-minded." Dr. Liang was a medical expert who specialized in tackling tumors, noble and self-disciplined. Luan Mingrue was in business, handling enormous sums of money every day. These two completely unrelated people had somehow ended up together and had spent a lifetime bickering. When they saw Luan Nian enter, they both fell silent. Dr. Liang went over to embrace Luan Nian and noticed the love bite on his neck. She clicked her tongue. So intense. Luan Nian somehow felt a little embarrassed. He hadn't minded traveling across the ocean with those marks, but he had never expected to be teased about them by his mother. He thought to himself that Shang Zhitao had bitten hard, much harder than he had. "Dog bite," he said flatly before going upstairs to change his clothes. Looking at the marks on his body in the dressing mirror, he remembered Shang Zhitao's slightly crazed appearance and suddenly laughed. When he came downstairs, Dr. Liang's eyes were still fixed on his neck. She teased him, "That's a well-placed mark." Luan Mingrue finally stood up and came over to look at Luan Nian, saying with a smile, "Young people. So, after a family of 3 reunites after such a long time, there's nothing else to talk about." Unable to stand them constantly staring at his neck, Luan Nian simply found a Band-Aid and covered the mark, making it even more conspicuous in his attempt to hide it. It's good to cover it up. Everyone will be coming later, and they'll ask questions, Luan Mingrue teased. Who's coming today? Your Uncle Song's family and Uncle Chen's family. Are Chiohan and Kuan coming too? What else? Leave them at home to starve. Chinese people in America like to gather together for the new year and make the celebration lively. Luan Nian liked those two young men. They were a few years younger than him, but seemed like fine young men. They had even agreed to start traveling together the following year. Amid the bustle of the new year, while Luan Nian was eating with family and friends, he received an email. In the email, Shang Zhitao formally wished him a Happy New Year. Shang Zhitao's message. Happy New Year. All the best in the coming year. Luan Nian replied. Happy New Year. Next time, bite gently. Chapter 48. Shang Zhitao dragged her suitcase out of the airport. Suzhou in June was in the midst of the continuous plum rains, but she was still covered in a thin layer of sweat. She got into a taxi and called Alex. Boss, I've arrived. I'm going to check in at the hotel now, then I'll head straight to the venue. Thank you for your hard work, Flora. Luke and the planning department will be on the next flight. The main group will arrive tomorrow morning. The cars to pick up the bosses have already been arranged, so don't worry. I'll report the other details to you after I assess the situation at the venue. Shang Zhitao was still prone to sweating. She took out a tissue and wiped the fine beads of sweat from her forehead. How do you feel about your first independent business trip? Alex suddenly asked. Shang Zhitao thought seriously before answering. Actually, I'm quite nervous. There's nothing to be nervous about. If you encounter any difficulties, tell me immediately. All right. Thank you, boss. Shang Zhitao hung up and opened her laptop in the taxi. Suzhou had its own unique charm at this time of year, but she had no heart to appreciate it. The day after tomorrow was the company's regional touring exhibition in East China. They had given up Shanghai, where they went every year, and chosen Suzhou instead. She reviewed the entire venue plan once more, then called the exhibition company. Hello, how's the site coming along? We're starting the setup this afternoon. We're currently taking inventory of the supplies. Great. I'll go to the hotel to drop off my luggage first, then I'll come find you. The taxi driver looked at her through the rearview mirror and finally couldn't help saying, Such a young girl, and you're already working? I'm 23 years old. You look like you're only 17 or 18. Shang Zhitao blushed slightly at the driver's words. She secretly looked at her vague reflection in the car window, thinking that she should start wearing makeup. Otherwise, people would always think she was very young. She needed to look more mature. Ling Mei had chosen a location by Lake Tai this time because they were launching a Chinese-style plan that year, the localization of international brands and the creation of traditional cultural elements for local brands. At the time, this was a very new topic. Luan Nian had said that since they were doing this, the four major regions should choose places that matched the theme. East China and Suzhou, North China and Xi'an, South China and Fuzhou, and Central China and Luoyang. The other locations had large-scale events, but for the East China region, only S-level clients had been invited. The event was smaller in scale, but had a high budget. Alex had thought about it for a long time before deciding to entrust the East China event to Shang Zhitao. The scale was small, but it was the first stop, and every guest was an S-level client. That made Shang Zhitao a little nervous. She had secretly asked Alex why he would entrust such an important task to her. Alex had said, If not you, then who? Shang Zhitao couldn't figure out what he meant, but Lumi understood perfectly. Aren't you due for a promotion review? Without a project, what can you use to support your promotion? Just diligence? Ling Mei is very practical. When leadership gives you an opportunity, take it and think carefully about how you handle it. Treat Alex to a meal afterward. Shang Zhitao treasured this opportunity very much. After checking into the hotel, she took a taxi to the venue, checking all the pickup vehicle information and guest details along the way. When she met with the event company at reception, she saw Luan Nian checking in. Luan Nian was the only person from Ling Mei staying at the conference hotel. He had to accept interviews and hold one-on-one discussions with several S-level clients after the meeting, so they had simply booked him a room there. Luan Nian put away his ID and turned to see Shang Zhitao, along with the fine beads of sweat on her forehead. He thought to himself, Why do you sweat so much? Hello, Luke, Shang Zhitao greeted him. Then she introduced him to the people from the event company. This is Director Wang from the event company, and this is our boss, Luke. Please get some rest first. We've reserved a private room here tonight to treat you and Flora to a simple dinner. The company that had won Shang Zhitao's project was a new supplier added that year. It wasn't a large company, but its execution was thorough. The boss personally supervised the work and had a sincere attitude. Thank you, but we have an internal company meeting a little later. I appreciate the gesture. Luan Nian smiled at Director Wang, then asked Shang Zhitao, how's the progress? The inventory count is complete, and they'll start setting up soon. We can rehearse after 3 p.m. tomorrow, and the client reception has also been arranged. Shang Zhitao spoke concisely, giving him only the important information. She already knew Luan Nian well and understood what he cared about. When will Alex arrive? Luan Nian asked. Tomorrow, with the main group. Seeing Luan Nian and Shang Zhitao discussing work, the supplier said, Flora, I'll wait for you over there. After you two finish discussing things, you can find us at the venue. The supplier's politeness had been cultivated through the daily process of serving clients, and now Shang Zhitao had also become someone worthy of formal address. It's fine. You go ahead first. After you're done, Flora can go through the overall process with me once more, and we'll bring Alex in online. All right. What was there left to review about the overall process? They had already gone over it 800 times. Shang Zhitao was a little puzzled as she turned and headed toward the venue. Just as she stepped through the venue doors, she received a message from Luan Nian. Luan Nian's message. 11,188. My room number. Shang Zhitao's face instantly turned red. Shang Zhitao's message. I'm not going. Luan Nian's message. A single question mark. Shang Zhitao's message. It wouldn't look good if someone saw me. Luan Nian's message. A single question mark. What are you thinking? It's for a meeting. Luan Nian snorted coldly. He could see right through the thoughts running through Shang Zhitao's mind. Shang Zhitao's message. Oh, Shang Zhitao felt that Luan Nian had caught her again. They hadn't seen each other for more than a month, and she had thought Luan Nian was referring to something unmentionable. Any adult man or woman would have wild thoughts after receiving a room number like that. She stayed at the venue for nearly 3 hours, going through all the details with the exhibition company before finally taking her laptop to Luan Nian's room. Standing outside his door, she suddenly remembered that time in Guangzhou when she had stood outside his room with all those jumbled thoughts running through her head. She blushed again. It was strange. Logically, they should have been very familiar with each other by now, at least in bed. Yet standing outside his room today still made her blush. She was blushing and nervous. Her heart pounded loudly. She took a deep breath before reaching out to press the doorbell. Luan Nian was on the phone when he opened the door. Seeing that it was Shang Zhitao, he stepped aside to let her in. Alex, Flora is here with me now. We'll both join the other meeting later. Shang Zhitao thought Luan Nian was remarkably open-minded and felt full of admiration for him. She looked up at him, only to see him raise his eyebrows at her with a hint of mischief. Shang Zhitao's face instantly turned red as she sat in the chair opposite his hotel desk. Seeing the fine sweat on her forehead, Luan Nian opened the mini fridge, took out a small Coca-Cola, popped the tab with one hand, and placed it in front of her. Then his fingertips pinched her earlobe. Luan Nian liked Shang Zhitao's earlobes. They were soft and full, and they were always the first part of her to turn red whenever she was embarrassed. Shang Zhitao didn't dare move, afraid she would disrupt his phone call. Luan Nian was a little distracted. Over the past month, he had been too busy, sometimes staying at the company for only half a day. On several nights when he couldn't sleep, he had thought of Shang Zhitao's beautiful body in the darkness. Shang Zhitao hardly dared to breathe. Finally, unable to endure it any longer, she pushed his hand away, her eyes standing at attention as though warning him to behave himself. Luan Nian was in a good mood. He pinched her face with one hand, squeezing her lips into an O shape, before sitting back down across from her. The meeting dragged on for quite a while. Luan Nian tossed the menu to Shang Zhitao, asking her to help order dinner. Shang Zhitao went outside to call the hotel front desk and ordered dinner for two. When she came back in, she saw that Luan Nian had already hung up the phone and was standing by the window, looking at her. She suddenly felt a little weak in the knees, a tingling sensation creeping upward from her kneecaps. The room was somewhat dark, and she couldn't clearly see Luan Nian's expression. Behind him, however, She could see the straight, verdant bamboo landscape outside the window. She pressed her lips tightly together. That nervous, flustered feeling she'd experienced the first time at his home surrounded her again. "Flora," Nian called. The meeting is starting." It was a meeting, yet the ambiguity between the two of them just now couldn't be dispelled. Sitting across from Nian, Shang Zhitao felt that she was truly foolish for being so deeply affected by his seductive poison. She sat across from him and listened to the meeting but didn't dare look at him. His gaze seemed as though it would devour her. During the meeting, when it was Alex's turn to report on the progress of the activities scheduled for the day after tomorrow, Nian sat across from Shang Zhitao and watched her speak intently. Shang Zhitao had transformed. She no longer reported her work in a few words as she had before. She knew exactly what the leaders focused on and covered every key point concisely and succinctly. Except her face was still red. The doorbell rang. Their meal had arrived. Alex proactively called for a break. "It's past 7, and everyone's a little hungry. Shall we take 40 minutes to eat first?" "All right." Shang Zhitao got up to clear the table. Nian looked at her. Adult men and women didn't need to pretend too much. At that moment, they both knew perfectly well what they wanted most. On the soft bed, in her urgency, Shang Zhitao called his name. Luan. Nian rarely heard her call him by his name directly. He stopped and looked at her, brushing away the strands of hair scattered across her face. "What is it, Flora? The event company might look for me." Nian's lips pressed against the back of her ear. "Did you miss me?" "What? During these past months, did you miss me?" Shang Zhitao didn't speak. Instead, she took his hand to prove it to him. Yet her gaze remained innocent and clear. Nian covered her eyes, and the two of them sank deeply into the bed. Shang Zhitao didn't dare make a sound. When she could no longer hold back, she bit Nian's finger. He winced in pain and pinched her face. "Are you a dog?" His lips pressed down, trapping her voice within. Like fighting. In the end, they were 10 minutes late getting back online. "Sorry, I just took a private call. Let's begin now." Nian glanced at Shang Zhitao. She was pulling up the zipper of her dress, gradually covering her beautiful back. Nian moved her hand aside to help her, but his movement suddenly paused. His lips descended, silently pressing against her back. Shang Zhitao jumped away and glared at him. Nian merely shrugged, then began asking questions in the online meeting as though nothing had happened, looking perfectly proper. Shang Zhitao was starving. She quietly ate while listening to the meeting. Nian wasn't so fortunate. He had to participate seriously in the discussion. Occasionally, Shang Zhitao fed him a bite, which he swallowed whole. Seeing Shang Zhitao eating with such enjoyment, he kept glaring at her. The meeting lasted until 11 o'clock. Shang Zhitao promptly sent out the meeting minutes and began packing up her computer. "I'm leaving now. Not staying here." "No." Shang Zhitao shouldered her large bag. "I still need to check the venue once more. They're setting up overnight today." Nian opened the door for her and casually asked, "You've applied for a promotion?" "Yes." I asked Alex, "and because my rank is low, this promotion can be evaluated internally within the department." Alex told me to feel confident about applying. Shang Zhitao honestly told Nian, "But I haven't had time to prepare the promotion materials yet. When is the presentation?" "Next Monday." "Are you prepared for failure?" Nian was trying to scare her. Chapter 49. Shang Zhitao stood below the stage, watching Nian speak. This wasn't the first time, yet Nian still made her feel dizzy. Standing alone on such a large stage, he didn't appear thin or insignificant. Instead, he had an extraordinary presence. He spoke about Ling Mei's new strategy in China that year, conducting in-depth research into local culture, promoting craftsmanship, connecting domestic and international markets, and allowing brands to take root locally while also expanding globally. The Creative Center, in collaboration with the marketing department, had conducted research and produced a promotional video. It was released during his speech, exquisite and rich in cultural depth. Nian was that kind of person. Working in such an industry, he wasn't swayed by material desires or mainstream aesthetics. He always remained true to himself. That was his strength and also his charm. During the rehearsal, Nian had only found his position on stage without saying a word. Today was the first time he had presented the content, and Shang Zhitao listened to the entire speech. She had barely slept over the past few days, all for this final presentation. The event had drained all her recent energy, and now she was hanging on by her last breath. Once the guest speeches ended, everything would be nearly perfect. When will the PR release go out? Lumi asked Shang Zhitao. The first round of PR will go out uniformly 20 minutes after the official end. The second round will go out after the exclusive interviews, and the third batch of articles will be released tomorrow afternoon. Thorough. Lumi gave Shang Zhitao a thumbs up. I had a good teacher. Shang Zhitao smiled at her, affectionately resting her head on Lumi's shoulder for a moment. Are you tired? If you are, you can go to Xi'an later next week, and I'll handle things myself. Lumi was somewhat concerned about Shang Zhitao, who worked recklessly. She worried that Shang Zhitao might collapse. No need. Xi'an has 2 sub-venues, and you'll be too tired on your own. I'll assist you. It won't be too exhausting. That works too. I'll treat you to Palma then. Great. Luan Nian came off the stage, and Shang Zhitao spoke into her walkie-talkie. The host is on stage now. The next guest is Ms. Jianglan. Usher team, follow up. She had gone over the meeting procedures countless times. Everything was already in her head. The timing was accurate to the second, positioning was accurate to the centimeter, and personnel assignments were clear and detailed. When Luan Nian learned she would be handling the first stop, he had told her, only with thorough preparation can you handle unexpected changes at the venue. Jianglan was beautiful, a strong businesswoman forged through years in the commercial world, completely at ease in such settings. When she began speaking, her first sentence was in Suzhou dialect, saying how good it was to be home. Lumi clicked her tongue and nudged Shang Zhitao with her elbow. Have you heard? What? This association chairwoman. Our Luke secured her. How did he secure her? What do you think? The implication was clear. How else would he have secured her? A woman like Jianglan had seen everything. What would she be interested in? Just some enjoyment. Shang Zhitao nodded. She understood. Really? She asked Lumi. Rumors are rumors, but I think Luke does have integrity. He wouldn't actually do anything with her. He'd just use a little charm. Lumi laughed twice. Recently, some people have been saying he's gay. What? There's a recent rumor that 9 out of 10 creative men are gay. They say our Luke grew up abroad, works in this industry, and seems refined. He looks like he goes both ways. Shang Zhitao burst out laughing. Then she carefully imagined Luan Nian being gay and cleared her throat. We should be serious. You keep making me laugh, and I've forgotten the next procedure. Prejudice, prejudice. It's all industry bias, Lumi continued. The two of them giggled together. After Jianglan finished speaking, Shang Zhitao saw Luan Nian stand up, applauding and guiding Jianglan to her position. He was providing attentive service, and it was rare for him to be so accommodating. Shang Zhitao looked away and focused on the procedures that followed. She finally endured until the speech section ended and let out a long breath. Ushers and guides, please lead the guests out in an orderly manner. There are 15 negotiation positions on the side for the sales colleagues to use. VIPs should be guided to the VIP hall on the first floor to await the banquet. Luke has an exclusive interview. I'll go get him. After Shang Zhitao finished speaking, she muted her walkie-talkie and walked over to Luan Nian. Luke, next is your 30-minute exclusive interview, followed by questions from 2 TV stations, 5 online media outlets, and 10 print media outlets. It will take about 50 minutes in total. Good. Thank you. Then he turned to Jianglan. Join me. I haven't prepared any topics. Aren't you known for your eloquence? Luan Nian smiled. Please. Shang Zhitao listened to their small talk, thinking about how difficult it must be to be a boss. Even someone as proud and arrogant as Luan Nian had to feign enthusiasm. Shang Zhitao led them to the interview hall. Since there had been an adjustment to the guests, she notified Lumi and then went to handle other matters. After a while, she received a message from Lumi. Lumi's message. I can't stand it anymore. Shang Zhitao's message. What's wrong? Lumi's message. Jianglan is so disgusting. Why does she always stand so close to my stubborn donkey? Lumi called Luan Nian her stubborn donkey. Over the past half year, her greatest joy had been watching Luan Nian mess up. Shang Zhitao's message. Silence. Lumi's message. After the interview, I'm cutting it all out. Lumi was joking. Shang Zhitao's message. No. Spare me. If another level 1 incident happens, Luke will fire me directly. With Lu Mi's messages preparing her, Shang Zhitao was mentally ready for the interaction between Luan Yin and Jiang Lan. When she led them to the VIP hall, she saw Jiang Lan smiling gently at Luan Yin, but Shang Zhitao didn't feel uncomfortable. Instead, she calmly led them into the VIP hall and handed them over to the waitstaff to be seated. Whatever happened inside was no longer her concern. Her final task that day was to take good care of the bosses in the VIP hall. Ling Mei was strict. The menu for banquets like this was carefully planned. Who had dietary restrictions or allergies? Who preferred what? All of it had been researched through the sales team beforehand. The selected dishes were a fusion of different tastes, with an emphasis on refinement. Since East China's main battlefield was in Suzhou, squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, cherry pork, and yellow braised eel were must-have dishes. The hotel was also famous for its delicious banquets. Shang Zhitao had tasted the food in advance. She was confident. Standing at the entrance to the VIP hall, she watched as each dish was served. After a while, she received a message from Luan Yin. Luan Yin's message. Which room is Jiang Lan staying in? Shang Zhitao's message. Alex said she's been arranged next to yours. Shang Zhitao didn't mention anything she had heard about the two of them that day. Luan Yin's message. Arranged next to me? Shang Zhitao's message. Yes. He said it was convenient. Luan Yin's message. Convenient for what? Shang Zhitao's message. That I don't know. Shang Zhitao put away her phone, deciding not to respond to Luan Yin's messages anymore. You ask me what's convenient about it? Don't you know in your heart? She took a deep breath and told herself not to mind. Whoever minded was a big fool. Then she continued monitoring the banquet. Half an hour later, the atmosphere inside became livelier, and Shang Zhitao heard piano music. When the waiters were serving dishes, she glanced through the open door and saw Jiang Lan playing the piano while the others listened attentively. Shang Zhitao recalled her childhood experiences. If she had to perform in a setting like this, she would probably have to bring out her calligraphy tools. Luan Yin was watching too. Luan Yin liked dazzling things, and at that moment, Jiang Lan was dazzling. He appreciated any woman brave enough to display her charm. It made him feel that society was open and progressing. Shang Zhitao couldn't finish her glance before the door closed again. She could only vaguely hear the louder parts of the conversations taking place inside. At any rate, it was lively. She was also speculating about what kind of contracts would be signed that day and what consensus would be reached. Another hour passed, and Shang Zhitao was getting a little tired from standing. She found a chair and sat down, then saw a message from Alex. Alex's message. Luke is a bit drunk. Shang Zhitao's message. Luke is drunk? How drunk? Alex's message. Dead drunk. Shang Zhitao didn't believe Luan Yin would get drunk. The first time she had seen him drink, he had consumed quite a lot, but had still remembered to ask the doorman to help her hail a taxi. For someone like that to become completely drunk within the first hour? She wouldn't believe it even if you killed her. She contacted the hotel sales manager. Can I borrow 2 strong male colleagues? The hotel acted quickly and sent people over immediately. She knocked and entered. Everyone was scattered around the room. They had all drunk plenty, and few of them looked clear-headed. When Alex saw Shang Zhitao come in, he stood up unsteadily and patted her shoulder. I'm counting on you, Flora. Of course. Shall I take you first? Take Luke. Alex winked at her. Shang Zhitao was a little confused and didn't understand what the wink meant. The waitstaff supported Luan Yin out of the VIP hall, and they ran into Lu Mi face-to-face. Lu Mi was somewhat surprised. Luke? Yes. Shang Zhitao nodded. Luke drank this much. Shang Zhitao nodded again. Holy shit. Together with the waitstaff, the two of them escorted Luan Yin back to his room. The waitstaff politely withdrew. Shang Zhitao got a glass of water and placed it beside his bed. As she was getting up, she saw Luan Yin open his eyes, sit up against the headboard, and wink at her. A single question mark. Luan Yin chuckled softly. Lu Mi's eyes widened, and she asked quietly, Luke isn't drunk. Luan Yin sat up. It wasn't interesting. I didn't want to drink anymore. Apollo can handle it. Is there any noodle soup? Yes, I'll order some for you. Lu Mi called the hotel and asked them to send up a bowl of noodles. After hanging up, she said, I'll go check on things and pick up the noodles along the way. They said they're swamped today because of our event, so delivery is slow. I'll go get it myself. Flora, Keep Luke company for now. I'll go back to the VIP hall. Shang Zhitao started to walk out, but Lumi stopped her. No, we can't leave a drunk person unattended. It wouldn't look right. Keep the door open, stay here, and avoid giving people anything to gossip about. Then she winked at Shang Zhitao, as if to say, are you stupid? Luke dislikes you so much. Shouldn't you take this chance to impress him? Shang Zhitao was caught in a dilemma, so she simply followed Lu Mi's advice. She opened the door and stood there. She sent Luan Nian a message. Shang Zhitao's message. Is it inconvenient for me to be here? Luan Nian's message. A single question mark. Shang Zhitao's message. In case Chairwoman Jiang comes looking for you later. Luan Nian tossed his phone aside and gazed at Shang Zhitao. After a long while, he asked, the hotel only had one condom, and we used it the day before yesterday. Do you want to get a few for me now? All right. Luan Nian couldn't help laughing at Shang Zhitao's response. Then he nodded. Ultra-thin, sensitive ones. Thanks for the trouble. Oh. Shang Zhitao stood motionless, lowering her head to reply to messages from the event company, making absolutely no mention of buying condoms. Luan Nian leaned against the headboard with his hands crossed behind his head, watching her. After a while, he asked, aren't you going? No. Why not? My boss isn't a male prostitute. Shang Zhitao put down her phone and smiled at him, deliberately provoking him. My boss isn't for sale. Your boss certainly isn't a male prostitute. Otherwise, why didn't you pay when you slept with him? Silence. Shang Zhitao couldn't argue with him, and her face turned red with anger. After a while, she heard a succession of sounds from the corridor. Luan Nian beckoned to her. Come here. Is this how you take care of someone? Oh. Shang Zhitao wrung out a towel and crouched beside his bed to wipe his face, putting on a show of taking good care of her boss. Luan Nian turned sideways, his finger hooking around hers. Shang Zhitao tried to pull away but couldn't. She whispered, be careful. Someone might see. Luan Nian didn't let go. In a tiny voice, he called her name. Shang Zhitao. Your clothes are riding up. Luan Nian's eyes fell on Shang Zhitao's chest, where he could vaguely see inside. His Adam's apple moved. Then he asked again, are you doing this on purpose? Shang Zhitao was about to say something when she heard a knock at the door. She hurriedly pulled her hand away, stood up, and went to greet the visitor. Chairwoman Jiang. How drunk is he? He vomited once just now, and now he's asleep. Jiang Lan took a few steps forward, saw Luan Nian sleeping soundly on the bed, and smiled at Shang Zhitao. Luke still needs to work on his alcohol tolerance. This is also my first time seeing Luke drunk. Jiang Lan nodded and walked out. Then she suddenly asked Shang Zhitao, what's your name? Chapter 50. Hello, Chairwoman Jiang. My name is Shang Zhitao. Shang Zhitao hadn't expected Jiang Lan to suddenly ask for her name, but fortunately, that was all she wanted to know. The event was well organized. Jiang Lan complimented her. Then she said, I'm staying next door. When Luke wakes up, let me know. We haven't finished discussing the association matters. All right. I'll leave a message for Luke to find you when he wakes up. Shang Zhitao had gradually learned to read people's intentions and had mastered the proper degree of discretion. When Jiang Lan said to let her know, what she actually meant was that Luke should go find her himself. After seeing Jiang Lan off, Shang Zhitao returned to Luan Nian's bedside and saw that he was still pretending. Even though the visitor had already left, his eyes remained tightly shut. Shang Zhitao softly called him twice, but he refused to open his eyes. He merely muttered in a low voice, hot. Oh. Shang Zhitao picked up the towel and wiped his face. This time, she was genuinely helping him. Even though he was only pretending to be drunk, he had still consumed quite a bit of alcohol and was probably feeling uncomfortable. Luan Nian took Shang Zhitao's hand. They never held hands outside of making love, but today he had done it twice. First, he had hooked his finger around hers, and now he was holding her hand. The palm of someone who had been drinking was very hot against Shang Zhitao's cool hand. His thumb gently caressed it as he spoke with rare gentleness. Will you come directly to my place after your flight on Friday? Shang Zhitao put the towel aside, brought her lips close to his, lightly pressed them against his, and quickly withdrew. Yes. Shang Zhitao. My head hurts. Luan Nian had never mentioned any discomfort before. Shang Zhitao had always thought he had an indestructible body, with endless energy, constantly thinking, and full of vitality. Should I get you some pain reliever? It's in my laptop bag. Shang Zhitao found the pain reliever in Luan Nian's laptop bag. Several pills had already been taken, so this was clearly not his first headache. She poured him a glass of water and handed it over, unable to resist asking, "Do you get headaches often?" "Occasionally. Nerve pain. My mother has it too." "Oh." Shang Zhitao crouched beside the bed and placed her fingers against his temple. "Does it hurt here?" "Yes. Thank you." "You're welcome. You took care of me when I had pneumonia." "Returning the favor?" Silence. The security guard at Luan Nian's compound who recognized Shang Zhitao had been promoted to deputy security chief. He had exchanged his old uniform for a more professional one and looked much sharper standing at the entrance. Seeing Shang Zhitao pulling her suitcase, he voluntarily drove over in a small cart. "Let me take you." "Thank you." The security chief put her suitcase onto the cart. "Let's go, Miss Shang." He finally no longer thought of Shang Zhitao as someone engaged in an unseemly profession. Luan Nian had returned on an early flight and was on a conference call at home. Hearing the door open, he looked toward the entrance. Shang Zhitao appeared travel-worn. She must have been tired. After the event ended, she had needed to settle accounts with the event company that morning and follow up on various wrap-up tasks. She had probably gotten up at 6. Shang Zhitao put the keys to Luan Nian's home into her bag, took out her dedicated slippers from the shoe rack, and put them on. She walked over to Luan Nian and drank the glass of soda water beside him. Then she pointed upstairs and mouthed, "I'm going to shower." Luan Nian muted the call and grabbed her wrist. "Take a nap after your shower." "All right." Shang Zhitao went to the guest room, quickly showered, and changed into her pajamas, but she wasn't sleepy. So she took out her computer to write her promotion report. She had never written one before and didn't know how, so she looked at reports from other colleagues. However, their work content was different, and she could only copy the general format. The PowerPoint was open, but she didn't understand why promotion reports had to use PowerPoint. She wrote, deleted, and wrote again. After struggling for a long time, she had written fewer than 50 words. Luan Nian finished his meeting and came upstairs. Seeing the guest room door open, he stood in the doorway and looked at her. "Not tired?" Shang Zhitao shook her head. "I haven't finished my promotion report." Luan Nian sat on the edge of the bed and took her computer. Seeing fewer than 50 words on the PowerPoint, he asked, "So, in over an hour, you averaged less than 1 word per minute." "I don't know what to write." Shang Zhitao felt a little ashamed. Luan Nian glanced at her. She truly could accept her foolish self. "What have you been doing all this time?" If you say you've been doing menial tasks, then give up on this promotion." Luan Nian interrupted her. That was Luan Nian, always strict. "I probably need to organize my thoughts." Shang Zhitao felt a little uneasy. Whenever she discussed work with Luan Nian, she always felt less confident. Then organize them properly. Luan Nian returned the computer to her. A promotion report isn't about detailing every task you've done, big or small. It's about categorizing and organizing the complex work you've done, then presenting how you've accomplished those tasks well, even turning your experience into something others can learn from. Am I expressing myself clearly? Yes. Then right now, start with the first part of your work, budget management. Luan Nian was well aware of the work Shang Zhitao had done, but he wouldn't write it for her. She had to learn to think independently. "All right. Thank you, Luke." When it came to official matters, she called him Luke. Shang Zhitao could switch seamlessly. Luan Nian returned to his room. After a while, he came back with his computer. He was attending a review meeting. Every year, the company would select an industry expert and reward them with million-yuan stock incentives and annual salary adjustments. He nodded to one side, gesturing for Shang Zhitao to make room for him on the bed. Shang Zhitao moved aside. Luan Nian sat against the outer edge of the headboard and stretched his legs out on the bed. He muted his microphone and said to Shang Zhitao, "You don't know how to write a promotion report, right? Listen to this." "Can I listen?" Luan Nian glanced at her. Too many questions. He didn't think there was anything she couldn't listen to. He believed there was a problem with the promotion system and had discussed it with Tracy. He hoped the hiring of high-level experts could become more transparent, allowing audits or even turning the process into public presentations. But Tracy disagreed. Her reasoning was that such presentations had too many variables and often weren't about the presentation itself, but rather about background, resources, and connections. It was impossible to pursue absolute fairness. The person presenting was Grace. Grace was a core employee of the Creative Center, with a dual function in the planning department. Shang Zhitao had worked with Grace on projects before and knew how capable she was. This was also the first time Shang Zhitao had ever seen a presentation like this. Was this even a presentation? It was more like a battle. As Grace presented her content, the bosses constantly interrupted her, throwing sharp questions at her. Luan Nian asked one question that made Shang Zhitao think that if she were Grace, she would curse him in her heart. Luan Nian asked, "What does the success of this project have to do with you?" The client was secured by sales. My goodness. Luan Nian really was something else, challenging even his own people in a setting like this. Shang Zhitao suddenly felt that being Luan Nian's subordinate wasn't so great after all. Grace was silent for a few seconds before answering. I very rationally believe that, for this project, I was the icing on the cake. Without me, the project would still have been delivered, but not so excellently. Shang Zhitao thought. Is this the workplace confidence Lumi talked about? Shang Zhitao had benefited from Luan Nian secretly auditing such a promotion competition. Everyone participating in this competition was among the company's top employees. This was in 2011, with million-yuan stock incentives and significant salary increases. It was equivalent to getting a ticket to enter this city, at least enough to own a home. Their work was truly outstanding. They managed S-level projects, opened up resources both inside and outside the company, established industry standards, and won international awards. Each person was an expert in their respective field. That day had a profound impact on Shang Zhitao's thinking. The rewards people received for their work varied greatly. The enormous rewards that truly outstanding people received were beyond imagination. So my presentation will be like this too? She asked Luan Nian afterward. No. Yours is an internal department presentation. It depends on your department style. Shang Zhitao stared at the page of her promotion report she had written and felt that it was terrible. Luan Nian took his computer and walked out, leaving Shang Zhitao to think independently. Sometimes making love wasn't that important. For instance, right now, compared with making love, Luan Nian would rather have Shang Zhitao finish her troublesome promotion report. Shang Zhitao stayed up all night and slept until noon on Saturday. Luan Nian was working out. She usually left on Saturdays. During the first 2 months, whenever she left, Luan Nian was often still in bed. He only slept in on weekends. But at some point, Luan Nian had started getting up earlier on weekends. He would occasionally ask Shang Zhitao, "Urgent business?" Shang Zhitao was embarrassed to say she was studying and was also unwilling to expose her private life to Luan Nian, so she would say, "I made plans to eat with my roommates." Every week. Yes, don't you do the same? But today, she hesitated a little. They hadn't done anything the night before. Nothing at all. The purpose of her being there didn't exist anymore. Luan Nian put down his equipment and wiped away his sweat. Seeing Shang Zhitao standing at the door, he said calmly, "If you're not in a hurry to leave, wait a bit. I'll help you practice your presentation." Really? Yes. Shang Zhitao was somewhat surprised that Luan Nian had volunteered to help her practice. Their relationship had always consisted of her asking and him answering. He rarely took the initiative. "Can you look at my content first?" Shang Zhitao was a little nervous. After auditing yesterday's presentation meeting, she felt that what she had written was like a pile of garbage. She could already imagine Luan Nian's expression when he saw her content. "Send it to me." Luan Nian picked up a towel and walked toward the elevator. "But you'll have to wait for me to shower and make some food." "I can cook." Shang Zhitao raised her hand, volunteering. She felt that she couldn't hold her head up, always eating food made by Luan Nian because she didn't know how to cook. So she had deliberately learned a few dishes from Sun Yu. "Then go ahead. I won't burn your kitchen this time." Shang Zhitao made the promise solemnly. While Luan Nian showered, she went to the kitchen on the first floor. Seeing how many ingredients were in Luan Nian's refrigerator, she only dared to make noodles. But she took it seriously, determined to properly make a bowl of tomato and egg soup noodles and redeem herself. Luan Nian came downstairs after his shower and saw Shang Zhitao arranging the dish with her pinky finger raised. He walked over and took a look. She had even coordinated the colors to improve the presentation. It was much better than last time, but it looked better than it tasted. After taking one bite, his brows furrowed. Seeing Shang Zhitao looking at him expectantly, he said, "Don't cook next time." Shang Zhitao took a bite and felt as though she had swallowed a spoonful of salt. She was too embarrassed to spit it out, so she forced herself to swallow. Luan Nian sighed, got up, rinsed the noodles with clean water, then took out a jar of sauce and added a couple of spoonfuls. They made do with the meal. Shang Zhitao felt a little embarrassed. "I'm just not skilled enough. With more practice, I should be able to make it taste good." "Did you cook noodles like this for yourself during your school years?" "For 4 years. Maybe the cooking tools have changed. Is it so hard to admit that you have no talent for cooking?" "Oh." The two of them ate while bantering. After the meal, Luan Nian helped Shang Zhitao practice. Shang Zhitao was only presenting for a promotion from level 2 to level 3. It was an internal department presentation that was merely a formality. Whether she passed depended on Alex. But Alex had given Shang Zhitao the Suzhou project, so his attitude was already clear. Shang Zhitao would pass this time. Luan Nian knew this well, but didn't say much. Sooner or later, Shang Zhitao would face far more brutal competition. Starting to practice from this day wasn't necessarily a bad thing. He asked Shang Zhitao, "Why did you choose this supplier for Suzhou? Then, what do you think has been your biggest improvement and gain during your year at Lingmei? Do you have any confusion or dissatisfaction with your current work? Do you think the current market strategy is correct? Does it need adjustment?" None of these questions needed to be considered by a level 2 employee, but Luan Yin asked her seriously. Shang Zhitao had no experience with presentations like this and was repeatedly stunned by his questions. Her mind couldn't keep up with Luan Yin's questioning, and by the end, she even felt a little despondent. Scared, Shang Zhitao nodded. "I'm nervous." She thought Luan Yin would say that if she was nervous, she might as well give up. He always talked like that. Unexpectedly, he behaved differently this time, showing rare tolerance. "If you're nervous, practice more. If you're nervous, practice more." Did that sound like something Luan Yin would say? He even added, "Get ready to win, and win beautifully." Shang Zhitao looked over at him. Luan Yin stood up and asked her, "Going to eat fish? Didn't we just eat? That can only be called sustenance." Luan Yin picked up his car keys. "We can also check on how the bar construction is going. Then I'll go too." They rarely spent weekends together. Shang Zhitao still wanted to ask Luan Yin many questions about the promotion, so under the pretext of eating fish, she got into the car. Luan Yin had said he wanted to tear that place down and rebuild it, and indeed, it had been torn down and was now being rebuilt. They drove up the mountain, and Shang Zhitao rolled down the window to feel the mountain breeze. Luan Yin's phone rang. He hung up without answering. The caller called again. Shang Zhitao lowered her eyes slightly and saw the name, Zhang Yao. As though she had seen something she shouldn't have, she hurriedly looked away. Chapter 51. Luan Yin glanced at the phone that kept lighting up. Zhang Yao was persistent. When she moved to Beijing, she hadn't asked anyone for help. Instead, she rented a small house by the lakeside in Hohai. The bustling hutongs around Hohai didn't quiet down until 2 in the morning, but Zhang Yao liked it. She felt the place had a lively atmosphere. Luan Yin answered the phone and told Zhang Yao, "I'm driving. I'll call you back later. Want to come listen to music tonight?" "No." "Fine. We'll talk later then." Zhang Yao's new boyfriend was also in a band, and he had moved into her place the day after they met. Luan Yin was already accustomed to Zhang Yao frequently changing boyfriends. Her constant relocations and changing partners were simply her normal way of life. Shang Zhitao kept looking out the car window. In June, the mountains were lush, the trees and grass a vibrant green. It was Beijing's most beautiful season of the year. Luan Yin's bar had been under construction for more than 2 months and was beginning to take shape. He had kept one room in the bar for daily rest. Shang Zhitao couldn't quite imagine what the finished place would look like. She only thought it was enormous and must be able to hold a lot of people. It's so remote. Who would come here? She finally asked the question that had been bothering her for a long time. Other people's bars were in Hohai, Nanluoguxiang, or Wadea-ku, all places with plenty of people. Opening his bar here seemed like throwing money away. Shang Zhitao felt pained just thinking about it. "Business is a science," Luan Yin said. "If you want to learn, I can teach you gradually." Gradually? Shang Zhitao didn't understand what gradually meant. In her mind, there would always come a day when they parted ways. Maybe tomorrow, maybe next month, or maybe next year. They wouldn't last long anyway. Yes, gradually, Luan Nian replied. He was asking the construction foreman about the progress. It was a little slower than expected, and he wanted to know why. Putting away his phone, he asked Shang Zhitao, "Shall we go eat?" He was eager to comfort his stomach after the injustice it had suffered from Shang Zhitao's noodles. They went to the same fish restaurant. The owner was the same as well. The owner seemed to have grown accustomed to seeing them together and had tacitly acknowledged their special relationship, treating Shang Zhitao much more casually than before. They ate fish, and then Luan Nian took Shang Zhitao back to his home. Shang Zhitao suspected that Luan Nian had a perpetual motion machine inside him. Sometimes, puzzled, she would search online. At what age does a man's sexual ability begin to decline? Most answers said 25. After 25, it depended on technique. That didn't apply to Luan Nian. She liked kissing Luan Nian. His lips were always slightly cool, while hers were warm. Whenever her warmth met his coolness, her heart would skip half a beat. She persistently kissed Luan Nian during intimacy. He didn't refuse, and even seemed to like it a little. When everything was over, Shang Zhitao put on her pajamas to clean up, then returned to the guest room. They never slept together, but that day was an exception. They were both exhausted and didn't want to move after they finished, with Luan Nian's hand still resting on Shang Zhitao's waist. She thought, let's rest for a while. She only meant to rest for a moment, but she fell asleep. The feeling was strange. She was curled up in Luan Nian's arms, her head resting on his arm and her back pressed against his chest. Shang Zhitao slept soundly. When she opened her eyes, she discovered that Luan Nian's leg was tightly locked around hers, his arm firmly restraining her. She couldn't breathe properly. She whimpered uncomfortably and tried to turn over with difficulty, only to see Luan Nian scowling at her with his eyes closed. Don't move. Even with his eyes closed, his displeasure was obvious. Silence. Shang Zhitao stopped moving. Your leg is a little heavy. After a long while, Luan Nian asked, did your ex-boyfriend ever tell you that you do somersaults in your sleep? A single question mark. Shang Zhitao genuinely thought about the question and answered honestly. He said sometimes. Luan Nian released her and got out of bed to shower. Shang Zhitao followed behind him. Did I do somersaults? How did I do them? Are you going to shower with me? He blocked the doorway, intimidating Shang Zhitao. I don't want to. Luan Nian closed the door and turned on the shower. From outside, he vaguely heard Shang Zhitao raise her voice. Did I do somersaults? How did I do them? When I did somersaults, why didn't you kick me off the bed? Luan Nian rarely slept with women, and this rare occasion had been enough to traumatize him. Shang Zhitao had kicked out in her sleep, nearly hitting his manhood. Luan Nian reasonably suspected she had done it on purpose. He had considered kicking her off the bed and was about to extend his foot when Shang Zhitao turned onto her side, wrapped an arm around his waist, and found a comfortable position in his arms. It seemed that even in her dreams, she trusted him. Luan Nian suddenly felt a little soft-hearted. If someone was kicked off the bed while sleeping soundly and suffered a shock, they might develop a neurosis afterward. Better to endure it. So he locked her in place to keep her from moving around. The Shang Zhitao in his arms was probably part donkey, occasionally kicking up her hooves and making Luan Nian's heart skip a beat. When he came out of the bathroom, he saw that Shang Zhitao had already showered and was sitting on the bed waiting for him, wearing a slightly guilty and apologetic expression. Did I kick you? What else? Luan Nian pulled off his towel. Shang Zhitao hurriedly covered her eyes. It's broad daylight. Don't do that. But her fingers were spread apart, her eyes peeking through the gaps at Luan Nian's muscular legs. Luan Nian was amused. He pulled her hands away and pointed to his inner thigh, where there was a bruise very close to his manhood. He still didn't know where Shang Zhitao got her strength from. Probably from eating a lot and moving around so much. She had brute force. Shang Zhitao looked surprised. She pointed at the bruise, then at herself. I did that. Were you possessed? Luan Nian chased her off the bed. I'm hungry. Go make noodles. My noodles don't taste good. Make them anyway. Oh. When Shang Zhitao was adding salt, Luan Nian spoke up. Salt. Don't let your hand shake. Use less. Shang Zhitao blushed, utterly mortified. At least the noodles tasted a little better than yesterday. A downpour began outside, and the security guard couldn't hail a car. Shang Zhitao couldn't leave and was forced to stay at Luan Nian's home. She only stayed overnight on Fridays, So spending 2 consecutive nights, there was a first. Suddenly, she didn't know what to do. Luan Nian nestled into the sofa, flipping through a magazine. Shang Zhitao watched television. She was very bored, so she secretly glanced at Luan Nian. He caught her and put down his magazine. What is it? Shang Zhitao smiled and sat cross-legged, facing him. She spoke very solemnly. Luan Nian, don't you think we're too unfamiliar with each other? A single question mark. Seeing Luan Nian frown, Shang Zhitao continued. I think getting to know each other better would also help improve the quality of our sex life. Silence. Luan Nian decided to go along with her. So let's play a game together. What game? I used to play a rock-paper-scissors question game with my ex-boyfriend. The loser chooses either to answer a question or get flicked on the forehead. Let's play that too, okay? Shang Zhitao seemed to have a screw loose in her head. Seeing Luan Nian nod, she became quite happy. She extended her clean, delicate hand. Then let's start. Come on. At that moment, she looked like a 17 or 18-year-old girl, innocent and lovely. Luan Nian stared at her for a while before discussing the rules. Can we ask anything? Yes. No restrictions. Only the truth. Yes. Liars are pigs. Accept the consequences? Yes. Luan Nian beckoned to her. Come on. Men were gamblers by nature, and Luan Nian even more so. He never went easy on anyone when playing games, regardless of gender. Luan Nian won the first round, and Shang Zhitao chose to answer a question. Luan Nian asked, have you ever taken first place? In any competition? Of course I have. In what? Shot put in primary school. A calligraphy competition in high school. After answering, Shang Zhitao saw Luan Nian's knowing expression and heard his indifferent reply. I wasted a question. Not mathematics competitions, English competitions, singing competitions, or dancing competitions, but shot put and calligraphy. After saying it aloud, she felt ashamed of herself. She suddenly felt that Luan Nian, the old fox, was quite malicious, but at least she could handle it. In the second round, Shang Zhitao lost again and chose to answer another question. Is anyone pursuing you right now? Luan Nian asked casually. Shang Zhitao thought for a moment. If she said no, it would seem as though she lacked charm, so she prepared to lie. Then she heard Luan Nian say, lying makes you a pig. Silence. No. Shang Zhitao's social circle was very small. Apart from helping Song Xiuhan work at 2 offline matchmaking events, there were only her colleagues and the few people around her. It's okay. There's nothing shameful about it. It's normal. You know, many people go their whole lives without being pursued, right? I have been pursued before. My ex-boyfriend loved me very much, Shang Zhitao protested. If he loved you so much, why did you break up? Luan Nian's tongue was venomous. That was something he would never change. In the third round, Shang Zhitao lost again. She didn't want to answer any more questions. The next one would surely be even more embarrassing. Otherwise, it wouldn't be Luan Nian. She chose a forehead flick. When she lost to Xian Zhaozhou, his fingertip would only symbolically tap her forehead. It didn't hurt at all. Very gentle. Are you sure? I'm sure. Shang Zhitao lifted her bangs for Luan Nian to flick. As soon as she lifted them, she heard a crisp sound, and her head buzzed with pain. She immediately covered her forehead and looked at Luan Nian in disbelief. She didn't even realize that tears had sprung to her eyes from the pain. What's wrong? Didn't you agree to accept the consequences? After finishing the performance, Luan Nian got up to pour himself some water, leaving Shang Zhitao sitting there and rubbing her forehead. He was in a bad mood. Sometimes, he didn't understand what Shang Zhitao was thinking. She kept mentioning her ex-boyfriend. What do I care what you did when you were dating? Why should I play games you played with him? Shang Zhitao was still a little stunned. After a long while, she said, I thought you'd be gentler. Why? Can't you take it? I want to keep playing? No more. Shang Zhitao was also a little angry. She didn't know what she was thinking. She casually grabbed a sofa cushion and threw it at Luan Nian. That hurt. Serves you right. Luan Nian caught the cushion and tossed it back onto the sofa before sitting down. Seeing that Shang Zhitao's forehead was slightly swollen, he pulled her closer and examined it carefully. He muttered, seems I did hit too hard. Did you cry from the pain? I didn't. Then you can flick me too. I won't flick you. I didn't win. Shang Zhitao claimed that she could accept losing, but at this point, she couldn't. Luan Nian had flicked her too hard, and it made her feel sad. Someone who didn't like her at all would hit that hard. How about this? You show rock, and I'll show scissors, Luan Nian told her. Okay. For show. Luan Nian lost and pointed at his forehead. Come on. Flick me. Shang Zhitao pressed her thumb and middle finger together and blew on them, savoring the satisfaction of her imminent revenge. She extended her hand toward Luan Nian's forehead but changed her mind. She couldn't bring herself to do it. Instead, she cupped his face and pressed her warm lips against his forehead. I just can't bear to hurt you. Then she jumped off the sofa to find something to eat in the refrigerator. The kiss had been light and fleeting, but it made Luan Nian's heart flutter slightly. The rain showed no signs of stopping, and Shang Zhitao thought she probably wouldn't be able to go home. She messaged Song Qiuhan. Shang Zhitao's message. Are you back from Handan yet? Song Qiuhan's message. On my way. The rain is so heavy today. Are you home? Shang Zhitao's message. I'm at Luan Nian's. I can't get a car. Song Qiuhan's message. Okay. I have his address. If I need to dispose of a body, at least I'll know who the murderer is. Ha ha ha. Song Qiuhan sent laughter to Shang Zhitao, but in reality, her foot was wrapped in bandages, and she was suffering on the train. She hadn't told Shang Zhitao that she'd been humiliated during her work in Handan. The event hadn't gone well. One female member was married, something that hadn't been recorded in their system. The member's husband had brought people to disrupt the event, and during the chaos, Song Qiuhan had fallen and sprained her ankle. She hadn't told anyone. She felt quite embarrassed about it. Song Qiuhan's laughter had two more ha-s than usual. Something was wrong. Shang Zhitao called her directly. Are you okay? I'm fine. Song Qiuhan looked at her foot, her eyes turning red. But she didn't want to cry on the crowded train, so she gritted her teeth. It's raining, and the entrance is slippery. Be careful going upstairs. There are snacks in the drawer in my room if you get hungry. Okay. Song Qiuhan expended a great deal of effort to reach her building. With her injured foot, climbing the stairs had become a challenge. Standing at the entrance and looking at the pouring rain, she finally broke down sobbing. The emotional collapse came so suddenly. Her heart felt adrift. She thought she couldn't persevere anymore. Perhaps she should simply go home and get married. Sun Yuanju's appearance was completely unexpected. He had come downstairs to take out the trash and planned to go for a walk when he saw Song Qiuhan leaning on a crutch, crying like a drenched chicken. Are you okay? He held the umbrella over Song Qiuhan's head and saw that her makeup had been ruined by her tears. Song Qiuhan felt suffocated from all directions. The project was struggling, her life was in shambles, and she was about to break down. Choking back tears, she said, I'm not okay. Let's go upstairs first, shall we? Sun Yuanju stepped forward and took her suitcase. Stay here. I'll take your suitcase up first. He understood Song Qiuhan and knew she would worry about losing her suitcase. Without waiting for her answer, he went upstairs and soon came back down. Slightly out of breath, he crouched in front of Song Qiuhan. Come on. Sun Yuanju's back was so warm. As he carried Song Qiuhan up the stairs, she felt her heart being healed by him, and gradually, she stopped crying. Chapter 52. What would you like to eat? Sun Yuanju asked Song Qiuhan. Her mascara was smeared around her eyes, and she looked quite disheveled. Song Qiuhan shook her head. I don't know what I want to eat. I feel like today has been terrible. Is it just me having such a bad day, or is everyone's life like this? You know what? Our startup project can't secure any investment. We don't even need much money, just time. But no one is willing to give us time. We identified the marriage market in second and third tier cities as promising, but that market is too complicated. Our event in Handan was disrupted, and some members got hurt. My foot hurts so much. Song Qiuhan had thought she was strong, but she still completely fell apart in front of Sun Yuanju. He listened quietly, only occasionally handing her tissues. By evening, Song Qiuhan finally felt a little better. She wiped away her last tear and smiled somewhat bashfully. I was terrible today. Thank you, Sun Yuanju. Did I frighten you? No. Sun Yuanju thought for a moment and handed Song Qiuhan another tissue. I have a friend who often has suicidal thoughts. When he gets emotional, he's much worse than you were just now. It's nothing. Being able to release your emotions is a good thing. You know what? I think the best thing that happened to me was when that agency cheated me, forcing me to live here, and then I met all of you. This was wonderful. Truly wonderful. They both felt that fate often played tricks on people, but not every outcome was a loss. Occasionally, after extreme bitterness came a little sweetness. That was simply the normal pattern of life. Shang Zhitao's work review was indeed just a formality. She presented her report while her colleagues continued with their work. Alex asked a few casual questions and then submitted the evaluation. She was a little confused. This was completely different from the expert reviews she'd heard. After it ended, she secretly asked Lumi, "Did I pass?" "Of course." "Really? Alex told me that our department has a high quota this year, and you've been working so hard, so naturally you passed." "Will my salary increase?" "Yes, probably around 15%. Shang Zhitao mentally calculated it on her fingers, then widened her eyes. 15%? That's too much. Lumi laughed at her silly expression. "You have such low expectations." After giggling for a while, they finally focused and got back to work. For the next few summit meetings, Lumi was the project manager, and Shang Zhitao volunteered to organize the sub-venue meetings to help reduce Lumi's workload, conscientiously doing her part as a good colleague. This busy period lasted until August. Work was like that. Once you became busy, you gradually lost your life outside of it. Shang Zhitao didn't yet understand how to separate herself from her work. Once she threw herself into it, it was difficult to come back out. She was also conscientious. Any task that came to her couldn't contain mistakes. Even the tiniest error was unforgivable to her. At the celebration party after the Luoyang event ended, Shang Zhitao had a little to drink. With the weight finally lifted from her heart, she held Lumi's hand and asked, "Did I coordinate well?" "Extremely well." Lumi gave her a thumbs up. "The company has given our department a special collective holiday. 4 days for team building. You should take this opportunity to get some proper rest." Huh. It was the first time Shang Zhitao had heard of a special collective holiday. What kind of holiday is that? There's such a thing. Because we've been working on these projects day and night, and it's been exhausting, the company has given us a special holiday and funds. Alex just mentioned that he wanted to use the weekend to take us to the seaside. Wow. Shang Zhitao liked the seaside, but she rarely had a chance to go. "Where are we going?" They said Phuket Island. "Wow. Let's buy bikinis together when we get back to Beijing." Shang Jitao's mind was immediately dominated by the word bikini. Her head filled with sunshine, beaches, coconut trees, women in bikinis, and foreign hunks with abs. Humming a tune, she went back to her room to get her things. But in the hotel atrium, she saw Nian standing there talking on the phone with his back to her, seemingly in a good mood. As she passed, she heard Nian say, "You just want one bouquet? All right. Then I'll see you with flowers this weekend." "See you with flowers this weekend." As Shang Zhitao walked along, she imagined Nian carrying flowers down the street. He would certainly draw attention. Suddenly, she decided to go to Mount Tai with her roommates that weekend. So she replied in the group chat. Shang Jitao's message. "I just confirmed. Friday works fine for me." She thought she shouldn't give up an opportunity to meet her friends just because she was supposed to see him on Friday. She should have the weekend she wanted. When she wanted to be with him, she would go find him. When she didn't want to be with him, she would make her own plans. Like now. Once the decision was made, she started looking forward to it. On Thursday evening at home, she carefully listened as Zhang Ling explained their strategy for climbing Mount Tai at night. The four of them unanimously decided to travel light and rent army coats on the mountain. The two guys would carry the heavy things, everyone's snacks and fruit, while each person would carry only one bottle of water. Shang Zhitao prepared a change of clothes and a backpack according to Zhang Ling's advice. The next morning, she left for work at 5 o'clock. Because of her damned sense of responsibility and moral conscience, she couldn't bring herself to openly skip work. She preferred arriving at the office early to make up the time so that she wouldn't feel guilty when she left. But when she heard Alex announce during a meeting that the company reward trip had finally been confirmed for Phuket, with all expenses covered by the company, she suddenly changed her mind. She proactively asked Alex for leave. "Alex, can I leave at 2 this afternoon?" "Sure." Alex didn't even ask for a reason, which made Shang Zhitao feel touched. At 2 in the afternoon, she proudly left the company with her backpack on. She felt ashamed that she'd even considered skipping work. As she exited the elevator, she ran into Nian returning from a business trip. His suitcase stood beside him as he leisurely waited for the elevator. Seeing Shang Zhitao with her backpack, He glanced at his watch, then looked at her. Shang Zhitao smiled at him and nervously said, "Hello, Luke." Skipping work. People were passing by, and the words skipping work made Shang Zhitao break out in a cold sweat. She was somewhat afraid that Nian might have one of his neurotic episodes. Since Alex hadn't asked her to submit a leave request online, she was also a little worried about implicating Alex. She could only give Nian a pleading look. Nian saw it, but pretended not to. He calmly asked her again, "Skipping work?" Shang Zhitao could tell that he was in a bad mood. From experience, she knew not to argue with him when he was like this. She had to say, "I have something urgent to attend to." "Did you notify Alex in attendance?" "I did." "Where are you going?" "Hiking with friends." "Today is Friday." "Yes. We're leaving today and coming back Sunday." Behind them, the elevator doors opened and closed repeatedly. Several groups of people had already gone down, but the strange standoff between Shang Zhitao and Nian still hadn't ended. Shang Zhitao knew what Nian meant by "today is Friday," but she didn't want to respond to it. "Not every Friday when you want to see me should I be available." She smiled slightly at Nian. "I should go now, Luke. Goodbye." Then she turned and ran. She got on the subway and hurried all the way to the train station. The four of them rarely had the opportunity to take a short trip together, and everyone was extremely happy. Shang Zhitao dedicated the first night climb of her life to Mount Tai. They began climbing toward the summit step by step at 11 that night. It was a magical experience. The temperature gradually dropped. The uphill path was narrow, with all kinds of people surrounding them. There were even elderly people with canes, taking one step and then stopping, as though they were on a pilgrimage. The faint lights along the mountain path were like stars scattered across the mortal world, guiding them toward the vast universe. On this Friday night, without Nian, Shang Zhitao wasn't having a bad time at all. It was simply that, for someone unaccustomed to hiking, such intensity was quite exhausting, and she gradually fell behind. When Sun Yuanzhu could no longer hear Shang Zhitao humming, he looked back and discovered that she had disappeared. So he told Song Qiuhan and Zhang Ling, "Wait up ahead. I'll go find Shang Zhitao." He went against the flow of people and, after descending about 300 steps, finally saw Shang Zhitao. She was wiping away sweat and seemed a little cold. Seeing that Sun Yuanzhu had come looking for her, she smiled happily. The two climbed side by side. Shang Zhitao envied Sun Yuanzhu's stamina and couldn't help asking, "Why can you climb so fast?" "Because I grew up in the mountains. The best childhood pastime was climbing mountains." "Is it fun in the mountains?" "There's a magical world hidden there." Shang Zhitao looked forward to the magical world Sun Yuanzhu spoke of. It must be very interesting. When they reached the 18 bends section, with steep cliffs resembling heavenly steps ascending through the clouds, Shang Zhitao's legs grew weak. A warm hand firmly grasped hers. Sun Yuanzhu said softly, "Let me help you." Warmth pierced through the cold, leaving a faint trace in the human body. Like spring rain silently nourishing everything, its lingering presence could still be felt long afterward whenever one thought back on it. They reached the top of the mountain. Everyone wrapped themselves in army coats and found the best spot to watch the sunrise at the summit of Mount Tai, Jade Emperor Peak. Then each of them curled up to sleep. The sunrise that day was at 5:57 a.m. Before then, the sea of clouds gradually appeared. Sun Yuanzhu woke them one by one. "It's about to dawn. It's about to dawn." Song Qiuhan repeated the words. They sat side by side, watching the sea of clouds gradually change color before their eyes. When the sun peeked out slightly and finally leaped from behind the clouds, Shang Zhitao heard Sun Yuanzhu say, "I want to jump into this sea of clouds." There were even tears in his eyes. They all remained silent, not knowing what to say. They only felt that all the hardships of the journey had been rewarded in that moment. In this life, there must be many, many experiences like this. After the bitterness came sweetness, making every experience worthwhile. They took photos at the most scenic spots on the way down. Shang Zhitao liked 3 photos the most. One showed all 4 of them standing in a row, bathed in the morning light. The best moment in life. Another was a photo of her and Song Qiuhan, with Song Qiuhan resting her head on Shang Zhitao's shoulder as they both laughed joyfully. And the last was of her and Sun Yuanzhu. The two stood a little distance apart. It was as though someone had said something, causing them to glance at each other. They were in their 20s then. The 20s truly were the best time. An age of vigorous metabolism, when you could eat as much as you wanted without gaining weight. An age when you looked young and inexperienced, with clear eyes. Many of the people you met at that time were worth cherishing for a lifetime. I'm telling the truth. While they were getting foot massages, Song Qiuhan repeatedly whispered those words into Shang Zhitao's ear. Then she asked, "Will this work as the promotional slogan for our matchmaking event?" "Yes, it will." Chapter 53. Later in life, Shang Zhitao visited many places, but this trip remained her favorite forever. Their youthful selves had moved forward along mountain paths, treading towering peaks beneath their feet. The best journeys are those taken with compatible companions. They returned to Beijing on Sunday, still feeling as though they hadn't had enough. Zhang Ling suggested having another meal at home to reflect on their trip. Everyone wanted hot pot, so Song Qiuhan prepared the soup base at home. Shang Zhitao and Sun Yuanzhu went to the market to buy ingredients, and Zhang Ling went to the supermarket for alcohol. On the way to the market, Shang Zhitao overheard Sun Yuanzhu taking a phone call. It seemed to be his father asking for money, and Sun Yuanzhu agreed to transfer it that afternoon. Then he asked about his father's health, his sister's academic performance, and whether his mother was still losing hair. They were all ordinary questions, but Sun Yuanzhu's gentleness gave those words the warmth of an elder. He even sounded a little like old Shang when he called Shang Zhitao. Sometimes, she would glance at Sun Yuanzhu, his glasses reflecting a little light in Beijing's late summer sun. Such a quiet person, yet when he'd seen the sunrise, he had said something so passionate. "I want to jump into the sea of clouds." He hung up and apologized to Shang Zhitao. "Sorry, that was a long call. It's fine. When my dad calls me, it usually lasts at least an hour." Shang Zhitao chuckled. The Shang family was moderately well off. Shang Zhitao had never been extremely wealthy, nor had she ever suffered hardship. She was simply an ordinary daughter from an ordinary family who cherished her, someone who would disappear unnoticed into a crowd. "You look like someone from a happy family," Sun Yuanzhu said. "Oh, how can you tell? Pure, sunny girls are usually raised with love by their parents." Sun Yuanzhu turned toward her with a smile. "So you must never suffer any grievances. Otherwise, your parents would be heartbroken." "I've never suffered any grievances." "So is your love life happy too?" Shang Zhitao wanted to say that she wasn't in a relationship, but there was a small string pulled taut inside her heart that couldn't be touched. If anyone touched it, her entire heart would tremble. At one end of that string was her pride, which she couldn't share with others. At the other was a wrong love that couldn't be revealed. It's okay. Just okay isn't good enough. Your parents wouldn't want your love life to be just okay. And neither do we. We all hope your love life is wonderful. Shang Zhitao pursed her lips without speaking, then pointed toward the beef and mutton stall. "I want to buy meat today. Lots of meat." "Why? You don't earn money easily." "You all keep saying I don't earn money easily, but I just earn less than you. We put in the same effort." Shang Zhitao put on a serious expression as she reasoned with Sun Yuanzhu. "Besides, I want to buy meat because I got a raise. Shouldn't I treat everyone to celebrate the first salary increase of my life?" Sun Yuanzhu nodded. "Yes, you must treat us today. So, do you really like the Sea of Clouds?" Shang Zhitao asked. "Very much." Sun Yuanzhu didn't hesitate. The four of them enjoyed hot pot together and had a wonderful time. While drinking cola, Shang Zhitao suddenly wondered whether Luan Nian had delivered that bouquet. Had he personally selected it? Had he given suggestions about the packaging? She cared more about the flowers than about Luan Nian himself. She was brave enough to admit that she envied the woman who had received flowers from Luan Nian. As they were eating heartily, she received a message from Lu Mi, whose excitement was obvious even through the text. Lu Mi's message. "Shang Zhitao. Guess who I saw?" Shang Zhitao's message. "Who?" Lu Mi's message. "Luke, remember I told you about that rundown house in my grandmother's hutong being rented to a fairy-like woman?" Shang Zhitao's message. "I remember." Lu Mi's message. "I went to the hutong today to get some things and saw Luke. He was carrying a bouquet. Inside my grandmother's house. The world was so small. This world was truly too small. The flowers Shang Zhitao had wanted were in Lu Mi's grandmother's house, in the hands of that fairy-like woman." Shang Zhitao's message. "What's the fairy's name?" Lu Mi's message. "You're such a gossip. Ha ha. Lumi was delighted to share the gossip with Shang Zhitao. Lumi's message. Zongyao. The fairy's name is Zongyao. Shang Zhitao's message. How nice. Shang Zhitao thought that the bouquet must have been personally selected by Luan Nian. He would have matched the colors and given suggestions about the packaging. He must have bought a beautiful bouquet, the kind rarely seen on the market. I want to receive a bouquet, she suddenly said to Song Qiuhan. Could you send me some flowers? Song Qiuhan nearly spat out her drink. She quickly swallowed it, coughed twice, and asked Shang Zhitao. So our relationship now includes both pragmatism and romanticism? Zhang Ling laughed heartily. It's just flowers. Give me your address, and Big Brother will send you some. Why do you want flowers? Song Qiuhan interrupted Zhang Ling to ask Shang Zhitao. Because all my female colleagues have received flowers except me. Shang Zhitao wasn't lying. The girls at Ling Mei were all so beautiful that people often waited downstairs with flowers. After receiving fresh flowers, the beautiful girls would share them with their female colleagues, spreading romance throughout the office. It's rare for our Shang Zhitao to show such fighting spirit. Big Brother will send you flowers for 5 days straight. Zhang Ling patted his chest and promised. Different ones every day. You're quite knowledgeable, Song Qiuhan teased him. Zhang Ling shrugged. Even if I haven't eaten pork, I've seen pigs run. Sure enough, Shang Zhitao received flowers on Monday morning. She carried the fresh flowers upstairs to her workstation. Her female colleagues gathered around as usual, teasing her. Oh, the young lady has an admirer. Shang Zhitao blushed with embarrassment. Only she knew the story behind those flowers. It was nothing more than her shallow pride and competitive spirit. She secretly messaged Zhang Ling. Shang Zhitao's message. I received the flowers. Thanks, Brother Lei. Zhang Ling's message. A single question mark. I haven't sent any yet. Silence. Shang Zhitao froze. She stood up and searched among the flowers for a card. There was one, bearing a simple message. Wishing you a good mood. That was all. So who sent me flowers? Song Qiuhan. She asked Song Qiuhan, who denied it. Then she asked Sun Yuanzhu, who denied it as well. The next day, flowers arrived on schedule. The third day, the fourth day, the fifth day, without interruption. After receiving flowers for 5 consecutive days, Shang Zhitao suddenly became the envied female colleague in the company. When she went to the pantry for water, she ran into Tracy, who deliberately walked over to her and asked with a smile, Young lady, are you in love? Your boyfriend is very romantic. Shang Zhitao nodded, then shook her head. She wanted to say that she didn't know who had sent them, but when she saw Luan Nian passing by at that moment, she simply smiled at Tracy. Shang Zhitao didn't realize that she had entered a strange cycle. Her heart had become chaotic because of Luan Nian and couldn't settle down. She wanted to compete. If others had something, she wanted it too. She didn't know exactly what she was competing for. Perhaps she was simply unwilling to lose face. Or more directly, what you can't give me, someone else will. On Friday evening, she carried the flowers into the elevator and saw Luan Nian downstairs. He had just finished meeting with a client. She politely greeted him. Hello, Luke. Luan Nian's eyes swept over the flowers in her arms. Nice flowers, but they don't suit you. Then what flowers would suit me? He replied indifferently, foxtail grass. He pressed the close button without giving Shang Zhitao another glance. Shang Zhitao suddenly felt that it was meaningless. What was the point? From the moment she wanted to compete, she had already lost. She threw the bouquet into a garbage bin and boarded the bus home. This Friday, she still didn't need to go to Luan Yin's place. She was going to Phuket with her department colleagues, taking an early morning flight to begin their perfect holiday. The holiday would surely have been perfect if she hadn't seen Luan Yin at the boarding gate. Isn't that Luke? Shang Zhitao asked Lu Mi. Yes, isn't that Luke? Is he going to Phuket with us? Why is he going to Phuket with us? Their whispers reached Luan Yin's ears perfectly. He took off his sunglasses, hung them on his shirt, and turned to tell them. Probably because I'm the boss, and I can go wherever I want. Silence. That was quite irritating. Lu Mi and Shang Zhitao smiled at him. Lu Mi quickly responded. Indeed. Bosses always have better hearing than everyone else. Lu Mi was puzzled too. Other people were talking so loudly, yet this plague god had somehow heard their few whispered words. It was one thing for the big boss to overhear them, but he had even joined in. Beijing girls usually couldn't tolerate behavior like that. unless the person doing it was their unyielding boss. Seeing Lu Mi and Shang Zhitao looking like two defeated roosters, Nian was in a great mood. While queuing to board, he walked beside Shang Zhitao and suddenly asked, "No flowers being delivered to the airport today?" Shang Zhitao receiving flowers had become new material for Nian to mock her with. She pretended not to hear him and put in her earphones to listen to music. In those days, she was listening to My Future Self. She felt childish and shallow, needing a song to soothe her unwillingness to accept defeat. She had imagined what her future self would be like. She would live well. She would have her own small house in Beijing, run a small company that could support her, be surrounded by good friends, and own a dog. Yes, a dog named Luke. An Alaskan Malamute that she would walk every day, diligently cleaning up after it, and seriously laying down the rules. Luke, sit down. Luke, stand up. Luke, no food for you if you cause trouble. Her imagined future was very specific. There was no Nian in it. But there was a dog named Luke. When they reached first class, Shang Zhitao thought Nian would stop there. According to company policy, Nian's travel standard was first class and hotels rated 5 stars or above. But surprisingly, he continued walking with the main group and sat in the emergency exit row, his long legs blocking the entire aisle. Alex even praised him to the female colleagues. Luke is really good. He almost always flies economy on business trips. He says he doesn't want special treatment. Shang Zhitao didn't hear the praise. She was listening to music with her eyes closed, mentally beating Luke in her imagination because Luke had fallen in love with the neighbor's dog and refused to come home with her. Phuket Island wasn't as hot as she'd imagined. The sand was fine, and the seawater was crystal clear and blue. Shang Zhitao was very satisfied that her first trip abroad was to this place. She shared an ocean view room with Lu Mi. When they opened the window, they could see the sea, a view so beautiful it made them dizzy. After reaching the hotel, they didn't rush out. Instead, everyone rested separately before gathering for group activities that evening. When are we going to wear bikinis? Shang Zhitao lay on the bed, alternately lifting her legs, relaxed and at ease for once. Which one did you end up buying? Shang Zhitao immediately became excited. She jumped off the bed and pulled the swimsuit out of her suitcase to show Lu Mi. Look, Lu Mi sighed. Sister, is this a bikini? Shang Zhitao had chosen a one-piece, backless swimsuit. The front was extremely conservative, with all the drama in the back, a deep V extending down to her waist. This was already what Shang Zhitao considered the most revealing style. I will not allow you to sunbathe with me wearing this. Lu Mi shook her finger. Absolutely not. Huh. Shang Zhitao watched as Lu Mi took 2 items out of her suitcase and threw them in front of her. Then she heard Lu Mi lecture her. This is a bikini, understand? Today, Big Sister is giving you a set of bikinis. Real bikinis. You must catch a foreign hunk on the beach, or our friendship is over. Shang Zhitao burst out laughing. Deal. Chapter 54. Lu Mi was true to her word and actually gave Shang Zhitao a bikini. It was bright red, a 3-piece set, as vibrant as could be. Shang Zhitao followed behind Lu Mi with her hands covering her chest. The fierce sunlight beat down on her skin, making it burn. But not as much as her face. This was far too stimulating. Yet there were so many girls on the beach wearing bikinis that covering her chest seemed somewhat unnecessary. Lu Mi turned around and scolded her. Put your hands down. No covering. No. Shang Zhitao waved her hands, but quickly returned them to her chest. I don't feel comfortable. It's not like other people don't have them. Lu Mi pointed into the distance. See that? That girl's figure is far worse than yours, but isn't she enjoying herself? It's your own body. Do whatever you want with it. Oh. Shang Zhitao finally lowered her hands, and Lu Mi patted her back. Chest out. Shang Zhitao's beautiful figure, usually hidden beneath her clothes, now shone brilliantly in the sunlight. The most striking thing was her curves. Her lovely breasts were magnificently full, while her waist curved gently inward before flaring outward again at her hips. Her beauty immediately became apparent, vibrant, and full of life. As she walked along the beach with Lu Mi, countless eyes were drawn to them. What kind of man does such a beautiful girl deserve? Lu Mi teased her, pointing toward a foreigner in the distance. See him? Based on your sister's years of experience, he should be quite strong. Strong where? Shang Zhitao genuinely didn't understand. An inch long, an inch strong. Lu Mi chuckled and pulled Shang Zhitao toward a beach umbrella. Let's find somewhere to lie down and sunbathe. That foreign hunk will come over soon. He's already looked at you several times. Fine. Just come back to the room later. Shang Zhitao played along. When they talked privately, they spoke without restraint or taboos, never taking any of it seriously. Someone was lying beneath the beach umbrella with a newspaper covering his face, seemingly asleep. There were 3 umbrellas, and he had chosen the middle one, separating the other 2, which was rather annoying. Lu Mi went over to ask him to change places. The man removed the newspaper from his face, looked at Lu Mi, then at Shang Zhitao. Expressing yourselves freely? It was Luan Nian. Shang Zhitao immediately blushed a little. She didn't dare look at Luan Nian, suddenly feeling strange about wearing so little. But Luan Nian didn't look at her for long. Instead, he smiled at Lu Mi. Some people also say that among 5 short things, there must be one long one. Your theory is narrow-minded. Then he lay back on the lounge chair, treating them like air. He had been extremely busy over the past few days and hadn't slept well. Recently, he'd been thinking about sunbathing by the seaside, absorbing some calcium, and relaxing for a few days. But after lying there for only a short while, he heard Lu Mi and Shang Zhitao talking about catching foreign hunks. He secretly laughed at how ridiculous they were. 2 country girls aiming far too high. When he lifted the newspaper and saw how they were dressed, he frowned slightly, then lay back down with the newspaper covering his face, ignoring them. He appreciated women who dared to display their charm. But women didn't include Shang Zhitao. Luan Nian was displeased, but said nothing. There was another empty chair farther away, but using it would separate the 2 friends. Since Luan Nian refused to move, they each took a lounge chair on either side of him. Now Lu Mi was the one feeling shy, covering the important parts with her towel. But Shang Zhitao's rare rebellious streak suddenly emerged. She refused to cover herself and simply lay there, curious to see whether that foreign hunk would actually come over. She even mentally lit incense and prayed for the handsome man to hurry over, as though his arrival would allow her to hold her head high. But surprisingly, the foreign hunk didn't come. Shang Zhitao was a little disappointed. She messaged Lu Mi. Shang Zhitao's message. I'm going to buy coconuts. Do you want one? Lu Mi's message. Yes. Get one for your sister. Shang Zhitao stood up and left. Now she wasn't afraid anymore. Lu Mi was right. It was her body. She could show it whenever she wanted. She was pleasing herself, not anyone else, including Luan Nian. Sometimes understanding a principle was that simple. She stood at the coconut stand, watching the vendor crack open a coconut, when she heard someone greet her in broken Chinese. She turned around and saw that foreign hunk. He said, "Hello? I noticed you earlier." Shang Zhitao suddenly laughed. I know. She couldn't pretend to be surprised. Knowing was knowing. The foreign boy became somewhat shy, rubbing the back of his head as he smiled. May I buy coconuts for you and your friend? Sure. Thank you. The 2 walked back carrying coconuts. The boy asked when she was leaving and what her plans were for the next few days. Shang Zhitao answered each question. When they parted, the boy said to her, "You're really beautiful. If there's a chance, we could have dinner together." She said, "Sure. Thank you." So direct compliments from the opposite sex could feel this pleasant. Shang Zhitao walked back and saw Lu Mi looking at her in surprise. She winked at Lu Mi and handed her the coconut. Lu Mi pointed at Luan Nian, asking why she hadn't bought one for him. Shang Zhitao shrugged. Why should she? Why buy him one? Because he was occupying the middle lounge chair and refusing to move? Lu Mi pointed at her phone. Shang Zhitao opened her messages and saw Lu Mi's warning. Lu Mi's message. Don't provoke trouble. While you were buying coconuts, he got a phone call and became really angry. Oh. Shang Zhitao drank a few sips of coconut water and lay back on the lounge chair. She put in her earphones, covered herself with a towel, and closed her eyes to listen to music. During that period, she desperately needed to listen to music. Any music would do. There was a small gap in her heart that nothing could fill. All because Luan Nian had said on the phone, "Then I'll bring flowers when I see you," and had actually given Zhang Yao a bouquet. It was only such a small thing. Phuket's sunshine was truly wonderful, burning hot against the body while the humid sea breeze blew across her face. Perfect weather for sleeping. When Shang Zhitao opened her eyes, the sun was already setting. She picked up her phone and saw Lu Mi's message. Lu Mi's message. I'm going to check the dinner menu first. Alex assigned me the task. When you wake up, come to the west side of the hotel. We'll have dinner on that beach. Shang Zhitao's message. Okay, I'm awake. Shang Zhitao replied and sat up, seeing Phuket's sunset. The afterglow dyed the beach red. The sparkling seawater gleamed like stars dropped from heaven. She couldn't think of any poetry to describe the scene before her eyes. All she could think was, "It's so beautiful." She stared at it, somewhat dazed. Hearing movement from the lounge chair beside her, she turned and saw Luan wake up. Shang Zhitao greeted him. "Luke, are you awake?" Lumi said dinner is in half an hour. Luan Yin's eyes fell on Shang Zhitao's bikini-clad body. He pointed toward the foreign girls playing beach volleyball in the distance. See them? Bikinis suit them. Those girls were all exceptionally fit, possessing a different kind of beauty from Eastern women. In the past, Shang Zhitao would have felt ashamed. But today was different. She understood that no matter how she dressed, it was to please herself and had nothing to do with anyone else. Her beautiful, gentle eyes curved into a smile as she said, word by word, "I know they look good, but I like dressing this way. It has nothing to do with anyone else." Shang Zhitao stood up and walked toward her room. She didn't care what Luan Yin thought of her. After all, he had seen so many beautiful women that no matter how she looked, she could never earn a single word of praise from him. She walked toward her room and suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind her. When she turned around, she was pushed into a nearby room so quickly that she couldn't dodge. Her hands pressed between their bodies. All her anger vanished, and even her voice trembled. "Someone might see us. Don't wear this again. I'm happy wearing it. I like it." Luan Yin's hand slipped beneath her bikini and pressed down hard, while his mouth bit fiercely into her shoulder like an animal. He bit hard. The pain frightened Shang Zhitao, and she finally compromised. "I won't wear it anymore." Most of the anger in Luan Yin's heart subsided, but his hand didn't withdraw. In the dim light, he looked into Shang Zhitao's eyes. There seemed to be an indescribable grievance within them. Luan Yin's heart softened. He said something he would never have said before. "I don't like other men looking at you like that. Because you look damn good today." Shang Zhitao bit her lip without speaking. She knew that if she opened her mouth, she might cry. Hearing Luan Yin say she looked good was so rare that it made her heart ache. Her hand pressed against his, which still hadn't withdrawn. Her brows furrowed slightly, and her breathing became uneven. Her trembling lips sought his. Her tongue offered itself to him, allowing him to envelop it fiercely and draw it into his mouth. The ringing phone made them separate in alarm. Luan Yin went to the bedside to answer it, his eyes still fixed on Shang Zhitao. He gradually calmed down and realized that he had just lost his rationality by pulling her into his room under such circumstances. If they weren't careful, how much trouble could this cause? He could handle it calmly. But what about her? She would probably collapse. After hanging up, he walked to the door and opened it. The corridor was empty. Parting like this left both of them somewhat disappointed. Shang Zhitao returned to her room and changed into a spaghetti-strap dress. Remembering the shoulder Luan Yin had bitten, she added a cover-up over it. The beach barbecue was exceptionally lively. The company was generous. Lobster, crab, cocktails, everything was available. Everyone stood waiting for Luan Yin to make a toast, but he only said, "Everyone has worked hard. There will be a special bonus package included with next month's pay. I hope you all enjoy yourselves." Everyone applauded and cheered. They opened their drinks, clinked glasses, took a simple sip, then headed toward the food tables to get their meals. Eating seafood by candlelight while enjoying the sea breeze was delightful. Lumi and Shang Zhitao shared a piece of cake. Lumi wiped the cream from the corner of her mouth and suddenly asked, "After I left, did Luke give you a hard time?" "Huh. At the lounge chairs. Did he get angry with you, or anything?" "No. That's good." Lumi looked relieved. "You don't know, but while you were buying coconuts, he got really angry. He told the person on the phone to either do the job or get lost." No matter how angry Luan Yin had been in the past, he had never spoken like that. He was only strict. "What was it about?" Shang Zhitao asked. "I don't know." Lumi shrugged. Shang Zhitao turned to look for Luan Yin. He was sitting with Alex at a table by the sea. The two of them were discussing something, both wearing serious expressions. A colleague was weaving through the crowd with a video camera, asking everyone to say hello. They said they would edit the footage into a travel promotional video once they returned to the office, a regular activity during the marketing department's team-building trips. The other colleagues merely gave the camera symbolic nods. Only Shang Zhitao greeted it earnestly. "Hello, I'm Shang Zhitao." She was extremely adorable. Chapter 55. Shang Zhitao had planned to watch the sunrise with Lu Mi, but Lu Mi decided to sleep in at the last minute. So Shang Zhitao went alone. She put on a windbreaker, left the hotel, and walked toward the beach. The empty stretch of beach and the sea still shrouded in darkness filled her with an inexplicable fear. Everyone from the company liked to sleep in. For them, the best travel experience was staying at the hotel, eating and drinking well, going out for a stroll in the evening, and returning late at night. Shang Zhitao was a little different. She wanted to see the sunrise. Walking alone by the sea, she saw Luan out for his morning run. Remembering how she'd lost control in his room yesterday, she gave him a perfunctory greeting, then turned to face the sea. By the time Luan finished his run, the horizon had already begun to change color. He decided to stop and watch the sunrise, standing 3 meters away from Shang Zhitao. He didn't want another uncontrollable moment like yesterday. Luan didn't quite understand himself. In the past, he hadn't been particularly possessive. His girlfriends could do what they liked and wear whatever they wanted. He had never restricted them or asked them to follow his wishes. But with Shang Zhitao, he felt a frightening possessiveness. He didn't like himself this way. The two stood there, their silhouettes looking somewhat distant. Several male colleagues who had also risen early to visit the beach saw the way they were standing and quietly turned in another direction. They felt as though the two were having a standoff, and anyone who joined them would become an innocent casualty. Shang Zhitao was grateful to Ling Mei and to Luan. She was grateful to Ling Mei for allowing her to enter the upper echelon of the industry and quickly opening up the world before her eyes. Her efforts and rewards were proportional. She was grateful to Luan because he was always strict, forcing her to grow in his own way. But her feelings for Luan were complicated. Half was love, half was admiration and respect. She couldn't have his equal love, nor could she love him without feeling inferior. The sunrise was beautiful, and he was standing not far from her, but she didn't dare take a step toward him. Those 3 meters would always be the distance between them. "Luke," she suddenly called. Luan looked at her. Dawn was just beginning to break, with faint waves of light rippling across the sea, very much like Shang Zhitao's gentle gaze at that moment. "I'm happy to watch the sunrise with you," Shang Zhitao said bravely. Her heart was filled with so much love for Luan. If she didn't say something, that love would overflow and disappear. What a pity that would be. "Sometimes I wish I could watch the sunrise with you and watch the sunset together too. I suppose you figured it out. I love you." Shang Zhitao didn't say those words aloud. She wasn't stupid. She could tell whether a man loved her or not. This was as far as she could express herself. One more word, and today would mark the end of their relationship. Shang Zhitao loved Luan so much that she lacked the courage to extricate herself. Even if it meant remaining by his side in such a humble position, she was still content. Shang Zhitao turned and ran back to the hotel. When she had been with Xian Zhaozhou, she hadn't actively said, "I love you." Most of the time, Xian Zhaozhou would put his hand under her armpit and fiercely ask, "Do you love me?" Shang Zhitao would smile and say, "Yes." She ran back to her room, climbed onto the bed, and thought again about that bouquet. Shang Zhitao felt that she should let herself go. Today it was a travel journal. Tomorrow, a bouquet. The day after that, a phone call. If this continued, her pain would be endless. She shouldn't always be like this. She should have her own life, meet other men, and learn to leave Luan behind. A male colleague from the department was going surfing. Shang Zhitao and Lu Mi also borrowed surfboards from the hotel, each carrying one as they followed him. Shang Zhitao was brave. Once they reached the seaside, she imitated the others for a few minutes, and then rushed into the sea. A large wave immediately flipped her over. She stood up in the water, her hair soaked, grinning at Lu Mi beneath the sunlight. Her white teeth gleamed so brightly that they were almost dazzling. Lu Mi was terrified and shouted, "My goodness, you're as fearless as a newborn calf. Have you ever surfed before?" "No." Shang Zhitao burst out laughing. "It's fun." She naturally loved to play. After being flipped over by the waves, she discovered how much fun it was, and went back to lie on the board again. After a while, a speedboat approached across the water. Someone stood steadily on a surfboard behind it, his arms extended for balance, his expression focused and happy. Lumi ran over to Shang Zhitao and exclaimed, "Damn, this guy is amazing. How can he be good at everything?" Shang Zhitao wasn't surprised. She knew Luan loved to have fun, and she also knew he kept his work and personal life separate. But she still thought Luan looked incredibly cool standing on that surfboard. She and Lumi sat side by side on a couch. Lumi had somehow acquired a pair of binoculars and held them up to watch Luan. After observing him for a while, she said to Shang Zhitao, "This guy has really good stamina. Maybe your sister should break through the constraints of morality and sleep with him once. I'm too curious about what he's like." No. Your boyfriend is so handsome. Dreadlocks, tattoo sleeves, muscular motorcycle guy. So attractive. Shang Zhitao suddenly felt a little guilty. She had almost blurted out, "I know. Let me tell you. Lumi was so good to her, yet she was keeping this secret." Shang Zhitao felt that she was letting Lumi down. Lumi laughed heartily. "But I still want to sleep with a refined scoundrel like Luke. How exciting would that be?" It was indeed exciting. Shang Zhitao became a little distracted again. The two sat by the sea, coveting the man riding the waves. Even though Shang Zhitao had slept with him so many times, she still found him fresh and exciting. After everyone grew tired of playing, they changed clothes and agreed to go to Phuket town for food. They rented 4 cars, with 4 people in each car. Since Shang Zhitao and Lumi were always together, they decided to pair them with 2 men. After some shuffling around, they ended up with Luan and Johnny, the male colleague responsible for brand communication. The women weren't very good at driving right-hand drive cars, so they obediently sat in the back. Johnny was anxious to revise his communication draft, so the driving fell to Luan. Since they were on vacation, they set aside the usual notions of hierarchy between superior and subordinate and happily enjoyed the special treatment of having their boss as their driver. Phuket Island had steep roads, and Luan's driving was thrilling. Shang Zhitao, however, felt sick, her heart rising and falling along with the road. When they finally reached town, they found a parking spot. Johnny went to choose a restaurant while the others casually strolled around. Luan rarely wore casual shorts and a t-shirt. He had on a baseball cap, and his skin was slightly reddened from the sun. With his hands in his pockets, he followed behind Lumi and Shang Zhitao. Girls' interests were strange. The first things they insisted on buying were refrigerator magnets and postcards. Following behind them, Luan seemed somewhat out of place. What was so good about refrigerator magnets? You could buy ones from all over the world online. When it was time to pay, Lumi suddenly smiled at Luan. Luan clicked his tongue. "You don't have any money?" The 2 women genuinely opened their empty hands. Each of them was wearing nothing but a dress and hadn't even brought a purse. "Then stay here and work it off." Despite saying that, he tossed his wallet to them. Shang Zhitao felt a little embarrassed, but Lumi thought it was a rare opportunity to rip off the boss. So naturally, she wasn't going to hold back. She pulled out 3 large Thai baht notes, tossed the wallet to Shang Zhitao, and turned to pay. Shang Zhitao held Luan's wallet, feeling as though it were burning her hands. Luan had given her several bags, but she had never directly spent his money. She reached for an elephant keychain, glanced at Luan's expression, and, seeing no reaction, moved on to an elephant toy. When she reached for a notebook, she heard Luan say, "Freeloading?" It wasn't much money, only a few dozen yuan in Chinese currency. Shang Zhitao slowly put the notebook back. Unexpectedly, Luan smiled. "Pick something nice." Lumi returned after paying and heard him. Her eyes widened. "Pick something nice? Otherwise what? Are you going to tell people your boss gave you these shabby things? Then we won't hold back? Are you pretending to be polite?" The one paying was the master. A few sarcastic remarks didn't matter. Lumi wouldn't take them to heart, and was even more comfortable spending Luan's money than her own. She took his wallet and went on a shopping spree while Shang Zhitao went to choose postcards. Luan sat across from her, watching her write them. She had chosen more than a dozen. Who knew when she would finish writing all of them? Luan glanced at the names. The first was addressed to someone named Song Xiuhan. The second was for Sun Yuanju. So they were for her roommates. He sat there drinking coffee, waiting to see which one she would write for him. After writing more than 10 cards, she finished without any intention of writing one to him. At this point, Luan Nian's emotional intelligence was rather low, so he reminded her aloud. Finished? Yes. Didn't forget anyone? Shang Zhitao carefully checked her list and shook her head. No. What about mine? You want one too? Otherwise what? I spent money and get nothing in return? What are you thinking? Oh. Shang Zhitao got up and selected another postcard. She asked Luan Nian, is this one okay? Shang Zhitao's beautiful handwriting finally came in handy. Luan Nian lowered his eyes and watched her write. Her penmanship was extraordinary, truly beautiful, but she wrote only 4 words. Wishing you happiness. That was all. It seemed perfunctory. Luan Nian reached out and took the postcard, looked at it, then tossed it onto the table. I've received it. No need to mail it. Save the postage. He stood up and went outside to take an international call. Through the window, he saw Shang Zhitao carefully sticking stamps onto the postcards. The neckline of her dress was crooked, revealing half of her fair shoulder. It was an unconscious kind of beauty. Luan Nian didn't like it, but he no longer tried to restrain her. He had realized something. He had been controlling Shang Zhitao too much, crossing the boundaries of a bed-partner relationship. If this continued, there would be no way for things to end properly. It was already becoming difficult to end properly. Luan Nian didn't say much during dinner. They eventually chose a Thai restaurant that locals said prepared excellent seafood. While Lu Mi and Johnny were choosing seafood, Luan Nian received a call from Jiang Lan. He didn't avoid Shang Zhitao and smiled as he chatted with her. Jiang Lan asked whether he wanted to experience Thai services. Luan Nian said his stamina hadn't been very good lately. As he said this, he glanced at Shang Zhitao. She deliberately turned her face away, but her earlobes turned red, as though his lack of stamina were her fault. They hadn't even done anything today, yet she was already feeling guilty. Luan Nian felt as though a cat were scratching at his heart, leaving him unable to find peace. Under the table, he grabbed Shang Zhitao's wrist. Her hand moved toward his. Her nails scratched his palm, and he gripped her hand firmly. Luan Nian thought, Friday meetings must happen, rain or shine. He couldn't wait 1 week, then another. In the prime of life, only physical entanglement counted. Otherwise, it was all wasted time. His palm became slightly sweaty. Before Lu Mi and the others returned, he released Shang Zhitao's hand and ended the call with Jiang Lan. Shang Zhitao couldn't describe exactly what had happened during this trip, but something between her and Luan Nian had changed. He was eager and passionate, his hands restraining her and refusing to let her move, forcing all her passion to erupt against his body. He ignored her hoarse pleas, yet suddenly asked, was Mount Tai fun? Better than being with me, right? Luan Nian was fundamentally petty and held grudges. He had worked overtime for 3 days so he could see her on Friday, but when he hurried back to the company, he found her carrying her backpack and leaving work early. He had asked where she was going. She said she was going hiking. Knowing perfectly well that it was Friday, she had still resolutely chosen to go hiking without even offering an explanation. Just like when she stayed overnight at his place, but left early on Saturday morning without saying goodbye, always leaving nothing but a note on the pillow. Shang Zhitao finally couldn't endure it anymore and bit him hard. Luan Nian groaned and grabbed her face, forcing her to let go. Then he punished her even more severely, leaving her exhausted inside and out. Afterward, she curled up in bed, unwilling to move. He pulled her into his arms, and she fell into a deep sleep. It wasn't until Shang Zhitao returned to work that she learned what Alex and Luan Nian had been discussing so seriously that day on the beach in Phuket. Alex was resigning. Personnel changes were common in the workplace, but Shang Zhitao still felt somewhat lost. She liked Alex very much and couldn't understand why he was leaving. So she secretly asked Lu Mi, Alex was doing so well. Why is he resigning? People move upward. Is there somewhere better? Seeing Shang Zhitao's genuine confusion, Lu Mi gave her a rare serious answer. Flora, you won't stay at Ling Mei forever either. For Alex, somewhere better means better benefits and more room for growth. There are companies willing to pay more to hire him. Then why doesn't Ling Mei keep him? They made a symbolic attempt to retain him in Phuket. Luke talked to him, but there wasn't a better offer, so Luke's thinking is clear. Ling Mei never lacks people. They have a good relationship. This is the workplace. Shang Zhitao was deeply shocked. Alex had been so good to her, always supporting her. She even became anxious. With a new leader, what would happen to her? During the department meeting after work, Alex officially announced the news. Then he told everyone, before the new marketing director arrives, Luke will oversee the marketing department. Shang Zhitao heard everyone groan. Getting a new boss meant adapting to a new working style. Luan Nian was like a devil, and everyone instinctively resisted the idea. But they were all professionals. Once the groaning was over, they returned to work as usual. When Shang Zhitao got home that evening, she received a message from Lumi. Lumi's message. Alex will probably take 2 people with him. I heard the salary increase is over 50%, with a 1-level position upgrade. Shang Zhitao's message. Did he approach you? Lumi's message. Yes. Shang Zhitao's message. So you're leaving too? Shang Zhitao suddenly became nervous. Selfishly, she didn't want Lumi to leave. Lumi was her first friend in the workplace and was genuinely good to Shang Zhitao, heart and soul. Lumi's message. I'm not going. I don't need the money. Changing jobs means adapting to a new environment again. Lingmei is so good. I'm familiar with it. I can move around freely, and everyone accommodates me. Shang Zhitao let out a long breath of relief. Then Lumi sent another message. Lumi's message. Alex approached Sunny, and there's one more person he wants to take. You. Shang Zhitao's message. What? Lumi's message. Yes, you heard right. Alex wants to take you with him. If you go with him, you'll have latched onto a strong supporter. As long as he doesn't fall, you'll be fine. If he falls, you'll start over. If you don't go with him, you'll face pressure from the new boss. The new boss will definitely want to bring in his own people, and the department's headcount is already full, so naturally, he'll target existing employees. Whether you'll be eliminated is uncertain. Alex wanted to take her with him. Why? She was so ordinary. Shang Zhitao was still young and didn't understand a boss's hiring strategy. Not every boss was like Luan Nian. Most were like Alex. They valued employees who were serious, obedient, capable, and loyal. Luan Nian primarily cared about ability. Nothing more. Shang Zhitao was exactly the kind of employee most bosses liked. When Alex called her, she felt somewhat flustered and touched. She heard Alex say, Flora, the marketing department was your first stop at Lingmei, and I was your first boss. Over the past year and more that we've worked together, I believe you understand my character. I'm going to build a new marketing team in an emerging field. You can consider whether you'd like to come with me. Shang Zhitao's first thought was, can I do it? I've only been out of school for a little over a year. I haven't even independently managed many projects. I'm still a rookie in the workplace. How could I help you? She was wholeheartedly thinking about Alex's interests, without even considering the salary increase. She only wanted to know whether she was capable. So she asked directly, may I ask why you chose me? I feel like I'm too ordinary. Alex laughed on the other end of the phone. Flora, don't underestimate yourself. Think about what you've accomplished over the past year. You established the supplier bidding system, independently completed the first exhibition project, and managed the budget without errors. Why do you think you're not good enough? Don't doubt my judgment. You only need to decide whether you want to come with me. Shang Zhitao rarely heard such direct praise. Alex's words moved her deeply, and tears even appeared in her eyes. After hanging up, she remained excited for a long time. When she finally calmed down, she realized she couldn't make a decision. She wanted to consult Luan Nian, but felt that doing so would be equivalent to betraying Alex. So she resisted the urge. She resisted, but Luan Nian sent her a message. Luan Nian's message. If Alex wants to take you with him when he jumps ship, there are only 2 reasons. You're cheap and obedient. Think about the rest yourself. Chapter 56. Shang Zhitao's boiling enthusiasm was doused with cold water by Luan Nian. Would she never gain his approval? Even though she knew what he said was probably right, she couldn't accept it in her heart. Perhaps I should go with Alex. Perhaps I should do exactly as Lumi said, cling tightly to Alex and rise from there. If I stay, I'll probably be eliminated by the new boss while enduring Luan Nian's deep-rooted contempt. I won't be the first person in the workplace to rise by clinging to someone powerful, nor will I be the last. This is an opportunity fate has given me to take a shortcut. I should cherish it. As she tossed and turned in bed, Alex sent her an email introducing the new company. It had completed Series C funding and had broad prospects. She even searched for the company's address and discovered that it was close to her home. From now on, she could take fewer buses, shorten her commute, and improve her quality of life. Most importantly, with a new job, Nian wouldn't be everywhere she turned. She could see him less often and gradually end their inappropriate relationship. She could embrace a new life. She made countless plans, and when she went to work the next day, she even had the illusion that she wouldn't be staying at Ling Mei much longer. As soon as Lumi arrived at the office, she approached Shang Zhitao and whispered, "Did he contact you?" Shang Zhitao nodded. "What are you thinking?" "I want to go with him." Lumi was silent for a moment before saying, "Whether you go or stay is your personal choice. Someone as capable as you won't do poorly anywhere." "Am I really that capable?" Shang Zhitao asked. "Yes, you're excellent." Lumi thought for a moment, then added, "But I hope your decision isn't because of money. That wouldn't be rational enough. Still, I have to tell you, you really are excellent." "Then why does Nian think I'm worthless?" Shang Zhitao had become sensitive, but Nian hadn't been targeting her specifically. He had merely expressed what he thought. The workplace was complicated, and several employees in the marketing department were capable of working independently. If Alex was going to fight his way through a new environment, he should bring more capable fighters, not Shang Zhitao. Nian was only speculating. He had no evidence that Alex intended to take Shang Zhitao or anyone else. He hoped Shang Zhitao could think independently, though she probably couldn't. Choosing Ling Mei wouldn't bring the rich cash rewards of a new job in the short term, but Ling Mei was a top-tier company in the industry. With persistent effort, it would be easier for her to become an industry expert there. Going to the new company would bring greater financial rewards in the short term, but it would also come with risks. Nian had always believed that only sufficient ability allowed a person to handle any job. No matter how bosses changed, ability would ultimately allow you to stand firm. He hoped Shang Zhitao would understand that principle on her own. No job would simply drop benefits from the sky. By Wednesday, Nian finally announced a marketing department meeting for Thursday. Alex's last day would be at the end of the month, and he would still attend this meeting. Nian asked everyone to organize their projects. He wanted to hear their reports one by one. Everyone was nervous except Sunny, who had already decided to follow Alex. Shang Zhitao was wavering between leaving and staying, but regardless of what she chose, she still needed to prepare properly for the project report. She spent all of Wednesday summarizing and reviewing her work. By the time she packed up to leave, it was already late at night. The light in Nian's office was still on. He was busy with something. He was always so busy. Had Nian also relied on powerful connections to get where he was today? Shang Zhitao suddenly asked herself. Had he relied on connections to win industry awards, enter the board of directors, and lead the China branch? If he didn't have someone backing him, what had he relied on to reach his current position? Her hand rested on the elevator's door open button without her even realizing it. Nian entered the elevator, glanced at her hand, and asked, "Waiting for me?" "Huh." Shang Zhitao didn't understand what he meant. Then she followed his gaze and realized she had been pressing the wrong button. She immediately blushed. "No." "Lost your soul?" "No." Seeing Shang Zhitao's evasive gaze, Nian knew his guess was correct. Alex really was planning to take her. The workplace was complicated. He had already said what needed to be said. She was an adult and should make her own decisions. He went down to the underground garage and drove out through the usual exit without circling around to the front of the company. Nian wanted to reduce the number of times he appeared in front of Shang Zhitao, giving her time to think independently. He even felt that perhaps Shang Zhitao leaving Ling Mei would be a good thing. It would allow their relationship to end naturally. After sitting on his bed and reading for a while, he received a call from his mother, Dr. Liang. Every aging mother was enthusiastic about arranging blind dates for her single children, and Dr. Liang was no exception. This time, the information she sent was relatively normal. The woman was 26 years old and taught art at a university, which matched Nian's interests. Dr. Liang also sent him a photo of the young woman. Her hair was coiled at the back of her head, and she appeared slender and fair-skinned, with bright, expressive eyes. In Dr. Liang's words, "It's rare to find someone who seems so suitable for my son just from a photograph. Want to meet her?" "No, not this time." "Why not?" "Too busy lately. And also, Luan Yin thought for a moment before replying to Dr. Liang. I'm not feeling well physically. What symptoms? Dizziness, weakness in my limbs, no sexual appetite, and no appetite for food. Luan Yin was talking nonsense, trying to divert Dr. Liang's attention. Kidney deficiency, perhaps? Go to the hospital for a checkup. Dr. Liang knew Luan Yin was making things up, but didn't expose him. Their mother-son relationship was good, and whenever Luan Yin started talking nonsense, it meant he disliked her blind date arrangements. Dr. Liang respected boundaries. It wasn't a serious matter, so she simply joked about it and let it go. Luan Yin put down his phone and recalled how distracted Shang Zhitao had seemed. Finally, he called her. Are you sure you don't have anything to ask me? Or are you sure you don't have anything to tell me? No. Shang Zhitao refused to mention Alex. Although Luan Yin had sent her that strange message, which meant he had already guessed, as long as Shang Zhitao said nothing, he had no evidence. Then Alex wouldn't be branded as a traitor disrupting the balance of the team. She understood this principle. She hadn't noticed that she had unconsciously taken Alex's side. At such a crucial decision point, she didn't trust Luan Yin, nor did she choose him. Because she knew that whether she left or how her career developed wasn't important to him. He hadn't even sincerely tried to keep Alex. So what was she? That cheap, obedient employee in his eyes? Lingmei could probably find as many employees like her as it wanted. Her silence represented her determination. Luan Yin understood. After thinking for a long time, he said, if you want to leave, tell me in advance. I'll speak to HR and arrange it as a dismissal so you can receive compensation. Shang Zhitao was surprised that Luan Yin could be so kind and sincerely thanked him. All right. Thank you, Luke. If I decide to leave, I'll tell you in advance. So what has Alex promised you? Double your salary? A promotion within a year? Follow him, and success is guaranteed. Shang Zhitao, do you have a brain? Luan Yin's voice suddenly rose. His anger traveled through the phone, burning Shang Zhitao's ear and leaving her nowhere to hide. Shang Zhitao suddenly realized that she had fallen into Luan Yin's trap. He had retreated in order to advance, luring her into his setup and making her unconsciously betray Alex. According to company regulations, departing executives were forbidden from taking team members with them for 6 months, as doing so constituted unfair competition and was subject to non-compete restrictions. Previous cases hadn't been pursued because those cases hadn't involved Luan Yin. Luan Yin showed no mercy. Shang Zhitao held the phone, afraid to speak. Her mind had stopped working. Human relationships were far more complicated than Shang Zhitao imagined. Alex and Luan Yin's relationship wasn't necessarily as harmonious as it appeared on the surface. Alex had originally had an opportunity for promotion. He had even thought the position would be his. But the board had chosen Luan Yin. Alex cooperated with Luan Yin at work, yet he was the first executive to leave after Luan Yin took office. No matter how well they maintained appearances, their actions revealed their true thoughts. Why aren't you speaking? Luan Yin suppressed his anger and said, do you know what your fundamental problem is, Shang Zhitao? You're not determined enough. How old are you? You waver at the slightest temptation. Have you thought about your future? Or do you only care about immediate benefits? Is your vision really that short-sighted? Money creates a future, Shang Zhitao said. She didn't actually believe that, but she wanted to say it. I make my own decisions. You don't need to concern yourself with them. You think I want to worry about you? If you just use your brain a little, I wouldn't need to waste my breath on you. I never asked you to talk to me. Shang Zhitao had never imagined that she would argue with Luan Yin. She had always been the obedient one between them. He taught, and she learned. He decided, and she followed. But Luan Yin spoke carelessly when he was angry, and his attitude completely pushed her away when she was already wavering. She forced herself to calm down before saying, then I'll tell you my decision now. I've decided to go with Alex. Not for any other reason, but because he has stood up for me again, and because he has always respected me and spoken to me properly. To be spoken to properly. To hear kind words. Such a humble wish for Shang Zhitao. Although she knew Luan Yin was simply that kind of person and that he spoke to everyone this way. But he was also the man who had tenderly said over the phone, then I'll bring flowers when I see you. It was just that she hadn't been the person on the other end of that call. Shang Zhitao still cared. She cared deeply. She hung up the phone, suddenly feeling a little aggrieved. She had expected Luan Yin to try to keep her. Just not like this. But when she calmed down again, she realized that although every sentence Luan Yin had spoken was unpleasant, she truly hadn't thought things through. She had indeed been unwittingly drawn into a conflict among senior management. Why exactly was Alex leaving? Why exactly wasn't Luan Yin trying to keep him? What did it mean to focus only on immediate benefits without thinking about the future? Shang Zhitao was stubborn. She began to rebel against Luan Yin's strictness. The problems between them had always existed. She simply hadn't been willing to face them before. Now, they had finally been brought to the surface. Then I wish you good luck, Luan Yin said. I'll need it. Shang Zhitao tossed and turned in bed all night. When she attended the marketing department meeting the next day, dark circles shadowed her eyes. She and Lumi sat in the corner, exchanging glances without daring to make a sound. But Luan Yin smiled and joked. Why such a heavy atmosphere? You're making me think the marketing department has been dissolved. Chapter 57. Alex is just changing jobs as usual, but his connection with Ling Mei and everyone here won't be severed. We can still get together for drinks when we're free. Luan Yin was unusually cordial today. So before we begin the meeting, let's wish Alex well. I'm very grateful for the support Alex and the entire marketing department have given me since I took this position. Alex has truly built a formidable team. Thank you, Alex. It's what I should do. Alex was as amiable as ever, pressing his palms together and waving them slightly. This really is just a normal job change. I've been at Ling Mei for too many years and wanted a change of environment. Who knows? Maybe I'll make a comeback someday. You're welcome back anytime. Luan Yin said he was welcome back, but everyone knew Luan Yin would never allow him to make a comeback. All bosses hated betrayal. Shall we officially begin today's meeting? Luan Yin asked for Alex's opinion, giving him all the respect he was due. Luke decides. I'm just sitting in. If there are any issues that need me to resolve, I'll handle them. Good. Then let's begin. Luan Yin had called this meeting simply to understand the full picture of the marketing department's current work and find out exactly what everyone was doing. An executive's departure would inevitably lead to changes within the team. He needed to prepare contingency plans and determine what kind of people Tracy should recruit from the market. With that purpose in mind, Luan Yin wasn't nitpicking during today's meeting. He simply listened attentively, occasionally asking work-related questions, none of which were particularly pointed. Everyone's tension gradually eased, and the atmosphere became increasingly harmonious. By the time it was Lumi's turn, everyone had relaxed considerably. Lumi was such a casual person that during her report, she offhandedly remarked, "This client is quite a bastard." Everyone burst out laughing. Shang Zhitao laughed too. Lumi was simply that kind of person. She wouldn't change jobs for money, nor did she have any grand ambitions. Having something to do was enough for her. She wouldn't deliberately harm anyone, but no one should provoke her either. If they did, she wouldn't care who they were. Lumi had taught Shang Zhitao a great deal. Luan Yin laughed as well and asked Lumi, "How about we make you the sole contact for these clients from now on?" Luan Yin was good at judging people. Lumi seemed carefree, but she was firm and dependable simply because she had confidence. That was why, many years later, after the marketing department had changed bosses and Ling Mei's organizational structure had been upgraded, many employees whose abilities had stagnated were dismissed, while Lumi remained a foot soldier in the marketing department. Later, everyone at Ling Mei knew there was a great Buddha in the marketing department. Even if no one else in the company could survive, this Buddha would live on. Knowing when to let go was also a kind of wisdom. No way. Lumi quickly waved her hands. I still want to live a few more years. Everyone burst out laughing. Luan Yin's gaze swept past Shang Zhitao. She was laughing too, though he didn't know what she was thinking. When it was Shang Zhitao's turn to report, she summarized the new budget management project she had been working on recently. She had prepared more diligently for her report than anyone else in the marketing department. Everyone listened attentively. Luan Yin asked her, "With the new budget management process in place, have you calculated the improvement in team efficiency?" "We've already tested it on 2 projects. Efficiency improved by 20%. It would be good if you could get it to 25%. Luan Yin looked at Shang Zhitao. He was giving her an opportunity. He didn't expect her to seize it. He didn't even expect her to understand. Although she was grounded and hardworking, she was also young, impulsive, and easily influenced by others. Budget management was one of the marketing department's core responsibilities, and the person managing it had to be rigorously self-disciplined. Shang Zhitao was honest and meticulous. She was suitable. Even after their huge argument last night, he was still giving her this opportunity. There had always been something missing between Nian and Shang Zhitao. This decision had actually been made earlier, but because he was bringing it up at a time like this, it looked as though he were offering her charity. If you could get it to 25%, it would have a significant impact on the company's overall business management, Nian added. Can you do it? Shang Zhitao looked at Nian. At work, especially in front of other people, she rarely looked directly at him. She knew she was mediocre and fragile, seemingly vulnerable among all these elites. But she longed for Nian to communicate with her as an equal. She had worked so hard for so long, not to be called cheap and obedient. It should be possible, but I can't do it. She rejected the opportunity Nian had given her. She didn't want it. When love and work became entangled, they disrupted the order that should have existed. She could have been calmer when making decisions, but she was young then and didn't understand these things. Nian shrugged. His eyes curved slightly before he smiled. I can see that Flora has put a lot of thought and effort into her work. I've heard Alex and Tracy mention your efforts more than once. After hearing your report today, I think their evaluation of you is too conservative. You're not only hardworking, but also very smart. Keep it up. Shang Zhitao smiled back at him, dismissing his praise as mere pleasantries. She didn't believe him. After the meeting ended, Nian returned to his office. Tracy was waiting for him. She asked, "Did you implement what we discussed a few days ago?" "What?" "Having Flora assist Lu Mi with budget management." Flora refused. Lu Mi is an adu who can't be lifted. Nian rarely trusted anyone. He mocked himself inwardly. Look at these two people you've chosen. Tracy nearly spat out her water. Flora refused? Yes. The matter was over, and Nian didn't want to mention it again. He opened his inbox and looked at the candidates Tracy had sent him. They were all major figures in marketing with impressive backgrounds. "What do you think?" Tracy asked. "Do you like any of them? Or would you rather find someone yourself?" "No need. The people I'd want wouldn't come, and I can't be bothered pursuing the ones I don't want. Let's just follow the normal hiring process and review more resumes." Nian thought for a moment. "There's no rush. The marketing department will have personnel changes. We can wait for things to stabilize before bringing in a new leader." "All right. Do you want to review HR's failures this time? Someone is poaching our executives, and you didn't hear anything?" Nian questioned Tracy. "I've already begun an internal review with the team. This was our problem, and I admit it. It won't happen again." As a workplace leader, Tracy was always straightforward. Whenever there was a problem, she never shirked responsibility. With an executive leaving, they still had many issues to deal with. Not only personnel matters, but public relations, brand direction, and many lingering internal problems as well. Talk to Alex and control the public narrative. Nian was no saint. Alex had also violated regulations, and Nian had evidence. When they had spoken face-to-face on the beach in Phuket, he had made himself perfectly clear. Alex had achieved upward social mobility at Lingmei. He owned 3 homes in Beijing and 2 nice cars. The company had treated him well. It would be best for everyone to part on good terms rather than become entangled in conflicts of interest. If things escalated, Nian would send Alex to prison. Besides, "I know you leaked the company employees' email addresses to Zhang Xian." Nian had told Alex that day. "But I didn't hold you accountable because I respect you and am grateful to you." The workplace was far more complicated than anyone imagined. For the first time in her life, Shang Zhitao found herself at the center of a workplace storm, with countless questions swirling through her mind. After work, she didn't stay late. Instead, she packed her bag and left. She wanted to take a walk. She was still thinking about those questions. Had Nian reached his current position by relying on powerful connections? What was Alex's real reason for wanting to take her with him? He could have taken someone more capable. She walked from dusk until 9 in the evening, eventually reaching the entrance to her residential complex. Her complex was truly crowded. Many people called it the sleeping city. As night fell, the residents of the sleeping city returned one after another, and the place gradually came alive with noise and activity. She thought back over every day she'd experienced during the past year and more. Each day had contained both bitterness and joy. Although it had been difficult, looking back, she had gained something from every single day. Sun Yu got off the bus and was startled to see Shang Zhitao sitting there. Hey, why are you sitting here? I don't want to go home. Why not? Because it's lively here. The first lesson for someone living alone in Beijing was learning to endure loneliness. Shang Zhitao was relatively insensitive and had also been fortunate enough to meet good roommates and colleagues, so her loneliness had never been particularly obvious. But today, she felt a little lonely. She realized there was a place in her heart that neither roommates nor friends could fill. Sun Yu sat beside her and took her hand. She hissed, "Why are your hands so cold?" I walked back from the company. Nearly 20 kilometers? Yes. Sun Yu said nothing more. She simply sat beside her, watching the bright streetlights and the hurried passers-by. Shang Zhitao remembered her first day in Beijing. It had been raining, and she had been arranging her belongings in that small, cramped room. She had been so simple then. All she'd wanted was to grow through lifelong learning. Both their stomachs suddenly growled, breaking the strange atmosphere Shang Zhitao had created. They looked at each other and smiled. Forget it. You're not suited for being melancholy. You're suited for coming with me to find something to eat, Sun Yu teased. I am hungry. Shang Zhitao patted her stomach and stood up. Once she was hungry, all her emotions disappeared, replaced by the urgent desire to fill her stomach. The two held hands and walked toward the Malatang shop behind the complex. Sun Yu secretly glanced at Shang Zhitao several times until Shang Zhitao caught her. What is it? Had a disagreement with your boss? Sun Yu was clever. For someone as cheerful as Shang Zhitao, who rarely became particularly upset over anyone, the few times she had emotionally collapsed had all been because of Luan Nian. Shang Zhitao told Sun Yu about her situation. To Sun Yu, this was no small matter. She worked at a startup where team members came and went like a revolving door, with very few people truly interested in their project. Do you want to hear my advice? Sun Yu asked. Your company is so good, unlike our precarious startup. My advice might not be very useful. I want to hear it. My advice is, ask yourself why you came here in the first place. Then ask yourself whether you're really good enough to leave. The process of thinking it through is painful, but the actual decision happens in an instant. Thinking helps you understand yourself better. There's nothing shameful about being confused. No one is born strong. Sun Yu laughed self-deprecatingly. Look at me. I was crying today. Why? A premium member wasn't satisfied with the dating matches our system recommended. He thought there was something wrong with the system's calculation logic. First, he made a scene with customer service, then threatened to blow up our company. Finally, I stepped in and got thoroughly cursed out. Sun Yu giggled. Aren't we all our parents' precious babies? Yet these bastards curse our ancestors back 8 generations. Shang Zhitao suddenly felt that compared with what Sun Yu had endured, her troubles weren't worth mentioning. Yet she had complained to Sun Yu for so long. Sun Yu was the one who needed comforting more. I'm not strong enough, nor am I determined enough. She solemnly hugged Sun Yu. You've had such a hard day. Let me treat you to grilled fish instead. Chapter 58. Before leaving work on Friday, Tracy arranged one-on-one meetings between Luan Yin and the employees in the marketing department. Those waiting outside had no idea what was being discussed inside, leading to plenty of speculation. When it was Lu Mi's turn to go in, she patted Shang Zhitao on the shoulder. Don't be afraid. Big Sister will pave the way for you. Whether it's a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, your master will go in first. Shang Zhitao giggled at Lu Mi's joke and watched her enter before lowering her head to study her flowchart. She was researching how to improve efficiency by 25%. After all the arguments and conflict, achieving a 25% improvement in efficiency was quite challenging, and Shang Zhitao felt somewhat tempted to try. After all, this was the only core project she had recently. After entering the office, Lu Mi smiled at Luan Yin and Tracy and, unusually for her, sat properly across from them. Nothing special. Just a casual chat. No need to be nervous, okay? Tracy said. I'm not nervous. Luan Yin saw Tracy preparing to start with her usual HR routine and couldn't help interrupting. He understood Lu Mi reasonably well. She didn't like beating around the bush. So he asked directly, Are you satisfied with this year's salary adjustment? A little too low? I hope it'll be more next year. Any plans to resign recently? No. That's it. Luan Yin spread his hands, ignoring Tracy's glare. That's all. Lu Mi had thought they were going to discuss some life or death matter and had seriously prepared herself before coming in. But it was over after 2 questions? Hadn't everyone else been sitting in here for half an hour? That's all. Do you have any questions? Tracy sighed and asked Lumi, "Can I take a few days off?" Lumi wanted to travel abroad. Things had been too busy lately. "What are you going to do?" Nian asked. "Buy a house in London." Silence. That year, overseas property investment had only just begun gaining popularity on a small scale. The wealthy went to Europe, while those with less money went to Southeast Asia. Owning such a property wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Lumi was joking. She had no intention of buying overseas property. She simply wanted to travel. "Is that okay?" she asked again. "No," Nian refused. "Why not? Some people in your department will be resigning soon, and there won't be enough people to share the workload. Wait until the new employees arrive." Nian deliberately used the phrase, "some people will be resigning," and watched Lumi's reaction. How much impact can one person leaving have? Lumi disagreed. "Anyway, Shang Zhitao does all the work. What if Shang Zhitao leaves too?" Tracy finally interjected. "Impossible. She's researching how to improve efficiency by 25%. Nian looked up from his phone at Lumi, then lowered his head and continued replying to a message. During their argument over the phone, Shang Zhitao had declared with absolute determination that she was leaving. Yet now she was studying how to improve efficiency by 25%. No one was more fickle than her. Lumi left Nian's office and patted Shang Zhitao on the head. "Your turn." "Huh? Why were you so quick?" "How would I know?" Lumi was confused too. Wasn't this strange? They called people in, asked a couple of questions, then sent them back out. It seemed as though they were simply playing around. What did they say? They asked if I was satisfied with my salary increase. What did you say? Of course I said I wasn't satisfied. Am I stupid? Shang Zhitao thought about it and agreed. What if she said she was satisfied? The boss might think her current salary increase was enough and definitely wouldn't give her a larger one next year. Shang Zhitao entered Nian's office and saw him looking at his phone while Tracy smiled warmly at her. She sat upright in the chair, as she always did. After working for more than a year, neither her standing nor sitting posture had changed. Tracy waited for Nian to speak, especially after he'd suddenly interrupted her during Lumi's meeting. But Nian put down his phone and asked Tracy, "Aren't you going to start?" A single question mark. Tracy felt somewhat helpless. She said to Shang Zhitao, "Don't be nervous. There's nothing special. Luke will personally oversee the marketing department for a while, so we arranged these meetings to get to know everyone better." "Oh, okay," Shang Zhitao replied. "Is work still as demanding as before?" Tracy asked. "It's fine." Shang Zhitao was telling the truth. The intensity was much lower than before. At least now she could get home before 10:30 at night. "Do you still work weekends often?" Tracy was very concerned about Shang Zhitao's workload. According to the system's attendance records, Shang Zhitao had the longest working hours. Tracy had investigated whether Shang Zhitao was simply inefficient or genuinely had too much work, and after arranging an evaluation of her workload, she had discovered that it was indeed substantial. Besides her main responsibilities, she also handled all kinds of miscellaneous tasks for the marketing department. "Not much anymore. Sometimes I need to communicate by phone, but it doesn't affect my weekends." "So what do you usually do on weekends?" Although it wasn't a big deal, Shang Zhitao felt her face growing warm. What did she do on weekends? Nian kept looking at her without speaking. "My weekends are quite full." Shang Zhitao thought carefully. Studying languages, helping with Sun Yu's offline events, eating with Sun Yuanzhu and the others, shopping with Yao Bei, sleeping with the boss. She was also preparing to study for a part-time graduate program next year. Like what? Tracy was genuinely curious. Like eating with friends, shopping, watching movies, things like that. Still not dating anyone? Soon. Shang Zhitao didn't understand why Tracy was asking these questions, so all she could say was, soon. This was another HR tactic. Asking whether you were single, how long you'd been married, whether you had children. These were all ways of assessing an employee's stability. Girls preparing to start dating weren't focused on changing jobs. Women preparing to get married might consider changing jobs because they could face having children after marriage, making it more difficult to change jobs later. Women who had recently given birth had their minds filled with their children, affecting how much they could contribute to their work. Tracy wasn't a bad person, but she needed to understand the stability of the company's employees. Hearing Shang Zhitao say, "Soon, soon," Tracy smiled. "I have a junior from my school who just returned from abroad. He's 3 years older than you, from a good family, and quite handsome. Would you like me to introduce you?" Silence. Shang Zhitao froze for a moment before finally asking, "Why aren't you asking whether I'm satisfied with my salary increase?" As soon as she finished speaking, she heard Nian let out a brief laugh. He tilted his head slightly, and Shang Zhitao saw that the corner of his mouth hadn't yet fallen. Nian found this master and disciple pair rather amusing. They were probably the type who couldn't hold too many things in their heads at once. You had to speak directly, or they would become confused. Tracy laughed too. She had always liked Shang Zhitao because Shang Zhitao had never disappointed her. She nodded. "So, are you satisfied with this year's salary increase?" "It would be better if it were a little higher." Shang Zhitao gave the answer she had prepared in advance, then heard Tracy burst out laughing. She didn't understand why they were laughing. She hadn't said anything funny. She looked somewhat confused. Nian quietly glanced at her, then lowered his head again. Shang Zhitao was easygoing and didn't hold grudges. At heart, she was a simple, happy girl who rarely fussed over things with other people. Nian knew all these good qualities about her. Shang Zhitao was so pure that every thought was written across her face, where Nian could see it. "How's the research on improving efficiency by 25% going?" Nian finally spoke. "The project system can still be optimized. If review and acceptance are fully digitized, that should bring us close to the target." "When can you complete the modifications?" "It'll take 2 to 3 months." There was no longer any need to discuss whether she would do it. They went straight to discussing the solution. "Go ahead and do it. Also, ask your master whether she can help you manage the budget. We're short-handed." Nian raised the matter again. His eyes remained fixed on Shang Zhitao as he waited for her answer. "Oh," Shang Zhitao responded, then asked, "Are we done?" "Yes, we're done." Tracy nodded, though inwardly she thought, "How is this a meeting? This is just casual conversation. Far too easy. Then can I go back to work?" "Yes. Thank you for your hard work." Shang Zhitao stood and walked toward the door. Just as her hand touched the doorknob, she heard Nian call her. "Flora." "Yes." She turned and looked at Nian. "If Alex has spoken to you about joining him at another company, I sincerely hope you'll refuse." Nian glanced at Tracy. "Your career has only just begun. There are many paths worth exploring and many experiences worth gaining. At the same time, the company recognizes your effort and growth and hopes you'll stay and continue fighting alongside us. Tracy once told me that your work performance was recognized in the 360-degree evaluation, and I agree with that assessment." Shang Zhitao stood there, stunned. This was the first time Nian had formally praised her in front of the HR director. Was this also some kind of personnel management strategy used by bosses? She couldn't tell, but she was deeply moved. "Thank you." That was all she could say. It wasn't until she returned to her desk and Lumi called to her that Shang Zhitao came back to her senses. "What happened? What did you talk about?" Shang Zhitao shook her head. "Nothing much." After Shang Zhitao left, Nian mocked Tracy. "Have you taken some new training course recently? Is this the latest conversation technique? Isn't it good? I finally understand why your department failed to detect the executive movements. Why? You're all so idle that you're introducing boyfriends to employees. How could you possibly focus on work?" Nian found it amusing. It was the first time he'd ever seen an HR director introduce potential partners to employees during a meeting. "We were just chatting about a few things along the way. Don't be so serious." Tracy advised him, "Relax." "I am relaxed." "I'm worried you're too relaxed." All right. I'll reflect on it again." Tracy raised both hands. "I can't argue with you. I surrender. You win." She left with her laptop. Nian didn't care about winning or losing, but he felt there were some things he should explain to Shang Zhitao. For example, the praise he'd just given her was sincere, impartial, and heartfelt. When he'd told Shang Zhitao that Alex wanted to take her because she was cheap and obedient, it wasn't because he actually thought she was cheap and obedient. He had simply been analyzing the mindset of a manager trying to poach employees. When taking people to a new company, a manager needed employees at different levels, not only the strongest performers. Sunny was a strong performer. The next level down would be the executors. Nian continued working in his office, occasionally standing and looking into the distance to relieve his dry eye syndrome. Whenever he sat back down, he would glance at Shang Zhitao. She was frowning at her computer, probably researching how to achieve that 25% efficiency improvement. Luan Nian didn't know when Shang Zhitao had changed her mind. But since Wednesday night, he'd learned one thing. Women were not to be trifled with. Arguing with a woman injured the enemy by 1,000 while costing you 800. There was nothing to gain from it. Shang Zhitao's mind was filled with thoughts about improving efficiency. Even while waiting for the bus, she was still frowning in concentration, so absorbed that she didn't notice Luan Nian standing beside her for quite some time. Luan Nian had been standing there for a while. Realizing she wasn't going to notice him on her own, he finally stepped in front of her. Shang Zhitao instinctively stepped backward. Then her eyes focused, and she saw Luan Nian. "What are you doing?" Luan Nian asked. His hands were in his pockets, his posture relaxed. "I'm researching how to improve efficiency," Shang Zhitao said seriously. She had suddenly decided to stay while having dinner with Sun Yu. She listened to advice and remembered what she'd wanted when she first came to Beijing. She knew she wasn't yet strong enough to stand on her own. After arguing so fiercely with Luan Nian, it seemed as though she wouldn't be able to hold her head high if she didn't leave. But in Sun Yu's words, someone who can stay after such a fierce argument is someone with a truly strong mentality. "Want to go for a walk?" Luan Nian asked Shang Zhitao. "But I haven't eaten yet." "What do you want to eat?" "Korean barbecue and doenjang soup." "Let's go." The two walked side by side through the deep night, with enough space for another person between them. After walking a short distance, Shang Zhitao suddenly remembered that Luan Nian hadn't driven today. She looked around. "Hey, where's your car?" "I've been sitting all day. Don't feel like driving." Luan Nian hadn't been sleeping well for the past few days, and his dry eye syndrome had worsened somewhat, making him unfit to drive. He also didn't want Lu Wu to drive him. Someone in Lu Wu's family was sick, and Luan Nian had at least that much compassion. "Oh." Shang Zhitao fell silent. She remembered her outburst that day and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. She chuckled twice. "What I said on the phone that day was just because I was angry. Don't be mad." Shang Zhitao was simply that kind of generous person. She was brave enough to admit when she was wrong and wasn't pretentious about it. She hadn't been calm that day and had become just like Luan Nian, unable to speak properly. Thinking about it now made her rather ashamed. Luan Nian stopped walking and turned to look at her. What an adorable girl. A pleasing face and smiling eyes. He couldn't resist reaching out and pinching her cheek. Then he said, "Shang Zhitao, I know I don't always speak nicely, but I hope you understand that most of the time, I don't mean any harm. If something I say makes you uncomfortable, tell me directly. There's no need to react the way you did. It's quite exhausting when we fight." If Tan Mian and the others had heard what Luan Nian had just said, they would have wondered whether he'd been possessed by something strange. When had they ever heard Luan Nian speak so gently? But Luan Nian was telling the truth. He'd never been troubled by these things before. He was too lazy to date. Once he started dating, he was too lazy to break up. Once he broke up, he was too lazy to look back. His heart had never suffered any serious trauma. In his mind, maintaining a sexual relationship was much more difficult than dating. This argument with Shang Zhitao had angered him so badly that he'd suffered insomnia and stomach pain. The next day, when he'd seen the dark circles beneath her eyes in the meeting room, he'd wanted to strangle her. "Then can you praise me occasionally? Like you did today?" Shang Zhitao tugged lightly at the edge of his clothes. "I need you to praise me sometimes, so I know I'm not as bad as you make me sound. Luan Nian, I need your encouragement." "Is my encouragement that important?" "Very important. Really." Shang Zhitao wanted to tell him that someone like her, who had spent 22 years content to sit in the audience and applaud, had only awakened her fighting spirit after meeting him. When she felt repeatedly defeated, she needed his approval. It was the food and ammunition she needed to go into battle, a small happiness no one else could give her. "So, can you handle the 25% efficiency improvement?" Luan Nian asked. "I can." "Then you can eat a little more meat later." "Okay. I can also drink a little alcohol." Shang Zhitao pinched her fingers together. "Just this much." "No." Luan Nian glanced at her. "You bite people after you drink." "Stingy."